My name is Lin Fan. I live in a world called Deep Blue Star, and everything has gone to hell. Strange creatures appeared out of nowhere. They eat people. Guns, bombs, nothing works against them. The only way to fight back is to awaken something called a sequence. I haven't awakened mine yet, but I need to. It's the only thing that can keep us alive. I drive an old pickup truck at the front of a small convoy. There are about 30 of us left. We started with over 1,000 when we escaped the city. People died, got lost, or were eaten along the way. Death is normal now. 3 people ride with me. Suwon sits in the passenger seat. She's my old neighbor. We ran together when the world ended. Her younger brother Su-young is in the back. And my little brother Lin Meng is there too. He's big and slow because of a condition he was born with. Our convoy leader is a man named Zhao Taiju. He drives the bus and gives orders, but I don't follow him. He hates me for that. We stopped near a small town called Grey Rock. Our food was almost gone, just 4 cans of porridge. I gave one to each of us. Lin Meng finished his fast and looked at me with sad eyes, so I gave him mine. I went hungry. Su-won and Su-young didn't like that, but they kept quiet. They know I'm the one keeping them alive. I drove ahead to a supermarket called Wanjiafu. I took Su-won and Su-young inside to search. Lin Meng stayed in the truck. He's too big to move quietly. The place was dark and empty. We searched for over 20 minutes and found almost nothing. Then I spotted a box of compressed biscuits and some water bottles hidden on a bottom shelf. I sent Su-young to grab them. It wasn't much, but if we were careful, it would last us until the next stop. I could feel something dangerous getting closer. I told them we had to leave. Now, we made it outside. I was holding the supplies, about to open the truck door, when something slammed into the back of my head. I hit the ground hard. I rolled over and saw Su-young standing above me. The quiet, scared boy was gone. His eyes were wild. He was holding a bloody iron rod. And Su-won, the woman I saved when the world fell apart. She was on her knees next to me, stuffing our supplies into her backpack. Why? I looked up at them, blood running down my face. Su-young stood over me, breathing hard. He said my brother was a burden. He said Zhao Taiju promised him the deputy leader's spot if he got rid of me. He said he was tired of starving. Su-won just zipped up the backpack and looked at me with cold eyes. No guilt. No thanks for saving her life. Nothing. I was furious, but I forced myself to think. Zhao Taiju had played them. Without me around, he'd throw them away like trash. But that didn't matter right now. I just needed to keep me and my brother alive. Take everything, I said. Just don't hurt Xiao Meng. They hesitated. They knew if I survived, I'd come for them. Su-young swung the iron rod into my leg. I screamed. Lin Meng heard me from inside the truck. He climbed out and charged at Su-young, roaring. But he was too slow. Su-young dodged and hit him on the back of the head. My brother went down hard. I tried to stand, but my body wouldn't listen. I could only watch. Then a creepy voice came from deep inside the supermarket. Something strange was in there, talking about vegetables, giggling like a ghost. Su-young's face twisted into a sick grin. He knocked over a metal shelf to make as much noise as possible, drawing the creature right to us. Then he grabbed Su-won, jumped in my truck, and drove away. Su-won watched me through the window the whole time. She didn't say a word. The creature was getting closer. A woman holding a doll's head, walking slowly, enjoying our fear. The air turned cold. I could feel death coming. I shook Lin Meng with everything I had, but he wouldn't wake up. This is it, I thought. This is how we die? No, I won't accept that. Something exploded inside me. All the rage, the pain, the betrayal. And then I heard a voice in my head. A system. It called itself the Divine Path System. It said it would help me become a god in this broken world. A blue screen appeared in front of my eyes. It showed my name, my rank, Apostle of God, and a gift pack waiting to be claimed. The creature's hand was reaching for my face. I had no time to think. Claim it, I screamed inside my head. I got a bunch of items. One of them was a scroll of divine judgment. I used it instantly. A pillar of white light crashed down from the sky. The creature looked up, and for the first time, I saw fear on its face. Then it turned to ash. The system told me I earned 500 divinity points. Everything went quiet. I drank a healing potion from the gift pack. A cool feeling spread through my body, and my wounds started closing up. I couldn't believe it. I pinched my leg. Pain. Real pain. Not a dream. I pinched Lin Meng to make sure. Brother, that hurts. He mumbled. It's real. All of it. I helped him up. He had a big bump on his head and fear in his eyes. I told him not to be scared. I told him I was here. We stumbled out of the supermarket and sat on the empty street. Sunlight hit our faces. For a moment, the fear faded a little. I opened the system screen again. I had 500 points, 2 follower slots, and a shop I could use. But the thing that caught my eye most was a small bottle, the mysterious potion. The system said it had a high chance of awakening a sequence. A sequence. The one thing every survivor in this world dreams about. The only power that can fight the creatures. And I was holding the key to it in my hand. I told Lin Ming to stay put and watch over me. I raised the potion to my lips. But the moment it touched my mouth, it vanished. The potion appeared back in my hand. I was confused. Why couldn't I drink it? The system answered me. It said awakening a sequence would be an insult to it. Basically, I couldn't have both. The system was the higher path. Fine. But the potion didn't have to go to waste. I looked at Lin Ming. He was still shaking from everything that happened. I knelt down and spoke to him seriously. Xiaoming, there's a chance for you to awaken a sequence. But it might be dangerous. Do you want to try? He didn't even think about it. Brother, I'm willing. That's my brother. He always thought of himself as a burden to me. He never complained, never asked for more. And now he wanted to help, no matter the cost. I gave him the potion. He drank it in one gulp. Then the screaming started. His body turned red. His veins popped out. He curled up on the ground, shaking and crying from the pain. I could only watch and tell him to hold on. It lasted almost an hour. When it stopped, Lin Ming stood up. I barely recognized him. The fat was gone. He was over 2 meters tall now, covered in hard muscle. He looked like a beast. Brother, I did it. I awakened the savage sequence. He was swinging his fists, grinning like a kid. I smiled, but inside I was shaking. The system never promised the potion would work. If it had failed, my brother would be dead right now. Then the system spoke again. It detected a follower candidate, Lin Ming. Affection, 100%. Loyalty, 100%. It explained that a divine follower is a companion on my path to becoming a god. We strengthen each other. My presence boosts him, and his power feeds back to me. I didn't hesitate. Form the contract. A glowing mark entered Lin Ming's body. I could feel him now, his condition, his strength, everything. The system showed me his abilities. In his savage form, he gets massive strength and defense, but his thinking drops, and he gets weak afterward. My divine rank went up to 10%, and I got a 20% power feedback from him. Next, I opened my random apostle skill. I was hoping for divine judgment again, that light beam that turned the creature to ash. I got something called Eye of Insight instead. I activated it. The world blurred, then turned into flowing streams of energy. I could see weak points, spots where the energy moved slowly, places where things could break. Not what I wanted, but maybe even better. Lin Ming hits hard. I find the weak spots. Together, we're a perfect team. Brother, where are we going next? To get our revenge. Su Wan and Su Yang stole my truck and left us to die. They had no idea what just happened to us. They would find out soon. We left the market and reached the highway. Every car we checked was dead. The only thing we found was a rusty bicycle in the grass. Useless. So we walked, following the direction the convoy had gone. Then I heard an engine behind us. A big modified pickup truck came roaring down the road, kicking up dust. 2 guys in leather jackets sat inside, looking wild and crazy. The one in the passenger seat leaned out the window waving a crossbow, screaming at us like we were animals to hunt. Death chasers. That's what people called them. Violent lunatics who loved the apocalypse. They lived for chaos. They hunted survivors for fun. The battle at the supermarket must have drawn them here. And now they were coming straight at us. Perfect timing. I needed a truck, and these idiots drove one right to me. I activated Eye of Insight. The speeding pickup turned into lines of flowing energy in my vision. I found the weak spot instantly, the joint between the right rear wheel and the frame. Xiaoming, attack the right rear wheel. My brother roared, and his body grew even bigger. As my divine follower, he was faster and stronger near me. He charged straight at the truck like a bull. One punch. That's all it took. Metal twisted. The back of the truck lifted off the ground. The whole thing flipped and rolled across the road, sparks flying everywhere, before landing upside down. I moved fast, iron rod in hand. I took out the driver before he could even unbuckle. The passenger tried to aim his crossbow at me. He didn't get the chance. No mercy. Not anymore. Not in this world. The system gave me 100 points for 2 humans. Way less than for a monster, but I didn't care. I dragged the bodies out and checked the truck. The engine still worked. And under the seats I found 3 boxes of canned food, bottled water, 2 bottles of liquor, and a pack of cigarettes. I hadn't smoked in a month. I lit one up, and the feeling almost made me laugh. Lin Ming was sitting by the road, exhausted. That was the cost of his savage form. After he powers down, he gets weak. I helped him into the passenger seat. The system asked if I wanted to bind the truck. Of course I did. It scanned the damage: busted suspension, dented door, blown airbags, worn tires. Repair cost, 200 points. I complained. That's almost half what I got for killing a monster. The system said the truck would come back stronger. Better performance, better durability. Fine. I paid. 200 points gone. But the truck was now at 120% durability with an upgraded engine. Worth it. This was my fortress on wheels now. I had 400 points left. I started the engine. It roared deep and powerful, much better than my old pickup. I asked Lin Ming how he felt. Just a little hungry, he said, staring at the cans in the back seat like a starving dog, but too well trained to touch them without asking. I handed him one. Eat. Once we find the convoy, you can eat as much as you want. He smiled like a little kid and finished the can fast. Then he fell asleep. Rest was the best way for him to recover. I activated Eye of Insight again. 50-meter range. Not much, but enough to follow the faint energy trail the convoy left behind. I asked the system how to earn more points. Only through battle can one become divine, it said. Build your kingdom upon the remains of your enemies. I like that. Simple. Honest. I lit another cigarette and kept driving. The sun was going down. The blood moon would rise soon. Zhao Tieju's convoy couldn't be far. They'd have to stop before dark. We'd meet again very soon. Su Wan. Su Yang. Zhao Taiju. Did you really think you could leave me for dead? The hunt was about to begin. The blood moon rose. I found them. Zhao Tieju's convoy had stopped at a highway service area. People were cooking food. And right there next to the bus sat my old pickup, the one Su Yang and Su Wan stole from me. I slammed the gas pedal down. The engine screamed as I tore into the service area. People panicked. They thought the death chasers had come. They ran. They screamed. They shoved each other trying to get on the bus. One old man yelled about respecting elders. Pathetic. Zhao Taiju kept his cool. He told everyone to calm down. Just one truck. Dozens of people. Nothing to fear. I stopped the truck hard. Dust flew everywhere. I jumped out with the bloody iron rod in my hand. Lin Ming stepped out behind me, towering like a wall. The crowd went quiet. Then the whispers started. Lin Fan's alive? His brother looks different. Why do they have the Death Chaser's truck? I didn't care about any of them. My eyes found Su Yang and Su Wan trying to sneak to the back of the crowd. Zhao Taiju rushed over with a fake smile. Lin Fan. So glad you're safe. We were about to come looking for you. Still pretending. I almost laughed. An accident happened, I said. Like being betrayed by your own people. He played dumb. I told him I'd deal with him later. Then I called Su Yang's name. Just his name. That was enough. He screamed and collapsed on the ground. Su Wan stood frozen, shaking like a leaf. Su Yang cracked immediately. He started babbling. It was all Zhao Tieju's idea. Zhao told them to get rid of me, promised them supplies and a deputy leader position, said I was too rebellious. The crowd exploded with shock. Zhao Tieju's face went dark. He shouted that Su Yang was lying, trying to drag him down. Nobody believed him. Lin Ming grabbed both of them and dragged them in front of me like they weighed nothing. Su Yang was so scared he soiled himself. The smell made everyone step back. I looked at Su Yang. I told you I'd make you pay. I swung the iron rod into his leg. He screamed. The whole service area went silent. Zhao Taiju couldn't stand being ignored. He switched tactics. He pointed at us and started shouting to the crowd. Why were we driving the Death Chaser's truck? Maybe we joined them. Maybe we were scouting for them. That's how we survived. It worked. The crowd turned on us. Fear and greed. That's all it takes to control people. Su Yang, bleeding on the ground, screamed along with him. Take down Lin Fan. He's a traitor. A mob of survivors grabbed whatever they could find, knives, sticks, iron rods, and started moving toward us. I watched them with disgust. A bunch of fools being led by a liar. Then Zhao Taiju grinned at me. Let me show you the power of a sequence, he yelled, iron wall, and his skin turned gray like metal armor. He'd awakened a defensive sequence. That was his real confidence all along. That's why he thought he could take me. The crowd went wild. Their leader had powers. They thought they'd already won. Zhao Tieju's plan was simple. Let the mob hold off Lin Ming while he crushed me, the ordinary man. He had no idea what I'd become. I activated Eye of Insight. His energy flowed in front of me like a map, and I could see every weak point in his iron skin. Lin Ming looked at me, fury burning in his eyes, his savage energy already rising. I looked at the charging crowd, at Zhao Tieju's smug face, at Su Yang whimpering on the ground. Xiaoming, don't hold back, I said quietly. Take down Zhao Tieju first. Xiaoming, go. Lin Ming roared so loud the whole service area shook. His body swelled up, muscles, veins, everything growing. He became a human beast. One punch caved in a man's chest. One grab snapped another man's arm. Nobody could stand against him. I activated Eye of Insight. Everything slowed down. I could see every attacker's weak points like bright dots on a map. My iron rod found them every time. Under the arm, the chin, the ribs. Clean hits. No wasted movement. Then Zhao Tieju came for me. He threw a punch that howled through the air. He thought he had me. Lin Ming caught his fist. He slammed his other fist into Zhao Tieju's body. But that iron wall sequence absorbed the hit. A ripple of light spread across his skin like water. Your strength is useless against me, Zhao Tieju laughed. But my Eye of Insight had already found his weak spots, right shoulder, right knee, places where his energy flickered. While Lin Ming kept him busy from the front, I slipped behind him. I drove the iron rod into the back of his knee. His leg buckled. He dropped. We hammered him together. Lin Ming from the front, me hitting every gap in his armor, joints, underarms, knees. He couldn't block us both. Then I saw it. A flicker in the energy over his heart. His guard dropped for just a second. I put everything I had into one thrust. The rod punched through his chest. The gray glow on his skin faded. His eyes went wide. How? How could this be? He fell. Dead before he hit the ground. The crowd froze. Then they dropped their weapons and fell to their knees, crying, begging for mercy. The same people who charged at us 10 seconds ago. One old woman cried the loudest. Funny, she'd been the fiercest fighter, beating Lin Ming with a stick. Now she looked like a helpless grandmother. I laughed. I couldn't help it. I told Lin Ming to grab the supplies from the bus and eat as much as he wanted. He carried everything out and started stuffing his face. He deserved it. Then I walked towards Su Yang, slowly, dragging the iron rod on the ground so he could hear it coming. He lost his mind completely. He offered me his own sister. She's yours if you want. Just let me go. I'm not interested. I broke his limbs first. He screamed until he fainted. Then I finished it. You got off easy, I said. Su Wan sat on the ground with dead eyes. When she saw me look at her, she grabbed my leg. She begged. She offered to serve me, do anything I asked. I looked at her face. The woman I saved when the world ended. The woman who watched Su Yang beat me and steal my truck without saying a single word. One swing. I walked away. I looked up at the blood-red moon. Xiaoming, are you full? He looked up from a pile of half-eaten cans. I'm full, brother. Pack the rest. We're leaving. We loaded the supplies into the truck and drove away. Behind us, the kneeling survivors collapsed with relief. Then someone ran for the vehicles. Then everyone did. They started fighting each other for whatever scraps Lin Ming had left behind. With Zhao Tieju dead and me gone, their little convoy fell apart in minutes. That was their problem now, not mine. I parked the truck on the roadside just outside the service area. Traveling at night was too dangerous, but I wasn't about to sleep near those people either. From where I sat, I could see the chaos inside. The survivors were tearing each other apart over the leftover supplies. The same people who'd been kneeling and crying minutes ago were now killing each other. I lit a cigarette and watched. Xiaoming, give people enough reason, and they all turn into Su Yang and Su Wan. Lin Ming nodded quietly. He'd just watched the old woman, the one who cried the loudest, get struck down by someone during the fighting. I closed my eyes and opened the system. My rank was at 15%. I had 1,400 divinity points. Killing Zhao Tieju earned me 500, and the rest came from the mob that attacked us. I still had one follower slot left, but there was a warning. I had to fill it within a month or lose it forever. I opened the system shop. Most things were locked, but 2 sections were available: strange items and enhancement potions. My old iron rod was bent and useless after the fight. I needed a real weapon. The wailing bow caught my eye, mental attacks that would pair perfectly with my eye of insight, but it cost 2,000 points. Way too much. I picked the bone blade instead. 800 points. Made from monster bones and claws. Extremely sharp, extra damage against defenses, and it drained a bit of energy from whatever it cut, giving me back some stamina. It could evolve too. Perfect for my style of finding weak spots and striking hard. I also bought a physical enhancer and a mental enhancer, 300 points each. That left me at 0. Back to nothing. A pale blade appeared in front of me. It glowed faintly red under the blood moon. I gripped it, cold, but it felt like it belonged in my hand. I injected both enhancers into my arm. Warmth first, then a cool wave. My muscles tightened. My bones felt harder. My mind got sharper. Everything around me became clearer. Getting stronger felt addictive. I wanted more. My thinking had changed. I used to run from the creatures. Now I wanted to hunt them. "Brother, the fight over there is finished," Lin said. I looked at the service area. Over 20 bodies lay on the ground. Blood everywhere, glowing under the red moon. Only 4 men were left standing, laughing and loading supplies onto the bus. One of them, a scarred man, spat blood and said it was all theirs now. They didn't notice the blood on the ground turning into red mist. It drifted slowly toward the back of the service area, carried by the night wind. But I noticed. My eye of insight picked up a dark, sinister presence forming in there. "Xiaomeng, something strange is coming." He sat up instantly, muscles tight, eyes locked on the service area. The 4 men kept celebrating. One of them, they called him Third, stopped near Su Wan's body and stared at it. Then he started shaking. The others laughed at him, called him weak. But Third wasn't scared of a dead body. Something else was happening to him, and the scarred man was just starting to realize it. The scarred man got closer to Third and saw something in the shadows behind him. A massive creature, a thing made from dozens of dead bodies stitched together. Pale, swollen human shapes fused into one nightmare. It walked on dozens of hands, and its head was covered with screaming faces. The scarred man screamed and fell backward. The others ran. It didn't matter. The creature moved fast. It swallowed Third and the scarred man in seconds. Then its arms reached out and grabbed the last 2, pulling them inside its body like they were nothing. I watched from the truck. My stomach sank. This thing was way stronger than anything I'd faced before. I tried using Eye of Insight, but the chaotic energy from all those twisted faces kept scrambling my vision. I couldn't find a weak spot. "Should we fight?" Lin asked, already tensing up. "Wait. Maybe it hasn't seen us." It had. The thing's head turned toward our truck. An invisible wave hit us, a mental attack. It felt like needles driving into my skull. "We've been found. Let's go." Too late to run. Lin jumped out, transformed, and charged. I grabbed the bone blade and followed. The faces on the creatures screamed together. The mental attack hit Lin hardest. He staggered, eyes going completely red. But he kept punching, heavy blows that pushed the monster backward. Then dozens of arms wrapped around him. Faces bit into his skin. He was sinking into it like quicksand. I slashed at the joints with my bone blade, but the writhing flesh blocked every cut. Then one arm twisted at a weird angle and slammed me hard. I flew into the side of the bus and left a dent in the metal. I hit the ground and coughed up blood. Something inside me was broken. Lin saw me go down and went berserk. He ripped free from the arms and hammered the creature with everything he had. But more arms just kept growing, wrapping around him again. I forced myself up and wiped the blood off my mouth. We were losing. The monster would outlast us if I didn't find the weak point. I pushed through the mental noise with everything I had. And finally, I found it. A pale woman's face on top of its head. That was the source of its power. "Xiaomeng." The head. Hit the head. I kept slashing at the arms holding my brother, cutting him loose piece by piece. He freed one arm and started pounding the creature's head. Chunks of rotten flesh flew everywhere. Through my Eye of Insight, I saw the monster's energy flicker. The weakness was wide open. Now, I climbed onto the bus roof, gripped the bone blade with both hands, and jumped. I drove the blade straight through the pale woman's face. It sank deep. Nothing stopped it this time. The creature screamed, a horrible, high-pitched sound. Its body went stiff and crashed to the ground. I didn't stop. I pulled the blade out and kept striking until the head was completely destroyed. The body fell apart after that, rotting into a pile of mush. The system gave me 1,200 points. Elite monster. We sat on the ground for over an hour. I couldn't move. I was coughing blood. My insides were messed up. Deep cuts all over me. Lin Ming was worse. He lay flat on his back, covered in bruises and gashes, too tired to even talk. I finally managed to stand. I found a first aid kit in the scattered supplies and patched us up as best I could. Then I spent 600 of my new points on 2 healing potions. It hurt to waste half my earnings, but we had no choice. If another monster showed up right now, we'd be dead. I drank 1 healing potion and gave the other to Lin Ming. Warmth spread through my body, fixing the damage inside. The sharp pain faded. Color came back to our faces. I looked at all the bodies scattered around the service area and sighed. Death was just normal now. I couldn't leave the corpses out. They'd attract more monsters. Lin Ming and I piled them up, poured gasoline from the bus, and lit them on fire. The flames rose high into the dark sky. We decided to stay the night. The battle and fire had pushed away the strange energy for now. I drove the truck into the service area, found an iron pot from the bus, and made a fire. I'm a terrible cook. I just threw noodles and canned meat into the pot and boiled everything together. It looked awful, but it was hot. The pile of burning bodies was still glowing nearby. Neither of us cared. We were starving. I ate 3 big bowls. Lin Ming finished the rest of the pot. I sent him to sleep in the bus and stayed up alone to keep watch. Sitting by the fire, I thought about everything. My divine path progress was at 30%. I still had 1 follower slot left, but after what Su Yang and Su Wan did, I wasn't going to rush it. The contract required absolute loyalty. I'd rather lose the slot than pick the wrong person. I also realized I couldn't keep going alone with just Lin Ming. We needed more people. A real convoy. Even just having someone else to share watch duty would help. When the fire from the bodies burned down to ashes, I noticed a faint glow in the pile. I brushed the ashes aside and found a dark red crystal pulsing with cold energy. System, what is this? A strange core, energy left behind after killing a dark creature. It could strengthen sequence abilities. A big find. I'd give it to Lin Ming in the morning. I stayed awake all night. When the sky started getting light, Lin Ming came out of the bus looking refreshed. His wounds had already scabbed over. I tossed him the core and started explaining what it was. Before I could finish, he popped it in his mouth and swallowed it whole. I just stared at him. My brother really would eat anything. Do you feel anything? My stomach feels warm. My strength is growing, so it worked. Good enough. Lin Ming told me to go rest. He'd keep watch. I climbed into the truck, laid the seat flat, and stretched out. After days of sleeping upright in a cramped old pickup, lying down felt like heaven. I closed my eyes and was out in seconds. An engine woke me up. I grabbed the bone blade before I even opened my eyes and jumped out of the truck. A convoy was rolling into the service area. 3 off-road vehicles in front, then over a dozen cars, then a flood of bicycles, tricycles, and electric carts. I counted over 200 people. I'd never seen a group this big since the world ended. Large groups attract monsters, so most don't survive long. But this one had order. Someone was keeping things organized. No chaos. 6 people stepped out of the 3 lead vehicles and looked at me and Lin Ming. My eyes went sharp. 3 of them had sequence abilities. I could sense it. A man with glasses. A young woman with a sword on her back. A middle-aged man who looked like a soldier. I couldn't tell what their powers were, but it explained everything. 3 awakened fighters leading one group. That was the strongest convoy I'd ever seen. The old convoy I'd been with barely had 30 people and 0 abilities. No wonder it fell apart. Lin Ming and I stood together, watching them carefully. The convoy stopped near us. Their leader, an older man named Qin Ting, stepped out and asked the guy with glasses to check things out. The glasses guy, Lin Wan, was some kind of explorer. He scanned the area and his face changed. He could sense the elite monster's energy in the ash pile. He told the others that something powerful had died here last night, mixed in with human remains. The girl with the Tang sword couldn't believe it. She said even she and the soldier guy, Wang Yong, probably couldn't beat an elite creature. How did 2 people do it? Qin Ting didn't care about that. He saw the dead bodies and started talking about punishment and justice, like the world hadn't already ended. Wang Yong noticed our truck was a death chaser vehicle. That worried him. He thought we might be part of that group. Then things got stupid. The crowd behind them saw it was just me and Lin Ming. They rushed toward the bus and my old pickup truck like animals fighting for seats. Nobody asked me. They just tried to take what was mine. Since the apocalypse started, I'd been the one taking from others. Now people were trying to rob me. I almost laughed. Xiaoming. I threw my bone blade at the crowd, trying to break the bus door open. Wang Yong, the soldier with the beast transformation sequence, moved fast. Really fast. He turned into a blur and shoved some people out of the way before my blade hit. Then he came at me. Lin Ming punched him and sent him flying dozens of meters back. Wang Yong rubbed his arm. If he hadn't transformed in time, it would have been broken. He called Lin Ming a monster. The sword girl looked at my bone blade with hungry eyes. Nice sword, she said. Lin Ming and I reached the bus. The crowd backed off after seeing what just happened. Then the old man Qin Ting stepped forward and started lecturing me. Your attack was too harsh. Do you treat human lives so lightly? I stared at him. The world had ended. People were eating each other over canned food. And this guy was giving me a speech about morals. If he didn't have 3 sequence fighters behind him, he'd already be on the ground. Lin Wan, the glasses guy, pulled Qin Ting aside and whispered something, probably telling him to shut up before things got worse. But the crowd got louder. Qin Ting, stand up for us. I almost died. They hid behind the old man like children. I raised my bone blade. Behind me, Lin Ming's energy kept rising. One word from me, and he'd go wild. Didn't matter how many sequence users they had. Everyone shut up, Lin Wan yelled, sweating. He could tell a real fight would cost them badly. Qin Ting finally told the crowd to calm down and eat. They listened. The old man had real authority over these people, which surprised me. A provincial security director, powerful before the apocalypse, useless after it. But somehow, his words still carried weight here. Lin Wan came over with a big smile, trying to smooth things out. He introduced himself, Explorer, Lin Sequence. He introduced Wang Yong, Beast Transformation Sequence. Then the sword girl walked up, eyes still locked on my blade. Nice sword, she said again. I gave them the basics. Lin Fan. My brother Lin Ming. Savage Sequence. Qin Ting wasn't done. He looked at me like I was a criminal. Are you responsible for the bodies in the ash? Are you death chasers? None of your business. He almost choked. His face turned red. He started another speech about duty and humanity and how the people on the bus were human beings too. None of your business. Tang Xiao and the blonde girl behind her burst out laughing at my answer. They seemed to like me already. Lin Wan tried to smooth things over. He said he could tell we weren't death chasers and asked what happened here. I kept it short. Internal fight. Then a strange creature showed up. What level? Tang Xiao asked. Level 1 elite. Human-faced corpse puppet. The room went quiet. All of them, Lin Wan, Wang Yong, Tang Xiao, stared at us. They knew what that thing was. Tang Xiao said even she and Wang Yong together probably couldn't kill one. Almost died trying, I said. No point in playing weak. In this world, acting humble gets you killed. And I could tell Lin Wan wanted to invite us into his convoy. The stronger we looked, the better our position. Then Lin Ming opened his big mouth between bites of food. Last night we also killed a sequence user. Dead silence. Lin Wan's eyes nearly popped out. An elite creature and a sequence fighter in one night. He looked at us like we were monsters. I could feel it. He was going to ask us to join no matter what. I'd already been thinking about this. Going alone with just Lin Ming was too dangerous. This convoy had 3 sequence users, over 200 people, and most importantly, Lin Wan. His explorer ability could detect strange creatures and guide the group to safety. That alone was worth joining for. We can join, I said. But I have conditions. Lin Wan jumped at the chance. Name them. We don't follow your orders. We cooperate, but we stay independent. We keep our own supplies, he agreed. I want to pick a dozen survivors without vehicles. They'll answer to me, not the convoy. I'm responsible for them. I needed people for basic things, someone to drive the bus, someone to cook. Lin Ming and I couldn't do everything ourselves. Lin Wan agreed again, though I could see he understood what I was doing. I was building my own small group inside his convoy. Last thing, information sharing. I want to know everything you know about the apocalypse. And tell your people not to provoke me again. No problem. Wang Yong brought food over, and we all sat down together. The tension dropped. We ate and talked. Lin Wen explained the convoy's history. It was actually semi-official. When the apocalypse hit, Qin Ting, the old man who'd been lecturing me, organized survivors using his authority as a provincial security director. He provided supplies and kept everyone moving. Before Lin Wen and Wang Yong awakened their sequences, it was Qin Ting who led the group and kept them alive. Later, Tang Xiaoxiao and her sister Tang Wen joined, and Qin Ting handed leadership to Lin Wen. Qin Ting fought hard to keep the group above 200 people. He refused to leave any survivor behind. That's why everyone respected him so much. I understood now, but I also saw the problem. You're protecting them too much, I told Lin Wen. They've never faced the real rules of the apocalypse. When you can't protect them anymore, they'll be eaten alive. Lin Wen smiled and looked at the crowd. Do you know what spark fire means? He asked. Then he started his speech. Tiny sparks, prairie fires, hope for humanity, never abandoning anyone. Stop, I said. Don't try that on me. I'm not one of you. I have my own rules. If this convoy ever threatened me and Lin Meng, I'd wipe them out without blinking. Tang Xiaoxiao jumped up cheering. I won. She and her sister Tang Wen had bet on whether Lin Wen's speech would change my mind. Tang Wen glared at me. Cold-blooded guy. Then she walked off to wash Tang Xiaoxiao's underwear. That had been the bet. After lunch, Lin Wen told the convoy I was joining. Some people were glad. More fighters meant more safety. Others hated the idea, especially the ones who tried to steal my bus that morning. Qin Ting pulled Lin Wen aside and chewed him out. He thought letting me in with all my conditions was inviting a wolf into the house. Lin Wen talked him down, but the old man still watched me like I was a criminal. I started recruiting. I told the crowd my rules. Absolute loyalty for absolute protection. Betray me, and you're dead. Most people laughed it off. They said it sounded like slavery. They had Qin Ting, 3 sequence users, and a comfortable setup. Why would anyone leave that for me? An old woman named Aunt Lu even went around telling people not to join, saying they'd regret it. I didn't argue. I just looked at her. She shut up. The first person to step forward was a middle-aged man named Tian Fu. He could drive. He had no vehicle of his own and was trading food just to ride on someone's tricycle. I don't ask for much, he said. Just a bite to eat. I took him. He'd be the bus driver. Then 4 guys with tattoos walked through the crowd. Everyone moved out of their way with fear and disgust. Their leader, Zhang Long, had a nasty scar across his face. He said they knew how to fix cars. They'd been caught stealing food from other teams, and Qin Ting had punished them. No one wanted them around. Stealing food? That's nothing, I said. If I was starving, I might kill someone. They grinned. They were in. After that, more people came forward. I stopped at 15. Drivers, mechanics, a cook, a doctor, a construction worker, a hunter, even a former thief. All adults. No elderly, no children. I couldn't afford dead weight. I had the back 20 seats of the bus ripped out to make a bed for Lin Meng. That left room for exactly 15. I lined them up and made my speech. Obey me. No questions. No democracy. No fighting among yourselves. No betrayal. You work, you eat. You contribute, you stay. I pointed at the pile of ashes across the square. Break my rules, and that's your future. All 15 shivered. Nobody left. Good. Time for the carrot. Since you're staying, you're my brothers now. I'll keep you alive. And maybe one day, I'll help you awaken sequence abilities. They smiled, but I could tell they didn't believe the last part. Fair enough. They'd been fed empty promises before. But I wasn't lying. The system shop had a strange potion that could awaken abilities. It cost 100,000 divine points, a number I could barely imagine, but it existed. I put Tian Fu on driving, Zhang Long in charge of managing the bus, and everyone else on tasks matching their skills. Before I could even finish giving orders, Zhang Long had everyone checking the bus and organizing supplies. These people were workers. I liked that. I traded the old pickup truck to Lin Wen's convoy for 40 gene of rice. Lin Meng and I could only handle 2 vehicles anyway. Better to turn the old truck into food. When everything was done, I looked at my people busy on the bus and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. This was the first step. My divine kingdom had just begun. Zhang Long came over with an inventory list he'd put together from the bus supplies. I looked it over and smiled. Not bad at all. Zhang Long surprised me. The supply list he brought wasn't just a count of what we had. He'd organized everything from both the pickup and the bus, calculated daily consumption, and listed what we needed most for the next supply run. For a guy covered in tattoos with a scar across his face, he had a sharp mind. I almost wanted to give him my last divine follower slot. Having someone this capable around would save me a mountain of trouble. "Mr. Lin," he said before leaving, "someone wants to meet you." She helped me once, so I couldn't say no. I told him to send her to the pickup truck. Then I stopped him. "Call me Brother Fan from now on." His face lit up like a kid getting a gift. I could tell nobody in this convoy had ever treated him with respect. I climbed into the truck and opened the system. I had 600 points, 29 days left on my follower slot, and nothing new in the shop. I asked the system if I could trade divine points for food. The system's answer was basically, "If you need me to feed you, you might as well dig your own grave." Fine. Forget I asked. Someone knocked on the window. A soft voice. "Mr. Lin, I want to join your team." Full. "No more. I can do anything." The voice sounded familiar. I opened the door and jumped out. A tall girl in sportswear stood there. Over 1.7 meters. Long hair. Big eyes. I recognized her immediately. Chu Sun. Famous actress. Before the apocalypse, she was on every screen in the country. I'd watched her shows too. "Why now?" I asked. "I heard you can help people awaken abilities." "Is it true?" She looked at me with desperate, hopeful eyes. "Not certain. You can go back, but you told those 15 people on the bus you could." She raised her voice at me. "That was a mistake. I let my killing intent loose. Just enough to push her back." Her face went white. "Even if I can, what's it to you? You still think you're that big star who gets whatever she wants." She bit her lip, holding back tears. Her voice shook, but she didn't break. "I want to awaken my abilities. I'll give everything." "Give everything?" "Give me a reason. My sister is lost in Quancheng. I want to find her. Quancheng has already fallen. Your sister is probably dead. Go back." I turned toward the truck. Then a bright voice popped up from behind. "Brother Lin Fan. I'm Lu Yi. Can I be your driver?" I didn't turn around right away. After a moment, I spoke. "During the day, you drive. At night, sleep in your tent. Find Zhang Long for the rules. If you slow me down, I'll kill you. And I can't promise anything about awakening abilities." Chu Sun stood there for a long time. Then she squatted down, buried her face in her arms, and cried quietly. It was the kind of crying that made you feel something, even if you didn't want to. But she didn't stay down long. She stood up, wiped her tears hard, and walked straight back to the Sparkfire convoy to pack her things. I watched her go. Then I felt eyes on my back. I turned around. Tang Xiaoxiao was staring at me with pure disgust. "Men are all no good." Chu Sun came back with her things, just a few clothes and a tent. That was it. No food, nothing extra. Lu Yi had already spread rumors about why Chu Sun came to see me. People were pointing and whispering, calling her names, saying ugly things about her character. Chu Sun didn't react. Her face went cold like mine. She picked up her backpack and walked to the bus without a word. When I saw her again, she'd cut her long hair short. She was setting up her tent quietly beside the pickup truck. The blood moon rose. Zhang Long came to tell me dinner was ready. He'd followed my instructions. Extra meat, good portions. A proper first meal for the team. "Where's Xiaoming?" I asked. I hadn't seen him all afternoon. Zhang Long said he'd gone to train with Wang Yong, learning Real military fighting techniques. That surprised me. My brother had more awareness than I gave him credit for. In every fight so far, he just swung wild. Army combat, direct and brutal, would suit him perfectly. It made me think. I needed training too. My eye of insight could find weak spots, but I was still just hacking and stabbing with no real skill. I thought of Tang Xiaoxiao. She was a swordswoman. I need to talk to her soon. I told Zhang Long to bring a bottle of liquor to Wang Yong as payment for teaching Lin Ming. The cook had prepared 2 big pots of food in front of the bus. Compared to my terrible noodles from last night, this was a feast. Everyone sat in a circle waiting for me. Nobody touched the food until I sat down. Lin Ming was already there with a metal basin, grinning. "Brother, come eat. It's so delicious." I sat down and waved my hand. "Eat." The Sparkfire convoy people watched us from across the square with envious eyes. They had thin porridge. We had meat. While we ate, 2 women, Aunt Lu and that girl Lu Yi who I'd turned away earlier, started talking loudly. On purpose. They said Chu Sun left the convoy to chase me. They made up filthy stories about what happened between us at the truck. Every word was designed to humiliate her. Everyone on the square heard. Everyone on the bus heard too. My people were angry. Chu Sun was one of us now. But nobody moved because I hadn't said anything. Chu Sun kept her head down, poking at her food. Her face went red for a second, then back to normal, like the words didn't touch her. I finished eating, lit a cigarette. Zhang Long, are you full? He put down his bowl fast. It's okay if you're not, I said. Go break those two women's mouths. If their mouths are dirty, they shouldn't talk. Finish quick and come back to eat. Chu Sun's body shook slightly. She lowered her head even more. Something dripped into her bowl. Got it, Brother Fan. Zhang Long grabbed his wrench. His three brothers grabbed theirs. They walked straight across the square to Aunt Lu and Lu Yi. No words. Zhang Long grabbed Lu Yi by the hair. His brother grabbed Aunt Lu. They tilted their faces up and smashed the wrenches into their mouths. Teeth shattered. Blood ran down their chins. They couldn't scream, just made weak, broken sounds. When they couldn't make noise anymore, Zhang Long dropped them on the ground and walked back. Nobody in the crowd moved to stop it. Nobody dared. Brother Fan, it's done. Zhang Long wiped his hands and sat back down like nothing happened. Good job. Keep eating. I did this for two reasons. First, to show my people that once you're on my bus, I protect you completely. Second, to test how far Lin Fan would let me go. It worked. The fear in people's eyes now had something else mixed in, respect. Maybe even obedience. Chu Sun looked at me through the cigarette smoke. I could feel her gaze. Something in her eyes had changed. I slept through the whole night for the first time since the world ended. Zhang Long's people handled the watch. It felt like a luxury. Most of the convoy was already eating breakfast when I got up. Lin Fan never came to confront me about last night, but I knew Qin Ting wouldn't let it go. Tang Xiaoxiao and her sister Tang showed up at our bus with bowls and chopsticks. Lin Fan's food is too bland. We're eating with you from now on. They didn't wait for permission. They just sat down and started eating. Fine, I said. But you're paying for the food. So stingy. After breakfast, a nervous young man came from Lin Fan's team. There was a meeting in the tent. I knew what it was about. Zhang Long and the others wanted to come along. They said they did the hitting. They should take the punishment. I laughed. It's a small matter. Go to your jobs. Tang Xiaoxiao walked with me and grinned. You're going to be in trouble. Inside the tent, Qin Ting was already yelling. The moment I walked in, he slammed the table. Lin Fan, on your first day, you ordered your men to hurt people. Your methods are cruel. Do you respect the team's rules? I let him shout for a while. Wang Yong quietly tried to calm him down. He had a good impression of Lin Ming after their training session yesterday, and I'd sent him liquor as thanks. Lin Fan sat there with a dark face, saying nothing. He wanted this to blow over quietly, but someone had told Qin Ting. I'd had enough. I stood up and stabbed the bone blade into the table. The bang shut everyone up. Shut up, Qin Ting. I'm already holding back. Your people tried to steal my vehicles first. If I didn't respect this convoy, I would have handled it myself. Stop using your rules on me. This is the apocalypse. I follow my own principles. I turned to Lin Fan. Tell me, am I restraining myself or not? Lin Fan looked miserable. Deep down, he agreed with me. The convoy was being dragged down by people who contributed nothing but gossip and trouble. But Qin Ting's influence kept him from changing anything. Qin Ting demanded Lin Fan make a ruling. Lin Fan opened his mouth to speak, then froze. He licked the air. His face changed completely. He kicked the table over and screamed. Everyone stop. A level 3 anomaly is coming. 2 hours at most. We need to run. Now. The tent went dead silent. Level 3. None of us could fight that. Lin Ming and I barely survived a level 1 elite. A level 3 was something else entirely. We ran. Everyone ran. By the time I reached the bus, Zhang Long had already packed everything. Both vehicles were running and ready. These people were worth every bit of trust. Chu Sun was in the driver's seat of the pickup, gripping the steering wheel so hard her knuckles were white. Follow Lin Fan's car. Drive fast. Watch the bus behind us. Hazard lights on. Lin Fan's off-road vehicle tore out of the service area. We followed. The bus stayed close behind. After that came a broken line of cars, bikes, and tricycles. People without vehicles were left standing there, watching us disappear. Nobody stopped for them. In the apocalypse, running was normal. The calm was always temporary. Lin Fan kept switching routes, zigzagging across unknown roads. Endless wasteland on both sides. Chu Sun never took her eyes off his taillights. By sunset, Lin Fan finally slowed down and stopped. Chu Sun let out a long breath. Her whole body went limp from exhaustion. The convoy gathered at the roadside, stragglers catching up from behind. Lin Fan called a meeting. Good news and bad news. The good news, we've avoided the level 3 anomalies path. Everyone waited. The bad news, tonight we have to camp in the village ahead. And there are strange creatures inside. A lot of them. How many? Tang Xiaoxiao asked. At least 10, Lin Fan said, looking toward the village. Tang Xiaoxiao nearly pulled her sword on him. 10? That's suicide. Lin Fan pushed up his glasses calmly. They're just ordinary zombies. Low level. No brains. You can handle them. Tang Xiaoxiao kicked him to the ground. If you ever pause dramatically while delivering news again, I'll cut you. Lin Fan brushed himself off like this was normal. He told us we had 2 hours before the blood moon rose. We needed to clear the village before then. He also said we'd split the anomaly cores evenly afterward. Fair deal. I had no complaints. Lin Fan stayed with the convoy. Me, Lin Meng, Wang Yong, and Tang Xiaoxiao headed into the village. Huamiao Village. A rusty sign at the entrance. We split into 2 groups, Wang Yong and Tang Xiaoxiao from one side, me and Lin Meng from the other. I activated Eye of Insight and scanned every house as we moved through. Nothing. No zombies. But something was strange. Every door had a fierce ghost face painted on it instead of the usual door god. Some kind of local belief, maybe. Or something worse. We searched half the village for almost an hour. Nothing. No sounds from the other team either. We met Wang Yong and Tang Xiaoxiao at the village center. They hadn't found anything either. The only place left was the old village brigade headquarters behind the square, an old courtyard with 2 black gates cracked open. I walked toward it. About 40 meters away, I stopped and held up my hand. Through the crack in the gate, I saw them. Dozens of villagers, kneeling close together inside the yard. Stiff, moving in perfect unison, bowing to a carved ghost head statue on an altar. No sound, not a single one. And behind the statue, a huge blood-red coffin. My spine went cold. This was something out of a horror movie, except it was real and 40 meters in front of me. What do we do? Rush in, Tang Xiaoxiao whispered. No, we don't know what's in that coffin. We lure them out. Fight in the square where we have room. I looked at Wang Yong. He was the fastest. Best choice for bait. He nodded, activated his leopard transformation, and blurred into the courtyard. His claws struck the last zombie in the back row. A metallic clang. The hit knocked it down and broke its neck, but left no wound on its skin. That woke the rest. They stood up and howled at the sky like animals. White eyes, blue faces. Then they poured out of the courtyard like a wave. Lin Meng roared and transformed. Nearly 3 meters tall. He met them head-on with a perfect straight punch, something Wang Yong had taught him. The first zombie flew backward and crashed into 2 more. Tang Xiaoxiao drew her sword. The blade glowed faintly as she slashed at a zombie's neck. Clean, fierce technique. Sparks flew. The blade couldn't cut through. Wang Yong had the same problem. He moved fast, dodging everything, but his claws couldn't pierce their skin either. Lin Fan, damn it. These are iron zombies, Tang Xiaoxiao screamed. Not ordinary zombies. Their bodies were like steel walls. Wang Yong and Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't hurt them at all. Only Lin Meng's raw strength could knock them around. But even he wasn't cutting through. This was much worse than what Lin Fan told us. I watched the others struggle against the zombies. Their attacks bounced off like hitting steel. But my Eye of Insight was working. I could see energy trails all over the zombies' bodies. There. The eyes. That's where the energy was weakest. I moved fast, dodged a zombie's swing, turned sideways, and drove my bone blade straight through its eye socket into its brain. It collapsed into rotten flesh. Energy flowed back through the blade into my body. 500 divine points. The weakness is their eyes. Attack the eyes, I shouted. Tang Xiaoxiao didn't need to be told twice. Her sword tip found the next zombie's eye and tore through it. Lin Meng switched from fists to fingers, both hands pressed together like a spear. He punched through eye sockets and sent skulls flying. Wang Yong used his speed to distract the zombies while we did the killing. Once we knew the weak spot, it was like cutting vegetables. We cleared all of them before sunset. I checked my system screen. 8,100 divine points. I'd started the day with 600. This was the biggest haul I'd ever had. Tang Xiaoxiao collected 15 anomaly cores from the bodies. She and Wang Yong were stunned. They usually got 1 or 2 from a fight. 15 was unheard of. Wang Yong slapped my shoulder. I don't know why you haven't awakened a sequence, but your power matches any sequence user. Tang Xiaoxiao wanted to leave, but I stopped her. Something still bothered me about the brigade headquarters. If there was anything strange left inside, it could be a problem when the blood moon rose. We pushed open the black gate. The courtyard was cold. Just the ghost head statue and that blood-red coffin. My eye of insight found nothing suspicious on the statue, just ordinary stone. Everything pointed to the coffin. Its surface looked like fresh blood was flowing across it. We moved closer. The coffin started shaking. Violently. The lid flew off and crashed to the ground. A female corpse floated up out of it. Pale face. Eyes closed. Bright red wedding dress. Blood-red lips moving slowly. Ritual. Interrupted. Pregnancy. Failed. My skin crawled. Tang Xiaoxiao gripped her sword. What is that? I don't know. I kept scanning with eye of insight. There was no energy flow around the corpse. Nothing like a normal creature. Just a single glowing point on her chest. Before any of us could act, the corpse deflated like a popped balloon. The ghost head statue shattered. The glowing point on her chest flew out of the village at high speed. The cold feeling vanished instantly. Everything returned to normal. We stood there in silence. Let's go back, I said. Outside the village, Lin Fan was sitting with his tea set, relaxed, telling Qin Ting not to worry. Then he sensed the village one more time, and his face went white. He'd missed something. Another presence. Level unknown. But by the time he panicked, it was already gone. Whatever that thing was, it had left on its own. We walked out of the village carrying 15 cores and a lot of questions. The coffin bride, the ghost faces on every door, the ritual, none of it made sense yet. But we were alive, and I had 8,100 divine points to spend. When Lin Fan and the others left the village, the blood moon was already high in the sky. On the distant road, Lin Fan and Qin Tian were helping each other, looking anxiously at the village. When they saw Lin Fan and his group, they sat down heavily on the ground. I sensed a strange presence in the village, something unknown in level. Did you encounter it? Lin Fan asked nervously. Lin Fan was about to curse and hit Lin Fan, but he held back. The situation was very strange, but luckily, we weren't in danger. Lin Fan explained everything that happened in the village. Lin Fan took a deep breath and shivered. He also felt the strange aura disappear. He didn't expect Lin Fan and his group to face such a bizarre event. As for what that mysterious strange thing was, he didn't know and didn't dare to investigate further. Do we need to rest in the village now? We have no choice. There is a level 3 strange presence ahead. If we go further, we will definitely encounter it, Lin Fan said seriously. Now, there are dangers ahead and behind, but luckily, the strange atmosphere in the village has disappeared. A few people reluctantly decide to spend the night in the village, taking turns on watch with their special abilities. Everyone agrees to lead the convoy into the village, setting up their rest area in the square. They warn the survivors in the convoy not to move around freely. Lin Fan walks straight to the main headquarters of the village. After entering, he carefully checks the surroundings and senses no strange energy, so he relaxes. After a simple dinner, Lin Fan calls everyone for a meeting. They have gained many strange cores this time, and now it's time to share the loot. They happily sit in a circle. Lin Fan, feeling guilty, takes out his treasured tea leaves and pours each person a cup of fragrant tea. Tang Xiaoxiao pours all the strange cores onto the table. Seeing the energy-emitting cores in front of them, everyone's eyes show greed. Except for Lin Meng, who is happily eating cookies. As his ability level increases, his appetite also grows. He has eaten strange cores before, but he doesn't like the taste, so he doesn't care much about the cores on the table. Anyway, everything is decided by Lin Fan. His older brother says to do something, so he just does it. According to the previous plan, each of the 5 people gets 3 strange cores. Everyone knows that their good luck in finding so many cores is partly due to chance. They encountered a group of zombies that weren't very threatening, so they probably won't have such luck again soon. In the envy of Lin Fan and the others, Lin Fan throws all 6 cores into Lin Meng's hands. Lin Meng quickly stuffs all the cores into his mouth, without chewing, and swallows them directly. Plop. Seeing Lin Meng eat the cores raw, Lin Fan is so shocked that he falls to the ground, his mouth wide enough to hold a teacup. Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong also look at Lin Meng with disbelief. Did he just eat them like that? What else could he do? Lin Fan picks up his teacup, takes a gentle sip, and hasn't had tea in a long time. He and Lin Ming only recently started learning about their abilities in the strange cores. Lin Fan once asked the system about it, but the system didn't like the abilities and didn't answer his questions. One reason they joined the Sparkfire team was to learn more about the abilities from Lin Wen's group. Alright, let me tell you about the sequence-related information. Lin Wen got up from the ground, sat down again, and took out an old notebook from his pocket. Lin Fan also sat up seriously. Although he hadn't awakened a sequence, this information was very important to him. As for Lin Ming, who had awakened the wild barbarian sequence, his intelligence was reduced too much, so he didn't pay attention to the conversation. His eyes were only on the food in his hands. Currently, known sequence abilities can be divided into three main types: offensive sequences, supportive sequences, and mysterious sequences. When Lin Wen mentioned the mysterious sequence, he looked at Lin Fan. He had always suspected that Lin Fan had awakened a mysterious sequence, but there are thousands of ways to awaken a sequence. This is just a rough classification. Right now, with information blocked, no one can fully understand sequences. Awakening a sequence requires a cost. Different sequences have different costs. Luckily, it's a one-time payment with lifelong benefits. The cost of awakening a sequence often makes the sequence ability holder vulnerable, so don't ask too much about it. Similarly, the methods to awaken a sequence are very secretive. There are only two known ways: self-awakening and using strange potion. Like me, Brother Yong, and Little Xiao, all awaken through self-awareness. I believe that awakening a sequence is closely related to the environment and profession one has. For example, Brother Yong is a scout who often works in the mountains and forests, so he awakened the beast transformation sequence. Little Xiao's family used to run a martial arts school, and he learned martial arts from a young age, so he awakened the swordsman sequence. Besides these two methods, I haven't heard of any others. At this point, Lin Wen picked up his teacup and looked at Lin Fan with a look of disdain. Lin Fan had previously promised the 15 people on the bus that he would help them awaken sequences if possible. When Lin Wen heard this, his first reaction was that Lin Fan was bragging. Strange potion is now rare and hard to find. He didn't know that Lin Fan actually had this ability, since strange potion was available in the system shop. Lin Fan definitely wouldn't reveal anything about the divine system, but after hearing Lin Wen's explanation, he might be able to pretend to be a mysterious sequence ability holder. Then, what are the ways for sequence ability holders to advance? Lin Fan asked the most important question in his mind. Lin Wen flicked the mysterious core in his hand. This is the most direct way to advance, absorbing energy from the core to increase your rank. But the core isn't something you eat. It's used for absorption. After saying that, Lin Wen picked up a core and held it in his hand. After a moment, the core turned into a pile of powder, and he looked pleased. What about the other method? Asked Lin Fan. There's still more to say about cores. Lin Wen glared at Lin Fan, sounding just like a teacher in school. Lin Fan suspected that Lin Wen's previous job was a teacher. He spat out some tea leaves and continued. Cores are dropped when you defeat strange creatures, but not all creatures drop cores. It's all about luck. Lin Fan nodded. When he met the woman selling children in Grey Rock Town, she was killed, but no core was found. It didn't matter much to him because defeating strange creatures gives real points toward becoming a god. Cores are the most important resource for sequence ability users. They can be used to promote your rank or traded for strange items. Speaking of strange items, seeing Lin Wen go off topic, Lin Fan interrupted. You haven't told me the second way to advance yet. Oh, right, I got sidetracked, Lin Wen said with an awkward smile. The second way is to keep using your sequence abilities, kind of like practicing. After reaching a certain stage, you'll naturally level up, but this takes a long time, Lin Fan agreed. As he fought more battles, he could clearly feel Lin Ming's strength growing, and his transformation time was getting longer. Lin Wen looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong, who were dozing off nearby, with a hint of displeasure. When he saw Lin Ming eating, his anger was obvious. But when he looked at Lin Fan, who was eager to learn, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Seeing Lin Wen's slightly strange expression, Lin Fan thought to himself, this guy was definitely a teacher before. So obvious. Teacher Lin, Lin Fan tentatively called out. Lin Wen's voice suddenly rose, full of excitement, his eyes shining, looking very pleased. Sure enough. Go on and tell me about strange items. Lin Fan did not intend to expose Lin Wen's thoughts. Getting strange objects also has two ways. One is through natural mutation, and the other is created by a spirit-forging master with special abilities. For example, the strange object you hold should be from a natural mutation. No, my bone blade was given by the system, Lin Fan silently thought. That's about it, Lin Wen said, his mouth dry. He picked up the teapot on the table and found that Lin Ming had already drunk all the tea. He helplessly poured another pot. What's the highest level of human ability users so far? Lin Fan asked as he poured a cup of tea for Lin Wen. Lin Wen looked like he was still learning. I don't know. It definitely isn't very high. But the highest level in the sequence is level 9. Once someone reaches level 9, they should be almost like a deity, Lin Wen said with longing in his eyes. I've always wanted to ask, where is the convoy headed? Lin Fan had been constantly moving and fleeing, like a small boat without a destination. He worried he might die on the road someday. This aimless escape once made him feel very hopeless. Heading west, Qin Department said there is a fortress called Human Pass in the west. It was a large military base before the end of the world, and it might be a gathering place for humans. Human Pass? This was the first time Lin Fan heard of this name. Humans are social creatures. If Human Pass really exists, it could give hope to the displaced survivors. But Lin Wen didn't say more. He just knocked hard on the table. Class is over. Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong blinked sleepily, wiping the drool from their mouths. Is it over? Then I'm leaving. They stood up and headed out of the tent. Come back. We're starting the serious talk, Lin Wen shouted angrily. Once they sat down again, Lin Wen continued. Next, our goal is Luoqing. Lin Fan, pay attention to your supplies. The supply points along the way won't be many. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Having enough supplies is the most important for survival in the end times, especially since there are about 10 people to support. The pressure was a bit heavy. This village is too strange. Tonight, Xiao Xiao and Lin Fan will take the night shift. Is that okay? Lin Wen already knew that Lin Fan had the ability to see through weaknesses, so having him guard the night with Tang Xiaoxiao, the strongest attacker in the team, was the safest choice. Everyone agreed, and they left Lin Wen's tent. Looking at the tea leaves in the teapot that had already lost their color, Lin Wen felt a bit of pain. Next time, he decided to prepare plain water for the meeting. People who are oblivious to the situation are truly clueless. Lin Fan and Lin Ming went to the bus, where Zhang Long and others were guarding the fire. Lin Wen arranged for Lin Ming to go to sleep and called Zhang Long over. How many days can our supplies last? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Long. Zhang Long was responsible for the supplies on the bus, and he was also controlling the daily consumption. Brother Fan, we can last about 7 or 8 days. Actually, the bus had plenty of supplies, but Lin Ming's eating habits kept increasing. One person was eating enough for 5. He told Zhang Long the destination ahead and asked him to keep an eye on the food supplies. Zhang Long took note and whispered, Brother Fan, should I take a few brothers to search the village? The villagers might have stored food. I saw quite a few people from the Spark team already searching and bringing back a lot of rice. Since Lin Wen had forbidden unauthorized actions, no one from the bus had left the square, but members of the Spark team kept going into the village to look for supplies. This village is too strange. Don't act rashly. Let's wait until morning. The scene at the headquarters made Lin Fan feel uneasy. He refused Zhang Long's suggestion. Currently, the bus still had enough food, and if something strange happened, it could be very costly. Oh, by the way, I'm on night duty today. You guys go rest first. He sent Zhang Long and the others back to the bus to rest. Lin Fan sat alone on the roof of a heavy-duty pickup truck. From the tent near the pickup, faint snoring could be heard. It seemed that the day's escape had exhausted Chu Sun, and she had fallen asleep early. He took out a slightly empty pack of cigarettes. There were only a few left. After lighting one, he waved to Tang Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the roof not far away. Tang Xiaoxiao raised her bottle of wine. It was the one Lin Fan had given to Wang Yong, but somehow it ended up in her hands. They didn't talk much. Lin Fan enjoyed the quiet. Today he gained many divine points, perfect for exchanging items in the system shop. Lin Fan opened the system. The large number of divine points he earned today made him eager to exchange for a physique potion and a mental potion. Tang Xiaoxiao's impressive combat strength today made him very jealous. He spent 600 divine points to exchange for a basic physique enhancement potion and a basic mental enhancement potion. After injecting the potions, Lin Fan once again felt his physique and mental strength grow stronger. However, this time, the effect was not as good as the first time. Unwilling to accept this, Lin Fan spent another 600 divine points to exchange for the potions again. But he felt the effects were even weaker. System, what's going on? Host, after multiple uses of the enhancement potions, your body has developed resistance. The effects will gradually decrease, and next time, there will be no effect. The physique and mental enhancement potions no longer work, and the items in the shop haven't been updated yet. At this moment, Lin Fan's combat power can be considered as a level 1 attack type ability user. With the Eye of Insight and the Bone Blade, he is confident he can fight Tang Xiaoxiao, but he still has 6,900 divine points left. Leaving such a large amount unused would be a waste. Every day in the apocalypse is full of uncertainty. Strengthening himself is the most important thing. Now, he only has 2 ways to improve his strength. One is to upgrade the Bone Blade, and the other is to strengthen the heavy pickup truck. In the end, Lin Fan chose to upgrade the Bone Blade. The heavy pickup truck already performs well, and after the first upgrade, its easily worn tires' durability increased significantly. Currently, there's no rush to upgrade the vehicle. System, how do I upgrade the Bone Blade? Consume 600 divine points to perform a normal upgrade. Bone Blade Edge. Effect, significantly increases physical attack power. Other effects remain unchanged. Does the host want to proceed with the upgrade? 600 divine points is not much, but from the system's tone, there's also an option for a more advanced upgrade. Are there other upgrade methods? Consume 6,000 divine points to perform a reinforced upgrade. Bloodthirsty Bone Blade. Bloodthirsty Sharpness. Greatly enhances physical attack power, significantly increases damage to flesh and blood creatures, and causes wounds to bleed continuously, making healing difficult. Life Drain. When striking an enemy, can absorb their energy and feed it back to the user, with more obvious effects. Live Companion. Becomes a basic living strange creature that can automatically gather and absorb energy. When it reaches its peak, it automatically advances. Note, automatic advancement will improve the current strange creature's effects, but will not create new effects. Indeed, you get what you pay for. With a tenfold price difference, the functions are worlds apart. Lin Fan looked at the enhanced and advanced effects, almost drooling. The price is high, but the effects are even more impressive. What excites Lin Fan the most is the Live Companion, which can evolve on its own. Even without new effects, it saves a lot of divine points. However, the tenfold difference in divine points makes Lin Fan complain. Did the system only give this option because it calculated his divine points? There's no choice. Improving oneself is the most important. Lin Fan selected the enhancement and advanced option, leaving him with only 900 divine points. Host chooses to enhance and advance. Duration, 24 hours. A day passes quickly. Lin Fan closed the system page, lying on the car roof, staring blankly at the pitch-black night sky. Suddenly, a breaking sound came through the air. Immediately, the roof sank slightly as Tang Xiaoxiao landed steadily beside Lin Fan. The strong smell of alcohol made Lin Fan frown. Tang Xiaoxiao's bottle was already empty, her face flushed from the alcohol. Wow, this girl can really hold her liquor. Finish the whole bottle? Lin Fan frowned, trying to stay as far from Tang Xiaoxiao as possible. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her bottle and casually threw it down from the car. I feel like you've become stronger again, she slurred, her eyes blurry. Hee, isn't that always the case? You can only survive well by constantly getting stronger. Lin Fan guessed it was probably because she took the enhancement potion earlier, which made her keenly aware of his change in aura. Hey, you've drunk enough. Go to sleep early. I'll stay on watch. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Fan without speaking, her eyes constantly studying him. After a moment, her gaze suddenly sharpened. She pinched her fingers together like a sword and suddenly stabbed toward Lin Fan. Crazy woman. Lin Fan's keen eyes fully opened. Although he could find her weak points, her speed was too fast. He couldn't counterattack immediately and could only keep blocking. The two sat on the car roof, their lower bodies silently not moving. engaging in a hand-to-hand fight. Every attack was as fast as lightning, powerful and forceful, causing the car to shake violently. Although Tang Xiaoxiao's attacks were fierce, Lin Fan always managed to block them. Lin Fan knew the weaknesses in each of Tang Xiaoxiao's attacks, but couldn't find a way to counterattack. Neither of them could defeat the other, and it turned into a pure clash of strength. Tang Xiaoxiao, what are you really trying to do? Why are you acting crazy in the middle of the night? Lin Fan asked in a low, angry voice. Hee. Lin Fan, your ability can really find your enemy's weak points. But you're too slow and lack any skill in applying force. You're just a show-off. Tang Xiaoxiao also lowered her voice deliberately, but her hands kept moving. Lin Fan was annoyed inside. The crazy woman was out at night not to guard her post, but to come here and mock him. His speed suddenly increased, and he no longer held back his strength. Seeing Lin Fan get serious, Tang Xiaoxiao's drunken look disappeared, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. The fight became even more intense, with each collision making dull sounds. They fought until both were covered in sweat, feeling sore and weak, then finally stopped, gasping for air. Lin Fan, I will come to find you often from now on. You really can help me find my weak spots, Tang Xiaoxiao said happily. Lin Fan was also surprised. His skills had improved noticeably after fighting Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao had learned martial arts since she was young, and her attack moves and force techniques gave Lin Fan many new ideas. At this moment, both of them were soaked in sweat. Tang Xiaoxiao's t-shirt was tightly pressed against her skin, revealing her strong and beautiful chest. Seeing Lin Fan's teasing look, she finally realized what was happening. You pervert, she spat. Tang Xiaoxiao turned around, jumped off the car, picked up an empty wine bottle, and happily skipped toward the off-road vehicle. If one day you can beat me, that wouldn't be impossible. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly turned her head and smiled. Lin Fan didn't reply. He chuckled softly, lying on top of the car. The night breeze blew gently, bringing a cool feeling, and the soreness in his body made his mind clearer. In Lin Fan's plan, the next candidate for the Divine Disciple was between Lin Wan and Tang Xiaoxiao. Although Lin Wan's survival ideas for the end of the world lean more towards Lin Fan, due to Qin Tian's influence, he has to manage the convoy according to Qin Tian's approach. This makes it difficult for Lin Wan to truly share the same goals as Lin Fan, let alone be fully loyal. Tang Xiaoxiao shares Lin Fan's views, but expecting her to be 100% loyal to Lin Fan is unrealistic. They can only take things one step at a time. Since they've only just started working together, there might be hope in the future. At this moment, inside the tent next to the pickup truck, Chu Sun is already awake, clutching her pillow tightly, her face flushed. When Tang Xiaoxiao jumped onto the roof, Chu Sun was startled awake. The chaos of fleeing during the apocalypse made her very alert. When she saw Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Fan on the roof, she didn't pay much attention. Suddenly, there was a loud crashing sound and heavy breathing, along with the pickup truck shaking violently. Seeing this, Chu Sun, who had experienced the dark side of the entertainment industry, couldn't help but think more. Her mind flashed with inappropriate scenes, and her face turned bright red. The noise on the pickup truck lasted nearly 2 hours, turning Chu Sun's initial embarrassment into shock. The ability users truly have endurance. Her mental images became clearer, like scenes from forgotten movies playing again before her eyes. When the noise on the roof finally stopped, Chu Sun's tense body relaxed instantly, leaving only her flushed face and wild thoughts in her mind. A sense of secret joy arose in her heart, as if she had uncovered Lin Fan's secret, but it was mixed with a feeling of loss. Lin Fan, if he needs help, why doesn't he come to me? I can really do it too. As the sun rose, the quiet square became lively. Lin Fan, who hadn't slept all night, felt no fatigue. His mind had been analyzing the gains and losses from the confrontation with Tang Xiaoxiao. After discussing with Lin Wan, he called Zhang Long and others to search the village for supplies. The peaceful night made everyone believe that the strange events in the village had disappeared. They thought it was a good time to gather more supplies, as future resource replenishments would become scarcer. The others in the Sparkfire convoy were already rushing into the houses to find usable supplies. At the bus, after getting Lin Fan's approval, Zhang Long was dividing tasks among the team members. 18 people were split into 3 groups. with Lin Fan and Lin Meng leading 2 groups, and Zhang Long leading the third. Each team has different tasks. Lin Meng's team has the most people, mainly strong and healthy individuals from the bus, and they are responsible for collecting food. Lin Fan's team focuses on gathering clothes and blankets, since the weather is getting colder, and it's good to prepare early to avoid trouble later. Zhang Long leads the doctors and others to find useful tools, fuel, and medicines, which are also very valuable supplies in the end-of-the-world situation. However, the main goal for all 3 teams is still to collect food, as it is the most important resource to find. While Zhang Long was explaining safety tips, Lin Fan noticed Chu Xian, who had dark circles under her eyes. "What's wrong? Didn't sleep well last night? You're my driver, and staying up late isn't good. If there's any mistake while driving during the day, I will replace you," Lin Fan scolded Chu Xian. "Sorry, I will be more careful," she replied quickly. Chu Xian looked at Lin Fan's side face, hurriedly lowered her head, and her cheeks turned slightly red. But she felt a little upset inside, thinking that her poor sleep was mainly because Lin Fan made too much noise yesterday. She didn't dare to say these words out loud. Just as everyone was about to set out, Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Wen came over, still showing a proud expression, with a challenging look in their eyes when they met Lin Fan's gaze. Seeing Tang Xiaoxiao, Chu Xian lowered her head even more. "Why are you 2 here?" Lin Fan asked curiously. Tang Xiaoxiao casually took out a large cloth bag from behind and waved it, saying, "My mosquito and I are ready to join your team. We will help gather supplies this time, and in return, we will share some of the supplies as our food expenses." With Tang Xiaoxiao, a capable person, joining, Lin Fan was very happy and asked Zhang Long and others to follow her. Everyone on the bus was eager and excited. This was the first group effort, and they all wanted to make a good impression on Lin Fan. Although they could join the bus and have food and shelter, if they were caught slacking off, the consequences would be death. No one wanted to be expelled. Most importantly, Lin Fan told everyone that during the supply search, rewards would be based on individual contributions. Those who contributed more might even get their own vehicle. Of course, how to divide the supplies was up to Lin Fan. As the owner of the bus, he had absolute authority over everything. Anyone who dared to question him would be considered a traitor. Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Wen share the remaining supplies after paying for their meals. Since their relationship with the bus is only cooperative, the supplies belong to them. 3 teams leave the village from different directions, led by Lin Fan and his group. There is little need to worry about safety. With organization and clear goals, their search is much more efficient than the other members of the convoy. Qin Tian also noticed how the bus team divided their work, but he didn't think that just 10 or so people could gather more supplies than over 100 in the convoy. However, what happened next surprised him greatly. In just over half an hour, some members of the 3 teams returned to the bus carrying large amounts of supplies. After unloading, they went back to search again. At first, the bus team members returned one by one, but later, as soon as one person left, another arrived carrying supplies. No one was lazy or hoarding items. The 3 teams on the bus worked like fast-moving machines, continuously bringing supplies from the village to the bus. Meanwhile, the Firespark convoy, although larger in number, mostly stopped collecting supplies once their backpacks were full. The amount they brought back was very small. With about 20 minutes left before the official evacuation time, people still in the village gradually returned to the square. Seeing the mountain of supplies piling up on the bus, everyone on board looked excited. The more supplies they had, the longer they could survive in the apocalypse. Zhang Long started organizing the supplies, sorting and recording different items. Besides large amounts of food and warm clothing, they also collected various tools and first aid kits from villagers' homes. These supplies could sustain everyone for half a month without additional resources. To Lin Fan's surprise, a thief named Wang Tong, who had joined their team earlier, found a box of white wine and 2 packs of cigarettes. Although cheap, these were considered luxury items in the current situation. Lin Fan rewarded them with a cigarette and half a box of wine, sharing with those who contributed most, like Zhang Long and Wang Tong. In normal times, these items wouldn't be worth noticing, but now, many people desperately wanted them. The few people who received rewards were very happy, while those who didn't felt determined to earn rewards next time. For their own team members, Lin Fan was never stingy. If he wanted to build his own convoy, he knew he had to be fair with rewards and punishments. Relying only on force to control others was not a good long-term plan. Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Wen had full backpacks behind them. They gave some food to Zhang Long for supplies, and the rest were put back into their vehicles. Before leaving, Tang Xiaoxiao traded 2 bottles of white wine for half a cigarette with Lin Fan, which made Tang Wen roll her eyes. From a distance, Qin Tian watched the group around the bus. He saw that Lin Fan had gained absolute respect among them. Qin Tian's brow was always furrowed, and he felt worried deep inside. He knew very well that Lin Fan would never be on the same side as the Sparkfire team. When Lin Wen invited Lin Fan to join the team, Qin Tian strongly opposed it. He believed that one day Lin Fan would take over the Sparkfire team, and the survivors would become burdens Lin Fan could abandon at any time. Lin Fan was like a honey-coated poison, knowing the danger but having to accept it. What annoyed Qin Tian even more was that other members of the Sparkfire team kept returning. He saw many carrying full backpacks, but the food they handed over to the team for supplies was very little, mostly expired. The person responsible for supplies argued with them, and they lay on the ground, throwing tantrums, which caused others to follow suit. This was a sharp contrast to the disciplined behavior of the bus group. Looking at those constantly complaining to him, Qin Tian felt deep helplessness. He understood these people never truly respected him. They just wanted the team's protection but didn't want to contribute. He couldn't change this situation. His stubborn personality made him unwilling to modify the team rules. Lin Wen had long known this would happen. He had already slipped into the vehicle, avoiding the trouble. Although he was an explorer and could help the team choose the right path, he still couldn't see his own way forward. Let's go. As Lin Wen's off-road vehicle kicked up dust, the team once again set out on an unknown journey. No one noticed that at the bottom of the convoy's supplies, on a bag of rice, there was a fierce-looking ghostly face printed, identical to the one in the village. The long line of vehicles moved along a winding road. The convoy had already left the main highway. The road was full of potholes. Lin Fan sat in a heavy pickup truck, closing his eyes to rest. Although the truck was very stable, the bumpy road made it shake side to side, preventing him from sleeping. He checked the time left to strengthen the bone blade. There were less than 10 hours remaining. Feeling a bit restless, Lin Fan looked out the window. There were no more houses along the roadside, only endless fields. The fields were overgrown with wild grass, and distant animal howls could be heard. Because of the rough road, today's trip was very slow. The cars behind often broke down, forcing the convoy to stop and help. They kept stopping and going until late afternoon, when the convoy entered a small country road. By then, they had abandoned 5 cars. Some ran out of fuel, others were badly damaged. There was no roadside assistance, so waiting would only make things more strange. Qin Tian moved the people from the broken-down vehicles into the working ones, which made the other survivors complain. Even the old pickup truck was full of people. After a long drive, Lin Wen's off-road vehicle reached a small gas station. The convoy's fuel was running low and needed urgent refueling. Lin Fan had already fallen asleep in the car. He was just waking up from the faint sound of Zhang Long arguing with someone. His foggy mind made his irritation worse. He jumped down from the pickup. The setting sun was still hot, making Lin Fan squint. At the small gas station, near the fuel tanks, Zhang Long was arguing with the people from the bus and the fire spark convoy, exchanging accusations and insults. Zhang Long's neck veins bulged, and the wrench in his hand trembled slightly from being clenched too tightly. Lin Meng, who had no special abilities, probably went to practice boxing with Wang Yong. Tang Xiaoxiao was still sleeping in the car. Lin Wen usually hid in the tent when such things happened. Because no one with special abilities was present, both sides restrained themselves and did not fight. Facing Zhang Long was a woman wearing glasses, who was currently arguing loudly with him like a quarrelsome person. Lin Fan had seen this woman before. She was the woman riding in the small car behind Qin Tian's vehicle. Rubbing his slightly swollen eyes, Lin Fan slowly stepped forward. Zhang Long. What happened? Seeing Lin Fan approaching with sleepy eyes, everyone hurriedly explained what had occurred. Brother Fan, sorry to bother you while you're resting. We wanted to stock up more gasoline since we don't know how long it will be before we can refuel again. But before we could fill 1 barrel, the people from the Sparkfire convoy started blocking us, saying because they have more vehicles, they could allow us to fill one barrel. They also said if we wanted more fuel, we would have to accept people without vehicles. After hearing Zhang Long and the others, Lin Fan understood. Someone was trying to take advantage of the bus, thinking they should accept more survivors without transportation. Who gave them such courage? When Lin Fan appeared, the people from the Sparkfire convoy stopped their rude remarks. At this moment, the woman with glasses stepped forward and extended her right hand toward Lin Fan, trying to make a friendly handshake first. Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Rong, Vice President of the Sparkfire Convoy Mutual Aid Association. Our leader is Qin Ting. Our mutual aid group has collectively decided that your bus has the duty to carry more survivors, since you are also part of the Sparkfire convoy. Lin Fan ignored Zhang Rong's outstretched hand and looked at Zhang Long with a puzzled expression. Zhang Long, what is this mutual aid group? Brother Fan, when our bus was established, the Sparkfire convoy formed a mutual aid group. They said it was to give ordinary survivors more say, and Qin Ting was elected as the president. It turned out that Lin Fan's arrival made these ordinary people feel threatened by the abilities of the sequence fighters, so they formed a mutual aid group. Ultimately, it was all because of that old man Qin Tian, who insisted on following old rules during the apocalypse, making these ordinary people act recklessly. Seeing that Lin Fan ignored her, Zhang Rong's pride as a sequence fighter grew even more annoyed. The person who organized the help group within the convoy mainly did so because she couldn't stand the arrogant attitude of the ability users in the group. She wanted to have more say in the team. Smartly, she made Qin Tian the leader. As the former team leader, Qin Tian couldn't refuse the position. What the heck is all this nonsense? Isn't it better to just live well? Why cause trouble? Lin Fan muttered angrily. He didn't know why, but as he walked, his frustration grew stronger. Zhang Rong, standing in front of Lin Fan, blushed and paled at his words. Out of fear of Lin Fan, she continued to speak calmly. Mr. Lin, please respect our help group's decision. This was also decided by Qin Ting. Please don't go against the democratic decision. If you disagree, I will tell Qin Ting. Her words caused the people behind her to start shouting. Since the apocalypse had just begun a month ago, and with Qin Tian, a government official, protecting them, they hadn't realized how harsh survival really was. Lin Fan felt like countless annoying flies were buzzing around his ears, making him feel upset and annoyed. Get lost. Finally, Lin Fan couldn't hold back anymore. He kicked Zhang Rong, sending her flying more than 10 meters away, where she hit the ground hard. The gas station fell silent. Only Zhang Rong's pitiful screams could be heard, blood pouring from her mouth and staining her shirt red. Zhang Long, does that wrench in your hand only fix cars? If this happens again, get lost yourself, he scolded Zhang Long, and then prepared to return to his pickup truck to continue resting. Lin Fan's words made Zhang Long's face turn red. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, looked at the members of the Xingho convoy. With his fierce scar and angry expression, he looked like a fierce ghost. Keep going. Anyone who dares to stop us, we'll deal with them harshly. Zhang Long gritted his teeth and whispered fiercely. The members of the Xingho convoy dared not stop him and turned to run toward Zhang Rong. Lin Fan, stop right there. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave, Qin Tian's angry shout came from behind. Lin Fan turned his head to look. Qin Tian, like a furious lion, strode toward him. You keep hurting our team members again and again. What do you want to do? The old man, with white hair and panting heavily, was filled with rage. I told you not to provoke me. Are you confused or just forgetful? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, his killing intent impossible to hide. Do you think just because you have some ability, you can do whatever you want? This is the Sparkfire team, which I built myself. I won't allow anyone to break the team's rules. Old fool, it seems you're addicted to being in charge. The current leader of the team is Lin Fan. You're just an old troublemaker who refuses to retire. If you're not going to be honest and keep a low profile and just run some small mutual aid group, do you really think you're the head of the security department? Once you become a scoundrel, don't expect to be respected anymore. Deep down, Lin Fan hated Qin Tian. Qin Tian relied on his position to establish the Sparkfire team, acting like a bureaucrat, bossing everyone around. He claimed to have handed over the leadership to Lin Fan, but was secretly controlling everything himself. If it weren't for needing Lin Wen to lead the team, Lin Fan would have long ago cut down Qin Tian, this troublemaker. Fine, fine, fine. I can't argue with you. I'll have Lin Wen come out and talk to you. Qin Tian trembled as he pointed, the words about stepping back and not retiring hitting him hard. Someone had already gone to find Lin Wen. Inside the tent, Lin Wen looked expressionless, sighed deeply, and set down his teacup. Seeing the two men in confrontation, Lin Wen's face looked strained. Lin Wen, you're the leader. You need to give us a clear answer today. Otherwise, it's either him or me, Qin Tian shouted loudly when he saw Lin Wen come out. Lin Wen pushed up his glasses, showing a hint of helplessness and weariness in his eyes. He had known about the mutual aid group for a long time, but was too lazy to care. By his nature, he had long wanted to resign as leader. But because of Qin Tian, he could only turn a blind eye to everything, leading the team through exhaustion and hardship. Qin, do I have the authority here? Lin Wen looked at the furious Qin Tian with a gentle smile and spoke calmly. Qin Tian was stunned by Lin Wen's words. Looking at Lin Wen's smiling face, he couldn't see any real happiness in his eyes. Yes, you do. You have the final say, Qin Tian muttered, feeling that the Lin Wen before him was so unfamiliar. He was no longer the young Lin who had been busy behind the scenes for the team. Lin Wenshin took a deep breath and spoke to the crowd gathering around him. The Mutual Aid Society is disbanded. As soon as he said this, there was a loud uproar, followed by a wave of insults. I told you long ago, Lin Wen isn't suitable to be the leader. He can't handle things. It was better when Qin Ting was the leader. Yeah, he's always favoring Lin Fan and others, pushing us aside. Of course. They are all ability users from the special ranks, not on the same side as us ordinary people. We can't just wait and see. We should have Lin Wen step down as leader and choose Qin Ting as the new captain. Listening to the surrounding comments, doubts, and insults, Lin Wen only slightly curled his lips. Little Lin, how can you say such things? It's a shame I trained you to be the leader. Qin Tian looked angry and about to scold Lin Wen. Lin Wen raised his hand and continued, expel Lin Fan and everyone in his convoy from the team. From now on, they no longer belong to the Xingho team. After hearing this, the people around looked more pleased, and their doubts about Lin Wen turned into praise. Lin Wen looked at the confused crowd before him, feeling a wave of sadness again. They all thought that removing Lin Fan from the team was a good thing. Only he, as a special ability user, knew that without the fragile bond of the team, Lin Fan's bloodthirsty fangs would come out. Any future conflicts could be deadly. Qin Tian's expression also improved, and he looked at Lin Fan with a proud smile. In his view, Lin Wen's decision was fair and protected the rights of the survivors of the team. Lin Fan, however, looked indifferent. The convoy had long been independent of the Xingho team, and after leaving, the convoy members would act even more freely. Lin Wen ignored the reactions of the crowd, took off his glasses, and wiped them fiercely with the corner of his shirt. I, Lin Wen, resign as captain of the Xingho team. Qin Tian will be the new captain. When the survivors of the Xingho team heard Qin Tian was the new captain, they cheered happily, though a few looked a little nervous. They believed Qin Tian always stood on the side of ordinary people. If Qin Tian became the captain, their lives would improve greatly. Hey, Lin Wen, why not come with me? Staying in the Xingho team will only get you dragged down by them. Lin Fan happily extended an olive branch to Lin Wen, offering him the chance to resign as leader of the Sparkfire team. He felt very happy because this meant Lin Wen could join his team and even become a disciple. Lin Wen smiled and shook his head, glancing at Qin Tian, who was still shocked. He said to Lin Fan, as long as Qin Ting is in the Sparkfire team, I won't leave. That's easy. Ignoring the surprised looks around him, Lin Fan drew his bone blade and swung it at Qin Tian. Everyone gasped in shock. Some people turned pale and covered their eyes. Suddenly, Lin Fan's blade was blocked by Tang Xiao's sword. Behind Tang Xiao was Lin Wen, who spread his arms to protect Qin Tian. Lin Fan looked at Tang Xiao with confusion. Lin Fan, don't be impulsive. If Qin Ting dies here, it's not worth it, Tang Xiao said softly, shaking her head. Lin Fan saw no hostility in her eyes. Lin Fan, if you kill Qin Ting, we will be enemies, Lin Wen said urgently. Lin Fan sheathed his blade, sighed helplessly, and shrugged. Zhang Long, and others who had been ready to fight stepped back. Lin, I consider you a friend. I won't make things difficult for you. Later, I'll have Zhang Long bring you some supplies, just as a fee for guiding us. Remember, this is for you personally, not for the Sparkfire team. Lin Fan waved his hand, telling Zhang Long and the others to go back. Qin Tian, still shocked, looked at Lin who was protecting him. His lips trembled as he spoke. Shaolin, why are you doing this? I know I was wrong. Please, don't act on impulse. Lin gently smoothed out the wrinkles on Qin Tian's clothes and said calmly, Teacher, you know me. My personality isn't suitable for being a leader. Now, I feel a bit relieved. Qin Tian wanted to say more, but was stopped by Lin. Teacher, don't push me. This is my bottom line. After speaking, Lin turned and walked toward his tent. Qin Tian watched his back, knowing his student's temper well. He sighed deeply, feeling very sad inside. Listening to the praise from the crowd around him, he no longer felt the same satisfaction as before. Leader Qin, congratulations. You achieved your goal. Ha! Lin Fan's loud laughter echoed, filled with great sarcasm. Lin Fan, I hope you can learn to control yourself in the future. Qin Tian, being a high-ranking official, quickly shifted his tone and spoke coldly to Lin Fan. You better pray that Lin stays safe. Only he can protect you here. Lin Fan showed a bloodthirsty smile at Qin Tian. Ignoring Qin Tian's gloomy face, he turned and walked away. Hey, Tang Xiao, aren't you coming? Dinner's ready. Are you not going to eat? Oh, okay. Got it. Tang Xiao hurriedly put away her knife and called Tang Wen. The two of them jumped and ran toward the bus. As everyone dispersed, no one noticed the ghostly image hidden deep in the supplies, which let out a sigh and looked regretful. The blood moon rose as usual. Without city lights, the stars in the night sky shone brighter. In front of the bus, everyone was sitting together, eating. There was only a big pot of plain rice porridge and a pot of greens. Since it was early autumn, greens were still available, but in winter, they would be hard to find. Lin Ming returned, sweaty, and looked calm after hearing what happened today. As long as his brother made the decision, he would support it, even if it meant fighting Wang Yong and others today. Tang Xiao drank her porridge eagerly, never stopping her chopsticks. She kept putting whole greens into her mouth. She kept complaining. Lin Fan, you're so stingy. We both pay for food, but the meals are getting worse. Next to her, Tang Wen's bowl almost covered her face, and she mumbled in agreement. Yeah, no meat anymore. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Neither of them ate less. Both of their appetites were almost as big as Lin Ming's. After breaking with the Xingho convoy today, the bus group didn't react much. Zhang Long and others seemed more relaxed. But under Lin Fan's orders, the bus started controlling the daily food consumption. Xiao, why not join our bus team? What do you think? Lin Fan exhaled a puff of smoke and asked Tang Xiao, who was eating heartily. Everyone else stopped eating and waited for Tang Xiao's reply. If she agreed to join the bus team, there would be 3 people with special abilities, making the group's safety more secure. I'll consider joining once you can completely conquer me. Tang Xiao didn't agree or refuse. This was expected by Lin Fan. Although she seemed carefree, Tang Xiao was the most proud among them. The others looked confused, but Chu Sun quietly buried her face in her bowl, blushing. After dinner, everyone started tidying up. Lin Ming and Lin Fan sat side by side in the distance, looking up at the stars. Brother, look at that Polaris star. It's exactly the same as when we were kids. Lin Ming pointed at the sky, excitedly talking to Lin Fan. To outsiders, Lin Ming looked like a giant dinosaur, but only when he was with Lin Fan did he show his true gentle side, like a child. The Polaris star has never changed. It's the same one we saw when we were little. Lin Fan brushed the dust off Lin Ming's clothes. Only around Lin Ming did he show his softest feelings. That's great. Brother, you said before that if we got lost at night, we could find the Polaris star. I couldn't find it before, but now I can see it clearly. Yes, from now on, we brothers won't be afraid of getting lost. They talked for a long time. Such moments helped Lin Fan relax completely and brought a little peace to his restless heart. When everyone on the bus went back to sleep, the brothers parted ways. Before leaving, Lin Ming turned and asked, Brother, can I still learn boxing from Brother Yong in the future? It's okay. The team is a team, but we're still friends with Brother Yong. Watching Lin Meng get on the bus, Lin Fan returned to his pickup truck and lay down. The sound of snoring came from the nearby tent. Ding! The bloodthirsty bone blade has been upgraded. The system's voice made Lin Fan's mind jump. He sat up quickly, took out the bone blade. The blade lengthened slightly, and the dark red patterns on the blade became brighter, like flowing blood. Under the blood moon, faint blood mist seeped from the gaps in the bone handle, transforming into blood lines that deeply pierced into Lin Fan's palm. Holding it in hand, it no longer felt cold but instead gave a sense of closeness, as if it were a part of my body, like an arm. The bloodthirsty bone blade seemed alive, and I could faintly feel its excitement. Spending 6,000 divine points was worth it. I stroked the bloodthirsty bone blade, feeling happy inside, and my daytime irritability eased a lot. Thump, thump, thump. Someone was knocking on the heavy pickup window. I sat up and rolled down the window, seeing Tang Xiao holding Tang Dao outside. At this moment, Chu Sun inside the tent heard the noise and sat up, listening carefully to the conversation outside. Are they about to start again? Is Mr. Lin planning to win over Tang Xiao tonight? The gossip fire burned brightly in Chu Sun's heart, and hearing their talk made her more certain of her thoughts. Lin Fan, I've been feeling strangely irritable today. Do you feel the same? Yeah, I do. Maybe it's because I didn't sleep well yesterday. I can't sleep now. How about you? I can't sleep either. Want to do something about it? Sure. Let's go somewhere far away, so it's not too loud. As their footsteps faded away, Chu Sun, blushing, clenched her fist tightly and whispered, Mr. Lin, keep going. You must win over Tang Xiao. Lin Fan and Tang Xiao weren't what Chu Sun imagined. Both carried weapons and moved into the wilderness, one behind the other. The bright night sky allowed them to see each other clearly. Without any unnecessary words, both raised their spirits to the highest level. The bloodthirsty bone blade in Lin Fan's hand responded to his fighting spirit, and the blood mist around the handle rapidly thickened, enveloping him completely. Seeing this strange scene, a hint of excitement appeared in Tang Xiao's eyes, and a faint blue glow shimmered on her sharp blade. Both rushed toward each other at full speed. Lin Fan's keen eyes quickly spotted 3 weak points on Tang Xiao's moving body, his bone blade aimed at her upper left side. Tang Xiao twisted her body into an incredible angle, dodging sideways, and then fiercely swung her Tang Dao at Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned to block. 2 weapons clashed, producing a sharp metallic sound. Huh? Lin Fan asked in confusion. Is your Tang sword also a magical weapon? Hee. Do you think only you have a magical weapon? Tang Xiao sneered. The two fought again. Just like yesterday, neither could gain the upper hand. Lin Fan's speed couldn't keep up with Tang Xiao. Every time Tang Xiao attacked, Lin Fan managed to block her. The 2 fast-moving figures, one red and one blue, looked like lightning constantly colliding, with loud booms echoing across the open field. As time passed, their flashes of light grew brighter, but their speed slowed down. After separating again, both knelt on the ground, leaning on their long swords, gasping heavily. Sweat streamed down their faces like small rivers. Huh? Is that all you've got? Lin Fan, you didn't last long enough. Tang Xiao's sarcastic voice rang out, her eyes challenging Lin Fan. Damn, men can't stand hearing the words, not enough. Lin Fan shouted loudly and charged at Tang Xiao again. Tang Xiao narrowed her eyes, a strong aura rising. She balanced on one foot and leapt into the air. Destroying edge, Tang Xiao held her Tang sword with both hands, swinging a huge, pale blue sword shadow toward Lin Fan. Wow! Lin Fan stared at the massive blue sword shadow above him, feeling the sharpness of the blade. The crazy woman had gone completely mad again. She was treating herself as a strange weapon. His insightful eye rapidly scanned the sword shadow, noticing a faint energy fluctuation at about 1/3 of its length. He raised his bone blade high and slashed at the weak point. Boom! Lin Fan was struck down by the huge sword shadow and immediately fainted. Tang Xiao wasn't much better. She fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, exhausted and unable to get up. However, a surprised smile appeared on her pale face. So this was the weakness of that move. Her control of power was still lacking. She struggled to crawl beside Lin Fan, lying down side by side. Turning her head, she looked at Lin Fan's face and chuckled softly. It's not impossible after all. Bang! A loud crash of something heavy hitting the ground woke Chu Sun from her drowsy state. After hearing the footsteps fade away, Chu Sun quietly opened the tent and saw Tang Xiaoxiao's distant back. She also saw Lin Fan lying on the ground. Lin Fan looked as if he was sleeping. No matter how Chu Sun called, he wouldn't wake up. Chu Sun tried to drag Lin Fan toward the pickup truck, but Lin Fan's body was very heavy, like a lump of mud, and she didn't have enough strength. Although there were night guards nearby, Chu Sun didn't want them to see Lin Fan's current state. Unable to do anything else, Chu Sun had to drag Lin Fan into the tent. The tent was small, usually only enough for Chu Sun herself. Now, with the taller Lin Fan inside, there was even less space. She didn't dare get on the heavy pickup truck. No one in the convoy had sat in it without Lin Fan's permission. Chu Sun clenched her teeth and crawled into the tent, lying at the edge to stay as far from Lin Fan as possible. Looking at Lin Fan's sweaty face, Chu Sun sighed inwardly. She glanced at her watch. Nearly 3 hours had passed. Mr. Lin is really tough. It seems Tang Xiaoxiao managed to conquer him today. When Lin Fan woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. His deep sleep from yesterday had greatly refreshed his mind. He stretched lazily and realized he was inside the tent, with a faint, fresh scent coming from the thin blanket. The unfamiliar environment didn't make Lin Fan panic. His clothes showed no signs of being removed. He only remembered that after Tang Xiaoxiao swung a blue sword shadow, everything else was blank. He didn't know if he had been knocked out or exhausted himself into unconsciousness. Outside, everyone had started packing up. Zhang Long came over holding a lunchbox. Brother Fan, I left you breakfast. It's still warm. Lin Fan took the lunchbox but ignored Zhang Long's sly smile. He didn't want to explain anything, even if something had happened. On the road, Chu Sun kept glancing at Lin Fan while driving, with a look of pity in her eyes. The journey continued as Lin Wen had said, several days without seeing a supply point, not even a small gas station. Fortunately, they had plenty of food and fuel, so the bus convoy didn't run out of supplies. Survivors in the Firefly team have had several conflicts. Qin Tian is determined not to give up any survivor, which causes the daily food supply to decrease more and more. However, these issues don't concern Lin Fan. Since resigning as the leader, Lin Wen has stayed in his tent, and Qin Tian has been handling everything. Inside the Firefly team, there are beginning to be complaints about Qin Tian. The food supply for the bus team also decreases daily, but it is still much better than that of the Firefly team. Many people secretly try to join the bus team, but Zhang Long drives them away. In recent days, although no strange events have occurred, Lin Fan has not been idle. Every night, Tang Xiaoxiao appears on time in front of Lin Fan's vehicle. They don't talk much. A single glance tells them what to do next. Chu Sun secretly observes the two every day, has gotten used to it, and quietly records the results. On the first day, Lin Fan carried Tang Xiaoxiao back. On the second day, Tang Xiaoxiao carried Lin Fan back. On the third day, Tang Xiaoxiao carried Lin Fan back again. On the fourth day, Lin Fan carried Tang Xiaoxiao back. On the fifth day, Lin Fan carried Tang Xiaoxiao back. On the sixth day, Lin Fan carried Tang Xiaoxiao back again. Chu Sun silently cheers for Lin Fan. If this continues, conquering Tang Xiaoxiao won't be far away. Through daily intense combat training, Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao's fighting abilities have improved rapidly. On the seventh day, the convoy finally reaches the main road. Lin Wen finds Lin Fan and tells him they will soon arrive at Sunset Town. The supplies of the Firefly team are almost gone, so they must resupply at Sunset Town. He asks Lin Fan if he wants to join. After Lin Fan agrees, he gathers the ability users in the convoy and explains the situation in Sunset Town. Qin Tian brings Zhang Rong to the tent. Seeing Lin Fan, Zhang Rong looks scared and timidly follows Qin Tian. Qin Tian's hair is even whiter, and his face is full of worry. After Lin Wen gives up control, Qin Tian finally realizes that the current convoy is no longer the same as when he led it at the beginning of the apocalypse. The survivors in the convoy have realized after more than a month that the world is no longer what it used to be. Order has already broken down. Originally, Qin Tian was the head of the public security department, which gave him a high status within the convoy. Now, more and more people oppose him, and conflicts are growing, making him very tired. Since everyone is here, I will talk about the situation in Sunset Town, Lin Fan said as he saw Qin Tian and the others sit down. Sunset Town is a small tourist town on the west side of Luoqing. It's more like a tourist park than a real town, with fewer than 10,000 residents. Thanks to Luoqing's rich history and culture, this town was a popular tourist spot even before the end of the world. Every day, many visitors come to see it. The most famous thing is that a general once came from Sunset Town. The town uses this general as its cultural symbol, and now there is a statue of him in the town center. All the buildings in Sunset Town are old style, with 4 wide main streets: east, west, south, and north. In the past, the streets were lively with crowds and many tourists, but now they are empty and abandoned, turning into a ghost town. After explaining the town's situation, Lin Fan looked at Qin Tian's tired face and sighed. Honestly, if the convoy still had enough supplies, I would strongly oppose going to Sunset Town to gather resources. I can sense something strange in the town, but I don't know why my perception isn't clear. The worst case is that there is a strange area there. Strange area? Lin Fan asked, confused. He had never heard that term before. A strange area is a barrier formed by a strange energy field. It can also be seen as a special ability of the strange entity itself, Lin Fan explained. Can you tell what level of strange entity it is? No higher than level 2. Hearing this, Lin Fan relaxed. Currently, with himself included, there are 5 ability users in the group, and 4 of them can fight. A level 2 strange entity isn't a big problem. Lin Fan adjusted his glasses and continued. Although the strange entity is no higher than level 2, it has special abilities, especially the ability to create a strange area, which is very dangerous. I suggest both convoy teams work together. We set out this afternoon and must be back before dark. This statement clearly favors the Xingho convoy. Right now, the only capable person in the Xingho team is Wang Yong. Tang Xiaoxiao will definitely join the bus convoy to act together. The Spark Fire team has many members, but they are all ordinary people. When faced with strange situations, they are no different from delivering food to the door. Lin Fan nodded and said, I have no objections, but the supplies collected need to be shared equally. Lin Fan looked at Qin Tian, who is now the leader of the Spark Fire team. Qin Tian understood that the large bus team has strong fighting power. If they could work together, they could protect the ordinary members of the Spark Fire team as much as possible. Although Lin Fan is annoying, he always keeps his promises. Just as Qin Tian was about to agree, Zhang Rong's voice of opposition came from behind. I oppose it. When Zhang Rong spoke out, everyone present looked at her with confusion. They couldn't understand why she would oppose such a good deal for the Spark Fire team. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, Zhang Rong straightened her back. Her fear was replaced by a strange feeling of satisfaction. If we work together, I have no problem. But the supplies shouldn't be divided equally. The number of people collecting supplies for the Spark Fire team is much larger than for the bus team. I think the supplies should be divided based on the number of people. After hearing this, Lin Fan looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression, as if thinking, is this fool's brain broken? Lin Fan shook his head at Lin Fan, indicating he didn't know what was going on either. Then he looked at Qin Tian, who surprisingly didn't say anything. Qin Tian also felt helpless at this moment. On the surface, he was the team leader, but secretly, the team had already been controlled by Zhang Rong and others. Qin Tian had become a true puppet. Zhang Rong, you should think carefully before speaking, Lin Fan said seriously, staring at her. Zhang Rong clearly didn't understand Lin Fan's meaning and continued proudly. This way is the fairest for everyone in the team. Captain Qin and I are here representing the team. Our choices should be trusted by the survivors. Lin Fan didn't want to stay with fools for too long. If you don't agree, then find your own way, he said, then led Lin Meng out of the tent. Time to get to work. Seeing Lin Fan leave, Tang Xiaoxiao pulled Tang Wen and headed outside. Xiaoxiao, won't you join us? Qin Tian still wanted to persuade Tang Xiaoxiao. Wang Yong was too busy to take care of the entire convoy. Qin, there's a saying, don't fear a rival who is like a god. Tang Xiaoxiao pointed to her head, but didn't finish her sentence. Everyone present understood what she meant. Zhang Rong ignored Tang Xiaoxiao's sarcasm and continued speaking to the others. Humph. What's so great about it? Brother Yong, our team depends on you. Anyway, Lin Fan and the others are heading to Sunset Town. The town's strange things won't just target us. She had a good idea, thinking that even if they didn't act together, Lin Fan and others would handle the strange things. There was no need to share the collected supplies with them. Wang Yong's face looked worse than if he had eaten something bad after hearing Zhang Rong's words. He couldn't understand why the wise Qin Tian would give the team's authority to this fool. Seeing Qin Tian stay silent, Wang Yong could only nod with a sour face. Seeing no one oppose her, Zhang Rong showed a proud smile, standing tall like a proud little roasted chicken. At this moment, Lin Wen was watching Zhang Rong with a deadly stare, as if she were a fool who didn't know what was coming. Captain Qin, let's do it this way. I'll wait in the convoy. Be careful, everyone. Lin Fan had already gathered everyone on the bus. This time, collecting supplies is different from last time. There are strange things in the town. I can't guarantee everyone will come out alive. We'll split into 2 teams, but stay coordinated. Remember, safety first if there's danger. Chu Sun and Feng Bin will stay with the convoy. Everyone else, get ready. Feng Bin was the doctor on the bus. Lin Fan chose to leave him and Chu Sun behind mainly because if anyone got hurt, Feng Bin could treat them. He was an essential person and didn't need to risk himself. No one objected, and no one dared to. In the bus convoy, Lin Fan was like the boss. Not far away, the Sparkfire convoy was busy. Zhang Rong was red-faced, rallying the crowd in front of her. Unlike the quiet scene with the bus convoy, the Sparkfire team was like a busy market. Only after Zhang Rong and others shouted loudly did it become somewhat orderly. Zhang Rong tried to organize the crowd into groups, mimicking what the bus team had done, but no one knew how many listened. Lin Wen was holding a cup of tea, looking at the crowd in front of him with a blank expression, and sighed inwardly. Teacher, your idea is good, but only those who can survive are truly the sparks of hope. Lin Fan checked the time. It was already 2 p.m. You must leave before 4 p.m. If you get separated, just head back on your own. After speaking, Lin Fan led everyone towards Sunset Town nearby. Seeing the bus convoy had already started moving, Zhang Rong didn't care whether the Spark train team understood the plan clearly. She just led the crowded group to follow. Lin Fan turned his head and saw Qin Tian walking among the crowd, carrying a large backpack. Once everyone entered Sunset Town, Lin Wen could no longer sense the crowd's presence, and his right eyelid twitched involuntarily. Lin Fan and the others entered Sunset Town. The first thing they saw was a wide street paved with blue stones, like many tourist towns, filled with a strong commercial atmosphere. On both sides of the street were 3-story old-fashioned buildings, tightly packed shops lining the sides, and statues of ancient soldiers along the roadside. The whole town was quiet. The soldier statues seemed to be welcoming guests, waiting for everyone to arrive. Lin Fan looked around. Most of the shops on both sides were craft stores, not very useful for searching, so he continued leading everyone forward. Behind them, the Spark train team and the cautious Lin Fan and his group were very different. They rushed in messily, immediately heading into shops upon seeing them. Zhang Rong and others initially tried to stop loudly, but when that didn't work, they also rushed into nearby shops. Wang Yong followed Qin Tian closely. He felt powerless about the others. Right now, Qin Tian's safety was the most important. Lin Fan carefully led everyone along the street. People kept running ahead and then hurriedly rushing into shops behind them. There were only a few restaurants and supermarkets on both sides of the street. After confirming there was no danger, Lin Fan asked Zhang Long and others to go gather supplies, reminding them not to be greedy and to prioritize safety. Lin Fan also slipped into a small supermarket. Because it was a tourist town, the 10-square-meter store was filled with various sugar-free drinks, with only a few snacks and instant noodles. Lin Fan didn't look at the sugar-free drinks. He put instant noodles and some non-puffed foods into his backpack. The puffed foods had very little inside, but took up a lot of space. Drinks don't fill you up and are heavy. Lin Fan naturally ignored these things. He went to the bar, where the cigarette pack had already been emptied. Lin Fan helplessly touched his nose. For him, the more cigarettes, the better. Unwilling, Lin Fan searched under the bar. At this moment, the supermarket door opened. 2 members of the Spark Fire team entered, their faces full of joy when they saw the shelves stocked with goods. As they opened their backpacks, they saw Lin Fan's cold face. Their movements immediately stopped. "Get out." "Okay," they replied quickly. They hurried out of the supermarket. No matter how good the stuff was, life was more important. After a thorough search, Lin Fan finally found a cheap pack of cigarettes hidden in a crack. These cigarettes were hard to sell before the apocalypse, possibly left behind by the store owner in a gap between the shelves, but they were cheap for Lin Fan. Seeing no other valuable items, Lin Fan prepared to leave. Before leaving, he took 2 bottles of cola from the shelves. Lin Fan used to love drinking this kind of beverage. Seeing Lin Fan walk out, the 2 people quickly ran inside again. Soon, they came out carrying a big bag of drinks, looking happy. The members of the bus team gradually came out from nearby shops. Everyone's backpacks were full of supplies. The team's cook's bag was stuffed with various seasonings, making this honest, middle-aged man very happy. Lin Meng looked even more exaggerated. Previously, Zhang Long had made him a large vest with rope and cloth bags. Lin Meng was now full of different foods, making his already tall figure look even more robust. "Lin Fan, something's wrong." Tang Xiaoxiao also came over. Usually, there were strange things in the town, but so far, nothing had appeared. It might be because of the sunlight during the day. "Some strange things are afraid of sunlight," Lin Fan said. He looked up at the sky, and suddenly, his pupils shrank. The sun was about to set. When they arrived, the sun was still high in the sky. Now, less than an hour had passed since they entered Sunset Town. "Why is the sun setting so quickly?" Zhang Long looked in the direction of Lin Fan's gaze, his voice trembling slightly. Zhang Long's words made everyone look up. A cold feeling rose in everyone's hearts. "The flow of time here is faster than outside. We need to speed up," said Tang Xiaoxiao firmly, holding her Tang sword tightly. "The strange creatures below level 2 are not enough to scare everyone away." Everyone started to move faster. As they passed the statue of the general in the town center, Lin Fan suddenly felt a cold chill. The tall, sturdy statue of a warrior riding a large bronze horse seemed almost alive. Suddenly, a loud, sharp scream came from ahead. Everyone's nerves tensed immediately. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao clenched their swords tighter. From a jewelry store on the right, 2 women ran out, fighting each other fiercely. "Stop! This is mine." "Crazy woman, these golds are mine." Both women were covered in blood, their hair messy, and their clothes torn. They were still clutching a black leather bag tightly. As they tore at the bag, the zipper suddenly broke, and a pile of shiny gold jewelry spilled onto the ground. One woman, dressed in black, hurriedly knelt on the ground, stuffing jewelry into the bag at random. Suddenly, the woman behind her picked up a brick and smashed it hard on her head. Blood stained the gold jewelry scattered on the ground. The woman in black collapsed, unconscious or worse. The attacking woman didn't care about revealing herself in the chaos. She quickly stuffed the blood-stained jewelry into the bag, looked cautiously at Lin Fan and the others, and ran away into the distance. "I remember they were always in a car, maybe even best friends." Zhang Long was shocked by the ruthlessness of the woman in front. End of the world or not, grabbing so much gold is useless. Better to find some real food, Tang Wen said disdainfully, glancing at the woman lying on the ground. Tang Xiaoxiao said expressionlessly, "Maybe they still have hopes. They think the end will be over soon, and the world will go back to how it was. Let's go quickly." "We must get out before dark," Lin Fan said, walking forward confidently. No one paid attention to the woman lying on the ground. Although Luo Ri Town isn't big, it would still take an afternoon to explore everything. Seeing everyone's backpacks filled to capacity, Lin Fan decided to leave Luo Ri Town as soon as possible. Along the way, they saw survivors fighting over supplies, showing that Zhang Rong's group plan had completely failed. People are naturally selfish, especially during the end of the world. When all restrictions disappear, people's selfishness grows infinitely. Who cares about one more death? There are no laws anymore. The sky over Sunset Town has turned dark. Lin Fan checked the time. It was already after 4 p.m. The members of the Spark train team were still searching the roadside shops for useful supplies. They couldn't wait any longer. Lin Fan and his group quickened their pace to a jog. The others in the bus were gasping for breath, but no one stopped. Qin Tian also noticed the darkening sky. He shouted loudly on the street, urging everyone to leave quickly, but only a few responded. Crack, crack. A sound of stones breaking came from behind. Oh, Lin Fan felt something was very wrong. Thud, thud, thud. A deep, rhythmic drumbeat echoed from all directions, pounding on everyone's hearts. Statues of soldiers on both sides of the road suddenly detached from their bases and moved stiffly forward, their bronze weapons gleaming with a chilling light. The time has come. The sun set. Return to camp. A survivor happily came out of a shop, but was immediately struck down by a soldier statue, its head chopped off. The survivor's head rolled away like a ball, bouncing far. After a brief silence, the town erupted with loud screams. Oh my! The statues are alive. Run! Help me! I have too many things. Panic spread like a plague. The survivors were completely panicked, crying out and screaming. They ran around aimlessly like headless flies. Some ran outward, some collapsed in fear, and others blindly rushed into nearby shops. Ah, my stuff. A woman from the Spark train team, running so fast her backpack straps broke, spilling drinks and snacks everywhere. She instinctively bent down to pick them up. Don't pick them up. Run now? Qin Tian shouted sternly from nearby. But it was too late. A soldier statue's spear pierced the woman's body fiercely. Lin Mingjiang threw his cloth bag vest to Zhang Long and others behind him, shouting loudly. His eyes turned red, and his body suddenly grew bigger. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao stood beside Lin Mingjiang, each holding a long sword. Lin Mingjiang swung his huge fists and struck the head of a soldier statue hard. Bang! The soldier's head shattered like tofu, falling to the ground. But the long sword in his hand still swung toward Lin Mingjiang. Lin Fan's keen eyes accurately detected the weak point in the energy flow of these stone statues, right at their waist and abdomen. The bloodthirsty bone blade sliced through the soldier statue's waist as easily as cutting tofu, sending pure energy back through the blade. The soldier statue instantly split into two parts. Although the remaining parts still struggled, they no longer posed a threat to everyone. It worked. Tang Xiaoxiao followed suit. Her long sword emitted a faint blue glow, and with a quick slash, another statue fell. After long training in battle, they finally saw the effect. Lin Mingjiang stopped reckless fighting. He coordinated his steps, each punch accurately hitting the statue's waist and abdomen, causing it to break into two pieces instantly. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao moved even more smoothly. Before long, the statues in front of everyone were shattered on the ground. The members of the Spark train team closely followed behind Lin Fan and the others. Wang Yong had already transformed into a beast, but he could only protect Qin Tian beside him. Although soldier statues were easy to kill, their numbers were still too many. With each step forward, some survivors were cut down. No, these statues are not the source. Lin Fan shouted loudly, but his bone blade kept swinging. After destroying a statue, he didn't hear the system's prompt for divine points, indicating these statues weren't the source of the strange phenomena here. Lin Fan, think of a way quickly. The sky was getting darker. Tang Xiaoxiao anxiously shouted at Lin Fan. The town's exit was nearby, but in the middle stood a dense line of soldier statues, and the statues at the town center kept pouring in. Go, Mingtian, charge! Hearing Lin Fan's shout, Lin Mingjiang roared. He pulled out a metal bench from the roadside, holding it in front of his chest. He used his legs forcefully, leaving two large pits on the ground. Follow me, charge! Like a locomotive, Lin Mingjiang ignored the weapons and blades attacking him. He pushed through the dense line of statues, rushing toward the town's exit. Everyone followed behind Lin Ming, running forward in a scramble. The statue behind them closely pursued, and the last few people were instantly shattered into pieces by the statue. The exit was right in front. Lin Ming was covered with many wounds, blood staining his upper body red. Brother Fan, Lin Fan, who was at the front, suddenly heard Zhang Long shouting from behind. He turned his head and saw Zhang Long being tightly held by Zhang Rong around his legs. Help me. I twisted my ankle and can't run. Take me with you. If you don't take me, you won't get away either. Zhang Rong looked terrified, clutching Zhang Long's legs tightly, making it hard for him to move. Zhang Long's hands fiercely struck Zhang Rong's head, blood flowing from the blows. But Zhang Rong refused to let go. The statue behind was getting closer, its raised sword shining with a cold light. Lin Fan and the others had reached the exit, but Zhang Long looked desperate. Damn it, Lin Fan cursed loudly. Without hesitation, his body turned into a flash of lightning, rushing toward Zhang Long at top speed. The sword in the soldier statue's hand drew closer in Zhang Long's hopeless eyes. Am I going to die here? What bad luck. Zhang Rong trembled and whimpered beneath him. Just as Zhang Long closed his eyes, ready to face death, he felt neither the cold weapon of the statue nor pain. When Zhang Long opened his eyes, he saw Lin Fan standing in front of him like a divine being. Fan. Brother Fan. Zhang Long stared in disbelief. He hadn't expected Lin Fan, almost out, to return without hesitation to save him. At this moment, Zhang Rong also burst into tears of joy. Lin Fan cut through the statue in front of him with a sword, then without looking, turned and slashed Zhang Rong's throat, who was still celebrating his rescue. Gag. 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 Zhang Rong spat blood heavily, still struggling to crawl out. Zhang Long's eyes widened in shock. What are you staring for? Do you want me to carry you and run? The distant statue was getting closer. Hearing Lin Fan scolding, Zhang Long finally snapped out of his daze. Oh, Zhang Long ran toward the exit as fast as he could. Lin Fan fought and retreated at the same time. The exit was already crowded with people, all rushing to escape. The outside world was just ahead, but a clear, invisible wall of air blocked everyone's way. Lin Ming struck the air wall hard with his fists, causing only ripples. This won't work. This is a special strange domain. We can't leave until we break the core of this domain, said Tang Xiaoxiao. Her words made everyone around look hopeless. They gazed at the bright, sunny world outside, but could only cry out in frustration. At this moment, after seeing Lin Fan go to rescue Zhang Long, the crowd surged forward and surrounded Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Ming, and Wang Yong. Please, my husband hasn't come out yet. Save him. My son is still inside. You have the ability. Please go save him. How can you just stand there and do nothing? Don't you have a conscience? What's the use of you ability users? You can't even protect ordinary people. Chief Qin, please let them save my child. The crowd loudly accused the ability users of ignoring their suffering, trying to guilt them into risking their lives to save their loved ones. Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Ming looked expressionless, while Wang Yong showed a hint of shame. They weren't obligated to risk their lives to save others. At least, the people still alive should be grateful to them. After Lin Fan returned, Tang Xiaoxiao explained the situation of the strange domain. She guessed that the core of the domain was the strange creature that had not yet appeared. Lin Fan's keen eyes scanned the group of soldier statues ahead, but couldn't find the source of the strange presence. Loud screams of survivors echoed through the town. Those hiding in shops were brutally killed by the soldier statues. Every scream made everyone's hearts tighten. Lin Fan, look, following Tang Xiaoxiao's pointing finger, blood on the ground gathered into streams, flowing through the cracks in the paving stones toward the central statue of the general. From a distance, the general statue on a tall horse seemed to glow faintly red. Damn, could the strange thing be that statue? Lin Fan looked at the towering general statue, which was about 2 stories high. Shut up. You. Tang Xiaoxiao glared at Lin Fan. After transforming, Lin Ming was barely level with the horse's head. If the strange creature really was that statue, it would be a big problem. The situation often seems to get worse the more you fear it. Clink, clink. In everyone's shocked eyes, the statue came to life. The bronze horse carried the general statue and leapt off its pedestal. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The bronze horse galloped over the stone slabs, with the general holding a long sword. Sparks flew from the stones as if a fierce warrior from ancient times had been reborn, rushing toward the crowd. Lin Fan, you're so unlucky. A level 1 strange creature, Tang Xiaoxiao shouted angrily, her eyes narrowing. The crowd suddenly scattered to the sides. The soldier statue was already hard to deal with, and now a general had appeared. The large sword, like a door panel, swung down, threatening to hit many people. Ignoring Tang Xiaoxiao's anger, Lin Fan's keen eyes fixed on the charging general. Energy trails appeared before him, and a faint glow of energy showed up on the general's chest. This was the key point where all energy flowed through, and it was also the weak spot of the strange general. The weak spot is in the general's chest. Brother Yong, you draw away those soldiers. Xiaoming, let's go. Lin Fan quickly assigned tasks. Everyone knew how serious the situation was. Without hesitation, Wang Yong ran toward the soldier statue to lure it away to the other side of the town. Lin Ming grabbed a bench and ran straight at the strange general. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao followed closely from both sides of the road. Although they knew the weak spot of the strange creature, how to defeat, it was still a big problem. The strange general rode a bronze horse like a speeding truck. When he saw Lin Ming running toward him, he raised his long sword high. With a piercing sound, he slashed fiercely at Lin Ming. Lin Ming raised the bench high with both hands. The powerful impact pushed him back more than 10 meters. The stone slabs on the ground instantly shattered into fragments, leaving 2 deep gashes. Fortunately, the bench blocked the sword. Lin Ming felt as if he had been hit by a large truck. His arms ached painfully, and his chest felt blocked as if by a stone. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The strange general's attack caused serious internal injuries to Lin Ming. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao jumped high from both sides, their long swords stabbing fiercely at the general's chest. But their strikes were deflected by the swinging large sword, and they were knocked back, crashing into nearby shops. Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, they quickly flew out again, constantly looking for the right moment to stab the general's chest. Intense pain drove Lin Ming's wild and crazy abilities to the limit. He threw away the broken bench in his hand, roared loudly, and punched the strange creature like rain hitting a roof, causing it to tilt aside. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao kept attacking the strange general's body, leaving deep cuts but not causing real harm. The strange general on the bronze horse was disturbed by Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao. Ignoring Lin Ming below, he pulled the reins hard, causing the bronze horse to stand upright. Its iron hooves fiercely stomped toward Lin Ming. Xiaoming, be careful. Lin Ming rolled away just in time to avoid the bronze horse's stomp. The strange general stopped fighting the three and rode the bronze horse away, repeatedly charging at them. Since ancient times, horses made everything much more powerful and dangerous. The strange general's flanking attacks made the three very uncomfortable and injured them badly. The fight scene made the survivors watching from afar clearly see how terrifying the strange creature was and how strong the ability users were. The crying and shouting gradually faded. The survivors all held their breath and stared intently at Lin Fan and the others. No matter how much they disliked Lin Fan before, now they silently hoped that Lin Fan and his friends could defeat the strange creature. At this moment, a blood moon hung in the sky over the town. Under the blood moon's power, the strange general grew stronger, and the injuries the three caused on him became less effective. Lin Ming, take down that horse first, Lin Fan shouted loudly. He and Tang Xiaoxiao increased their attacks, trapping the strange general. Lin Ming seized the chance. When the bronze horse stood up again, ignoring the heavy legs kicking him, he tightly embraced one of the horse's legs with his iron arms. Ah! Lin Ming's veins bulged, his muscles tensed to the limit, and he suddenly used all his strength. Crack! With a sharp sound, he broke one of the horse's legs. The bronze horse let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground, struggling but unable to stand. The strange general jumped off the horse, looked at the injured leg, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Then he roared loudly and swung his great sword at the three. Damn it, from cavalry to infantry, this time I want your life. Without the support of the bronze horse, the strange general immediately weakened significantly. However, the strong defense and fierce attacks kept Lin Fan and the others from defeating it. As the battle became more intense, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes sharpened, and her aura rose again. Lin Fan, Lin Ming, step back. Lin Fan knew Tang Xiaoxiao was about to use her ultimate move, Crushing Edge, which was her strongest attack. She had been knocked down many times by this move before, but each time she used it, Tang Xiaoxiao would become exhausted afterward. Right now, there was no better option. Lin Ming, get out of the way. Lin Fan quickly pulled the frenzied Lin Ming aside to safety. Tang Xiaoxiao leapt high into the air, raising her twin swords above her head, and the blue light from the blades grew brighter and brighter. Crushing Edge, a huge blue sword shadow slashed toward the strange general. Boom! The glass of nearby shops shattered violently from the force. The stones on the ground turned to dust instantly, and the trees nearby were uprooted. After a flash of blue light, a trench over a meter deep appeared on the road. This attack was much more powerful than anything Lin Fan had seen before. If Tang Xiaoxiao had been able to increase her power to this level earlier, Lin Fan would have been killed by her already. Tang Xiaoxiao collapsed to the ground, motionless and unconscious. The strange general had half of its head and body cut off, but still swung its long sword and ran toward Tang Xiaoxiao. Xiaomeng, hold him. The injured strange general was no longer as brave as before. Lin Ming quickly grabbed the general from behind, holding its remaining arm tightly so it couldn't move. Just then, Lin Fan, holding a bone blade, stabbed sharply into the weak spot on the side of the strange general's broken body. Roar! A piercing scream echoed out as the strange general's body turned to dust. Defeated level 1 elite Strange Sun General, gained 1,500 God points. The night sky over Sunset Town, which had already turned blood red from the rising moon, became bright again. Warm sunlight shone on everyone's faces. Far away, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, knowing their lives had been saved. Lin Ming sat heavily on the ground, shrinking slowly. He had fought the strange general face to face and was the most injured among them. Lin Fan's arm holding the bone blade hung weakly, and a sharp pain ran through his body. He clenched his teeth and picked up the strange core from the ground, placing it into his bag. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a pair of ancient bronze-colored gauntlets lying at his feet. After picking them up, information about the gauntlets immediately appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Strange object, sunset gauntlets, greatly increased the strength of the wearer's arms. Evaluation, dropped by General Sunset, a standard item for fierce warriors. Heavy weapons will no longer be a burden, making it easy to kill enemies among thousands. Cost, significantly reduces intelligence. Brain, fierce warriors don't need that. This is a good item. These gauntlets are definitely suitable for Lin Ming. As for the cost of reduced intelligence, it might be troublesome for others, but for Lin Ming, is it really a problem? However, how to distribute the gauntlets will have to wait until Tang Xiaoxiao wakes up. At this moment, Wang Yong hurried over from a distance. After the strange general was killed, the soldiers' statues behind him also stopped moving and turned back into statues. Worried about any unexpected changes here, he rushed over quickly. Seeing that the strange creature was defeated, he finally relaxed. Lin Fan carried the unconscious Tang Xiaoxiao on his back. Zhang Long and the others had already run over, lifting Lin Ming as they headed out of the town. Fortunately, with Lin Fan and Lin Ming protecting them fully, the convoy didn't lose anyone this time, though everyone was injured. Some survivors occasionally ran out of hiding spots in the shops, looking at the bloody scene on the street, secretly feeling lucky. Zhang Rong had already been killed by Lin Fan with a single sword. Qin Tian had no choice but to step forward and gather the remaining survivors. Looking at the more than 50 people injured and terrified, Qin Tian almost collapsed. Originally, more than 100 members of the Spark team entered the town, but fewer than half managed to escape alive. When Lin Wen saw the tragic state of the survivors returning, he was deeply shocked. He had initially been reluctant to let the convoy gather supplies in Sunset Town, but he couldn't resist Qin Tian, Zhang Rong, and others' strong requests. He didn't expect such heavy losses, but seeing that Lin Fan and the others were safe, he felt relieved. As long as no sequence ability users were injured or killed, the convoy still had hope. Dr. Feng Bin, from the convoy, was already waiting outside. Seeing everyone return, he hurriedly helped bandage the wounds of Lin Ming and others with Chu Sun. Lin Ming's injuries look serious, but thanks to his terrible healing ability, he will be fine after a good sleep. For non-urgent situations, Lin Fan doesn't plan to keep using healing potions, since the more system potions are used, the less effective they become. Watching the busy crowd, Lin Fan got into the pickup truck and opened the system page. Host, Lin Fan, path to divinity level. Divine Messenger, progress, 60%, current divine points, 2,500, including 100 points from Zhang Rong. Divine Follower, wild and fierce Lin Ming. One remaining follower slot, skill, Eyes of Insight, beginner, system shop, not updated yet. Weapon, strange object, bloodthirsty bone blade, upgradable, vehicle bound. heavy pickup truck, can be upgraded. Note: Host, please bind the remaining follower slot as soon as possible. 17 days left. The system shop still hasn't updated, but the path to divinity has advanced to 60%, which is good news. When the path to divinity levels up, more functions will appear. At least, there should be a special move like Tang Xiaoxiao's Crushing Edge. The second follower slot needs to be contracted soon. Currently, Lin Fan's main target is Lin 1. Actually, he prefers Tang Xiaoxiao. Just 20% of her ability feedback is enough to make him envious. But it's too difficult. Maybe only when Lin Fan can completely overpower Tang Xiaoxiao will he develop her into a follower. The strange general in Sunset Town made Lin Fan realize how important a mount is. Having a horse definitely makes you stronger than not having one. If Lin Ming hadn't desperately broken the horse's leg at the last moment, it's uncertain whether he would have survived. The bus convoy is still small, but it already shows the shape of a mature team. After contracting the second follower, Lin Fan plans to officially use the name of the Divine Nation Convoy. Next, he plans to upgrade the heavy pickup truck, which will become the core of the entire Divine Nation team. System, based on the current Divine points, suggest an upgrade plan for the heavy pickup truck. Based on the host's current Divine points, the system provides the optimal vehicle upgrade plan considering balance. Basic composite armor coating. 900 points cover key parts of the vehicle: engine, cab, fuel tank, with light armor. It significantly improves resistance to physical attacks, such as knives, sticks, small-caliber bullets, and low-level strange energy erosion. The vehicle's weight increases slightly, which does not affect its current power. Energy-enhanced suspension and tires. 400 points greatly boost the vehicle's off-road ability, passability, and stability. The tires gain energy reinforcement, making them more durable and resistant to punctures, and can adapt slightly to complex terrains. Brute force collision, 1200 points in active impact skill that the driver activates. The vehicle's power core overloads, causing the vehicle to accelerate explosively and deliver a destructive crash to all targets on the path. The brute force collision skill lasts for 5 seconds, and each use consumes 500 divine points. The driver can choose to strengthen it further. This is indeed the best enhancement plan, considering all factors, even ensuring no divine points are wasted. Lin Fan lights a cigarette, frowning, feeling like he's become a long-term worker for the system. All the divine points he fought hard to earn are now given back to the system. But it's all worth it, especially the final brute force collision, which is like a divine skill for escaping danger. Few only kids make choices. Fully strengthen everything. Lin Fan exhales a smoke ring and chooses the enhancement plan provided by the system. Vehicle enhancement in progress, 24 hours remaining. Seeing the system's response, Lin Fan finishes his cigarette, reclines the passenger seat, and slowly closes his eyes. Too tired. When Lin Fan wakes up, he finds the convoy already on the main road. Chu Sun is driving a heavy pickup truck, eyes fixed on the taillights of Lin Wen's off-road vehicle ahead. Outside the window, it's already dark. Driving at night is very dangerous. Why is Lin Wen so anxious to travel at night? How long have I been asleep? 5 hours, Mr. Lin. Chu Sun replies without looking away. What happened? Why choose to travel at night? Lin Fan asks suspiciously. There's no walkie-talkie in the car, and his phone is now useless scrap. Otherwise, he could ask Lin Wen. Not long after you all returned, Lin Wen said he wanted to leave, but didn't say why. Chu Sun thinks for a moment and continues. By the way, Lin Wen said the destination this time is Luo City. Lin Wen once said that the team's destination was Los Angeles, but Sunset Town was still over 100 kilometers away. Judging by the current situation, they seem to be heading straight to Los Angeles without stopping. Lin Wen has a deep impression of Los Angeles. It is located within Zhengzhou province and is famous throughout the country. As a city rich in history and culture, it is known as the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. Lin Wen has never been to Los Angeles, but he can imagine how terrifying it must be after the apocalypse. He always thought the team would pass through Los Angeles, but now they were heading directly into the city center. The sign for Los Angeles flashed past quickly. Lin Wen's vehicle showed no signs of stopping. Lin Fan closely observed the surroundings. If he sensed danger, he would immediately separate from the Starfire team. Fortunately, Not long after, Lin Wen's car turned into a small park by the roadside. The team parked in the park's lot. It was a bit crowded, but there was enough space. Lin Fan looked at the distant, flickering tall buildings and guessed that Lin Wen had a good reason for entering here. The first thing he did after getting out of the car was to head straight to Lin Wen's tent. At this moment, Lin Wen was with Qin Tian. Qin Tian looked worried and kept glancing into the distance. "Hey, Lin Wen, why did you enter Los Angeles?" "Give me a reason," Lin Fan said casually, sitting opposite Lin Wen and pouring himself a cup of tea from the teapot. Lin Wen looked like he was constipated, watching Lin Fan grab some tea leaves and put them into his cup. When the Starfire team was formed, Qin Ting set Los Angeles as the destination. Today, Qin Ting suddenly asked us to speed up. "I don't know the details," Lin Wen replied. Lin Fan glanced at Qin Tian. Seeing that the old man wasn't going to say anything, he asked Lin Wen, "Even you don't know?" "Very mysterious. I don't care what his purpose is. You should know how dangerous Los Angeles is now. I want to know how long we'll stay here." Lin Wen shook his head helplessly, indicating he didn't know either. Lin Fan felt annoyed. Qin Tian was leading everyone into a trap. Just as he was about to slam the table, Tang Xiaoxiao, looking pale, and Wang Yong entered. Lin Meng was still sleeping inside the bus. Both of them looked at Lin Wen with confusion. Seeing that everyone had already entered the tent, Qin Tian finally reacted. Surprised, everyone watched as he took out a military phone from his pocket. After turning it on, a series of sounds came through. Ji, Ji, Luocheng, Ji Ji, falling, Ji, early, meet up, what does it mean? Everyone looked at Qin Tian with puzzled expressions. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, surprised that this old man had a hidden card that even Lin Wen didn't know about. Cough, cough, Qin Tian's hoarse voice sounded. "Since we are in Luocheng, I won't hide anything from you. When the end times came, Governor Liu gave me this military phone and asked me to bring as many survivors as possible to meet in Luocheng." "Governor Liu?" "Liu Changhe from Lusheng Province," Lin Wen exclaimed in surprise. Lin Fan had also heard of Governor Liu before, often seeing him in the news. He didn't expect the Firestar convoy to have a connection with Governor Liu. "Where is Governor Liu? Why did the convoy come here?" Lin Wen asked the question everyone wanted to know. "I don't know. My rank isn't high enough. He didn't tell me anything. I think he probably wants to gather survivors and head to Human Fortress." Qin Tian wiped his face, but his anxious look didn't disappear. "What does it mean that Luocheng has fallen? Wasn't Luocheng already lost?" Lin Fan stared directly at Qin Tian. This time, Qin Tian rarely answered Lin Fan's question. "I'm not sure. I guess the survivor gathering place in Luocheng has fallen," Qin Tian said with a hint of pain in his eyes. For a long time, the hope of meeting in Luocheng had been like a flickering flame, guiding him as he led the convoy toward Luocheng. Now that news of Luocheng's fall had come, it was like a cold bucket of water dousing his hope. Lin Fan was skeptical about Qin Tian's words and asked cautiously, "Did the government already know about the end times?" "I'm not sure. No one can predict when the end will come." Qin Tian shook his head, then seemed to think of something and hesitated. "Teacher, at a time like this, what's there to hide?" Lin Wen almost shouted. As Qin Tian's most respected teacher, he was upset and angry that Qin Tian had kept such an important matter from him all along. Qin Tian struggled for a long time, then finally let out a heavy sigh, his voice hoarse as he said, I saw a sequence ability user before the end of the world." Boom! Qin Tian's words hit everyone like a thunderbolt. In everyone's understanding, sequence ability users only awakened after the end of the world. Unexpectedly, there were already sequence ability users before the apocalypse. Could this mean that after the end of the world, the government had also prepared? Like this time's meeting in Luo City. Lin Wen, Wang Yong, and Tang Xiaoxiao looked shocked at first, then their faces showed excitement. There are many military communication devices like this. Every convoy with such a device is called the Spark Fire Team. Their destination is always Luo City. Qin Tian's words made Lin Wen's eyes shine brighter. A tiny spark can start a prairie fire. The spark never dies. The flame always remains. "Teacher, I understand now. This is Long Governor's plan, the Human Fire Seed Plan." Lin Wen shouted excitedly. Tang Xiaoxiao and Wang Yong also smiled happily. This news was like a strong shot of hope for those wandering in the end times. But Luo City has fallen. Qin Tian painfully hugged his head, his gray hair ruffled messily. Lin Wen and the others kept comforting Qin Tian. Having hope is better than having none. But Lin Fan was not as optimistic. He didn't trust Qin Tian as much as Lin Wen and the others. Qin Tian's words raised many doubts. If Governor Liu had a plan for the fire seed, why hide the news? Why set the survivor gathering point in a big city like Luo City? The gathering of crowds' life magnetic fields could attract strange things. That should be common sense. What about the sequence ability users before the end of the world? Having experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse, Lin Fan couldn't help but suspect the things happening around him with the worst possible thoughts. Lin Fan looked at the excited Lin Wen and others, but his doubts remained unspoken. Since Luo City has fallen, how long do we need to stay here? Lin Fan still felt that the distant Luo City was like a deep abyss demon, constantly watching the convoy, waiting for the right moment to swallow them whole. Lin Fan, I know you dislike me, but this concerns the future of humanity. I hope you can wait with the Sparkfire team. There will be people who escape. 24 hours. Just 24 hours. Please, Qin Tian begged almost pleadingly, while Lin Wen and the others looked at Lin Fan with hopeful eyes. Don't use humanity's future to pressure me. I can't bear the weight of humanity's future. If there's danger within 24 hours, I will lead the bus convoy away, Lin Fan said coldly. He didn't care about the Fire Seed project. His main concern was the survival of the bus convoy. Okay, Qin Tian said excitedly. After speaking, he walked out of the tent alone, probably planning to wait outside for the people from Luoqing tonight. Hey, Lin Fan interrupted the three who were still excitedly discussing. Let's first talk about how to divide the mysterious core dropped by the strange creature in Sunset Town. Lin Fan took out the mysterious core dropped by the strange general and the Sunset Guard hand from his bag. Wow, Lin Wen and the others gasped in surprise while looking at the Sunset Guard hand. Let's hear how to split it, Lin Fan said, crossing his arms. Lin Wen spoke first. I heard from Brother Young that the strange creature was killed by you, Xiao Xiao, and Lin Ming. Since the convoy split up, it should belong to the three of you. I won't get involved. Wang Yong nodded and said, I didn't do much. I won't participate either. In Sunset Town, he was responsible for distracting the soldier statues. Thanks to his incredible speed, he wasn't injured. Seeing that both refused, Lin Fan didn't insist. Xiao Xiao, I want this guard hand. The mysterious core is yours. If you feel it's unfair, you can set a condition. Lin Fan had long wanted to give the guard hand to Lin Ming. The reason he brought out both the core and the guard hand was partly because he didn't want to secretly take the guard hand himself, and partly because he didn't want to create a rift with Tang Xiao Xiao and others over this matter. Tang Xiao Xiao looked at Lin Fan and smiled. It's for Lin Ming, right? I'm not interested in the guard hand, and I don't want to become a fool. If you want to give it to me, that's fine, but from now on, I want my meal expenses waived. Consider it compensation. Seeing Tang Xiao Xiao agree to give him the guard hand, Lin Fan picked up the guard hand from the table and headed outside. At the door, he turned and said to Tang Xiao Xiao, You're so stingy. I'll waive your meal for a month. Humph. Cheapskate. Listening to Tang Xiao Xiao's complaints behind him, Lin Fan felt much happier. The protective gloves significantly improved Lin Ming's strength, and it was well worth it. He ignored Qin Tian sitting outside and went straight to the heavy-duty pickup truck. Probably, Tang Xiao Xiao wouldn't be coming back tonight. After the big fight, both of them needed a good rest. The heavy-duty pickup still had over 10 hours before it could be reinforced. Once Lin Ming woke up, he would give him the sunset protective glove. Thinking about this, Lin Fan fell into a deep sleep. He slept until noon the next day. During lunch, Zhang Long came to wake him up. Feeling the warm sunlight, Lin Fan felt full of energy, and all his tiredness disappeared. Everyone on the bus, though injured, was in good spirits. Their eyes towards Lin Fan showed some blind admiration. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with respect from the heart, especially Zhang Long, who seemed willing to die for Lin Fan at any moment. It seemed the battles in Sunset Town had left a big impact on them. The scene of Lin Fan risking everything to save Zhang Long gave everyone on the bus a real sense of belonging. Using the system to check everyone's loyalty, the lowest was 70%. Zhang Long's loyalty reached 100%, meeting the requirements to become a disciple of the gods. Unfortunately, Zhonglong was not a sequence ability user. Lin Ming sat in front of the big pot. When he saw Lin Fan, he smiled widely and punched his chest twice to show his injuries had healed. Lin Fan threw the sunset glove over. Xiaoming, this is for you. He added with a reminder. This is a wrist guard, not food. Lin Ming happily put on the glove, then suddenly punched the air, causing a sharp sonic boom. TSK, TSK. Both of you are so crazy. With this, Lin Ming is even more powerful. Tang Xiao Xiao, with Tang Wen, came from afar and saw Lin Ming's strong punch. Seeing Tang Xiao Xiao's face turn red, Lin Fan knew she had also recovered. The physical strength of sequence ability users was really strong. Ordinary people would need a month or two to recover. Lin Fan looked at Qin Tian, who was staring silently toward the city. It was already noon, but there was still no sign of anyone from Luoqing. Never mind. After the heavy pickup truck is fully upgraded, Lin Fan decides to lead the bus fleet away, at least far from the city of Luo. He waits until the afternoon, but there is still no movement on the distant road. Lin Fan tells Zhang Long and others to start packing their things, ready to leave at any moment. The sun is slowly setting, and Qin Tian finally can't sit still, pacing anxiously back and forth. Lin Wen and others come out, also looking nervously into the distance. Ding! Vehicle upgrade complete. The system's voice sounds, and Lin Fan feels happy. The heavy pickup truck's appearance hasn't changed, but he can clearly feel the body becoming tougher. The cab shines with a deep black glow in the sunlight. Lin Fan places his hand on the front of the vehicle and suddenly presses hard. The sturdy shell doesn't change at all. With Lin Fan's strength, pressing so hard would have made a deep dent in a normal car, but this one remains intact. The four tires also subtly become thicker. The entire heavy pickup truck looks like a sleeping beast, giving off a fierce vibe. The system's products are truly high quality. What surprises Lin Fan most is the truck's active attack skill, Berserk Charge. As long as he sits in the driver's seat, he can activate it. The truck will transform into a real beast, crushing everything in front of it. However, activating it costs 500 divine points. Lin Fan's divine points are now 0, like holding a powerful weapon without bullets. While Lin Fan feels the truck's transformation, a loud battle sounds come from afar. Everyone becomes tense and looks outside. Lin Fan tells Zhang Long and others to quickly get in the car and prepare to leave. He takes Lin Ming and steps forward. Someone's coming. Qin Tian's voice sharpens with nervousness. Under everyone's watch, a group of people appears on the distant road. There are only 7 of them, all dressed in military combat uniforms, protecting a young man in the middle who looks proud and is running toward them. Everyone is injured and looks very battered. As they get closer, Lin Fan sees the young man tightly holding a black box. His keen eye can sense a faint violent energy coming from the box. Uncle Qin, we've finally found you, the young man shouted at Qin Tian. Qin Tian trembled with excitement and quickly grabbed the young man. Xiaoyu, what exactly happened? Where is your father? And the others? Lin Fan noticed that the remaining 6 people had already surrounded them. Each of them was ready to fight and looked at Lin Fan and his group with caution. Among the 6, there were 2 fighters with combat abilities, and the other 4 also emitted strong energy. Lin Fan became more curious about the people from Luoqing. There seemed to be no ordinary survivors. Their only task appeared to be protecting the proud young man in the middle, or perhaps the black box in his hands. Luyu, Lin Wen seemed to recognize the young man in front of him. Lin Wen, why are there so few of you? This isn't a place to talk. We have 2 more companions waiting for us. We'll talk more once we're somewhere safe, Luyu said urgently. Fortunately, the Starfire convoy had lost many members, so there was enough space for all 7 of them. Lin Fan and Lin Wen exchanged a glance, but said nothing. The convoy headed in the direction Luyu pointed. Lin Fan saw the convoy heading away from Luoqing City and finally relaxed. He was really worried that Luyu might lead the convoy into Luoqing. If that happened, he would have no hesitation to split from the Starfire convoy. The convoy stopped for a moment in front of an old factory. 2 women came out from inside. They were still dressed in military combat uniforms. The woman with long hair, who seemed to have injured her leg, was helped into the convoy's car. What made Lin Fan even more curious was that the long-haired woman was clutching a black box tightly, just like the one Luyu held. These two women were Lu Yu's companions. After they joined, the convoy continued on its way. During the drive, Chu Sun looked a bit uneasy. The heavy pickup truck almost veered off course several times. "Drive carefully," Lin Fan said coldly. Yes, Mr. Lin," Chu Sun replied nervously. "Do you know these people?" Lin Fan asked suspiciously. Since Lu Yu and the others arrived, Chu Sun had become increasingly nervous. Chu Sun avoided Lin Fan's gaze, bit his lip, and said, "Mr. Lin, I know Lu Yu." "Oh? Tell me more." Lin Fan became a bit interested. He was curious about Lu Yu and the others, especially that black box filled with aggressive energy. Lu Yu is Lu Changhe's only son. We knew each other before, so he was Lu Changhe's son. No wonder he knew Qin Tian. The Fire Seed project was proposed by Lu Changhe, and Lu Yu seemed to be involved. The so-called survivor gathering place, but only Lu Yu and his group were seen. Where did the others go? And what is that black box they are protecting? Everything seems so mysterious. Is there more? Tell me everything you know. Before, he used to pursue me, but I didn't agree. After the apocalypse, I haven't seen him since. Chu Sun lowered her head, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "Mr. Lin, can I go find him to ask about my sister? The son of a provincial official before the end of the world would have great power." Chu Sun, though a national icon, was seen by Lu Yu as just a pretty face. They probably had some secret relationship. Lin Fan didn't know or care about these young masters before, and now he wasn't interested in knowing them. As for Chu Sun's claim that Lu Yu once pursued her, Lin Fan was even less interested. Since she didn't provide any useful information, he simply nodded and said nothing more. When Chu Sun saw Lin Fan agree, her face lit up with happiness. She was eager to find clues about her sister. As night fell, the convoy found an open camping spot. They would rest here tonight. Lin Fan saw Lu Yu and a long-haired woman enter Lin Wen's tent. The others stayed outside, on guard, constantly watching the people outside the tent. Quite the display. Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Wen arrived at the bus just in time for dinner. "Did you notice anything?" Lin Fan asked. "Inside those wooden stakes, there are two ability users. The bald guy looks about the same strength as Lin Meng, and there's a skinny little guy who seems to be a fighter too, but I can't tell what level, but it doesn't matter to us. Hurry up and serve the food." Tang Xiaoxiao tapped her bowl, urging the cook to start eating. Lin Fan turned to Chu Sun and said, "Aren't you going to find out about your sister? Now's the time." Chu Sun hesitated and said, she saw Lu Yu and others enter the tent. There were guards outside, and they seemed to be discussing something important. It didn't feel right to go over at this time. "Let's go now." Under everyone's watch, Chu Sun slowly walked toward Lin Wen's tent. But before she got close, a burly man with a bald head stopped her. No matter how Chu Sun explained, the man ignored her and drove her back. Tang Xiaoxiao saw this and looked at Lin Fan with disdain. "If you want to know what they're saying inside, just go. I don't believe those wooden stakes can stop you. And you asked Chu Sun to help you check. How shameless." Lin Fan ignored Tang Xiaoxiao. He watched Chu Sun turn back with a sad face, smiled, and expected this to happen. "Xiaoxiao, I sense that the black box they have definitely contains something good. Aren't you curious about what it is?" Tang Xiaoxiao poked at her rice without looking up and said, "None of my business, sigh." Lin Fan was slightly annoyed by Tang Xiaoxiao's reply. "Aren't you curious about where the survivors in Luo City went? I feel something's off." This time, Tang Xiaoxiao put down her chopsticks and looked at Lin Fan with curiosity. "None of your business, sigh." Tang Xiaoxiao used Lin Fan's previous words to scold him for being verbose. "Lin Fan, you're acting strange today. You're not like this usually." Tang Xiaoxiao forcefully pinched Lin Fan's face, trying to see if someone was wearing a mask pretending to be him. Lin Fan brushed her hand away. The reason he was so curious was because he sensed that what was inside that black box was not simple. He felt it could be very useful for the convoy. After Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao finished their usual training outside, the people inside the tent came out. Qin Tian and Lin Wen looked grim. Lu Yu and the long-haired woman said nothing, and they returned to the car to rest. However, before leaving, Lu Yu cast a strange look toward Lin Fan in the distance. The long-haired woman looked at Lin Fan's heavy pickup truck with envy. Lin Fan ignored them. He rubbed his sore arm and got into the pickup truck. Tang Xiaoxiao had probably absorbed the strange general's core, and her strength had increased a lot. Nothing happened overnight. Early the next morning, Lin Wen went to the heavy pickup truck and woke Lin Fan from his sleep. Lin Wen told Lin Fan about the survivor gathering place in Los Angeles that he heard of yesterday. According to Lu Yu, there is a survivor camp in the city built by his father, Lu Changhe. Following Lu Changhe's instructions, all Starfire convoy destinations in Lu Province are set to Los Angeles. However, a few days ago, strange events suddenly erupted in the city, destroying the survivor camp. Everyone was scattered, and only Lu Yu and others found Qin Tian waiting for them. The person wearing military combat gear is Lu Changhe's subordinate, responsible for protecting Lu Yu. The long-haired woman who appeared last is an ordinary person named Zhao Tong. Why was the survivor camp set up in Los Angeles? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. I don't know. He only said it was his father's idea. It seems Lu Yu has kept a lot from you. Did he tell you what's inside that black box? Lin Fan looked at Lin Wen with a serious expression. Lin Wen shook his head. No, they keep everything secret. Why are you telling me this? Lin Fan, last night, Lu Ha said he wanted to take over the convoy and lead it to Lingguan. He said his father had already left, and there's a survivor camp in Lingguan too. Lingguan? Lin Fan was confused. Lingguan is no longer in the Central State area. He didn't expect there to be a survivor camp there. Taking over the convoy is an internal matter for you all. I'm not interested. Lin Fan didn't care who led the Starfire convoy. The only person he cared about in the entire convoy was Lin Wen, a capable explorer. However, Lin Wen, I have to say, it's frustrating enough that Zhang Rong is gone, and now someone else is bossing you around. It's better to come with me. Lin Fan continued to persuade Lin Wen to join his convoy. Lin Wen didn't respond to Lin Fan. He clenched his teeth and whispered, Lin Fan, he said, taking over the convoy isn't just about the Starfire convoy, but also the big bus convoy. He's asking for death. Lin Fan looked like a furious lion. Yesterday, he was eyeing the black box in Lu Yu's hands, but now he finds Lu Yu wants to take over the entire bus convoy. Damn it, what right does he have? Because his father is the provincial governor? Even if his father is a king, it's not enough. Lin Fan's loud shout drew the attention of the bus team, and also Tang Xiao, who was about to have a meal. Lin Fan, I already advised Lu Yu yesterday with Qin Ting, but Lin Wen didn't finish his sentence, clearly indicating that his advice was ignored. He felt helpless because he knew Lu Yu well. He understood that this top young master from Lu Province was always proud, thinking he was the best and others were second. But Lin Wen knew Lin Fan's temper better. If Lu Yu angered him, no matter if Lu Yu's father was the best in the world, Lin Fan would definitely fight to take him down. According to the wartime regulations, the bus team is now requisitioned. Everyone is under Lu Young Master's control. A deep voice sounded from behind the crowd. Then, a sweet female voice followed. That pickup truck is also requisitioned. Hurry up and pack up, send the vehicle over. Oh, yesterday's luxury car was really uncomfortable. My back hurts so much. Everyone looked over angrily. Lu Yu, along with a few others from yesterday, approached. The voice came from a burly, bald man who looked proud as he stared at Lin Fan and the others. The delicate woman with long hair was Zhao Tong, who was injured on her leg yesterday. She was rubbing her waist and limping behind Tang Yu, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan's heavy pickup truck. Qin Tian walked at the back with a gloomy face. He opposed Lu Yu's actions internally, but couldn't stop him. The bus team was furious. Lin Meng's eyes already showed a faint redness. Tang Xiao looked excited, but her hands clenched the Tang sword tightly. When Lin Wen heard the noise, his face turned pale. He had planned to tell Lin Fan early to avoid conflict, but he didn't expect Lu Yu to be so eager to take over the bus team. He saw Lin Fan's eyes narrowing, filled with hidden killing intent. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and get ready. The burly man shouted loudly again when no one responded. Lin Wen tightly grabbed Lin Fan's sleeve and shouted at Lu Yu and others. Lu Yu, didn't we agree yesterday? Let me handle the negotiations. What are you doing? Lu Yu ignored Lin Wen and smiled as he spoke to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, right? Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Yu, son of Lu Changhe. According to the wartime regulations, I have the right to requisition your bus fleet. In Lu Yu's view, the only threat in the bus fleet was the wild and unruly Lin Meng. Although Qin Tian and Lin Wen kept saying Lin Fan was strong, Liu didn't see him as a capable ability user, just an ordinary person, no matter how powerful. He already had 2 combat-type ability users, plus Wang Yong from the Sparkfire team, so he was confident they could easily overpower the bus fleet. As for Lin Wen's attempt to negotiate, Liu thought it was pointless, like trying to do something impossible. Zhao Tong's eyes shifted to Lin Fan. She could sense the strong power within him and looked at him curiously, as if she were examining a strange, mutated little creature. Hee. Lin Fan chuckled at their arrogance. He remembered people who tried to steal from him before, like weeds growing on a grave. Now he understood why some villains who die quickly all behave the same way. At this moment, Liu saw Chu Sun behind Lin Fan and sneered. Chu Sun, is that really you? I wondered why I didn't see you yesterday. Turns out you're also in the bus team. So, are you so happy to see an old lover that you can't speak? I heard from Uncle Chin that you've been looking for your sister. I do know where she is. As soon as you come over, I'll tell you. Liu had previously pursued Chu Sun but was rejected. Because of her influence, he was worried about negative news affecting his father, so he gave up. Now, in the end of the world, he no longer had those concerns. In his eyes, Chu Sun should be kneeling like a dog in front of him, allowing him to humiliate her. When Chu Sun heard Liu's teasing words, her face turned red. When Liu mentioned knowing her sister's whereabouts, she couldn't help but step forward, but her rational mind made her stop. Want to requisition the bus fleet? Fine. Bring me the black box in your hand, and I'll trade it for the fleet, Lin Fan said coldly. He wanted to test how important that black box really was. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Liu and the others' faces changed dramatically. You're asking for death, the bald, burly man shouted and was about to attack, but Liu stopped him. Lin Fan, don't be so shameless. I've already shown you respect by saying so much. This is already giving face to Uncle Chin and Lin Wan. My subordinate, a berserker sequence ability user, has a bad temper. Liu's face darkened as he pointed at the angry-looking bald man. Xiaoming, take out that bald guy. Lin Fan, too lazy to waste words, drew his bone blade and swung it at Liu's head. The force was so strong it knocked Lin Wan several meters away. Although killing ordinary people can earn divine points, Lin Fan has always been cautious. He doesn't attack ordinary people unless absolutely necessary, fearing he might lose himself in killing. However, Liu and his group have now completely angered him. Zhang Long and the others quickly retreated, watching the Fire Spark convoy closely. They knew this fight was beyond their ability to join, so they stayed alert for the Fire Spark team, taking advantage of the chaos. Seeing this, Liu sneered and stepped back, expecting the conflict. He preferred to use strength to subdue Lin Fan and his group, saving words. Zhao Tong had already moved to the side, watching Lin Fan with growing curiosity. The muscular bald man raised his fist to punch Lin Fan, but unexpectedly, Lin Ming had already transformed into a wild form. A sharp sonic boom sounded, and the bald man was knocked flying by Lin Ming. A thin, small figure already had a cold-looking dagger in hand. Before anyone could react, he disappeared from sight. Assassin sequence, Tang Xiaoxiao deliberately shouted, warning Lin Fan. But she wasn't worried. The assassin sequence is troublesome for others, but for Lin Fan, who can see through weaknesses, it's a natural advantage. After speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao drew her Tang sword and slowly approached Liu's other subordinates. Fighting with ability users is dangerous. Don't interfere, or you'll die. Liu's men ignored her and tried to advance. Tang Xiaoxiao drew a long line on the ground with her sword. Anyone crossing this line will die. Liu's men looked at the cracked ground caused by Tang Xiaoxiao's gentle swipe and dared not move further. Meanwhile, the bald man was already being beaten down by Lin Ming. Not only was Lin Ming's strength formidable, but he also had the divine pact with Lin Fan, plus the Sunset Guard gloves that enhanced his power. The bald man was no longer just hitting a steel plate, but was crashing into a heavy armored vehicle. Liu's face was grim as he watched the bald man being knocked to the ground by Lin Ming's fists. He then shifted his gaze to the small figure of the assassin sequence. The assassin sequence ability users are very rare. This is why his father was worried and specifically arranged for him to be protected. Seeing the small figure disappear, Lin Fan's keen eyes had already locked onto his trail, constantly analyzing his weaknesses. The small figure was very fast. His dagger, like a venomous snake, reached out from behind Lin Fan, aiming straight at his heart. Lin Fan's bone blade accurately blocked the dagger. Seeing that his attack missed, the small figure quickly retreated. Lin Fan did not chase him, but ran straight toward Lu Yu. The small figure had no choice but to come close again to block him. An assassin with concerns in his heart is destined to fail. The small figure was always worried about Lu Yu's safety and was kept on a leash by Lin Fan. This kind of fight, where he couldn't fully use his strengths, made him feel very frustrated. What made him even more nervous was that every silent attack he made was blocked by Lin Fan, as if Lin Fan could see through him. After several fights, Lin Fan's keen eyes finally found his weakness. This time, Lin Fan chose to attack first. After another collision, his bone blade, covered in crimson blood mist, shot like lightning into the small figure's knee. The small figure, who had been like a ghost, appeared in midair and fell heavily to the ground, clutching his broken knee and groaning in pain. The blood on his leg kept flowing and wouldn't stop. The bloodthirsty sharpness of the bloodthirsty bone blade was triggered, greatly increasing the damage to living flesh. The wounds would bleed continuously and be hard to heal. As more blood flowed out, the small figure's face grew paler. Next to him, the bald strong man kept screaming. Lin Meng, like a beast, broke all his limbs. Lin Fan had said he would ruin the bald man, so Lin Meng didn't hold back and only broke his legs. Lin Fan, holding a blood-stained bone blade, slowly walked toward Lu Yu. Lu Yu's men, seeing this, ignored Tang Xiaoxiao's threats and all stood in front of Lu Yu, their eyes full of despair. Although they were well-trained, in front of Lin Fan, they were no different from ordinary people. Lin Fan sneered and said, "Young Master Lu, why aren't you acting arrogant now? Why are you hiding behind like a dog?" Lu Yu, who was once confident, no longer looked proud after seeing his two sequence ability users being completely defeated by Lin Fan and Lin Meng. It is clear that I previously underestimated Lin Fan's strength. If I had known this would happen, Lu Yu would never have suggested taking over the team. Now, the only two ability users left around me are useless, and the others are just ordinary people. Lin Fan looks like he won't back down easily. My first priority is to stay alive. Lu Yu tries to keep his voice calm and says, "Lin Fan, I admit I underestimated you. But are you sure you want to be my enemy? I can apologize to you. We could even work together. Aren't you curious about what's inside the black box?" Lin Fan keeps walking forward, ignoring Lu Yu's words. "Lin Fan, my father is the governor of Lu Province, and he has 3-level ability users working for him. If you dare to kill me, my father definitely won't let you go. I don't care who your father is." Lin Fan finishes speaking and swings his sword. "Lin Fan, you crazy person. Qin Tian. Lin Wen, are you just going to watch?" Seeing that Lin Fan really wants to kill him, Lu Yu steps back and loudly calls out to Qin Tian and Lin Wen. Qin Tian looks at Lin Wen with a pleading expression. He knows his words won't matter to Lin Fan. If he tries to stop him, Lin Fan might attack him too. Right now, only Lin Wen can save Lu Yu. Lu Yu can't die. His life affects the future of over 50 people in the team. Lin Wen sighs helplessly. He doesn't care about Lu Yu's life, but he can't ignore Qin Tian's plea. He quickly steps in front of Lin Fan, looking at his murderous eyes, and can't speak for a long time. Wang Yong also looks guilty and steps forward without saying anything. Seeing these two guilty people, Lin Fan suddenly smiles. "Lin Wen, what do you mean? If you plead for him, I might let Lu Yu go." Lin Wen. Hearing this, Lu Yu and the others all look at Lin Wen. Lin Wen forces a bitter smile. He can tell that Lin Fan has been trying to recruit him. He doesn't know why, but Lin Fan keeps making concessions because of him. The cost of this will definitely be high. "Lin Fan, let him go." Lin Wen's voice is low. "Okay, but there's a condition." Hearing Lin Fan say this, Lu Yu and the others breathe a sigh of relief. The bald man and the small assassin on the ground stop screaming and take a deep breath. Sequence ability users value their lives more than ordinary people. "Just don't think about my box, and I will agree to any conditions." Lu Yu stepped out from behind. "I need to know what's inside the box. Tell me everything you know. If I find out you're hiding anything, Lin Wen can't save you." Lu Yu looked troubled but nodded firmly. "Also, I want the lives of those two people." Lin Fan pointed at the two sequence ability users on the ground. Both looked shocked and started begging for mercy. Everyone watched Lin Fan in confusion. Sequence ability users are very rare, and each one is treated as a guest of honor by the convoy. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan wanted to kill two of them. The two sequence ability users are a big hidden danger, especially the small assassin type. If it weren't for the Eye of Insight, he might have been killed already. Another reason is that Lin Fan wants to gather some divine points, at least enough to use brute force to charge. Otherwise, even the best skills are useless without divine points. Okay, Lu Yu's tone was calm. To him, the two sequence ability users were like two dogs that could be discarded at any time. The bald, strong man and the small one on the ground were completely hopeless. Their eyes were full of hatred as they looked at Lin Fan. The rest of Lu Yu's men showed no emotion, as if they were used to this. The small one endured his leg injury and tried to sneak away. Lin Fan's Eye of Insight had already locked onto him. Faster than him, Lin Fan struck him down again, and with a single slash, he cut his neck while the small man looked on with unwillingness. Killed a sequence ability user, gained 500 divine points. Indeed, killing humans doesn't earn as many divine points as killing strange creatures, even if they are sequence ability users. But it's enough. There's still one lying nearby. Seeing Lin Fan kill the small man without hesitation, the bald, strong man cried and begged for mercy. Lin Ming, standing nearby, showed no reaction. At this moment, the bald man's limbs had turned into twisted knots. He was lying on the ground, no longer as imposing as before. Since you're a dog, don't be so arrogant. Lin Fan finished speaking, and the bone blade in his hand was stained with blood again. Killed a sequence ability user, gained 500 divine points. The bloodthirsty bone blade's red patterns became even brighter. At this moment, Lin Fan's divine follower level reached 70%. Everyone around was silent and fearful. Zhao Tong's face was pale, but her curiosity remained unchanged. Lin Fan smiled and held up 2 fingers to Lin Wen. Lin Wen forced a smile, understanding that Lin Fan was reminding him. Including this time, he owed Lin Fan 2 big favors. 3 strikes, and you're out. The next time, he might have to sell himself to Lin Fan. Young Master Lu, let's go. It's time to keep your promise. Lin Fan called out to Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Ming. Then he turned to Chu Sun. Come along too. Chu Sun's face lit up with joy. Lin Fan asking her to join clearly meant he wanted her to find out news about her sister. Lu Yu walked toward Lin Wen's tent with a gloomy face, his eyes full of resentment. 2 ability users of the same rank were enough to cause him great pain. Just a few more days, Lin Fan. I will make you kneel like a dog, Lu Yu muttered bitterly. The ghostly image in the Starfire convoy's supplies, which had existed for a long time, seemed to sense the bloodiness on the square and flickered. Everyone entered the tent. Lin Fan sat confidently. Hey, Lin Wen, don't be so stingy. Take out your tea leaves. Chu Sun silently poured tea for Lin Fan and the others. Lu Yu and Zhao Tong sat opposite Lin Fan, with 2 black boxes on the table. Everyone was drawn to the mysterious boxes. Lin Fan's keen senses detected the violent energy emanating from inside the boxes. What's inside? He asked. Lu Yu didn't speak. He simply opened the box, revealing 2 blue potions inside. The deep blue potions emitted a mysterious glow. The violent energy Lin Fan sensed was coming from these potions. Strange potions, Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed. What? They can awaken a person's ability sequence. Everyone gasped, staring at the potions in shock. Chu Sun's body trembled noticeably. Lu Yu was very pleased with everyone's reaction. Not everyone could remain calm when seeing such strange potions. Lin Fan looked suspiciously at the potion in front of him, feeling that something was wrong. He had seen strange potions made by the system before, and their aura was completely different from this one. Does your father have the ability of a potion master sequence ability user? Lin Wen's voice trembled slightly. Lu Yu nodded confidently and said, there was a level 3 potion master sequence ability user in Luo City before. Level 3 potion master sequence ability user. Everyone was shocked by Lu Yu's words. No wonder Lu Yu was so indifferent to the 2 sequence ability users just now. Potion master sequence ability users are the rarest among all sequence abilities, because they can make strange potions, and these potions can help ordinary people awaken sequence abilities. This means Lu Yu's family can produce sequence ability users. Why haven't you awakened your own sequence ability? Lin Fan gently tapped the teacup, not believing that Lu Yu wouldn't awaken his ability, first given such conditions. Lin Wan and others looked at Lu Yu with confusion. Haha, because even strange potions can't guarantee a 100% success rate in awakening a sequence ability. If it fails, you die. I won't take that risk. Lu Yu's words made Lin Fan believe him somewhat. When Lin Ming used strange potions before, it was a gamble. Luckily, he won the gamble. Otherwise, the two brothers would have died at the market in Grey Rock Town. Lu Yu always considers himself superior. In his eyes, sequence ability users are just tools. He lets his subordinates take risks and enjoys the results himself. Even if a level 3 potion master can produce strange potions, why do you have it in your hands? Lin Wan asked with doubt. Normally, such precious items as strange potions should be in Lu Changhe's possession. Why is Lu Yu carrying it around? Lu Yu only has 2 sequence ability users protecting him. Lu Yu's eyes showed a wild look. He leaned forward, staring at everyone present, and what he said next stunned everyone. Because these aren't strange potions made by potion masters at all. They are something we developed ourselves. Although the success rate is less than half of that of strange potions, we can produce them in large quantities, and we are constantly improving this potion. Give us more time, and this potion will definitely rival the strange ones. We call it the Fire Seed Potion. The spark of hope for humanity. Snap. Lu Yu's words caused everyone to drop their teacups onto the floor. This news hit like a thunderbolt. Even if the strange potion's success rate was low, producing it on a large scale could still create many people with special abilities. Lu Yu's eyes showed more madness. He stood up, leaning on the table, and shouted in a low voice, "Everyone, this is the real plan. No matter how powerful the strange creatures are, as long as humans keep producing people with special abilities, the end of the world can be avoided. Maybe one day, all humans will become people with special abilities, and we will be the creators of a new human world." Crazy. In Lin Fan's eyes, Lu Yu, or Lu Changhe, was definitely a madman. Making all humans into people with special abilities was just a dream. Even the strange potion couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate. But many people will die, Qin Tian said, trembling. Uncle Qin, for the future of humanity, losing some people is nothing. Every change in human history has involved sacrifices. Lu Yu's words made Lin Wan and others fall silent. They couldn't tell right from wrong at that moment. Maybe this was the path for humanity's future, even if the process was cruel. Lin Fan, let's work together. You haven't awakened a special ability, but your power is far beyond that of ordinary ability users. If I study your body's secrets, I promise you can awaken a special ability too. The Fire Seed Potion will be even better. Zhao Tong, who had been silent, now stood up and looked at Lin Fan with bright, intense eyes. Ahem. Let me introduce myself. Zhao Tong, the main researcher of the Fire Seed Potion. Lu Yu revealed Zhao Tong's true identity. Zhao Tong looked at Lin Fan as if he were a lab mouse, making Lin Fan feel uncomfortable. I'm not interested. Lin Fan wouldn't foolishly reveal all his secrets just for the so-called future of humanity. Only he and Lin Ming knew about the divine system, and he didn't plan to let anyone else find out. Who says I haven't awakened a special ability? I've awakened a mysterious ability. Feeling the puzzled looks from everyone, Lin Fan decided to reveal the carefully kept secret he had prepared. This time, others were shocked by Lin Fan's words, but they quickly showed understanding, realizing that being able to use strange objects is even stronger than sequence abilities. Only the mysterious sequence can explain this clearly. Lin Wan looked as if he already knew this all along. The mysterious sequence is the best. I haven't studied it yet. Unexpectedly, the mysterious sequence made Zhao Tong even more excited. He wanted to rush over and study Lin Fan right now. Shut up. I haven't finished dealing with you about the car theft earlier. Lin Fan's fierce words made Zhao Tong shrink back and obediently sit down. Everyone, I have kept my promise. This is a serious matter, so please keep it secret, Lu Yu said. He then picked up the black box on the table and was about to take Zhao Tong away. Wait a moment, Lin Fan called out to stop Lu Yu from leaving. Is there anything else? I've said everything I need to, Lu Yu replied. Lin Fan calmly said, just tell me about Sister Chu's son. Lu Yu glanced at Chu Sun beside Lin Fan, a greedy look flashing in his eyes. Your sister did follow another convoy to Luo City before, but after the strange outbreak a few days ago, I haven't seen her since. Maybe she escaped. As for where she went, I really don't know. When Chu Sun heard that her sister was still alive, tears suddenly welled up. She squatted on the ground, quietly crying. Hearing that her sister was alive already made her very happy. Afraid that Lin Fan might take the black box, Lu Yu didn't want to stay any longer. He turned and left the tent. At this moment, his guards outside gathered around and protected the two of them as they got into a car. Did you send a signal to White Crazy? Lu Yu asked. A guard leaned close to the window and whispered, Yes, sir. Captain White should be able to catch up in 2 days. He closed the car window, and Lu Yu's eyes showed a wild, murderous look. His face twisted with anger. Lin Fan, Lin Wan, I want the entire convoy to disappear. To save himself, he had to reveal part of the secret about the fire seed potion. He made everyone believe that their hope to end the apocalypse depended on him. But in his eyes, knowing about the fire seed potion meant everyone in the convoy would become dead. Only dead people can keep secrets. Zhao Tong nearby looked indifferent and simply said, Ordinary people can stay behind for experiments. Oh, and Lin Fan, I want to study him carefully. He must have a big secret. Humph. I think you're interested in that brat. Hearing Lu Yu's slightly jealous words, Zhao Tong giggled softly and sat on Lu Yu's lap. No way. I will always be yours. Outside the car, the subordinates saw the vehicle shake and all stepped back a few meters, watching cautiously around them. It was as if nothing had happened. Lin Fan returned alone to his pickup truck, thinking about Lu Yu's words earlier. He wasn't interested in the fire seed plan Lu Yu mentioned. He had always been suspicious of Lu Yu, but the fire seed potion was definitely a good thing. Although there were official strange potions in the system shop, the huge number of zeros behind the price gave Lin Fan a headache. In Lin Fan's mind, most members of the Divine State Convoy were likely to have special abilities, which was necessary to survive the apocalypse. Learning about level 3 ability users from Lu Yu made Lin Fan more eager to strengthen his team. System, do you have the formula for the fire seed potion? The system needs to analyze the physical item before deducing the formula. It seems he needs to find a way to get a bottle of the fire seed potion from Lu Yu. But right now, Lin Wan, Tang Xiao, and others definitely wouldn't let Lin Fan and Lu Yu clash again. Lu Yu revealing the information about the fire seed potion was a lucky escape for himself. He could only wait and see what happens next. There's no wall that keeps secrets forever. What was supposed to be a secret spread quickly within the convoy the next day. Lu Yu had a strange potion that could help ordinary people awaken special abilities. This news caused the survivors in the convoy to go wild, an opportunity for ordinary people to change their fate. Everyone's eyes also showed a spark of hope. Zhang Long quietly approached Lin Fan, implying that he wanted to steal the fire seed potion. Lin Fan only replied that he wasn't sure if the potion was real, and even if it was, the chance for ordinary people to awaken was very low. This made Zhang Long and others give up on their plan to eliminate Lu Yu. However, the survivors of the Spark Fire team had long since lost patience. A group gathered around Lu Yu, flattering him in various ways. Lu Yu enjoyed this feeling very much. A middle-aged man even offered his luxurious car. Lu Yu was tired of resting in the old, broken-down car, so when someone voluntarily offered a luxury vehicle, he accepted without hesitation. He just patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and whispered a promise. The man was overjoyed and looked at the other survivors with pride, as if he had awakened his special abilities. This scene made the other survivors even more excited, scrambling to serve Lu Yu like they were serving an emperor. At lunchtime, Lin Wan staggered over to the bus. Lin Fan casually handed him a set of bowls and chopsticks. Lin Wan was surprised at first, but then smiled and took them. You've got me figured out. Ha ha ha, it's no different. Just get used to life on the bus early. I can feel it. You'll soon be in my arms. Next to them, Tang Xiao, who was eating, knocked on her bowl and said loudly with a look of disgust, eating. Can you two stop being so gross? They looked at each other and smiled. Lin Wan naturally started eating the bus food, looking very satisfied. The Spark Fire team's meals were served in large pots, which was a big difference compared to the bus's food. Lin Fan, what do you think about this? Lin Wan, while eating, tilted his head toward the Spark Fire team. Seeing Lu Yu being treated like a star, Lin Fan smiled and said, "I think this news was probably leaked by Lu Yu himself." Tang Xiaoxiao looked confused and asked, "How could that be? He said it was supposed to be kept secret. It's too good for him if so many people know." Lu Yu is very afraid of dying. He doesn't trust Lin Fan and has even given himself a protective charm. Lin Wen took off his foggy glasses, which were steamed up from the heat, and continued, "Be careful. I don't know if Lu Yu has any backup plans, but I have a feeling he's hiding something. What do you think about the fire seed potion? Don't tell me you're not tempted." Lin Fan looked at Lin Wen's already expected expression and smiled as he continued. "Was it Qin Tian who sent you here to test if I would kill to get medicine?" Lin Wen put on his glasses, sighed softly, and a hint of sadness flickered in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "Lu Yu's words were too frightening. We all hope it's true because hope is what we need most right now. Lin Fan, I know you don't care much about these things, but I hope you won't destroy this hope. After all, the teacher doesn't have much time left." By the end, Lin Wen's voice was tinged with a choking sound. "Huh? Old Qin is about to die?" Lin Fan exclaimed, but seeing Lin Wen's sadness, he realized he had been a bit too excited. Although Qin Tian, that stubborn old man, was annoying, hearing that he was about to die, Lin Fan felt not only happiness but also shock. He didn't expect the usually vigorous Qin Tian to be so close to death. If he died, the bond between Lin Wen and the Starfire team would be gone, and they would be close to breaking their sacred promise with Lin Wen. Tang Xiaoxiao also put down her bowl and chopsticks. She didn't like Qin Tian, but that didn't mean she wanted to kill him like Lin Fan. Hearing this news, she felt a bit disappointed, having spent so much time together. Lin Wen wiped his glasses, put them on, and said, "The teacher's health was never good. With all this migration and the trivial matters in the team, his body had already broken down long ago. It was the belief in the city of Luo that kept him going. After hearing about the fall of Luo City, he was hit very hard. I could feel his life force fading. Today, Lu Yu's words gave the teacher a glimmer of hope again. Don't crush it." Lin Fan looked at Lin Wen's serious face and nodded. Qin Tian didn't have many days left, and he wasn't doing much better himself. "I've always wondered, are you perhaps Qin Lao's illegitimate child?" Lin Fan initially wanted to say, "Qin Lao," but Tang Xiaoxiao shot him a sharp look, and he immediately changed his words. "That's not so dramatic. I was an orphan since I was young. The teacher sponsored me through college. Before going to the public security department, Qin Ting was also my college teacher," Lin Wen said with a smile. "Brother, I know. That's what they say. Once a teacher, always a father," Lin Ming suddenly said, lifting his head from the rice bowl. Lin Wenhe and Tang Xiaoxiao both looked at Lin Ming in surprise. They didn't expect that Lin Ming, whom they always thought was simple-minded, would actually know that phrase. Lin Fan glared at both of them irritably. His younger brother only had a low IQ. He wasn't a fool. Then he said to Lin Ming, "Xiao Ming, have you eaten enough?" "No, brother." "Then keep eating." Watching Lin Fan gently wipe the rice grains off Lin Ming's face with his hand, Lin Wen sighed and said, "Sometimes I really envy you two brothers. Even in the end times, you still have such a strong bond." In the end times, many couples turned against each other, and brothers fought each other just to survive. Seeing so much of that, normal brotherly love became rare. "The people in the bus convoy are all my brothers, including you, Lin Wen." "Thank you, Lin Fan." Lin Wen patted Lin Fan's arm and said, "Next, we need to follow the direction Lu Yu pointed out. If there's really a survivor gathering at Lingguan, it will be a good explanation for these survivors, but I will keep an eye on the situation. If there's any danger, I will tell you in advance." After saying that, Lin Wen turned around and walked away with a look of sadness. Tang Xiaoxiao also finished eating, stood up, and stared at Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt a little nervous under her gaze, unsure of what she might do next. "Hey, Lin Fan, do you see me as a brother?" "Haha, I see you as a sister. TCH. Let's see if you can beat me first, you little brat." Over the next 2 days, the convoy returned to the dull routine of traveling. They didn't encounter anything strange along the way. The only difference was that Lu Yu was surrounded by more people, and wherever they went, they were greeted warmly. No one knew exactly how many promises Lu Yu had made, but he kept avoiding Lin Fan, and it turned out he was right to do so. Throughout the journey, Lin Fan kept thinking about how to get the fire seed potion. He secretly kept a close watch on Lu Yu. Whenever he sensed something was off, Lin Fan's bone blade was ready to strike. Lu Yu seemed to also be aware of Lin Fan's thoughts. He didn't provoke Lin Fan at all, honestly convincing survivors in the convoy. The black box was always guarded by his men, and it never moved from its place, not even during meals. Chu Sun became more cheerful, imagining that her sister might have gone to Lingguan with the convoy. She hoped that once the bus arrived at Lingguan, the sisters could reunite. Under Lu Yu's guidance, the convoy stopped near a small town outside Luocheng. After Lin Fan got out of the car, he looked at the metal sign by the roadside. Not far ahead was a small market town called Mengchuan. Lin Wen and others approached and told Lin Fan that the convoy needed to restock supplies at the town market. There were only a few weak low-level strange creatures, which posed little threat to the convoy. Lin Fan didn't see Lu Yu and his group nearby and didn't pay much attention. This time, he left Zhang Long on the car. Although Lin Wen was there, he still didn't fully trust Lu Yu. The group was experienced in gathering supplies. Since they knew there were no powerful strange creatures, they prepared simply and headed toward the town center together. As usual, Tang Xiaoxiao and the bus team entered the town center separately after the two groups split up. The bus team quickly ran to nearby shops, working efficiently. In just over an hour, Lin Ming's cloth bag jacket was filled with supplies. Lin Fan, Lin Ming, and Tang Xiaoxiao stayed alert in the middle of the road, ready to support if any strange creatures appeared. Tang Xiaoxiao boredly kicked a stone on the ground. She asked Lin Ming, who was eating nonstop. "Xiao Ming, you keep eating. Don't you feel full?" "No. The more I eat, the stronger I get, and the better I can help my brother," Lin Ming replied quietly. "All you talk about is your brother. He's not a good person." Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Lin Ming, who grinned widely and laughed. "Hey, Tang Xiaoxiao, I haven't annoyed you lately, have I?" Lin Fan said helplessly, spreading his hands. This girl was still far from menopause, but her temper was getting more unpredictable. "I'm happy to." Tang Xiaoxiao didn't know why, but whenever she saw Lin Fan now, she couldn't help but want to tease him. Lin Ming took out a bag of snacks and started eating on his own. Lin Fan kept scanning the surroundings with his keen eyes. After so long, he still hadn't seen any strange activity. He hoped the town's strange creatures would appear. Even the smallest threat was still a threat. Seeing the system page with only 1,000 divine points, he felt uneasy inside. As the three of them grew more bored, from a distant three-story house, two people quietly watched those entering the town. Both were cloaked in black robes, deliberately hiding their presence. They wore communication devices on their ears, glowing with red lights. "Report to the captain. 2 level 1 ability users in the town, 1 ordinary person with a strange object. The rest are regular survivors. Release the lost ones to test their abilities and estimate the danger level." A hoarse voice came from the communication device. Received. After hearing the orders, the two exchanged a look, their eyes filled with a wild, bloodthirsty gleam. One of them took out a simple remote control from his pocket, and with a firm press of his thumb, 2 loud noises sounded in the town. When Lin Fan and the others heard the sounds, they immediately went on alert. On the other side of the town, the survivors of the Spark train team were screaming in fear. They quickly recalled the vehicle teams searching for supplies, then looked toward the source of the noise. Thud, thud, thud. A rush of hurried, chaotic footsteps came from the end of the street. Roar, roar. A group of people dressed in white hospital gowns ran wildly toward Lin Fan, their eyes red, growling like wild beasts. Huh? Uniformed strange creatures? Lin Fan looked at the uniformed oddities with confusion, recalling a zombie movie he had seen before. Could these strange beings also be artificially bred? Lin Fan, what are you hesitating for? Find their weakness quickly. Tang Xiaoxiao's sword was already drawn, shouting at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's keen sight was already active, but the energy fluctuations from these hospital gown creatures were too weak. Where's the weakness? Their whole bodies are weak points. Just fight. Wouldn't that be wasting the core of the strange creature? Hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao excitedly ran toward the strange creatures with her sword. Lin Ming also didn't transform, just threw a punch. After making contact, they realized these hospital gown creatures were only slightly faster, stronger, and more resistant than ordinary people. Facing a level 1 ability user, they were practically easy targets. Lin Minggang punched and shattered a strange creature, while Tang Xiaoxiao had already collapsed nearby. After the three of them quickly killed all the strange creatures like chopping vegetables, Tang Xiaoxiao used her Tang sword to sweep the debris on the ground, only finding 6 strange cores that looked like broad beans, with very weak energy. Defeated low-level strange creatures, gained 100 divine points. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Fan cursed silently. He had hoped to earn more divine points, but only got 100 for this fight. The battle actually earned him 1,000 divine points. Such bad luck. Tang Xiaoxiao looked disgusted as she picked up the strange cores one by one. Should we go back? Lin Fan looked at the peaceful town and asked. Maybe we should look around more. We came all this way, Tang Xiaoxiao said reluctantly. These cores combined weren't even as valuable as one drop from a level 1 strange creature. All right. Lin Fan guessed there probably weren't any level 2 strange creatures in the town. Even if they encountered a level 1 elite, the three of them would be cautious. He ordered the bus team to take the supplies back first. The three continued walking deeper into the town. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, 2 hidden people nearby quickly reported. Report to the captain. 10 lost ones deployed. Battle lasted 3 minutes. 3 participants, 2 men and 1 woman. What's the danger level? A hoarse voice responded, with a hint of excitement in tone. The battle was too quick for a detailed assessment. Preliminary estimate. 2 ability users are above B level. Ordinary people holding strange objects are C level. The 2 had initially mistaken Lin Fan for an ordinary person holding a strange object. Since Lin Fan didn't participate much in the fight, they severely underestimated his strength. But the 3 didn't leave. They headed deeper into the town. Huh. The 2 black-clad figures shivered slightly at the mention of fallen ones. Clearly, fallen ones are much more terrifying than lost ones. Understood. Lin Fan and the others moved deeper into the town, flanked by dilapidated shops. Some stores still had signs saying clearance sale, which had only now been fully cleared out. Lin Fan quietly touched Lin Ming and Tang Xiaoxiao. He whispered, "Don't turn your head. I feel like someone is watching us from the shadows." After hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Ming and Tang Xiaoxiao pretended to be calm and walked forward, constantly glancing at the buildings on both sides. "Did you notice something?" "Where?" Tang Xiaoxiao also whispered. "I feel something strange. This small town doesn't have a hospital, so why are there so many people dressed the same and acting weird?" Lin Fan quietly fell back a step behind them. "I think someone is deliberately doing this." Although Lin Fan's insight wasn't very broad, his mental strength was very strong now, and his sixth sense was sharper. When the strange patient appeared earlier, he vaguely sensed someone watching from afar. So he agreed with Tang Xiaoxiao's idea to continue exploring the town and told the bus team to head back. He was thinking about whether he could lure out the hidden person. "Do you mean those strange things are deliberately caused by someone?" Tang Xiaoxiao frowned. "That sounds like a fairy tale. How can someone control such strange things?" Hee. "I can't be sure, but I prefer to believe it might be true rather than false." Seeing Lin Fan's calm expression, Tang Xiaoxiao asked, "What should we do next?" When that group of patients appeared earlier, the person watching didn't make a move. "They must be observing us. I think they are estimating our strength. No matter what their purpose is, they probably aren't very patient. Anyway, we're bored, so why not put on a show for them?" "A show?" Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "That sounds pretty boring." Although she complained, she didn't oppose. Instead, she felt a little excited. Lin Fan took 3 bottles of red juice from Lin Ming's jacket and threw them to the others. "If more strange things happen later, whether or not it's their doing, let's pretend to be weak." After saying that, Lin Fan looked at Lin Ming, who had already opened his bottle, and added, "Xiao Ming, save some strength. Don't finish the juice. Use it to pretend you're vomiting blood." Hee. Tang Xiaoxiao chuckled at Lin Fan's serious attitude but tightly held her own bottle of juice, as if testing Lin Fan's guess. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, followed by a roar that shook the small town. "Here they come." The 3 immediately tensed up. Thud! Thud! The heavy footsteps sounded. A strange, nearly 4-meter-tall humanoid figure slowly approached, dragging a large iron hammer. Its face was covered with a huge white mask decorated with strange patterns. Its tall body made the nearby glass shake with each step. Two people hiding in the dark in the distance saw the fallen creature appear, their eyes full of excitement, eager to see it tear apart the three people. You guessed right, Lin Fan. Tang Xiaoxiao took a sip of juice and then threw the bottle aside. Haha, these fools don't even know to change this thing's clothes. Lin Fan looked at the bizarre figure, which was wearing the same hospital gown, but in a larger size. Come on, the weak spot is on the left side of the chest. Let's tease them first. Lin Fan drew his bone blade. Before Lin Fan finished speaking, Lin Ming and Tang Xiaoxiao rushed forward. Hey, act more convincingly. Lin Fan also quickened his steps. Even though it was just acting, the strange creature still needed to be dealt with. Wow. Just before Lin Fan reached the fallen creature, he saw Tang Xiaoxiao's Tang sword clash with the giant iron hammer. Suddenly, she exaggeratedly spat out some juice mid-air, screamed loudly, and was thrown backward. After falling to the ground, she mischievously winked at Lin Fan, then instantly changed to a look of horror. So over the top, Lin Fan shook his head. The next scene made him swallow the juice in his mouth. Lin Ming wasn't as sneaky as Tang Xiaoxiao, but he remembered his brother said he should pretend to bleed. Before the fallen creature's fist even touched him, Lin Ming spat the juice onto its face and didn't forget to lick his lips, looking satisfied. Lin Fan couldn't bear to watch anymore. It was just too fake. Bending down to avoid the fallen creature's heavy blow, he quietly told the dazed Lin Ming, "Little Ming, pretend to be hurt and lie on the ground." "Oh, got it, brother," Lin Ming replied gloomily. If brother said to lie down, then he would lie down. Bang! A loud crash. Lin Ming lay stiffly on the ground. Tang Xiaoxiao almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Lin Fan couldn't stand it anymore and decided to show them what real acting looks like. The bone blade in his hand stabbed deeply into the fallen one's thigh, spraying black liquid all over Lin Fan. The fallen one, in pain, kicked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan used the kick to propel himself backward, crying out in pain, and then fell heavily to the ground. Next to him, Tang Xiaoxiao gave a disdainful look, not wanting to get herself dirty. Then, the three of them began a series of acrobatic moves. They were knocked into the air in various poses, but they kept running back toward the fallen one without tiring. By this time, the fallen one's body was covered with wounds from Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao, except for a weak spot on the left chest, which remained untouched. Each of Lin's powerful strikes caused the fallen one to feel intense pain, even though he deliberately held back some strength. The wounds from Lin Fan's bloodthirsty bone blade kept bleeding black liquid, and pure energy constantly flowed back into Lin Fan through the blade. Tang Xiaoxiao's Tang sword didn't even flash with light this time. It could easily pierce the fallen one's body, but after a few centimeters, she decisively pulled it out. Watching from a distance, two people secretly observing saw the fallen one repeatedly knock the three into the air. Their excitement grew stronger, and they quietly lowered the danger level of the three. The fallen one was filled with confusion. Even though it hadn't hit the others directly, they screamed and flew away. But the chaotic mental energy in its mind prevented it from thinking clearly, and the pain from its body made it even more aggressive. The dramatic battle lasted nearly an hour, with exchanges of attack and defense. After receiving Lin Fan's signal that the fight was over, Tang Xiaoxiao launched a seemingly coincidental attack, stabbing her Tang sword into the fallen one's left chest. Clang! The fallen one's hammer fell to the ground, and its arms hung limply. Its tall body collapsed heavily onto the ground, motionless. Defeated a level 1 strange fallen, gained 1,000 god points. The three of them lay side by side next to the fallen one, looking badly injured and close to death. 10 minutes later, the two in black exchanged glances and began reporting through their communicator. Report to the captain, the battle is over. It lasted 1 hour. The three are seriously injured. The fallen one has been killed. Among the three, the tall man and the woman with a knife are the attack team, with a danger level. The highest B grade. The ordinary man holding a strange object has a danger level. The highest C grade. Do we need to clean up the battlefield? Come back. I thought this time the toys might be more interesting. The hoarse voice was full of disappointment. Understood. The two quickly withdrew. Lin Fan and the others were still lying on the ground. Lin Ming had already started yawning. Lin Fan, have you left? Tang Xiaoxiao asked softly. Lin Fan closed his eyes and carefully sensed. He no longer felt the sense of being watched. Let's get up. It's time to go. The three sat up and looked at each other's disheveled appearances, all unable to hold back their laughter. In the dull, silent end of the world, this battle brought the three a rare moment of happiness. After sitting for a while, the three finally stood up. They weren't in a rush to go back. Instead, they continued to walk around the town. Sure enough, they found cages that hadn't been taken away in various places. The loud noises they heard earlier were probably the cages opening and falling over. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao exchanged serious looks. This was definitely man-made. Who was behind it? What was their purpose? Even more frightening was that they hadn't seen anyone from the other side so far. Let's go back first. We should talk to Lin Wen and keep this a secret from the others. When the three returned, it was already getting late. The campfire at the team's resting spot was burning. Zhang Long and the others were at the entrance, looking around. When they saw the three, they happily waved. Lin Wen was standing behind Zhang Long and the others. Seeing the disheveled state of the three, he was startled. When Lin Fan and the others approached, they saw that none of them were injured, which eased their worries. Just as he was about to ask what had happened, Lin Fan shook his head at him. Lin Wen immediately understood and didn't ask further. After dinner, Lin Fan, Lin Wen, and Tang Xiaoxiao quietly went to a pavilion far from the team. Lin Fan took out a cigarette and handed one to Lin Wen. Lin Wen hesitated at first, but then accepted it. They lit their cigarettes and looked out at the distant town. Lin Fan shared what had happened there and his own guesses. After hearing this, Lin Wen was also very surprised. Controlling strange phenomena, or even capturing them alive, must come from a powerful force. What is their goal? Are they enemies or friends? A series of questions made Lin Wen feel overwhelmed. Lin Fan exhaled a puff of smoke and said calmly, "When the enemy comes, we will block them. When the water flows, we will cover it. That's all we can do. Hiding forever isn't a solution, but we should prepare in advance. I will keep watching the surroundings." Lin Wen put out his cigarette. He doesn't usually smoke, but he took a couple of puffs and got coughing. The two of them then discussed detailed emergency plans. Tang Xiaoxiao, feeling a bit annoyed, interrupted and said, "Two men fussing over nothing. If we can fight, then fight. If we can't, then run. If we can't run, then we just accept death." Their straightforward words surprised them, making everything clear. Hopefully, we are overthinking. Still, it's good to prepare more. By the way, how did Liu perform today? Lin Fan looked up and asked Lin Wen. "Hell, what can he do? With you, the killing god, watching over him, he behaves himself," Lin Wen replied with a smile. He doesn't even get a chance." Lin Fan thought Liu Yu could really behave himself, so he couldn't steal the fire seed potion anymore. "Lin Fan, you're becoming more like a cunning fox." Tang Xiaoxiao kicked Lin Fan lightly, signaling it was time for training. "Thinking too much is useless. Improving your strength is the key," Lin Wen said. He looked at Lin Fan, who was walking away with Tang Xiaoxiao, with a sympathetic gaze. Recently, Tang Xiaoxiao's temper hasn't been good, and they probably would face another tough fight. This morning, the sky was gloomy, with occasional light rain. The survivors of the convoy were packing up tents and supplies. Liu Yu still looked popular, with several attractive women holding umbrellas for him. Now, Liu Yu had become a savior figure in the eyes of the survivors. Everyone wanted to flatter this young master who could make ordinary people awaken their abilities, even at any cost. Perhaps because Lin Fan hadn't caused trouble for him these days, Liu Yu, seeing Lin Fan, no longer avoided him like before. He smiled and nodded at Lin Fan, but his eyes revealed a cold, sinister look. Show off. Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to him. He watched Qin Tian urge the convoy to leave, and then turned to get into the passenger seat of the heavy pickup truck. He opened the system page. Host, Lin Fan, Divine Path rank. Divine Messenger, progress, 80%. Current God points, 3,000. God follower, Wild and Fierce series Lin Meng. 1 remaining follower slot. Skills, Inside Eye, basic. System shop, not updated. Weapon, Strange object, Bloodthirsty Bone Blade, upgradable. Vehicle bound. Heavy pickup truck, can be upgraded. Note. Host, please bind the remaining follower slots soon. Time left, 10 days. The Divine Path rank had unknowingly reached 80%. and he was about to advance. After the upgrade, there would likely be big changes. The remaining follower slot had 10 days left. Lin Fan needed to secure Lin when within these 10 days. He had been planning to make Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Wen his followers. Both already liked him enough, but loyalty was still an issue. Lin Wen was doing better. Since they met, Lin Wen had considered Lin Fan a qualified convoy leader. Recently, although Lin Wen hadn't joined the big bus convoy, he no longer rejected Lin Fan's invitations. The system sensed that Lin Wen's loyalty wasn't very high, but it was there. Maybe once Lin Wen officially joined the convoy, his loyalty would reach the required level. As for Tang Xiaoxiao, her loyalty was 0 and hadn't changed at all. Even though her favorability had nearly reached 70% in recent days, her loyalty remained 0. Lin Fan had given up hope of making Tang Xiaoxiao his follower through a contract. But he believed that after the Divine Path rank advanced, conquering Tang Xiaoxiao would be much easier. Outside the window, the rain had grown heavier, pounding loudly against the glass. The convoy slowly started moving. Initially, Lin Wen's off-road vehicle led, but now it had been replaced by Lu Yu's luxury car. Because of the rain, the convoy's speed was slow. There was no communication system on the vehicles, so they couldn't contact the others. Looking at the blurry scenery outside, Lin Fan's right eyelid started twitching involuntarily. It seemed to be a warning that something bad was about to happen. The heavy rain didn't last long and turned into scattered drops. Opening the car window, a mixture of fresh grass scent and clean air rushed in. This made Chu Sun feel more alert. Screech. Suddenly, Lin Wen's off-road vehicle in front sped past Lu Yu and sharply braked, stopping the entire convoy. The sudden change caused everyone to stop, and the survivors at the back became anxious. "Stay in the car. I'll go see what's happening," Lin Fan said, telling Chu Sun to keep the car steady, then walked quickly toward the hurriedly approaching Lin Wen. People from the vehicles behind also got out, including Tang Xiaoxiao and others, gathering around. "Lin Wen, what's wrong?" Lin Fan looked at Lin Wen, who seemed a bit panicked. "I just felt something strange coming toward us," Lin Wen said, his lips pale. No one had seen Lin Wen so scared before, and a bad feeling grew in everyone's hearts. "What are we waiting for? Let's run," Qin Tian urged, looking at the survivors behind who didn't seem to understand the situation and hurried Lin Wen to lead the way. "No, there's no chance. We're surrounded," Lin Wen said, trembling. "The strange things are moving very fast. We can't hide from them." The heavy rain earlier temporarily disrupted Lin Wen's sensing ability. After it stopped, he sensed that strange creatures were quickly approaching the convoy from all directions, filled with eerie energy. This was something Lin Wen had never experienced before. These strange beings also had territory awareness, and it was unusual to see so many appearing at once. Moreover, these creatures were clearly targeting the convoy. Lin Fan looked serious at the foggy open field around them and said in a low voice, "Defend here. It's good luck, but bad luck if we don't." Qin Tian and Wang Yong ran to the back vehicles, loudly instructing the survivors to form a circle with the cars, gathering everyone in the middle. Their panicked expressions made the survivors feel that something bad was about to happen. The convoy was in chaos, with cries and sobs ringing out. Lu Yu and others also abandoned their cars, carrying 2 black boxes, and moved to the center of the group. However, Lin Fan noticed that Lu Yu and the others didn't seem scared. Without thinking much, Lin Fan asked Lin Wen, "Are they the ones from yesterday?" "I'm not sure," Lin Wen replied, his glasses blurred by the rain, but he didn't wipe them. Seeing only Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Wen in front of him, Lin Fan whispered, "I can't worry about everyone. If a life-or-death crisis really happens, you two get on my car. I'll drive us out." The heavy pickup truck, after being reinforced, also has a strong attack skill. Lin Fan plans to use this skill at the last moment to break through and escape with the bus convoy. As for the others, Lin Fan doesn't care much and doesn't want to bother. It's best if they stay behind to delay the strange creatures. Tang Xiaoxiao nodded and said to Lin Wen, "I'll let Wenzi follow Zhang Long. When the time comes, let her get on the bus." "Okay." Lin Fan called Zhang Long over and explained everything to him. Zhang Long looked a bit pale, but was not panicked. He turned to find Tang Wenzi as instructed. Lin Wen moved his lips, but didn't speak. He wanted to tell Qin Tian to also get on the bus, but thinking about Qin Tian's temper, he knew Qin Tian wouldn't abandon the survivors of the convoy, especially Lu Yu, who is seen as a hope by Qin Tian and is among the crowd. Even if Lin Fan agreed, Qin Tian wouldn't. The survivors of the Spark Fire convoy huddled together, trembling. The people on the bus, however, didn't seem too panicked. Under Zhang Long's command, they stayed close to the bus. Qin Tian quietly took Wang Yong to Lu Yu and said seriously, "Wang Yong, if you really can't stop those strange creatures later, you must take Xiao Yu and run. Don't worry about the others. Qin Ting, what about you?" Wang Yong looked at Qin Tian, who seemed to be giving last instructions. I'm an old man about to die. It's not worth wasting effort. Xiao Yu is the hope. You must take him and run." "That's an order." Qin Tian's eyes were sharp as he looked at the hesitant Wang Yong, his voice becoming stern. Qin Tian didn't dare entrust Lu Yu to Lin Fan and others, because if he did, Lu Yu would likely die too. Only Wang Yong, who had been with him all along, was trustworthy. Seeing Wang Yong nod in agreement, Qin Tian finally relaxed. In a critical moment, Qin Tian didn't think about himself. He even sacrificed Lin Wan and the survivor he cared about most, hoping Lu Yu could escape with the antidote. Lu Yu looked at the stooped Qin Tian, but his expression held no gratitude, only faint mockery. Strange growls echoed from all directions. Lin Fan and the others looked like they were facing a great enemy, all entering a fighting stance. The cries of the survivors grew louder, and some were saying their last goodbyes. This place might be the end of their journey. As the roaring sounds grew closer, there was also the noise of vehicle engines. The loud engine noise made the panicked crowd suddenly stop. Lu Yu and the crowd looked excited. Lin Fan and the others exchanged glances. It was definitely the group from yesterday. This was a problem. They could control the strange convoy, but now it was coming to surround them. It definitely wasn't here for friendly talks. They looked outside. About 20 vehicles were coming from all directions, including a few pickup trucks that looked exactly like Lin Fan's heavy-duty truck. There were about 10 large trucks carrying iron cages. Inside the cages were the strange humanoid creatures dressed in hospital gowns they saw yesterday. There were at least 5 of these fallen beings. They were smashing the cages with great force. The cages had strange symbols carved on them, which seemed to block the creatures' attacks. Inside the cages, there were human body parts scattered around, and black blood stains covered the vehicles. What made everyone more shocked was that some of the cages held human survivors. Survivors who had been tortured so badly they looked unrecognizable. They stared blankly outside the cages. There were adults and children, but no elderly people. "Wow, the Death Chasers!" Lin Wan gasped and shouted. Hearing Lin Wan, Lin Fan was also stunned. It was that crazy group. The heavy-duty truck Lin Fan drove was stolen from the Death Chasers. It was really a small world. After seeing what the strange creatures looked like, Lin Fan felt a little more confident. He had been worried about unfamiliar creatures, but it turned out they were the ones he had fought yesterday. He already knew the weaknesses of these strange beings inside the cages. When they fought later, they would be more confident. Tang Xiaoxiao's tense face relaxed a bit. Unknown fear was the worst. Now that she had seen it, there was nothing to be afraid of. Right now, her biggest worry was whether any of the Death Chasers had special abilities. As the Death Chasers' vehicles stopped, more than 50 of them, dressed strangely, got out. They looked just like the 2 she saw before. Waving a variety of strange weapons and howling like ghosts and wolves, he was so excited it was like a hunt, circling around the crowd of the convoy with bloodthirsty madness in his eyes. Seeing that it was a Death Chaser, the people in the Spark Fire convoy became even more panicked. Facing something strange was just a matter of death. If caught by these crazed people, the outcome would definitely be like those survivors in cages, no longer human. Damn, these beasts deserve a bad end. They're feeding the survivors to the strange creatures, Lin Wan muttered angrily. Under the watch of Lin Fan and others, several people got off a pickup truck. Leading them was a middle-aged man with white hair, wearing a black cloak, his face scarred, holding a strange, jagged weapon that looked more like a cruel torture device. Behind the white-haired man was someone completely covered in a black cloak, making it impossible to tell if they were male or female, adding to their mysterious aura. There were 2 more behind them, a greasy old man holding a wolf-tooth club and a young boy with a giant sickle. Damn. For sequence ability users, Lin Wen wiped his glasses and stared carefully at the four people. Four? That's okay. We might still fight. Tang Xiaoxiao had already drawn her sword. This is bad. The white-haired guy is a level 2 sequence ability user. Ugh, this is trouble. Lin Fan clenched his lips. If they were all level 1 ability users, they might still have a chance to fight. But the leader was a level 2 ability user. He had never seen a level 2 ability user before. According to the strength levels, the white-haired man could easily crush everyone present. The greasy old man with the wolf-tooth club stepped forward first. His club whistled through the air, smashing the 2 cars blocking their path. The convoy was now exposed to the white-haired man's view. The greasy old man looked around like inspecting livestock, then paused to stare at Chu Sun, licking his lips exaggeratedly with a lewd smile. He made no further move, but nodded at the white-haired man and returned to his original position. The white-haired man took a few steps forward, his scarred face showing a cruel smile. His mouth revealed sharp canine teeth, and his hoarse voice rang out. Come out. If you don't, I'll kill them all. His words puzzled everyone. Who was he looking for? While everyone was confused, Lu Yu calmly stood up. It was him. Could these people be here to steal the fire seed potion? Qin Tian looked at Lu Yu with shock, clutching his dry hands tightly and speaking anxiously. Xiao Yu, they are here to steal the fire seed potion. Please don't go out. When the fight starts, Wang Yong can secretly help you escape. He's fast, and those people might not catch you. Lu Yu patted Qin Tian's arm to signal him to let go, then calmly said, It's okay. He then walked toward the white-haired man with Zhao Tong and his followers. Seeing this, everyone in the Fire Spark team thought Lu Yu was voluntarily sacrificing himself to protect everyone. Qin Tian's face turned red, and he trembled as he said, Xiao Yu, you don't have to do this. Wow, young Master Lu is so brave and kind, showing true courage in tough times. Such a good person, young Master Lu. A wave of grateful voices filled the Fire Spark team. Lin Fan looked at the scene with a strange expression and muttered silently, a bunch of fools. He thought to himself that Lu Yu probably wouldn't have the spirit of self-sacrifice. At least, Lin Fan would never do such a thing, especially considering Lu Yu was several streets worse than him in his mind. Maybe these people already knew Lu Yu. Lin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao also looked at Lu Yu and the others passing by with surprise. When they reached the white-haired man, there was no bloody scene as everyone had expected. What happened next confirmed Lin Fan's guess even more. The white-haired man smiled and said, Haha, young Master Lu, are you still having fun? Behind him, the pursuers looked even more respectful, bowing in greeting. Young Master, the orderly voices sounded like thunder, ringing loudly in the ears of everyone in the Fire Spark team. Qin Tian and others' faces turned pale as they looked at Lu Yu, who had turned around. Lu Yu looked at Lin Fan with rolled eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. He had deliberately avoided eye contact with Lin Fan and the others earlier, feeling nervous inside. He was really afraid that Lin Fan, this crazy person, might suddenly attack and leave him behind, so he pretended to be noble and brave. The white-haired man was someone he knew, referred to as the White Madman, and the person he had previously called upon to gather his allies. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yu looked at the shocked crowd, his expression gradually twisting. This outcome was exactly what he wanted. Lu Yu, how do you know these crazy people? Qin Tian trembled as he stepped forward, his hands shaking as he pointed at Lu Yu, speaking in a trembling voice. The sudden turn of events left Qin Tian stunned. These were the Death Chasers, a group more brutal than strange, guilty of terrible crimes against countless human survivors. The terrible scene behind the iron cage was the best proof. He simply couldn't believe that Lu Yu, whom he had always believed to be a hope for humanity, someone willing to sacrifice everything to save others, was actually connected to the Death Chasers and called their young master. His faith shattered completely. Qin Tian felt his last bit of strength drain away. Lu Yu looked at the dying Qin Tian, a slight smile curling his lips, and said mockingly, They are my people. Ha 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 ha. Why? Why? Qin Tian collapsed into Lin Wenhui, his face turning pale, and he kept muttering, Ha 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 ha. Why? Old man, they are the true sparks of hope. Lu Yu pointed at the Death Chasers behind him. As for you, you're just firewood for burning the sparks. Then Lu Yu looked at Qin Tian with contempt and cursed. I thought you could bring more survivors, but there are only a few dozen. Useless trash. Among all the fire spark teams, yours has the fewest people. You delayed the development of the fire medicine. You useless old fool. Lin Wenhui's anger boiled over. He shouted at Lu Yu. Lu Yu, you beast. You and your father lied to everyone. You won't have a good ending. Ha 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 ha. Lin went away. I didn't expect you to be so childish. This is the end of the world. Do you think this is a game? Lu Yu looked proudly at everyone present. At this point, he had nothing left to hide. The insults he received from Lin Fan made him more eager to reveal the truth and enjoy watching Lin Fan and others' helpless, furious expressions. Anyway, you're all going to die, so let me make it clear. Everything is a carefully planned lie. Ha ha! Lu Yu's wild laughter echoed through the convoy, sounding crazy as he shouted loudly. What nonsense, Fire Spark Team! What nonsense, human seed! Ha! To tell the truth, Luo City was originally a research base built by my father, mainly to study the fire seed potion. And you? They. Lu Yu pointed at the people in the convoy, and then at the survivors being tortured on the big truck behind him. All of them are test subjects. Poof. Qin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell onto Lin Wenhui. Teacher, Lin Wenhui shouted in fear. Qin Tian struggled to stand up, his eyes empty of life, weakly saying, haha. All the fire spark teams that your father told to meet in Luo City were actually transporting test subjects for you, right? You and your father, pretending to be about the fire seed, tricked everyone. Huff, huff. Qin Tian's chest heaved violently, and his voice grew weaker. Lin Wenhui's eyes reddened as he gently stroked Qin Tian's chest. I guess these crazed people are used to hunt survivors for you all. Hearing this, Lu Yu clapped softly and said, Old guy, no wonder my father has been wary of you. You're right. You monsters. Those strange creatures. Are they your so-called failed experiments? Qin Tian looked painfully at the strange beings howling inside the iron cage. They were once hopeful survivors, full of dreams for the future, who entered Luo City, only to turn into monsters that are neither human nor ghost. Some even became food for these strange beings. Among them were lively children, energetic young girls, strong and healthy young men, each one a living soul, now suffering hellish torment. Lu Yu clapped louder, showing a smile of agreement, then pointed at the 4 men with white hair. Haha, old guy, you're getting better at guessing. But all sacrifices are worth it. Look, these small sacrifices have allowed them to awaken their abilities. Isn't that worth it? Ordinary people? Just burdens. Only those with special abilities are true hope. Qin Tian closed his eyes in pain, memories of the Star Train team flashing through his mind. The hope of reuniting in Luoqing supported him, helping him overcome many difficulties as he led the team toward hope. The news of Luoqing's fall made him furious and heartbroken. Lu Yu's appearance rekindled his hope, but today, all hope was finally crushed. All his efforts for hope had become a big joke. Qin Tian used his last strength to hold Lin Wen's hand tightly. Little Lin, teacher, I'm sorry. Maybe you were right. You can be free now. Go find Lin Fan and live your own life. Feeling Qin Tian's life slipping away in his arms, Lin Wen couldn't hold back anymore. Tears kept falling. This teacher, who was like a father to him, played an important role in his life. No matter if Qin Tian's previous actions were right or wrong, he still held an irreplaceable place in Lin Wen's heart. Hope, fire, deception. Qin Tian looked up at the dark sky. Raindrops fell on his face. His consciousness blurred and finally sank into the endless abyss. Seeing Qin Tian's breath stop in his arms, Lin Wen let out a sad, angry cry. Next to him, Wang Yong, also tears streaming down his face, knelt in despair. Smack, smack, smack. Lu Yu clapped his hands and made a scoffing sound. What a touching scene. But don't worry, you'll be reunited soon. Jing Fan watched the scene calmly, feeling deeply shocked by Lu Yu and his son's scheme. They had planned this shocking conspiracy just to develop the fire seed potion. He also felt a deep fear. Under the end of the world, no one could be trusted. You have to rely on yourself. Suddenly, the survivors of the Star Train team behind him caused a commotion. Several people staggered forward and knelt in front of Lu Yu, begging desperately. Young Master Lu, you promised me. Make me a special ability user. and spare my life. I'll be your dog. Woof, woof, woof. Young Master Lu, young Master Lu, I even gave you my car. Please let me go, young master, young master. I gave you my wife. Please, because my wife serves you. Let me go. Lu Yu looked at the group of people kneeling in front of him, crying out in pain, with a look of disgust in his eyes. Such worthless fools. As soon as he finished speaking, the child behind him, holding a large sickle, flashed the blade sharply. A bunch of heads rolled to the ground with a thud. Then he picked up a headless body and threw it into the cage where the fallen ones were kept. The fallen ones eagerly started to feast. Suddenly, there was a loud commotion among the convoy. No one expected Lu Yu to be so ruthless. He just killed a bunch of people without hesitation. Lin Fan, if you kneel before me and beg for mercy like they do, I might forgive you. Haha. Remember, you have to act like a dog, wagging your tail and begging for mercy. Lu Yu looked at Lin Fan, mocking him crazily. When Lin Fan first insulted him, Lu Yu decided he would make Lin Fan kneel before him like a dog. Lin Fan's face remained calm. He clenched his bloodthirsty bone blade and casually spoke in his hometown dialect. Damn you. Lu Yu understood what he meant and immediately showed a fierce killing intent. Ungrateful fool, crazy idiot. Kill them all. The white-haired man called Crazy White didn't move, nor did the death chasers behind him. It was as if they hadn't heard Lu Yu at all. Seeing that no one listened to him, Lu Yu's face turned red. He grabbed Crazy White by the collar and shouted angrily, Crazy White, are you ignoring me? Are you rebelling? Crazy White brushed off Lu Yu's hand and said calmly, Young Master Lu, don't worry. We will definitely kill them all. Let's have some fun first. Also, I am your father's man, Lu Changhe, not yours. Hearing this, Lu Yu didn't say anything further. Just because they obey his father's orders doesn't mean they'll listen to him. If these madmen lose their minds, they could be even more terrifying than monsters. Crazy White then spoke to the people hidden behind his cloak. Yinling, didn't you hear what our young master ordered? Let your little ones have a good meal. Yinling, whose face was hidden, slightly bowed and made a strange sound. The runes on the cage of the fallen ones disappeared, and the fallen ones suddenly burst out violently, rushing toward Lin Fan and the others. The death chasers behind them, including the creepy old man and the sickle-wielding child, didn't move. They looked excited, waiting for the fallen ones to tear apart the convoy in front of them. White Crazy tilted his head and looked at Lu Yu. Young Master Lu, want to make a bet? Lu Yu watched the fallen creature roar and rush toward Lin Fan and others, a sickly excitement on his face. At this moment, he no longer cared about White Crazy's rude behavior earlier. What should we bet on? How long they can hold out? No? Let's bet on how much these little treasures can eat. At this time, Lin Wen had gently placed Qin Wen on the ground, carefully tidied his clothes, and wiped away the rain from his old face. He was trying to give this proud old man a little dignity in his last moments. His feelings of grief made Lin Wen grit his teeth tightly, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. When he looked up again, his eyes had turned bright red, staring fiercely at Lu Yu, who was excited in the distance. Suddenly, he turned his head and shouted angrily at Lin Fan, who was preparing to fight. Lin Fan, help me kill that dog Lu Yu. I, Lin Wen, will follow you for the rest of my life. Hearing Lin Wen's words, Lin Fan's body suddenly stopped, as if he heard celestial music. Damn, finally, I've heard those words. Just watch and see. He said this, and, along with Lin Ming and Tang Xiaoxiao, rushed toward the fallen creature. As for whether he could kill Lu Yu, Lin Fan didn't think too much. Since Lin Wen could say that, the next divine disciple was definitely him. Lu Yu in the distance also heard Lin Wen's angry shout. Seeing Lin Fan rushing toward him, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his body involuntarily trembled. Hiss! White Crazy sneered. Young Master Lu, are you scared? Why not stand with me? Hearing White Crazy's sarcastic tone, Lu Yu's face alternated between red and white, but he still didn't move a step. White Crazy, those three over there are not easy to deal with. My 2 bodyguards died at their hands. Do you really think you can handle this with just a few tricks? White Crazy stroked the strange weapon in his hand, his sneer deepening. I believe in words of power. She's not like those lucky awakening sequence trash around you. Long before in Mengchuan town, White Crazy had his men evaluate the strength of Lin Fan and the others. Now, in his eyes, their strength was at most equal to that of that creepy old man. Surviving the attack of the fallen creature was already lucky, not to mention that the sequence ability users on the Death Chaser's side hadn't even truly started fighting. Enjoy the thrill of destruction. Before the words finished, 5 tall, fallen creatures dragged huge iron hammers and charged fiercely at Lin Fan and his companions. Lin Ming, Tang Xiaoxiao, fight quickly and decisively. At Lin Fan's command, the three instantly formed a spear-shaped battle formation. This was a silent understanding built through countless battles together. Lin Ming, fierce and wild, took the lead at the front. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao flanked him on each side to support. Lin Ming focused on defense, Tang Xiaoxiao on attack, and Lin Fan used his keen insight to control the overall situation. However, after the first clash, the three were surprised to find that these 5 fallen creatures fought very differently from the one they encountered in Mengchuan Town before. They no longer attacked blindly but coordinated and responded to each other. The situation quickly became difficult. The teamwork among the 5 fallen creatures caused Lin Ming to be hit repeatedly. Luckily, he was very strong and managed to hold on. Every time Lin Ming punched one away, another would quickly step in to fill the gap. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao aimed carefully at the weak spot in the fallen creature's left chests. But just as their weapons were about to hit, the enemies would strangely twist their bodies to dodge the deadly strikes. Worse, the injured fallen creatures would recover almost instantly. Lin Fan, what's going on? Are these guys getting smarter? Their healing ability is crazy, Tang Xiaoxiao said, sounding very frustrated. It's that person hiding under the cloak. He's controlling these things, Lin Fan replied. His keen insight clearly saw energy beams extending from behind the 5 fallen creatures, converging into the hand of the spirit. That white, delicate hand was using these beams to precisely control the fallen creatures' movements and quickly heal their wounds. He's a puppet master with special powers, Tang Xiaoxiao gasped in shock, her face turning serious. To break the tight cooperation among the 5 fallen creatures, they first had to deal with the puppet master behind them. But given the current situation, it was almost impossible. Meanwhile, the survivors behind the 3 were in even greater danger. The Death Pursuers had released many lost creatures. These low-level monsters bypassed Lin Fan and his friends and wildly attacked the unarmed survivors. The survivors, who had been gathered together, suddenly panicked and scattered in all directions. Some hurriedly hid in nearby vehicles, while others ran aimlessly like headless flies. In the eyes of these lost souls, helpless survivors are like frightened lambs. Although Wang Yong fights hard to kill the lost ones behind, there are too many of them. Survivors are constantly knocked to the ground, screaming as they are torn apart. On the bus side, everyone struggles to hold their formation under Zhang Long's command. They take out various weapons from the vehicle, protect Lin Wan in the center, and fight fiercely against the attacking lost ones. The lost one that just finished eating a survivor still has blood and flesh on its mouth, but it roars and rushes toward the next target. The entire convoy has become a battlefield, with broken limbs and bodies scattered everywhere. People keep falling, becoming food for the lost ones. Blood mixes with rainwater, forming small red streams on the wet ground. The strong smell of blood fills the air, making the fallen ones in front of Lin Fan and the others more frantic. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. This cruel and bloody scene makes the Death Chasers watching from afar burst into excited laughter. We can't wait any longer. Someone in the bus convoy has fallen. Lin Fan doesn't care about the survival of the Firespark team, but the bus convoy must not be destroyed here. Lu Yu in the distance also laughs loudly with excitement, his face twisted like a demon. We have to fight to the end. Lin Fan quickly makes a decision. He shouts to Lin Ming and Tang Xiaoxiao nearby. Focus on killing one. Lin Ming, hold one first. Tang Xiaoxiao, and I will fight to kill. This is a risky move. Trade injuries and lives to fight. If they are careless, all 3 will suffer heavy damage. Lin Ming and Tang Xiaoxiao understand immediately and rush again toward the fallen ones without hesitation. Roar. Lin Ming's body grows taller again, and he grabs a fallen one in front of him with iron-like fists. The fallen one struggles desperately, but cannot move even a little. From afar, Yinling's heart tightens. She quickly commands the other four fallen ones to swing their hammers, trying to force Lin Ming to let go. But Lin Ming ignores them, his hands steady and unmoving. Quick! Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao rush to Lin Ming's side, stabbing their weapons into the fallen one's left chest. At the same time, four heavy hammers roar through the air and crash down on the three of them. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao each block one hammer, but are knocked back by the force. Lin Ming endured 2 blows alone, letting out a muffled groan. His large body staggered back several meters, with blood and flesh on his shoulders, exposing white bones. The entire fight lasted less than a minute. Defeated a level 1 strange fallen, gained 1,000 god points. The progress toward the divine rank is 85%. At this moment, the energy beam controlled by the spirit voice flickered slightly. Tang Xiaoxiao, 1 each. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao exchanged a quick look. Without bothering to wipe the blood from their mouths, they rushed toward the fallen creatures on either side as fast as they could. Not good, the spirit voice shouted in alarm from afar. A break in the energy beam forced her to quickly adjust the control of the remaining 4 fallen creatures. This brief pause was precisely caught by Lin Fan's keen insight. He and Tang Xiaoxiao dodged the falling hammer, stabbing their bone blades and Tang's swords into the left chests of 2 fallen creatures. Defeated a level 1 strange fallen, gained 1,000 god points. The progress toward the divine rank is 90%. Defeated a level 1 strange fallen, gained 1,000 god points. The progress toward the divine rank is 95%. In just a few minutes, only 2 fallen creatures remained, no longer able to threaten Lin Fan and his companions. The spirit voice's eyes flashed with panic. She carefully glanced at the white madman beside her, already prepared to accept punishment. The white madman's face remained expressionless, but a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected these 3 to be so powerful, and their teamwork was flawless. Clearly, their previous assessment in Mengchuan town was mistaken. Getting more interesting, the white madman's lips curled slightly. Seeing that the white madman was not acting out, the spirit voice clenched her teeth and once again controlled the remaining 2 fallen creatures to attack Lin Fan and his friends. Watching the fallen creatures rush toward them, Lin Fan and his companions' fighting spirit grew even stronger. To Lin Fan, these 2 fallen creatures were simply delivering express packages of divine points and progress toward the divine rank. Lin Ming stepped forward again to block one fallen creature, while Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao simultaneously attacked the other. Boom! The fallen creature in front of Lin Fan didn't even have time to raise its giant hammer before being killed instantly by their combined attack. Its massive body collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. Defeated a level 1 strange fallen, gained 1,000 god points. The progress of the divine path advancement is at 100%. Another fallen creature was just knocked back by Lin Ming's punch when 2 sharp weapons precisely pierced its left chest. It was an effortless slaughter. Defeated level 1 strange fallen creature, gained 1,000 god points. Divine path level has reached 100%. Please choose to advance soon. Lin Fan felt a surge of happiness. Finally, the moment had come. The fallen creatures in front of them had all been eliminated. The 3 of them stood side by side, their eyes fixed on Bai Fengzi and others. Help me buy some time. Lin Fan whispered to Tang Xiaoxiao, then quietly took a half-step back. The biggest threat was right in front of them. The pressure from Bai Fengzi was overwhelming, and Lin Fan had to advance immediately. Although Tang Xiaoxiao didn't know what Lin Fan was about to do, she didn't hesitate to turn sideways and protect Lin Fan behind her. At this moment, the battle behind them was also over. The lost ones had all been cleared out. Wang Yong, covered in blood, was barely standing, his body swaying. His ability leaned more towards speed, and reaching this point had drained his stamina. Most of the survivors were dead, only 1 in 10 remained. The group in the bus lost 5 comrades, including 2 of Zhang Long's brothers, who had fallen. Zhang Long and the others were injured but still fiercely protecting Lin Wan. The moment all the fallen creatures were defeated, the energy beam controlled by Yin Ling suddenly shattered. She also staggered backward, her cloak slipping off to reveal a pale but delicate girl's face. But her eyes sparkled with a fierce light that chilled the heart. Seeing her strange puppet destroyed, Yin roared and charged toward Lin Fan and the others. Bai Fengzi, who had been watching coldly, suddenly raised his hand. Enough. His voice was quiet but carried undeniable authority. Yin movements froze instantly. Then she slowly retreated and stood behind Bai Fengzi. She looked at Bai Fengzi with confusion, lips moving but ultimately not daring to question. Bai Fengzi ignored Yin gaze. His eyes, filled with a mix of madness and curiosity, fixed interestingly on Lin Fan and the others. Lin Fan, is it? Bai Fengzi's lips curled into a faint, almost smile. Interesting. It seems the intelligence from Mengchuan Town was way off. You three are not even B-level danger. Lin Fan didn't have time to respond to Bai Fengzi's words. All his focus was on the system interface. The divine path advancement would take 3 minutes. What do you want to say? Tang Xiaoxiao asked in a low voice, secretly trying to recover her strength with every second. Lin Meng's shoulder wound was healing slowly, visibly, but his aura was weaker than before, clearly unable to return to his peak immediately. I want to say, Bai Madman slowly took a step forward, casually dragging his strange weapon along the ground, leaving a shallow mark. The game has just begun. If you ruin the pieces too quickly, it will be so boring. His gaze swept over the broken bodies on the ground, and a faint look of almost blissful admiration appeared in his eyes. Look, blood and despair. What a beautiful sight. Pervert. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but curse softly, gripping her sword tighter. Next to her, Lu Yu saw Bai Madman seemed interested in Lin Fan and the others, and a strong sense of unease rose in his heart. He hurried forward, pointing at Lin Fan and shouting, Bai Madman, stop talking nonsense. Kill them quickly. Especially Lin Fan, he must die. Bai Madman glanced sideways at Lu Yu, his eyes like he was looking at a buzzing fly. Young Master Lu, are you teaching me how to do my job? Lu Yu felt a chill from that lifeless gaze, and his words caught in his throat. His face grew paler, but he dared not speak again. Bai Madman looked back at Lin Fan, his smile turning strange. Lin Fan, I give you a chance. Join the Death Chasers, and I might spare your lives, even make you stronger. Everyone was stunned at his words. Even Yin and Lu Yu looked surprised. Join you? Then become like these walking corpses, or like him? Tang Xiaoxiao pointed at the fallen and Lu Yu, her tone full of disdain. Lu Yu's face turned dark with anger, but he dared not lash out. Bai Madman chuckled indifferently. Of course not. They are trash, but you are raw jade worth polishing. Chaos has arrived. Order has collapsed, and the strong eat the weak. That's the only truth. Submit to me, and you'll get everything you want. Power, authority, even. To reach the top of the world. Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, too lazy to bother with this madman. Seeing Lin Fan silent behind them, Bai Madman's eyes turned playful. Are you quietly recovering your strength? Ha. No problem. I'll give you some time. After all, that makes it more interesting. Lu Yu looked at the crazy man in shock, and only one word was left in his mind. Idiot. A very arrogant fool. The crazy man actually sat down on the ground and waited calmly for the three of them to recover. Lu Yu was anxious and stomped his feet, but had no way to help. Lin Fan felt secretly happy. The 1-minute countdown for the Divine Path upgrade was about to end. Ding. The Divine Path has been upgraded. Please check Host. Host. Lin Fan, Divine Path level. Divine Realm Walker, progress, 0%. The host physique and mental strength have greatly increased. The abilities of nearby followers in the Divine Realm Walker are significantly boosted. Current God points, 8,000, followers. Wild and Bold series, Lin Meng, remaining follower slots, 1. Skill, Inside Eye level 2, System Shop is updating. Weapon, Strange Object, Bloodthirsty Bone Blade, upgradable. Vehicle has been bound. Heavy-duty pickup can be upgraded. Note, please bind the remaining follower slots as soon as possible. Remaining time, 10 days. Upgrade Gift Pack 1. The Divine Path level has been raised to Divine Realm Walker. The host's physique and mental strength are now comparable to a level 2 ability user. The Insight Eye has also been upgraded to level 2, with an effective range of 100 meters. It can analyze the energy flow of targets and vaguely predict their next move. This is prediction. Being able to sense the target's next move in advance is like playing a guessing game. Wait until the opponent finishes, then act. It's simply a divine skill, and there's a gift pack. Whether I can survive depends on how powerful the system is. With excitement, Lin Fan looked at the upgrade gift pack. Open the upgrade gift pack. As Lin Fan opened the upgrade gift pack, a series of item descriptions appeared in his mind. Received level 2 healing potion 2, for host and followers only. Received a random skill 1. Received a physique enhancement potion 1, single use, for host only. Received a mental enhancement potion 1, single use, for host only. Received 4 follower slots, to be activated after current slots are used up. All good items. Unfortunately, the restrictions are too strict, and only myself and the believers can use it. Lin Fan looked regretfully at Tang Xiao. Then his gaze shifted to the random skill. His eyes lit up. Previously, he had randomly obtained the Insightful Eye. This time, he definitely wanted an attack-type skill. He had been coveting Tang Xiao's Crushing Edge for a long time. Activate random skill. Gain skill, Soul Ignite. Uses all your strength and mental energy, concentrates it into one point, and unleashes destructive power to deliver a deadly blow to the enemy. Sure enough, it was an attack skill. It seemed similar to Tang Xiao's Crushing Edge. He wondered what the cost would be. Just as Lin Fan was about to check the detailed skill information, the system's voice sounded again. System skill fusion mechanism activated. Would you like to fuse Insightful Eye and Soul Ignite into a new skill? He was lucky enough to get this opportunity to fuse skills. Fuse. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. The crazy man with the dead fish eyes kept staring at him, and he wondered if this madman might suddenly attack. Gain skill, Flawless Strike. Uses Insightful Eye to lock onto the target's energy flow and weak points in their defense structure. Burns mental and physical energy to focus all power into one attack, causing penetrating true damage to the weak points and greatly disrupting the target's energy flow. Cost. After use, enters a brief state of weakness, depending on the energy spent, with a significant reduction in mental and physical strength for a short time. Forcing beyond limits may cause mental trauma. Simple, direct, and brutal. Flawless Strike perfectly matched his current needs. This skill maximized the Insightful Eye's ability to see weaknesses and predict movements. He closed the system interface. The energy fluctuations within Lin Fan could no longer be hidden, radiating an aura comparable to a level 2 sequence ability user. Everyone's suspicious eyes turned toward Lin Fan. Has he broken through? Level 2 sequence ability aura. Damn, Lin Fan really got lucky. That crazy fool, Bai Fengzi, is just pretending to be tough. The last comment was a low curse from Lu Yu. Tang Xiao stiffened and turned around, looking at Lin Fan with disbelief. Her face was full of surprise and a hint of jealousy. Why you? You've become a level 2 sequence ability user. Yes, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. In the distance, Lin Wen looked at Lin Fan with shock. He knew Lin Fan had secrets, but he didn't expect that in a life-or-death situation, Lin Fan would break through. The situation was starting to turn in their favor. Maybe following Lin Fan was the best choice. After all, someone who could create miracles was more suitable to lead the team forward. Lin Meng's face was pale, but he was smiling happily as he looked at Lin Fan. He felt strength building inside his body just now. Bai Fengzi kept his eyes fixed on Lin Fan, a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. It seems our prey has changed again, Bai Fengzi said slowly, with a teasing tone. This makes the hunt even more exciting. The three of them felt a huge pressure, like a mountain. Lin Fan took a deep breath. He knew Bai Fengzi wouldn't give them much time to rest. He had to get stronger immediately. Without hesitation, he silently thought. Use physical enhancement potion. Mental enhancement potion. 2 powerful, different, but equally strong warm currents flooded into his limbs and mind. Oh, you're getting stronger again, Lin Fan. I like you more and more, Bai Fengzi said excitedly as he sensed Lin Fan's aura growing stronger. Come on, kill me, or let me kill you. He gently waved the strange weapon in his hand, his tone turning cold. The hunt begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the greasy old man behind Bai Fengzi and the scythe-wielding kid couldn't hold back and rushed toward the survivors. Yanling led his followers, the deadly pursuers, shouting as they charged at the survivors. The greasy old man suddenly changed direction, his eyes flashing with lewdness, and charged straight at Chu's son. Lin Ming shouted loudly, punching to block the greasy old man. His fists, full of power, struck the old man's large wolf fawn club, causing him to be knocked back by the force. After landing, the wolf fawn club in his hand still trembled slightly. The greasy old man looked shocked. He didn't expect this big guy, after a long fight, still to be so strong. He didn't realize that Lin Ming's strength had greatly increased thanks to Lin Fan's support. Both of them relied on strength as their main ability, and this collision clearly showed Lin Ming was stronger. The creepy old man's expression became serious. He shouted loudly, his muscles bulging as he swung a wolf-tooth club with a whistling sound. He fought again with Lin Ming. Meanwhile, the little sickle boy's huge sickle clashed many times with Tang Xiaoxiao's small sword. Every time the sickle boy was hit by Tang Xiaoxiao's sword, he would turn into a swarm of bats, and then gather again. This strange movement made Tang Xiaoxiao very headache. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao truly felt how helpful it was to have Lin Fan, who acts like a human radar, during each fight. With Lin Fan there, just fight. No need to think hard about strategies like now. Right now, Lin Fan couldn't help Tang Xiaoxiao by finding the sickle boy's weakness, nor did he want to listen to her complaints. The crazy white madman around him started to give off a dangerous aura. It was a mix of madness, chaos, and overwhelming power. A strong killing intent surrounded him like a solid wall. Lin Fan's hair stood on end as he felt an unprecedented threat of death. Lin Fan's sharp eyes tried to find any weakness in the white madman, but couldn't find a single flaw. Even though Lin Fan could now match a second-level ability user, the gap between him and the white madman was still huge. The white madman stood there, his energy flowing perfectly without any flaws. He couldn't wait any longer. The only way to find his weakness was in battle. Come on, Lin Fan shouted loudly and moved first. The white madman licked his lips, his dead fish eyes showing obvious excitement and cruelty. Good, good, good. Before he finished speaking, the white madman's figure suddenly blurred. So fast, Lin Fan's sharp eyes barely caught a flicker of movement and instinctively raised his bone blade to block. Bang! A force so strong it was hard to describe hit him. Lin Fan felt like he was hit by a speeding truck. His hand shattered, blood pouring out. He was thrown back uncontrollably, crashing hard into a car with a loud bang. Cough! His internal organs felt like they shifted. Lin Fan coughed up blood. The white madman was also pushed back 10 meters by the shock, rubbing his numb hand, then slowly walked toward Lin Fan. Ha ha, this is more fun. The white madman's tone was like a cat playing with a mouse. Lin Fan clenched his teeth and stood up, his eyes more focused. His piercing gaze spun wildly as he tried to analyze the white madman's movements and energy flow. Damn it, I am destined to become the god of the apocalypse. There's no way I'll be killed here. Lin Fan looked at the level 2 healing potion in his system, which could instantly heal injuries. He silently thought, just wait and see how terrifying my hidden power is. Suddenly, he swung his bone blade and charged recklessly at the white madman again. While everyone was fighting fiercely, no one noticed that a thick blood mist was gathering in one direction. The ghostly image from Huangmiao village was absorbing the blood mist, looking more lively. Its strange eyes greedily watched the chaos outside the car. Seeing Lin Fan getting closer, the white madman's excitement grew stronger. His face turned red with a sickly hue, and scars spread across his face like a red spider web. Lin Fan tried to attack the madman's chest with a preemptive strike, but the strange weapon moved like a snake, shadowing him and striking his ribs again. A clear cracking sound echoed as Lin Fan was knocked back again. This time, his bone blade drew a streak of blood. A long wound appeared on the madman's chest, bleeding dark purple blood. The wound healed slowly, but the bloodthirsty sharpness of the bone blade caused it to tear open again as soon as it healed. The madman dipped his finger in the blood, tasted it, and said excitedly, "It's been a long time since I tasted my own blood. You're not bad, and that sword is pretty good too." Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and stood up again, spitting out blood. Seeing the injured madman, he was secretly shocked. In front of the madman's overwhelming speed and strength, his skills and insight seemed like jokes. The madman's figure turned into a flash of black lightning, appearing instantly in front of Lin Fan. His weapon tore through the air with a screech, aiming straight at Lin Fan's heart. This attack was far more oppressive than before. The madman was serious now. The shadow of death instantly enveloped Lin Fan. His piercing eyes were overloaded, and a stabbing pain shot through his head. He couldn't dodge. He was going to die. He had to fight. At this critical moment, Lin Fan's keen eyes, operating under extreme stress, detected a strange anomaly on the white madman's body. The normally seamless energy field showed a tiny ripple, almost impossible to notice, just 3 inches below his throat. It seemed like a small, hollow, causing a brief pause in the perfect energy cycle. This flaw flashed and disappeared quickly. If Lin Fan hadn't pushed his insight to the limit in this life-and-death situation, the wound earlier would have made the white madman's movements less smooth, and he would never have noticed this weakness. There was no time to think further. Instant flaw kill, Lin Fan roared, abandoning all defenses. He burned all his mental and physical energy, focusing everything into his bone blade. The blood mist at the handle of the bloodthirsty bone blade had already condensed into bright red snakes, coiling around the entire blade. His keen eyes locked onto that tiny weakness. He no longer blocked with the bone blade, instead transforming into a streak of light, rushing toward the weapon aimed at his heart, carrying destructive power and precisely stabbing at the hollow, attack against attack, life against life. A hint of surprise flickered in the white madman's eyes, then quickly turned into a cold, disdainful smile. His offensive did not slow. To him, Lin Fan was just a dying struggle, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But in the next second, his smug smile froze on his face. Poof! 2 sharp sounds of blades piercing flesh almost simultaneously rang out. The strange weapon of the white madman pierced into Lin Fan's left shoulder, spraying a burst of blood, nearly passing through his shoulder completely. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's bone blade struck from behind with incredible angle and precision, hitting that tiny, hollow, just below the white madman's throat. There was no earth-shaking noise, just like a normal collision. But the violent energy field around the white madman suddenly twisted and fluctuated violently, like a balloon punctured by a needle. He grunted, and the force that had driven into Lin Fan's shoulder was suddenly reduced by more than half. His body staggered backward and knelt down. The white madman looked down. His upper clothing was shattered, revealing a chest covered with whip marks. A wound about the size of a finger appeared just below his throat, seeping out tangled black energy, not the bright purple blood seen before. More importantly, he felt that the energy flowing smoothly inside his body had become stagnant and was pushing back. The energy was constantly leaking out through his wounds. This meant his energy source was being harmed. At this moment, Lin Fan looked even more miserable. His face was pale as gold paper, and he could no longer stand. He had to support himself with a bloodthirsty bone blade, kneeling on one knee. His body trembled constantly from exhaustion and severe pain. His left shoulder was bleeding heavily, and his arm hung weakly, without any strength. Ha! Crazy White. So many whip marks on your body. Did someone beat you? I didn't know you liked that kind of thing. Ha ha! Lin Fan's words seemed to trigger unpleasant memories for White Crazy, and the intense humiliation made him furious. You seek death. He roared like a beast, his eyes filled with madness that almost overflowed. His aura became extremely unstable and dangerous. Seeing the furious White Crazy, a mocking smile appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. He forced a crooked smile at the corner of his mouth. Use level 2 healing potion. A cool sensation spread through his body. The potion's effect was faster than the previous healing potion, quickly closing his wounds and rapidly restoring his internal energy. Under White Crazy's shocked gaze, Lin Fan stood up as if nothing had happened. His injuries had healed, and his strength was fully restored. Lin Fan also felt a sharp pain in his muscles. The level 2 healing potion provided by the system was indeed good, but its effect would diminish significantly after one use. If it weren't for this desperate situation, Lin Fan wouldn't be willing to use it. Ha ha. Ha ha. Do you think you can kill me just like that? White Crazy staggered to his feet, trembling. It's getting more interesting. More interesting. Take your illness. I want your life. Exploit your weakness and kill instantly. Lin Fan no longer held back. He activated his skill again. The weak points on White Crazy's body, which now looked like a big light bulb in Lin Fan's eyes, were clearly visible. Puff! The bone blade pierced through White Crazy's throat. The violent energy field around White Crazy burst like a popped balloon, plunging into complete chaos instantly. The powerful energy flowing inside him suddenly retaliated, causing a sharp, tearing pain in his chest. Wah! White Madman let out a loud, piercing scream and suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood infused with dark energy. He was thrown backward like a broken kite, his fierce aura rapidly fading to nothing visible. The glow on his strange weapon also dimmed instantly. During the collision, Lin Fan was stabbed in the stomach by White Madman's weapon and immediately collapsed to the ground. Seeing the fallen but non-lethal White Madman in the distance, Lin Fan felt a flicker of despair. Damn, he's not dead. Why is this madman so strong? System, use a level 2 healing potion again. A cool sensation returned, but the effect was much weaker. The wound on his stomach healed, but he still felt sharp pain inside, and his strength only partially recovered. Just as Lin Fan was about to continue the chase, White Madman suddenly turned over and sat up, clutching his bleeding wound that was still emitting black gas. His face was pale, and his breath was chaotic and unstable. At this moment, Yin Ling, the lecherous old man, and the sickle-wielding boy saw White Madman badly injured. They were terrified and, for some reason, abandoned the fight, fleeing wildly. Ha! Lin Fan, do you think that can kill me? Ha! White Madman suddenly became even more frantic. Let me show you what the strongest sequence looks like. White Madman suddenly spread his arms wide. Blood Demon Sequence. Thick black energy surged as if alive, like lightning chains, tightly binding Yin Ling and the others who were trying to escape. Captain, let me go? I don't want to die. White Madman. You monster. How many comrades have you devoured? You won't have a good end. Wow. Let me go? I'll find fresh food for you. Their screams did not stop White Madman from acting. Like puppets, they were pulled forward by black chains to White Madman. Pure blood energy flowed along the chains into him, and the three of them quickly withered as if their life force was being drained. The violent energy around White Madman prevented Lin Fan and the others from approaching. Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Meng had already returned to Lin Fan's side. Their breaths were weak, and their stamina was nearly exhausted. Tang Xiaoxiao gave Lin Fan a sad smile and leaned weakly against him. The White Madman in front of them was healing at a visible speed, even growing stronger. The three-word spirit's life energy kept nourishing him, and three transparent shadows were being forcefully pulled out of their bodies. Everyone looked hopeless. Is there no hope left? What kind of monster is this White Madman? What is happening here completely changes what everyone thought they knew. Lin Wen and the remaining survivors in the bus gathered around Lin Fan. They didn't see Wang Yong. During the recent fight, Wang Yong, already exhausted, was easily killed by the word spirits after fighting off all the pursuers. Only about 10 people remained in the convoy. No one spoke, not even a cry. This was the calm after despair. If there is no hope, then just calmly face death. Lin Fan's forehead was covered in sweat. Others might despair, but he couldn't. With the help of the system, he wasn't yet a god. He wouldn't give up halfway through his journey. Lin Fan kept calling out to the system, trying to find a way to stop the White Madman, but the system seemed frozen and unresponsive. Just as Lin Fan was sinking into despair, suddenly a strange change. Bang! The supplies truck in the Starfire convoy exploded out of nowhere. A huge, terrifying ghostly head appeared in the air, blood energy in the air gathering toward it. It had glowing red eyes that shone with a strange light, scanning everyone present. That is the ghost head image from Huangmiao village. Lin Wen was the first to notice the ghost head, and he shouted in fear. The moment it appeared, he sensed an unknown level of strange energy from Huangmiao village. He never expected it had been hiding in the convoy all along. The strong blood sent from the convoy probably awakened it. Everyone looked up. The giant ghost head floated in the air, its blood-red eyes like searchlights sweeping over the crowd below. Finally, it fixed its gaze on the White Madman. who was frantically absorbing the life energy of the three-word spirits. The rich, pure blood energy with strong energy fluctuations on the white madman's body became the ghost head's most deadly temptation. A loud howl erupted from the ghost head, piercing deep into everyone's souls with a sharp scream, filled with the joy and greed of discovering prey. Discovered. The host body. Being possessed, the large shadow suddenly shrank into a strange red glow, turning into a blood-colored streak of light. Ignoring the violent energy around White Madman, it quickly entered his head. White Madman's energy absorption was forcibly interrupted by the ghostly head invasion. The bodies of the three spiritualists fell from the air to the ground. He clutched his head tightly, crying out in pain, convulsing violently like having a seizure. His facial muscles twisted badly, sometimes showing the ghostly head, sometimes returning to his normal face. The two appearances shifted back and forth. In Lin Fan's inside eye, he saw two strong energies fighting fiercely over White Madman's body. The violent spiritual energy made it hard for Lin Fan to tell who was who. Get out. Get out of my mind, White Madman roared. His voice sometimes sounded like himself, sometimes like the ghostly head. Servant. Mark. Dirty. Blasphemy. Erase. White Madman's mouth kept making the ghostly head's voice, full of anger and hatred. The ghostly head was trying to take over White Madman's body. There was a servant mark inside White Madman's mind. It seemed the ghostly head wanted to destroy this mark. Lin Wen's eyes flashed with white light as he stared at the confused White Madman, explaining to everyone. Lin Fan and others looked at Lin Wen in surprise, like he was explaining a scene. They didn't expect him to have this ability. White Madman's eyes turned pitch black, his body twisted strangely, and his mouth opened wide, as if shouting silently in anger. Suddenly, in Lin Fan's inside eye, a violent energy exploded. An invisible storm swept around White Madman. His 7 orifices started bleeding red and black, and many tiny cracks appeared on his skin, like shattered porcelain. His breath became very chaotic and faint. In Lin Fan's view, White Madman's mental energy inside his brain became even more chaotic. After a moment, the storm suddenly stopped. White Madman stood stiffly in place, head bowed, not moving. Just as Lin Fan and others watched nervously, unsure of what would happen next, he suddenly lifted his head. The madness on his face remained, but now there was more confusion and bewilderment. His once dead fish eyes now had one pupil blood red, shining with a strange light, while the other eye still flickered with madness and confusion, making him look very strange. The powerful aura around him began to grow stronger, even more deep and mysterious than at his peak, but the strength was unstable, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, fluctuating unpredictably. Lin Wen's eyes started to bleed, but he kept staring tightly at the White Madman, speaking quickly. The ghost head erased the servant's mark, using up a lot of his energy, but the White Madman's consciousness was not completely swallowed. The two reached a strange and fragile balance inside his mind. In simple words, the White Madman has truly gone mad. At this moment, the White Madman's mouth began to make intermittent sounds, as if the ghost head's voice was speaking again. Body possession. Failed. Weakened. Coexistence. After saying this, he tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the tense group of people, finally settling on Lin Fan. He suddenly appeared as if out of nowhere, standing in front of Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. His dead fish eyes, one red and one white, stared tightly at Lin Fan. In the chaos of his mind, a strange and almost loving look suddenly flashed in his eyes. Feeling the powerful and violent energy emanating from the White Madman, everyone shivered, a cold chill rising from their backs. Just as everyone was tense, ready for a sudden change. Son. The White Madman tilted his head, speaking in a hoarse and strange voice. I am your father. Everyone. Lin Fan's face twitched sharply. This sudden display of fatherly love caught him off guard. Damn it. That crazy White Madman is still trying to take advantage of me, even when he's gone mad. But next, the White Madman suddenly grabbed his head and let out a painful scream. No, you're not. You are Lin Fan. I will kill you. Kill you. His face kept twisting and changing, looking very crazy and unstable. Lin Fan. Who am I? I need to find my son. Wait, Dad. He suddenly looked into the empty distance, gesturing wildly and shouting as if he saw a hallucination. White Madman let out a wild laugh, his figure flickering like a true madman. He staggered forward, moving so quickly that he disappeared into the distant wilderness. All that was left were broken limbs and arms scattered on the ground, along with the survivors, Lin Fan, and others who had escaped death. The tense atmosphere of despair, which had been so heavy, disappeared as White Madman, the biggest threat, suddenly left in a strange way. The 10 or so survivors, as if drained of all strength, collapsed almost at the same time, gasping for air. Their faces still showed disbelief and lingering fear. No one expected that this nearly hopeless situation would end in such a bizarre and strange way. Lin Fan slowly put away his bone blade and looked in the direction where White Madman had disappeared, his brow furrowed. White Madman was not dead, and it seemed his strength had grown. Although he had become a true madman, he still posed a big threat, especially the ghostly head, which was so strange that even Lin Wan couldn't sense its level, making it even more dangerous. Now, with both parts combined, a powerful madman had been born. Whether this was good or bad was uncertain. He looked down at Tang Xiao, who was leaning on him, exhausted, then at Lin Ming and Lin Wan, who were also tired but looked concerned. No matter what, they had survived. We survived, Lin Wan said, trembling, wiping blood from the corner of his eye. The intense use of his explorer ability earlier had strained his eyes. Lin Fan took a deep breath, calming his chaotic thoughts. He looked around at everyone injured and said in a deep voice, "For now, we are safe." Right now, only he still had the strength to fight. The others were all too weak. Tang Xiao gave a weak smile. "Lin Fan, how did you become White Madman's son?" Haha. Lin Fan glared at Tang Xiao, who was so exhausted he couldn't speak, but still joked with him. "Get some rest." I guess the fight with Lin Fan earlier made White Madman remember him deeply. Later, when the ghostly head collided with his mind, it caused him to go crazy and mistake Lin Fan for his son. But White Madman probably has a hidden, untold story too. Lin Wan closed his eyes, trying to ease the stabbing pain in his eyes. Suddenly, a heavy pickup truck belonging to the Death Chasers nearby roared to life. "Oh no, Lin Fan, that's Lu Yu." Lin Wan suddenly opened his eyes, his bloodshot eyes staring fiercely at the heavy pickup truck nearby. "Damn it, I forgot about that guy." Everyone instinctively thought Lu Yu had died in the recent fight, but no one knew he had survived and waited until Lin Fan and others relaxed their guard. Then he secretly sneaked onto a heavy pickup truck, trying to escape quietly. If Lin Fan found out he was still alive, he would definitely tear him apart. Inside the heavy pickup truck, Lu Yu's men were panicking as they drove. Zhao Tong and he sat in the back seat, clutching a black box tightly, their faces full of fear. They kept glancing out the window at Lin Fan and others in the distance. To Lu Yu, killing Lin Fan and the others should have been easy. But unexpectedly, Bai Fengzi's thinking was so fresh and unusual. Because of a careless show-off, Lin Fan was promoted to a higher level of ability. A battle that should have been easy turned into a dramatic comeback, and Bai Fengzi ended up looking like a fool. "White crazy. You big. Lu Yu kept cursing Bai Fengzi and his family inside the car. The driver's assistant was also sweating heavily. The heavy pickup, which should have started easily, kept failing to start because of nervousness. Rumble. Finally, the car started normally. Everyone inside let out a long breath. As long as the car was moving, they still had a chance to escape. Feeling the slight bump from the moving vehicle, they thought they had escaped danger. Suddenly, a loud crash. Lin Fan's bloodthirsty bone blade fell from the sky, piercing through the roof of the truck and pinning the driver to the steering wheel. Blood gushed out, blurring the windshield. The car screeched loudly, lifted from the front, then crashed heavily to the ground, finally stopping. Lu Yu and Zhao Tong screamed in shock. The inside of the cab quickly filled with choking smoke. Just as they were about to suffocate, a strong arm suddenly yanked the door open. Then they were dragged out like dead dogs, thrown to the ground in front of everyone with a heavy thud. Lu Yu finally saw that the one dragging them out was the big guy, Lin Ming. Lin Fan waved at the distant smoking car. A white light instantly flew back into his hand, which was the bloodthirsty bone blade. At this moment, Lin Wen placed Qin Tian and Wang Yang's bodies side by side. He knelt on the ground, tidying their final appearances, tears of blood slipping from the corner of his eye. Lin Fan, Brother Fan, Lord Fan, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will ask my father to repay you. You're not just after the fire seed potion, right? Lu Yu cried loudly, placing 2 black boxes in front of Lin Fan. Here are all yours. If it's not enough, I'll have my father give you more. Whatever you want. Afraid that Lin Fan wouldn't accept, he hurriedly took out the fire seed potion and carefully placed it at Lin Fan's feet. The body kneeling on the ground trembled like a frightened wild dog. Lin Fan picked up a bottle of the fire seed potion, examined it carefully, ignoring Lu Yu at his feet. Zhao Tong suddenly hugged Lin Fan's leg. Her delicate makeup was now smudged with tears and runny nose. Lin Fan, please spare me. I know the secret of Lu Yu and his father. I know the secret of the fire seed potion. If you let me go, I will tell you everything. Their pleading and crying only drew looks from others as if they were looking at a dead person. Lin Wen stood up and walked in front of Lu Yu. Lin Wen, we're old friends. Help me out. Please tell Lin Fan that I know you. Before he finished, Lin Wen kicked him hard in the mouth. Several teeth flew out, mixed with blood. Lin Fan, can I borrow your sword? Oh, sure. Lin Fan handed the bloodthirsty bone blade to Lin Wen. Lin Wen dragged the nearly dead Lu Yu away. Soon, loud screams of Lu Yu crying for help could be heard. The screams gradually faded away. Lin Wen, covered in blood, returned, giving the sword back to Lin Fan and wiping his glasses. Fan, Brother Fan, I told you, kill Lu Yu. From now on, I will follow you loyally. Hearing Lin Wen call him Brother Fan, Lin Fan nodded happily and patted his shoulder. From now on, we're brothers. By the way, call me Qin Wen from now on, Lin Wen whispered. Qin, as in Qin Tian. Qin Wen? Although I don't know why Lin Wen changed his name to Qin Wen, Lin Fan respects his choice, as everyone has past they prefer not to talk about. When Qin Wen called Lin Fan, Brother Fan, the system already notified Lin Fan that Qin Wen's loyalty was high enough to start a divine disciple contract. But Lin Fan wasn't in a hurry. He still had many things to do. He arranged for Zhang Long to take the remaining survivors to organize all the supplies and to release the survivors who had been tortured in the car of the Death Chaser. Zhao Tong, curled up at Lin Fan's feet, saw Lu Yu's tragic state scattered all over the ground. She looked like a frightened cat, trembling nonstop. Look, there's one more, Lin Fan signaled to Qin Wen, meaning if he wanted to vent his anger, he could deal with it now. After killing Lu Yu, Qin Wen seemed much happier. He smiled and said to Lin Fan, I'm not a crazy murderer. She has no grudge against me. You handle it as you see fit. He paused and then added, give me one of those crazy people's cars. I've been jealous of your heavy-duty pickup for a long time. Lin Fan pointed into the distance. Feel free to choose. Qin Wen joked, thanks, boss. As soon as he said that, Lin Fan knew Qin Wen had fully become one of his people. The wind in the wilderness blew away some of the bloodstains. The rain still hadn't stopped, only turning into a fine drizzle. Zhang Long carried over a few wooden boxes, his face full of sorrow. His 2 brothers, who had been following him, had both died at the hands of the lost. The wooden boxes barely served as seats. Lin Fan, Qin Wen, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Lin Meng sat in a semicircle. Their eyes all focused on Zhao Tong, who was curled up on the ground, trembling. Lin Fan kicked Zhao Tong, who was crawling nearby, into the middle. Zhao Tong looked up, her beautiful face covered with tears and dirt. Her eyes were full of fear. Tang Xiaoxiao sat on a wooden box, her face still pale, but her spirit slightly better. She looked at the fire potion in her hand, but didn't notice anything special. Tell me everything you know. If you perform well, I might let you go. She looked up at Lin Fan, who nodded gently. I'll tell you, Zhao Tong said, as if clutching a life-saving straw. She looked nervously at the distant pile of blurred flesh and blood, her body trembling violently, her voice trembling with tears. Long before the end of the world, just a few days prior, they secretly built many bases across the country. Zhao Tong's voice still trembled, but his sentences became clearer. Those places weren't just survivor gathering spots. They were laboratories. The real reason they claimed to be survivor sites was to attract more survivors, so they could study the fire seed potion. After saying this, Zhao Tong took a deep breath, seeming to make a firm decision. He spoke quickly. Lu Yu. Lu Yu's father, Lu Changhe, was a powerful sequence ability user himself. Lin Fan didn't expect Lu Changhe to be a sequence ability user and asked, "Do you know what sequence he is?" Zhao Tong shook her head. "I've been with Lu Yu and don't know much about Lu Changhe." Lin Fan looked at her, sensing she wasn't lying, and nodded for her to continue. They used captured survivors to test the potion. Many people, after being injected with imperfect versions, turned into those low-level monsters that only know killing. The lost ones. And those big creatures called the fallen. Zhao Tong's voice grew calm. To survive, she decided to tell everything she knew. Fallen ones are evolved from some lost ones. I heard Lu Changhe has even more powerful beings around him, called the Slaughterers, said to be as strong as level 3 monsters. Wow. Zhao Tong's words made Lin Fan and others gasp in shock. They never expected Lu Changhe to be able to breed monsters, and at level 3 no less. At that moment, Zhang Long came over carrying a briefcase, placed it next to Lin Fan, and shot Zhao Tong a threatening look. He whispered, "Brother Fan, this was found on the Crazy White's car. Oh, and we also found some stones on those monster corpses, the same as what's inside the case." The monster core. Zhang Long didn't know about the monster cores, but since they were found on the Crazy White's car and seemed valuable, he brought them to Lin Fan. Lin Fan opened the case, and the dense collection of monster cores made his mouth gape. This is going to be a big gain. Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao came over, gasping again in shock. The mysterious cores and the lost ones or fallen ones dropped the same items. They have harmed so many survivors. Qin Wen glared at Zhao Tong angrily. Lin Fan handed the mysterious core to Zhang Long and asked Zhao Tong, "What about the fire seed potion? You mentioned it has secrets." Zhao Tong looked nervously at Lin Fan and quickly looked down. They used the fire seed potion to train their own sequence ability users. But all who awaken their abilities with the potion become like loyal servants, completely obeying Lu Changhe's commands. Qin Wen pushed up his glasses and analyzed. Is there a problem with the potion? Did they add something? Like the servant mark in White Madman's mind? Yes. Lu Changhe and a level 3 potion master, who is also a sequence ability user, researched a special ingredient. This special ingredient is added to the fire seed potion. Those who succeed in awakening their abilities with it will have a servant mark in their minds, turning them into tools. Their life and death depend entirely on Lu Changhe's words. White Madman was created by Lu Changhe using the fire seed potion, and he is responsible for affairs around Luo City. When Zhao Tong said this, a look of fear flashed across her face. Clearly, she had also been close to this terrifying control method. Such a big ambition, Qin Wen snorted. Using the fire seed potion to build a loyal army of ability users. Lu Changhe wants to be the emperor in this end of the world, establishing his own Lu family kingdom. Wow, he really knows how to play, Lin Fan thought with a hint of admiration. This is a full industry chain, self-produced and self-sold. While everyone else struggled to survive in the apocalypse, Lu Changhe turned this strange world into a business. He used the survivors' gathering places to deceive unaware survivors into testing the fire seed potion. Failed experiments could be turned into strange creatures, which he raised to evolve into more advanced monsters for his use. Those that were eliminated could be killed for their mysterious cores. Successful ones would awaken their abilities, become completely loyal to Lu Changhe, and could keep upgrading using the cores he produced. A perfect closed loop. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt a strong sense of disappointment. Generally, his ultimate goal was somewhat similar to Lu Changhe's. But while he was struggling to find a way for a divine disciple position, Lu Changhe had already started mass-producing loyal sequence ability users. Perspective. Vision. The gap. However, when he looked at Qin Wen, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Lin Ming nearby, the feeling of difference quietly faded away. Unlike Lu Changhe, his divine disciples were reliable brothers, loyal partners, capable of sharing life and death. Lu Changhe's way of controlling his subordinates would eventually backfire. From the beginning, Lu Changhe's kingdom seemed powerful, but its foundation was full of hidden dangers. The divine country Lin Fan was building was extremely solid, and it would only grow stronger in the future. Everyone at the scene fell silent. Zhao Tong's words were too shocking. Qin Wen turned to look at Lin Fan and asked softly, "Boss, what do you think about this?" Lin Fan understood that Qin Wen was referring to killing Lu Yu and making enemies with Lu Changhe. After learning how huge Lu Changhe's power was, Qin Wen couldn't help but feel worried. After all, just a crazy fool almost caused their entire army to be wiped out, and that fool was only the head of Luo City. Tang Xiaoxiao also looked at Lin Fan. Now, she was gradually used to Lin Fan making important decisions. Lin Fan looked at their hopeful faces, smiled slightly, and signaled to Zhang Long standing beside him, waving the briefcase. As Zhang Long moved his arm up and down, a clattering sound came from inside the case. Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao both knew that was the sound of a whole box of strange cores. "Someone who can deliver strange cores to us, aren't you happy?" Ha ha. Hearing this, Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao both burst into laughter. They were afraid they wouldn't come, and if they did, they would try to snatch it. Lin Meng, who was about to fall asleep, was also awakened by their laughter. Seeing Lin Fan laughing heartily, he didn't understand why but joined in. Zhao Tong looked at the three people laughing loudly in front of her. Her body trembled suddenly. She couldn't understand why, after knowing they had offended Lu Changhe, they still talked about stealing from him. Was it ignorance and fearlessness? Or were they too arrogant? But right now, staying alive was the most important thing. "I've told you everything I know. Really. And the formula for the fire seed potion. I know the most crucial data of the formula. I can write to you. Just spare me. Leave me alive. I am very useful. I can help you make fire seed potions." Zhao Tong raised her head, staring at Lin Fan, waiting for his final judgment. Lin Fan slowly stood up, looking down at her with a calm expression, as if he was looking at a lifeless object. "I know you have your own team. I can help you, like Lu Changhe, create loyal followers with special abilities." As soon as Zhao Tong finished speaking, Qin Wen and the others all looked at Lin Fan. They didn't have much opinion about Zhao Tong's idea. They had already agreed to join Lin Fan's team, which valued absolute obedience. No matter what Lin Fan decided, they would support him firmly. Seeing Lin Fan lost in thought, Zhao Tong's face showed a hint of hope. She believed her offer was impossible to refuse. But Lin Fan suddenly chuckled and shook his head. "No need anymore." "Why? Why? This is clearly good for you." "Haha, why? The people in the team are my brothers, not my slaves." Hearing this, Qin Wen, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Zhang Long, who was standing nearby, felt relieved for some reason. They didn't want to see a leader who would do anything for her goals. What everyone didn't know was that just now, Lin Fan's mind received a system prompt. Analysis complete. Consumed 5,000 divine points. Successfully evolved the fire seed potion into a low-level mysterious potion. Effect: increases the chance of awakening special abilities, removes the slave mark. Additional effect: the user will be absolutely obedient to the host, Lin Fan. The low-level mysterious potion is now available in the system shop, priced at 50,000 divine points. When Lin Fan received the fire seed potion, he had already started analyzing it with the system. Just now, the system finished analyzing and enhanced the potion. After all, Zhao Tong might not have good intentions. For potential risks, Lin Fan always chooses to eliminate them immediately. Seeing Lin Fan reject her proposal, Zhao Tong's face suddenly showed panic. She suddenly lunged forward, trying to hold on to Lin Fan's leg, but he coldly avoided her. "I am still useful. Please spare my life, Sob. Sob. I am useful to you. You promised to let me go." Lin Fan looked at the frantic Zhao Tong with a hint of disgust in his eyes and said, "Since the young lady promised to let you go later, I won't oppose it." Hearing this, Zhao Tong's face lit up with joy. However, Lin Fan turned to Zhang Long and said, "Take her to the survivors. I want to see familiar faces. They will be happy to see her." Zhang Long's face showed hostility. He grabbed Zhao Tong's hair and ruthlessly dragged her toward the survivors who had been tortured by the death pursuers. "Lin Fan, you shameless. You broke your promise. May you have bad luck." Zhao Tong cursed viciously as Zhang Long dragged her away. The survivors had once been her test subjects. Now that enemies meet again, her fate is obvious. Zhang Long didn't show mercy. He punched Zhao Tong's mouth until it was bloody. Watching the two figures walk away, Qin Wen spoke calmly. "Boss, What should we do next? I suggest we rest on the nearby open ground for the night. There's no strange aura around anymore. Lin Fan looked at the exhausted group and nodded. Supplies, vehicles, and personnel all need time to be redistributed. More importantly, he wanted to form a new convoy. The Divine Nation convoy. Zhang Long dragged Zhao Tong into the wilderness, as if pulling a torn sack. She struggled and whimpered, but he kept going. There, over 30 survivors, just freed from the nightmare of the death pursuers, sat numb under a simple tent. Their eyes were hollow, and their bodies still bore the marks of captivity and torture. The sound of footsteps and dragging drew their attention. When they saw who Zhang Long was dragging, a flicker of emotion crossed their deadened eyes, deep hatred. It was the woman in the white coat, always wearing a cold smile as she recorded their suffering responses. It was the accomplice who selected them like livestock and sent them into the terrifying monster's cage. The air froze instantly, then was ignited by the fire of hatred. At first, there was only deathly silence, broken only by Zhao Tong's wails from her mouth being battered. A gaunt man suddenly stood up. One of his arms was bent at an unnatural angle, broken earlier at the survivor base in Luo City. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared fiercely at Zhao Tong, his chest heaving violently. It's her, he hoarsely growled, his voice sounding like it was squeezed out of a broken bellows. Devil, you evil demon, my brother. My brother was torn apart by that monster. You just watched, and you even laughed. Give me back my child. Where have you taken my child? Zhao Tong was terrified and crawled forward, crying out vaguely, No, it's not my fault. Lu Yu. It was Lu Changhe's order. Please let me go. I beg you. The first to attack was the man with the broken arm. He lifted his foot and kicked Zhao Tong hard in the stomach with all his strength. Zhao Tong screamed painfully and curled up into a ball. More people rushed forward. Their fists rained down like hail, and their feet kicked relentlessly. Some clawed at her face with their nails, others tore at her hair. Soon, Zhao Tong's screams grew faint, and she finally collapsed completely, silent at last. The survivors let out deafening cries. Zhang Long watched the desperate survivors in front of him and thought to himself, These people have come back to life again. Lin Fan planned to give the remaining heavy pickup truck to Lin Ming, but Lin Ming preferred the comfort of the bus and refused to take a single heavy truck. In the end, the heavy pickup was handed over to Zhang Long, who is now the main manager of the team. He handles all the small matters within the team. Most importantly, Zhang Long has always been loyal and never wavered. After discussing with Qin Wan, Lin Fan and Qin Wan divided the vehicles on site. Currently, the team has enough supplies and more than enough vehicles. Even if each person takes one, there are still extras. To make traveling easier, they decided to give up most of the less useful vehicles. In the end, they chose 4 heavy pickup trucks. Lin Fan still rides with Chu Qin, Qin Wan, and Zhang Bao, Zhang Long's only remaining brother, assigned to drive for Qin Wan. Tang Xiaoxiao and Tang Wan share one, and Zhang Long has his own vehicle. The large truck carrying supplies was assigned to Wang Tong, a thief from the bus team, and Feng Bin, a doctor. According to Zhang Long, Wang Tong, being a thief, knows better how to manage the team's supplies. Among the survivors now, no one is more professional than Wang Tong. As for why Feng Bin was on the large truck, everyone understood the reason, and Wang Tong had no objections. The bus still belonged to Lin Ming, with Tian Fu as the driver. Since 5 people from the bus team died at the hands of the zombies, only 6 remained to ride the bus. Besides the back half of the bus being Lin Ming's large bed, the remaining space was made into small beds for each person. The 6 survivors from the original Xingho team, Lin Fan didn't want to include in the team, so Qin Wan had to assign them an off-road vehicle. For the remaining vehicles, Zhang Long didn't plan to give up completely. He and his team removed all the fuel from the vehicles and stored it in barrels, placing them on the large truck. In the afternoon, Zhang Long came to ask Lin Fan for help, asking Lin Ming to assist. By night, a sturdy compartment was added to the back of the large truck, while the other trucks were dismantled into parts, with useful pieces collected by Zhang Long. All the vehicles used communication devices. After removing them from the zombie chase vehicles, Zhang Long installed communication devices in each vehicle so everyone could stay in contact during travel. Once everything was arranged, it was past midnight. When everyone was hungry, the smell of food wafted through the camp. The bus convoy's people still gathered together, and the food in the pot was steaming hot. Thanks to the death chasers, the food was plentiful. Compared to the bus convoy, other survivors' meals could only fill their stomachs. Plain rice porridge and a pack of compressed biscuits each. To Zhang Long and the others, rescuing these people and giving them food was already an act of kindness. It could satisfy their hunger, but not guarantee good eating. Maybe because they hadn't had hot food for a long time, the survivors initially caused a commotion, fighting over the food. The noise reached the people eating in the bus, and Lin Fan frowned. Zhang Long put down his chopsticks and let a few people to go over. A few sharp, desperate screams sounded, then everything went quiet again. The survivors finally realized that the people sitting in front of the bus were not charity workers. Offending them could cost them their lives. After everyone had eaten, Lin Fan called the busy people and announced his decision. From now on, the deputy team leaders are Qin Wen, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Lin Meng. The team manager is Zhang Long. The convoy members had no objections. They had lived together for so long and already regarded Qin Wen and others as deputy leaders. Zhang Long's efforts in managing the team were obvious, and everyone respected him. TSK, Lin Fan. When did I say I wanted to be the deputy team leader? Tang Xiaoxiao grinned, tilting her head to look at Lin Fan. I told you, I'd join only when you can conquer me. Lin Fan smiled upon hearing this and stood up decisively. No problem. Let's go. Quick and decisive. He was now a level 2 sequence ability user. Conquering Tang Xiaoxiao was an easy task. Everyone was momentarily stunned, but Qin Wen was the first to follow. Zhang Long and the others exchanged glances and also got up to chase after them. The private sparring between the two had long been known in the team, but only Chu Sun knew the outcome. This was clearly a decisive showdown. How could they miss such excitement? With a rustling sound, everyone in front of the bus followed, leaving only Lin Meng sitting there because he hadn't eaten enough. The distant survivors, unaware of what had happened, curiously followed along. From afar, under the faint light of the bonfire, they could vaguely see the two standing opposite each other. At this moment, both of them had drawn their weapons, and an invisible aura made the onlookers too afraid to breathe. Lin Fan, don't worry. I won't let you embarrass yourself in front of your little brother, Tang Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, no more talk. I have something to say soon. Hurry up. Neither of them held back anymore. Lin Fan, I know you can see through my weaknesses, but seeing through doesn't mean you can defeat me. Breakthrough. Tang Xiaoxiao shouted loudly, and her Tang sword burst out with a huge glow. Since she used her strongest move right away, Lin Fan didn't hesitate either. Haha. Right now, I see all your flaws. Instant kill with a flaw. A streak of light flashed quickly, and the mighty sword shadow Tang Xiaoxiao swung shattered like a mirror. She lost control and fell down, unable to hold back her curse. Lin Fan, you jerk. Are you just messing with me for fun? The loud noise shocked everyone watching and made them feel the terrifying strength of the core team members even more clearly. Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao were carried back. The crowd returned to the bus, with Tang Xiaoxiao lying in Tang Wen's arms. Lin Fan sat on a wooden box, and Chu Qian stood behind him, acting as a human backrest. Keep going. Lin Fan's voice was calm, as if the fierce fight just now never happened. Does anyone have any objections to what I just said? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Tang Xiaoxiao shot a glance at Lin Fan and snorted, showing her agreement. She originally came out to oppose just for show, also hoping to boost Lin Fan's reputation through a fight. But unexpectedly, Lin Fan went straight for a big move. Lin Fan's gaze slowly swept across everyone. His eyes were calm and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. From today, Lin Fan suddenly raised his voice, firm and decisive. The bus team will be history. We will have a new beginning, a new name. He suddenly raised his arm and pointed to the deep night sky, as if announcing this name to the world. God Realm Team. This was not just a name, but a declaration and a goal. Lin Fan wanted to build not a struggling escape team, but a nation that could stand firm in the end times, with its own order and beliefs. Boom! It was as if an invisible bomb had been thrown into the crowd. The name, God Realm, How arrogant, how domineering. On this wasteland where order had collapsed, strange things ran wild, and lives were cheap. Someone dared to claim they would create a divine kingdom. The people in front of the bus looked at this with fiery eyes, while the survivors in the distance stared in shock, as if watching a group of madmen. The scene fell into brief silence, only the crackling sound of the campfire breaking the quiet. Zhang Long suddenly stepped forward, clenched his fist, and raised it high. He shouted with all his strength, "I swear to follow Brother Fan forever." Seeing this, the others quickly reacted and shouted along with Zhang Long. "I swear to follow Brother Fan forever." Their voices rose one after another, louder and more passionate. Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao clenched their fists, smiling as they looked at Lin Fan in the center of the crowd. Lin Ming was the most excited, howling like a wolf and cheering like a happy child. This was a proud moment just for Lin Fan. From today on, the Divine Kingdom Convoy was officially formed. Though there were only about 10 people, they embodied unbreakable will. Lin Fan looked at the excited crowd with satisfaction, feeling a surge of pride in his heart. With the system's support and these loyal companions, even in the dangerous end times, he no longer felt despair. Instead, he was eager to face new challenges. The survivors in the distance watched the cheers from the crowd around the bus, staring blankly at the excited people. Mixed feelings of envy, disdain, shock, confusion, and indifference filled the air. Some tried to get closer to observe. Qin Wen signaled Zhang Long, who immediately led a few people to drive all the survivors to the farthest vehicle. These survivors could only see the figures of the crowd through the bus windows, blurry and indistinct, and could not hear their conversations. Zhang Long still felt uneasy, so he ordered a few others to form a barrier with vehicles, completely isolating the survivors from the crowd. When Zhang Long and his team returned, Lin Fan raised his hand to quiet the crowd. The deafening cheers suddenly stopped, but the fiery passion in everyone's eyes remained. Then, Lin Fan's actions once again drove the crowd into madness. Lin Fan picked up a low-level strange potion that had been improved by the system. The blue liquid shimmered enticingly under the firelight, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "This is a strange potion that can give ordinary people a chance to awaken their ability sequences," Lin Fan said, watching the increasingly anxious crowd. "It's my improvement on the fire seed potion. Boss, when did you improve the fire seed potion?" Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the strange potion in Lin Fan's hand with shock. The potion looked exactly like the fire seed potion, but both could feel that its aura was different. It was no longer wild and fierce, but gentle and pure. "Lin Fan, you're becoming more unpredictable. You secretly improved the fire seed potion, and I can feel that the potion in your hand is even purer than the original," Tang Xiaoxiao said, showing disbelief. "I understand now. Maybe the reason you named the team God Realm is because you truly aim to become a god in this apocalypse." Tang Xiaoxiao's words ignited the crowd's excitement again. The strange potion in Lin Fan's hand made everyone look at him with devout and passionate eyes, like followers. Lin Fan looked proudly at the shocked Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao. This was just the beginning. There would be many more surprises for them in the future. "I told you before that one day I would give you a chance to awaken your ability sequences. This is the best proof. Many such potions will be made. Once you contribute enough, I believe everyone here can become ability sequence users." After Lin Fan finished speaking, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. When they first joined Lin Fan's team, they only wanted to survive better. Over time, Lin Fan became an irreplaceable leader in their hearts. When Lin Fan showed the strange potion, their goal was no longer just to survive. Becoming ability sequence users, a once distant dream, was now clearly in front of them thanks to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's goal was more than just that. Sometimes, empty promises only seem like big talk. Vague promises are just illusions. Only by showing real hope can people's hearts be truly convinced. Today, he decided to show them this hope clearly. To do this, he was willing to spend all his divine points, and even owed the system 10,000 divine points. The benefit was that the strange potion in his hand increased the chance of awakening to 70%. Although it was very painful, he thought it was all worth it. "Zhang Long," Lin Fan shouted excitedly to the crowd, calling out to Zhang Long here. Brother Fan, no? Boss, Lin Fan happily threw the strange potion to Zhang Long. Zhang Long hurriedly caught it, carefully holding it in his hands, and looked at Lin Fan with confusion. Today, you will be the first member of the Awakening team with special abilities. Boom. Everyone looked at Zhang Long with envy. Chu Sun's eyes were already red, and her heart was full of longing. But she knew that Zhang Long deserved this potion. Among everyone, he was the only one willing to risk his life for Lin Fan without hesitation. This was exactly why Lin Fan considered him. To Lin Fan, Zhang Long was not only his best helper, but also extremely loyal, almost to the point of being unbreakable. This was the best reward for Zhang Long's loyalty, and Lin Fan was willing to borrow from the system to do it. Zhang Long tremblingly held the strange potion, tears shining in his eyes, and looked at Lin Fan with deep gratitude. It was this man who pulled him out of the mud of rejection, and even in life-and-death moments, he ran back without hesitation to save him. Zhang Long knew he wasn't a good person. His past made him ruthless, but he was someone who would repay kindness. After Lin Fan saved him, he secretly vowed to follow Lin Fan for his whole life, even risking his own life. Now, Lin Fan had given him a chance to cross the boundary of life itself. How could he not be excited? How could he not swear loyalty to him? At this moment, Lin Meng, who had been silent, spoke unexpectedly. Long, just drink it. The taste isn't great, don't savor it. Zhang Long's face turned red. He gratefully looked at Lin Meng. He opened the potion and drank it all in one gulp. In an instant, the whole scene fell silent. Everyone held their breath, nervously watching Zhang Long's reaction. Lin Fan also felt a bit nervous. After all, the success rate was only 70%. Suddenly, a hot energy burst inside Zhang Long's body. He let out a muffled groan, knelt on one knee, and his muscles tensed uncontrollably. His skin turned an unusual red, and faint steam seemed to seep from his pores. Everyone held their breath, watching him nervously. Seconds passed, and the trembling in Zhang Long's body gradually stopped. The redness faded, replaced by a faint metallic sheen on his skin. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and a complex gear-like shadow flickered in his pupils. Success! Qinwen was the first to notice the unique energy wave emanating from Zhang Long and shouted happily. Zhang Long stood up, moved his arms and legs, and heard a crisp crack from his joints. He felt a surge of power inside him, and his face was filled with unbelievable joy. "Boss, I did it," he said excitedly, trembling with emotion. "I awakened. I'm a mechanic." "A mechanic?" Lin Fan's eyes lit up. "What abilities do you have?" Zhang Long excitedly explained. "I can feel that I have a natural affinity for any machine. I can repair and strengthen them." And he paused, unable to hide his excitement. "I can also use materials to make simple heat weapons, like pistols, shotguns, or even more complex ones." But what?" Qinwen asked, taking over the conversation. "But I can only use the weapons I make myself," Zhang Long clarified. Everyone looked at Zhang Long with envy. Qinwen didn't ask about the cost Zhang Long paid, knowing that each ability holder kept that secret. Lin Fan's eyes shone brightly. A mechanic sequence. This was an incredibly valuable ability in the apocalypse. With this, the team wouldn't worry about vehicle maintenance, and improving equipment would greatly increase their chances of survival. In the future, unless they added special effects to heavy trucks, Zhang Long could handle normal upgrades. His ability to make heat weapons also gave him combat power. Right now, Zhang Long was an invaluable asset to the team. "Great." Lin Fan patted Zhang Long on the shoulder firmly, feeling reassured. The 10,000 divine points borrowed were worth it. Zhang Long's successful awakening truly gave everyone hope. Lin Fan seemed to have the ability to create gods out of thin air, summoning a sequence ability user right before their eyes. This fact drove everyone into madness. Everyone saw that. As long as you contribute enough, you'll be the next to awaken a sequence ability. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. At this moment, in everyone's hearts, Lin Fan was a constant source of hope and faith. He was the most real god in their eyes. They would follow the god's footsteps and walk through the end of the world. They spontaneously gave themselves a new identity, followers of the god. Long after, standing at the top of the end of the world, they still felt proud to be among the first followers of Lin Fan. Once again, The cheers in the wilderness woke up the sleeping survivors. They looked outside with confusion, unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, in Lin Fan's ear, the system's prompt sounds kept ringing nonstop. Everyone's loyalty had reached the required level, and the system urged Lin Fan to quickly secure the contract with the divine followers. Lin Fan looked around and found that one person's loyalty was only 60%. Tang Xiaoxiao. This didn't mean she might betray him, but her proud and stubborn nature meant she always had a fighting spirit. Only when Lin Fan fully and truly convinced her would her loyalty reach the standard. Sigh. Lin Fan sighed. It seemed that winning over Tang Xiaoxiao would be a long and difficult task. But for now, there were two ready-made divine followers. Qinwen, Zhonglong, Lin Fan suddenly shouted. Huh, here. Both responded instantly, though Qinwen looked confused, unsure why Lin Fan called him. Are you willing to become my divine followers? Lin Fan asked seriously, word by word. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with confusion, and Tang Xiaoxiao also showed a puzzled expression. What was Lin Fan doing? A new ceremony for the Divine Kingdom team? What are divine followers? Was Lin Fan planning to start a cult? And why didn't he call me? A series of questions appeared in Tang Xiaoxiao's mind. Qinwen and Zhonglong were stunned at first, but seeing Lin Fan's serious expression, they knew he wasn't joking. Yes, I am willing. Me too. The two answered one after the other. As soon as the two finished speaking, Lin Fan's system prompt sounded again. Contract with divine followers signed. Host divine follower, Qinwen. Explorer series ability user, loyalty, 100%. Host divine path rank. Divine realm walker, progress, 5%. Contract with divine followers signed. Host divine follower, Zhonglong mechanic series ability user, loyalty, 100%. Host divine path rank. Divine realm walker, progress, 10%. After the two system prompts, Lin Fan felt a strong mental energy and a small amount of physical energy flowing back, with a 20% ability return. However, the rank of the divine path for the contracted followers dropped to 5%. Qinwen brought a huge amount of mental energy, while Zhonglong's energy was a mix of mental and physical energy. At the same time, both of them looked wide-eyed. Although they didn't hear the system prompts, they could clearly feel a special connection forming with Lin Fan. Meanwhile, the energy inside their bodies was increasing greatly. It turned out that Lin Fan's earlier words weren't just casual talk. They had such a magical effect. Qinwen was about to speak, but Lin Fan gently shook his head. Qinwen understood immediately and closed his mouth. Hey, what are you three up to? Tang Xiaoxiao said unhappily. Lin Fan and Qinwen just smiled and shook their heads, making Tang Xiaoxiao roll her eyes. Seeing everyone so excited, Lin Fan realized his goal was achieved. Since it was getting late, he told everyone to rest. Zhonglong had already arranged the night watch, so the others could sleep well. But looking at everyone's excited expressions, Lin Fan wasn't sure how many could actually sleep tonight. Chu Sun followed Lin Fan to the heavy-duty pickup truck, hesitating along the way. After the Lu Yu incident, she understood that her sister's situation was probably very dangerous. Now, revenge was her only obsession. She also knew that only by becoming a series ability user could she hope to get revenge. Everything Lin Fan showed today gave her hope for awakening. After hesitating for a moment, she finally gathered her courage and asked, Lin, boss, do I have a chance to become a series ability user? Now, seeing Zhonglong successfully awaken, I couldn't hold back and asked, is there a chance? Lin Fan said gently. As long as you contribute enough to the team, I will naturally give you the strange potion. He paused and added, but using the potion doesn't guarantee a 100% success rate. Zhu Sun clenched her teeth and said, I will try my best. I'm not afraid of death, only afraid I can't avenge my sister. Lin Fan gave her an encouraging look, then opened the door, sat in the pickup truck, laid back the seat, and fell into a deep sleep. The intense battles during the day made Lin Fan sleep especially soundly. When Lin Fan opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. He heard the sound of knocking and clattering. He pushed open the car door, and a fresh, cool breeze hit him, making him feel energized. Boss, did I bother you? Zhonglong's voice came from behind. Lin Fan turned his head and saw Zhonglong dressed in military combat gear, still excited, holding repair tools. Looking closer, He saw that all the vehicles in the team had been completely refurbished. All 4 heavy pickup trucks had enclosed cargo beds. The original black bodies were painted with bright red long knife patterns, identical to Lin Fan's bloodthirsty bone blade. Above the patterns were 2 elegant, sharp characters, God Realm. The design was both beautiful and fierce, and Lin Fan liked this symbol at first sight. Each vehicle was numbered. Lin Fan's heavy pickup was number 1, followed by Qin Wen's No. 2, Tang Xiaoxiao's number 3, Lin Ming's number 4, Zhang Long's number 5, and the supply truck number 6. Lin Fan asked with a smile, "Did you do all this? Seeing that you were still sleeping this morning, I discussed with Qin team." Zhang Long scratched his head and shyly said, "I noticed you often sleep in the cab, so I used parts from abandoned vehicles to add cargo beds and single beds to all the pickups, so you can sleep comfortably." It seemed Zhang Long hadn't slept all night and was eager to test his abilities. He maintained and repaired all the vehicles himself and completed the modifications. Lin Fan patted his shoulder appreciatively. Zhang Long's greatest strength was his careful thinking. He considered everything thoroughly, so Lin Fan didn't need to worry. "Did you write these words? I didn't expect that despite your rough appearance, you have this skill." Lin Fan looked at the sharp writing on the car and praised it. "Boss, I didn't even finish elementary school. How can I write so well?" "Oh, who wrote that?" At this moment, Wang Tong, also dressed in a new military uniform, came over carrying a paint bucket and holding a brush. Could it be Wang Tong who wrote it? Lin Fan looked at Wang Tong in surprise. He didn't expect that this former thief had such a skill. Zhang Long nodded with a smile to confirm. Unexpectedly, among the people in the convoy, there are truly hidden talents. Wang Tong greeted the two, then Lin Fan looked him up and down. "Wang Tong, did you write this?" "I didn't know you had this skill," Wang Tong chuckled. "Boss, having many skills is never a bad thing. Damn it, having many skills is great. But if you have this talent, why are you still a professional thief?" Seeing Qin Wen and others waiting for him, Lin Fan called everyone to follow him into the tent. It was time to discuss the next plans. It was still Qin Wen's tent, just like before, with everyone holding a cup of tea. But now, Qin Tian and Wang Yong were gone, replaced by the very excited Zhang Long. He sat next to Lin Ming, constantly tearing open snack packages. The two occasionally exchanged glances and smiled foolishly. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Long's behavior and couldn't help rolling her eyes, thinking to herself, maybe the price Zhang Long paid for awakening was losing his intelligence like Lin Ming? Zhang Long's silly smile was because being able to attend such an important meeting meant he had been fully recognized by these core members and officially entered the high ranks of the convoy. Lin Fan gently knocked on the table. "The Divine State Convoy has been established. We can't just run around like headless flies. Let's discuss where to go next." Qin Wen held a warm cup of tea, pondering for a moment. "Boss, I suggest we stick to the original plan and head towards Lingguan. Since Liu Changhe announced the survivor base at Lingguan, I believe other survivor convoys along the way will gather there. We can integrate with other teams to strengthen ourselves. Although we already have 5 ability users in the convoy, the number of ordinary people is still too small. Only when our overall numbers increase can the convoy's strength be assured." Moreover, Qin Wen paused before continuing. "Ordinary people are not just a burden. At certain times, they can be a strategic resource." Everyone agreed with Qin Wen's words. People say that many hands make light work, and this is always true. Without new blood joining, the divine army is like waterweed floating on the water, never able to take firm root. Lin Fan nodded and said, "You're right. We should bring in new members. But the rules of the team can't change. Everyone must obey completely and be loyal. I still have 3 strange potions. After some more time to observe, I hope to find 3 more people with special abilities to join the team." Hearing this, everyone became excited. More people with special abilities mean a stronger core team. Lin Fan turned to Zhang Long and ordered, "Zhang Long, after the meeting, go recruit from the survivors. Focus on those with special skills. You can offer them a vehicle if they want to join, but don't accept anyone right away. They must fully agree with our team principles before we decide." Zhang Long happily nodded and agreed. As for those unwilling to join, Lin Fan knew what to do. Let them fend for themselves. After saying this, Lin Fan poured all the strange cores from his briefcase onto the table. They were stacked high and shimmered with tempting light. Everyone sat up straight again, ready for the most exciting part, dividing the loot. Tang Xiaoxiao took out a few strange cores from her pocket and threw them onto the table. Seeing the puzzled looks, she rolled her eyes and explained, "These are the strange cores from the monsters in Mengchuan town. I haven't had a chance to use them until now. Today, we're dividing them." She then glared at a few people and said, "What? Do you think I would cheat you out of your cores?" They quickly shook their heads with smiles, saying they never thought that. Lin Fan didn't waste words. He took a few cores and placed them in front of Zhang Long. He then divided the remaining cores into 3 equal parts and placed them in front of Qin Wen, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Lin Ming. Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the big pile of cores in front of Lin Fan, surprised. They didn't understand why Lin Fan didn't get any. They also looked worriedly at Zhang Long, who got the least. They were afraid he might be unhappy. Lin Fan smiled and asked, "Zhang Long, do you have any objections?" Zhang Long still smiled foolishly and shook his head. To him now, whatever Lin Fan said was final, no questions. Tang Xiaoxiao sighed and patted her forehead helplessly. Oh no, Zhang Long was completely hopeless. Looking at the situation, Lin Fan would go alone to challenge the crazy man without hesitation. Like Lin Ming, he is definitely a loyal supporter of Lin Fan. Seeing Qin Wen's confused expression, Lin Fan smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. My mysterious rank doesn't need secret cores. You should hurry up and promote to level 2. You can't rely on me to carry the team forever." Hearing this, Qin Wen and Tang Xiaoxiao no longer hesitated. They collected the secret cores in front of them. With these cores, it wouldn't take long for them to advance. Lin Fan continued, "From now on, follow this rule. You guys share the secret cores, and don't count my part." Tang Xiaoxiao, hearing this, happily said to Qin Wen, "See? This is how the boss should act." After agreeing that the convoy would leave in 2 hours, everyone went to pack their things. Zhang Long took a few people to recruit survivors. Everyone was willing to follow the convoy. In this situation, leaving the convoy meant risking being attacked by strange creatures. Zhang Long found a few good cars, filled them with fuel, and distributed them to the survivors. He also emphasized that the Divine Nation convoy would only provide basic food until the next supply point. During the journey, everyone had to follow the convoy's instructions. When they reached the supply point, they had to fend for themselves. The convoy wouldn't provide food or fuel anymore. If someone showed outstanding performance, they could be accepted as a reserve member of the convoy. The survivors agreed happily. Early that morning, they noticed that the Divine Nation convoy members all wore new military uniforms, with proud expressions on their faces. Their eyes also carried a hint of disdain. If they could become official members of the convoy, their treatment would be very different. When Zhang Long announced the recruitment of people with special skills, everyone eagerly stepped forward to sign up. Name? Age? Park Yisheng, 38 years old. That name is really impressive. What did you do before? Well, I was a teacher, tour guide, doctor, salesperson, flight attendant. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a rich life experience. So many different jobs. Damn it. The Divine Kingdom convoy started moving again with a low engine roar. 4 heavy pickup trucks led the way, followed by supply trucks, a bus in the middle, and 6 vehicles assigned to the survivors. The convoy looked like a steel river flowing over the empty road. The team decided to head toward Lingguan, now moving south. Rain began to fall again from the sky. Lin Fan rolled down the window, feeling the cool raindrops. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Long kept reporting the road conditions. It was the first time using the vehicle radio, and everyone found it exciting, joking and chatting through it. Driving was not boring at all. Listening to everyone's laughter and talk, Lin Fan felt very safe. Chu Sun was now a very skilled driver, and the smooth road made the heavily modified pickup truck ride comfortably without any bumps. Just as Lin Fan was about to doze off, Qin Wen's voice came through the radio. "Boss, in about an hour, we should meet a convoy. We haven't sensed any danger. Should we stop?" Lin Fan checked the time. It was already past 1 p.m. Qin Wen's mention of a new convoy caught Lin Fan's interest. Since encountering the Sparkfire convoy, it had been almost a month since he saw another convoy. Since Qin Wen said there was no danger, it might be good to stop and communicate with the approaching convoy to gather useful information. "Zhang Long, once we meet the new convoy, Go ahead and check out the situation. The others can set up camp and rest. Got it, boss. Zhang Long replied excitedly through the radio. Since awakening his mechanic abilities, Zhang Long had been very energetic. Everyone also started to look forward to meeting the new convoy. The raindrops grew heavier, and after a heavy storm, a light drizzle began again. Boss, there are people ahead, about 20 or so. Zhang Long's voice drew everyone's attention. Lin Fan stuck his head out and looked past Qin and Zhang Long's pickups, seeing a group of dark figures in the rain and fog in the distance. Tang Xiaoxiao asked, "Is that the convoy Qin mentioned?" "You could say it's a convoy, but..." Zhang Long's tone became a bit strange, as if he didn't know how to describe it. "Zhang Long, why are you sounding so girly?" "What's going on?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked irritably. Recently, her temper had become very bad. Lin Fan and Qin had secretly guessed that it was probably because her relatives had come to visit these days. They even discreetly noted the date, planning to avoid bothering Tang Xiaoxiao during this time each month. "But they don't have vehicles, only bicycles," Zhang Long said with a hint of grievance. "Bicycles?" Lin Fan was very surprised. Before the divine system descended, as an ordinary person, he owned an old pickup truck for travel. At the start of the apocalypse, many people chose bicycles. Besides being a bit tiring for the legs, the advantage was that they didn't need fuel. However, bicycles are slower than four-wheeled vehicles, especially when escaping danger. Their speed is quite limited in such situations. Now, seeing a convoy made entirely of bicycles was very rare. "Stop, rest, eat. Zhang Long, go check the situation first. Everyone else, stay alert." Following Lin Fan's orders, the convoy stopped in an orderly manner, and everyone got off to rest. The team members on the bus quickly set up simple tents, and the cook started preparing food. Survivors behind the convoy also began to get off and eat, but their supplies only included biscuits and bread provided by the divine convoy. Lin Fan and Qin sat under a tent, watching Zhang Long and Zhang Bao run off to scout ahead. Perhaps seeing the divine convoy stop to rest, the distant convoy also halted nearby, seemingly organized. But compared to the divine convoy, the distant one looked more like fleeing refugees. They had set up a few crooked, ragged tents. No smoke was rising from cooking fires, so their food was probably instant meals or self-heating food. Not long after, Zhang Long and Zhang Bao returned, both with unnatural expressions on their faces. "Boss, it's a group of college students from a university in Luocheng, all riding bicycles. Many are shared bikes. The leader is a female student, and she seems to have some authority, maybe a chairperson or something." Zhang Long explained what he saw. Tang Xiaoxiao glared at Tang Dao and said, "That's the student council president." "You illiterate." Zhang Long scratched his head and chuckled. "I only went to elementary school. My highest position was as a sports committee member, so I can't tell the difference." Qin and Lin Fan exchanged a glance and asked, "Did you sense any ability users in the area?" "One, but the aura isn't strong. It's the girl president's boyfriend. It might be a group of fleeing college students, not a convoy," Qin said, pushing up his glasses. Lin Fan lost interest and, smelling the aroma of food nearby, called everyone to eat. Behind Zhang Long, Zhang Bao hesitated and said, "Boss, there are two more guys there, black guys, look like black eggs. They're probably exchange students from college." "Let's eat," Qin said calmly. Just as everyone was about to start eating, loud shouting came from Zhang Long's pickup truck. Zhang Long's face changed. Seeing Lin Fan nod, he and Zhang Bao ran over. They saw Wang Tong being tightly held by a black student, while another black student greedily tried to open the car door. Wang Tong, who was thin and small, looked like a little chick next to the nearly 2-meter-tall black student. "Damn, let go." Seeing this, Zhang Long was furious. He kicked the black student holding Wang Tong, sending him flying several meters. The other black student, annoyed, helped his friend up and started shouting in a language Zhang Long didn't understand. He turned to Wang Tong. "What's going on, Brother Long? These two guys just came up and tried to open the car door. Looks like they want to steal something. You're so stupid. Can't you call for help if you can't fight?" Wang Tong looked aggrieved. I was about to shout, but he grabbed my neck. The two black students kept speaking in their language. Zhang Long watched their lips move and felt annoyed. "Can you speak human language? I don't understand this." At that moment, the black students stopped talking. One pointed at the distant convoy, then at himself, and quickly said something. Seeing Zhang Long still confused, the word, "fuck," suddenly burst out of his mouth. Bang! The two black students were knocked flying. Zhang Long pointed at them and shouted angrily, "Damn! How dare you insult me? I understand that phrase. I didn't watch foreign movies for nothing." A black man, full of anger, crawled up from the ground, pulled out a gun, and pressed it against Zhang Long's head. He kept cursing the words he just used. He didn't see the scared look he expected from Zhang Long, seeing no reaction from Zhang Long. The black man looked at his gun, which suddenly turned into a pile of parts, and then his body was flung away. Playing with guns in front of me? You really found the right person. The abilities of the Mechanic series are not just about maintenance and enhancement. Disassembling simple guns is easy for Zhang Long. He picked up the gun and reassembled it. No bullets? Then just show off. Hit him. Zhang Long and the others dragged two black students with bruised faces in front of Lin Fan and the others. Boss, these two black guys tried to steal something. Lin Fan just glanced faintly, then looked back at the steaming, fragrant pot of meat. Today, the chef cooked a big pot of long-stored beef. The aroma was tempting, making everyone's mouth water. Eat first, sit down and eat. Sigh. Tang Xiao, with her mouth full, looked disdainfully at the two crying and screaming black students on the ground, then kicked Zhang Long, who was about to sit down. Zhang Long eating? Looks disgusting, huh? Throw them farther away. Zhang Long helplessly grabbed each of them by the arm, then with a burst of strength, threw them across the car roof onto the street outside. After two muffled thuds, the screams suddenly stopped, and the two had fainted. To everyone, this was just a small, insignificant incident, and no one paid much attention. Even the gun Zhang Long took out was just looked at curiously and then tossed aside. In the apocalypse, being a king of the series, using a firearm against ordinary people is fine, but in the eyes of ability users, it's less threatening than a low-level strange power. While everyone was happily eating, suddenly more than 20 people came out of a distant convoy, heading straight toward them. Leading the group was an ordinary-looking college girl, followed by a group of young people in their early 20s, some holding steel pipes, giving off a hostile vibe. A group of college students angrily approached Lin Fan and the others. Lin Fan stopped the people in the bus who wanted to stand up and looked at the students curiously. Everyone was dirty and wearing ill-fitting plastic raincoats. Their normally lively faces were full of fear, and their skin looked pale from long-term poor nutrition. When their eyes fell on the steaming pot of beef stew, they couldn't help but swallow hard, showing clear longing. The leading female student tried to look away from the pot, straightened her chest, and asked Lin Fan and the others, "Are you the official rescue team?" They probably thought the team members in uniform military clothes were official rescuers. Lin Fan smiled, shook his head, and continued eating with his bowl and chopsticks. The hungry students looked at the shiny, oily beef in Lin Fan's bowl, their mouths watering loudly. They kept swallowing nervously. Seeing that no one responded to her, the female student's eyes flashed with annoyance. She said confidently, "I am the president of the student union at Luoqing International Business School, awakens. These are my classmates. We have two foreign students who just came here. Have you seen them?" Awakens emphasized her title strongly, and everyone found her serious attitude a bit funny. In the eyes of students, that title might seem important, but these people could even kill the son of the provincial governor. Awakens, who was usually treated like a star, grew more annoyed when no one responded. She was about to speak, but was pulled back by a boy wearing glasses behind her. "Awakens, some of these people have special abilities. They are not easy to deal with," the boy whispered. "Zhang Wei, even though you're my boyfriend, I told you to call me by my official title in front of others." Awakens snapped loudly, as if she had been stepped on. The boy called Zhang Wei blushed immediately, but didn't get angry. He nervously called out, "Yes, President Yu." Suddenly, Tang Xiao couldn't hold back and spat out her food. "Ha! You're older, but your authority isn't small at all. Ha ha ha. This is too funny." After speaking, she turned to look at the glasses-wearing man, Zhang Wei, with an angry expression. "You're supposed to have special abilities, but you're so cowardly. Just a clingy person, clinging until you have nothing left." Hearing this, Lin Fan paused while eating and showed an uncomfortable expression. "Eat your food. Feeling annoyed with these young people, she pointed towards two black students. Your classmates are over there. Go do what you need to do. Yuaning saw this and led the group of college students toward the direction Lin Fan indicated. They found the two unconscious black students in the grass outside the road. After hurriedly helping them, the two slowly woke up. Seeing familiar faces around, they couldn't hold back their tears. Yuaning kindly helped wipe the mud off the two students and kept speaking comforting words in a foreign language. Zhang Wei stood nearby with a gloomy face. The two black students explained what happened. They just wanted to look at the heavy-duty trucks in the convoy, but were beaten and thrown to the roadside. Yuan Ying's face darkened with anger. She stood up and addressed the college students behind her, speaking passionately. Classmates, in the end times, we help each other to survive. It's all about unity. Today, they hurt OD Biao and ODFA for no reason. We can't ignore this, or the next ones to get hurt will be us. Besides, everything should be based on reason. No matter how strong they are, they can't surpass justice. Classmates, let's go. Let's find them and demand an explanation for OD Biao and ODFA. This group of innocent, clear-eyed college students was quickly stirred up by Yuaning. They cheered and shouted to seek justice. Zhang Wei moved his lips, but said nothing. He lowered his head and followed behind. A few timid girls looked frightened, silent, and afraid to oppose their classmates, so they mustered their courage and stayed at the back. Lin Fan and the others had finished eating and were discussing where to set the next supply point. Suddenly, they saw the group of college students returning. Yuaning led the way aggressively, with the two black students limping behind her, their faces full of grievance and anger. The college students were even more furious, as if Lin Fan and the others had committed some terrible crime. Why did you hit them? Yuaning stood in front of Lin Fan, her voice sharp. Ode Biao and Ode Fa were just curious, looking at your car, and you beat them up like this and threw them into the bushes. Lin Fan looked at the group of young students with a cold gaze. He sipped his tea slowly and said calmly, "Are you done? If so, go away." His indifferent attitude completely angered the young people. Apologize. You must apologize. This is too much. Why are you bullying us? Compensate us. Share your food with us. The students kept shouting, and some boys even waved steel pipes angrily. Zhang Long and others stepped forward with angry faces. Huh. Two black kids came to steal, and we just gave them a little beating. The two black students looked nervous. They wanted to explain, but seeing Zhang Long's cold stare and remembering his incredible power, they trembled and lowered their heads, unable to speak. Seeing this, Yuaning looked a little panicked, but quickly tried to act calm. Everything should be based on reason. You have no proof. Even if they were confused for a moment, you shouldn't hurt them so badly. Besides, don't you know they are foreign friends? Doing this will only make foreigners look down on us. Qinwen had been watching the group of students with interest. This scene reminded him of the days before the apocalypse. These students, like his own, were naive and reckless but brave enough to speak out. But when he heard Yuaning's words, his face darkened. Especially when he saw Lin Fan squint his eyes, he felt something was wrong. This was a sign of impending violence. Yuaning's pro-foreign attitude was indeed hateful, but seeing the students behind her, Qinwen's heart softened. Before Lin Fan could speak, Qinwen suddenly stood up, pointed at Yuaning, and angrily said, "Did your teacher teach you to worship foreigners? Are you so cheap? Get out of here." Enough. Lin Fan slowly stood up, first smiling at Qinwen. "I know you're soft-hearted. Don't worry, I won't hurt them." Qinwen didn't say anything further and quietly stepped aside. Since the boss had spoken, he couldn't say more. He looked at the young students with pity. Hope for the best. Lin Fan turned around and looked at the angry college students. An invisible pressure suddenly filled the room. The students' noise stopped abruptly, and they instinctively took a step back. At first, he found their words, especially Wang Ying's, a bit funny, but he still liked their innocent attitude as students. However, their repeated foolishness and lack of awareness started to become annoying. "What's wrong? Want to argue with me?" Lin Fan's sharp gaze swept over them, making the students afraid to meet his eyes. "At first, I didn't want to argue with you because you're students. But, do you really think everyone should bow to you just because you're from the same place?" Wanting was pushed back by his strong presence and couldn't speak, her lips trembling. "All right, if you want to argue." Zhang Long, Lin Fan turned to look at Zhang Long behind him. According to our rules, what should we do with these two troublemakers? Ha, boss, they stole from us. Just deal with them. Then what are we waiting for? As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Zhang Long and others strode forward. In front of everyone's frightened eyes, they dragged the two black students aside. Without hesitation, amid their crying and wailing, Zhang Long used his shiny new sword to cut through their necks like slicing tofu. Blood splattered everywhere. Od Biao and Od Fa's bodies collapsed silently, their eyes vacant as they looked into the distance, as if reminiscing about the endless banana groves in their hometown. Phew, I thought their blood wouldn't be red like ours, but it turns out it is, Zhang Long said with a bloodthirsty smile at the group of students. Ah, someone's been killed. The crowd of students erupted in chaos. Zhang Long's brutal actions shocked them deeply. Many collapsed to the ground, and the girls cried uncontrollably. Why you? How can you? Wan Ying's face turned pale. She leaned weakly into Zhang Wei's arms, trying to argue. Because I decide your lives and deaths, Lin Fan interrupted her calmly, but with a chilling tone. I've finished my talk. If you don't want to die, get out now. The word, get out, hit everyone like a heavy hammer, weighing heavily on their hearts. A few timid students quietly stepped back, but some tall boys, due to their teenage pride, stood stiffly in place with pale faces. At that moment, Zhang Wei, who had been silent, suddenly stopped Yu Weiniying from speaking again. Weiniying, enough. What are you doing, Zhang Wei? Let me go? They killed our classmates. Yu Weiniying struggled. But Zhang Wei firmly held her arm and bowed deeply to Lin Fan. Sorry, we know we were wrong. We will leave now. He forcibly pulled Yu Weiniying along, leading the others away from the scene. After walking a distance, Yu Weiniying suddenly shook off Zhang Wei's hand. Zhang Wei, you're also a sequence ability user. Why are you so cowardly? Zhang Wei looked at her with a complicated expression. Weiniying, wake up. Those people are real strong. To them, we are just ants a little stronger than others. If it weren't for that thing, we would have already become food for the strange creatures. He looked back at the pale, thin classmates with a bitter smile. Look at everyone. We don't even know what we'll eat tomorrow. Weiniying opened her mouth, but didn't say anything, only biting her lip in frustration. If we want to survive, Zhang Wei whispered, maybe we need a new plan. That guy with glasses is kind of interesting, Tang Xiaoxiao said, watching the university students leave. Lin Fan didn't reply, but simply ordered, pack up. We leave in half an hour. Their next destination was a nearby town. According to Qin Wen's sensing, there were 3 level, 1 strange creatures inside. Lin Fan chose this place mainly because of his heavy debts. Until he paid them off, he couldn't use the system. The 3 level, 1 strange creatures could earn him a lot of divine points. Plus, with the current strength of their team, even if they encountered a level 2 strange creature, they could fight. Just as the team was about to set off, Zhang Wei turned back alone. He found Lin Fan and the others and said straightforwardly, hello, I want to make a deal with you. Lin Fan looked at the somewhat nervous university student and felt a bit curious. Haha, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? Zhang Wei clenched his teeth and reluctantly took out a bronze compass from his pocket. Qin Wen suddenly stepped forward, eyes fixed on the compass in Zhang Wei's hand. A strange object. Lin Fan and the others didn't expect that this young student actually had a strange object. Can I see it? Qin Wen asked nervously, excited. Zhang Wei didn't refuse. He reached out and handed over the bronze compass. When Qin Wen touched the bronze compass, information about it appeared in his mind. Strange object, bronze compass. Function, the needle points to the strange presence. It can detect everything within a 5-kilometer radius, including details like level, skills, and range. No matter what the strange thing is, as long as you pay the price, the compass can reveal its basic details. Special effect, used by explorers with special abilities, making it more powerful but also more costly. Cost, complete a fun task each day to make your life more colorful. Qin Wen's body trembled slightly. As an explorer with special abilities, his power was to guide the team safely and also to investigate strange phenomena. However, this kind of investigation was only vague sensing, unable to provide detailed information. With this bronze compass, Qin Wen, as an explorer, would be much more effective. Seeing Qin Wen's excited expression, Lin Fan knew this compass was not an ordinary strange object. at least very important to Qin. Your conditions? He asked. We need food and your protection, Zhang Wei said, looking enviously at the bus. And also a vehicle. Your conditions are too vague. How much food do you need? How many vehicles? As for protection, you can follow behind the convoy, like other survivors, but there should be a time limit, Lin Fan said, amused by Zhang Wei's apparent lack of negotiation experience. Besides, aren't you afraid we might kill you and take the compass? Then we wouldn't have to pay anything. Zhang Wei sensed the killing intent in Lin Fan's words. He forced himself to stay calm and said, You wouldn't do that. I know of a place where there are 3 other strange objects. Don't you want to know? Oh, where is it? Kid, lying doesn't end well. Tang Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Seeing a strange object was already rare. How could there be so many? I don't have any. This bronze compass was obtained from there. Otherwise, we students wouldn't have lived this long, Zhang Wei said excitedly. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Lin Fan was convinced. If what he said was true, the convoy would find 3 strange objects. Moreover, since Zhang Wei used the compass as a bargaining chip and had more than 20 classmates as collateral, his credibility was quite high. All right, I agree. You take us to the place you mentioned. I will give you 3 days' worth of food, and you can follow the convoy, but there won't be any vehicles. We don't need your vehicles. There's a damaged school bus outside the town ahead. You need to help us fix it and provide a box of fuel. No problem, deal. Now tell me, where is that place you mentioned? Wan'an City, Qingfu Temple. Wan'an City, Qingfu Temple. Zhang Wei only gave a rough direction. Wan'an City is a county-level city near Luocheng, about 200 kilometers away, and it shares the same general direction as Lin Fan and the other's destination. After Zhang Wei left, everyone gathered around to carefully examine the bronze compass. When they understood its function, they looked at each other and agreed that this deal was worth it. Qin looked at Lin Fan eagerly. Although he was the only explorer-level ability user in the convoy, the distribution of the bronze compass still depended on Lin Fan. Why are you looking at me? It's meant for you. Lin Fan casually threw the compass to Qin, then asked, Did you figure out Zhang Wei's ability level? Qin happily stroked the compass. It should be a speed-type ability. Lin Fan didn't pay much attention to this and signaled everyone to set off. The town was still about 10 minutes away. The convoy continued moving. Lin Fan looked in the rearview mirror and saw Zhang Wei and others riding bicycles behind the convoy. They were able to keep pace with the vehicles. If it was just Zhang Wei, Lin Fan wouldn't be surprised, but everyone was moving at the same speed. It seemed Zhang Wei had many secrets. Soon after, the convoy slowed down again. Sure enough, they found an abandoned school bus at the town entrance parking lot. Paperha Town. Lin Fan looked up at the stone archway at the town entrance with the words on it. Why would a town have such a strange name? Qin held the compass and walked over with Tang Xiaoxiao. The members of the Divine Nation team were already ready. Lin Ming put on a special cloth bag vest. Zhang Long handed out several wireless headsets to everyone. These were left behind by the previous death chasers. The survivors who had been following the convoy looked anxious now. According to their earlier agreement, from the moment they reached this supply point, they had to gather their own food and fuel. The Divine Nation team would no longer provide supplies. Zhang Wei led a group of college students over. They had passed through Paperha Town before, but the results from their compass detection made them afraid to go deeper. Seeing Lin Fan and others planning to search for supplies, they gathered around, hoping to find some useful items by following them. Qin, try your bronze compass, Tang Xiaoxiao said. Qin took a deep breath. His fingertips lightly brushed the surface of the compass. As his explorer abilities activated, the needle in the center of the compass started to tremble slightly. The needle spun rapidly, and Qin's glasses reflected the faint image of the compass. Paperha Town covers about 3 square kilometers, with a Y-shaped street layout, Qin said with his eyes closed, continuously sharing what he sensed. There are 3 strange auras inside, all level 1. He paused, slightly furrowing his brows. The first is inside the street. Energy fluctuations sometimes gather and sometimes disperse. The second is near the town center, with stronger mental energy waves. The third, Qin suddenly opened his eyes, his tone serious. Deep inside the town, it's a bit strange. The energy fluctuates strongly at times, but it's definitely level 1. My current abilities are too low to fully use the compass, he added. That's good enough, Tang Xiaoxiao said approvingly. Any other information? Qinwen looked a bit uncomfortable, with a hint of embarrassment that was hard to hide. No, that's all. You should go now. This place isn't a threat to the team, Qinwen urged. Lin Fan nodded and turned to Zhang Wei. The school bus is over there. We'll fix it as promised. We'll also give you 3 days' worth of food. Are you coming with us inside? Zhang Wei pushed up his glasses and looked at his classmates behind him. He said firmly, we need to gather more supplies. With you here, it's much safer than risking it alone. Suit yourself. Lin Fan no longer tried to stop them. He ordered everyone on the bus. Everyone moved together. Do not leave the group without permission. Zhang Long, stay behind and take care of fixing the school bus. Hearing this, Qinwen looked worried. Boss, let Zhang Long stay with you. The school bus can wait until you return. Lin Fan and the others looked at Qinwen in surprise. There are only 3 level 1 strange creatures. Whether Zhang Long goes or not doesn't matter much. Finally, Lin Fan checked his earpiece and said to Qinwen and Zhang Long, stay in contact at all times. Let's go. Lin Fan led the team into Paperha town. Zhang Wei and the college students followed closely, with the survivors behind them, looking scared but forced to keep going. As they disappeared from sight, Qinwen quickly ran back to the pickup truck. He turned around and told Zhang Long, hurry up and fix the school bus. Don't come looking for me. Zhang Long looked at Qinwen with confusion, feeling he was acting strangely, but he didn't think much of it. He grabbed his tools and headed toward the school bus. As soon as they entered Paperha town, they saw rows of paper shops lining the streets. The shop windows were filled with paper figures, paper horses, and paper houses. Under the dim light, they looked lifelike, but also gave off a strange, eerie feeling. It was like a scene from a horror movie set. The strange scene made the college students and survivors feel uneasy. Lin Fan didn't care about their feelings. He told the team members behind him, pair up and search the shops. If you encounter anything strange, call for help. Xiao Xiao, Xiao Ming, and I will stay on the road and keep watch. Yes. The team members split into pairs and entered the nearby shops. Seeing the team in action, others also started searching on their own. Boss, the street you're on feels strange. Be careful. Qinwen's voice came through the earpiece. Got it. Stay safe outside, Lin Fan replied. Soon, the team members returned one after another. They didn't find much, only a few supplies in the shops. It seemed they needed to go deeper into the town to find more resources in the residential areas. After searching all the shops on the street, everyone gathered together. The college students and survivors looked worried. They didn't find much food, and they were quite frightened by the experience. Despite knowing something strange was happening, the eerie environment in the shop kept them on edge. Let's go inside. Just as everyone was about to move further in, Boss, look ahead, one team member suddenly whispered. They saw a paper figure standing in the middle of the path, about human height, with bright red cheeks painted on its face and a wide, unbelievable smile. Something strange is here. Something weird is coming. What should we do? The people behind the Divine team started to panic. However, the members of the Divine team stared at the sudden paper figure with calm expressions. Although they weren't ability users, this kind of situation was easy for them to handle. Lin Fan's insight I detected very weak energy fluctuations from the paper figure, clearly not the main threat. Hee hee. Can you find me? Paper figures appeared on both sides of the street, all with wide, creepy smiles, and countless unsettling laughs echoed. The college students and survivors behind panicked and screamed, scattering in all directions. Zhang Wei shouted loudly to calm everyone down and made them gather behind Lin Fan and the others. But some people, in their panic, ran straight into the paper figures on the roadside and were instantly swallowed. The paper figures' faces changed to resemble theirs, with strange smiles. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Fan and his group. Lin Fan sneered. Is that all? His insight I had already seen clearly that this paper figure could disperse energy into different paper figures, but it had no active attack skills. It only killed by swallowing when touched. In the end, it was just a scare tactic. Lin Fan had long figured out the pattern of its energy gathering. Hee. Can you catch me? Hee. Before the paper figure's voice finished, Lin Fan moved like lightning to a paper horse. His bloodthirsty bone blade sliced through the air and stabbed into the horse's heart. With a piercing scream, all the paper figures burst into blue flames, leaving only ashes behind. Killed a level 1 strange paper doll spirit and gained 1,000 divine points. Host divine rank, God Realm Walker, progress, 15%. After picking up the strange core from the ashes, Lin Fan moved forward. If the paper doll spirit encounters other ability users, it can entangle them for a while, but facing Lin Fan's inside eye, it's simply asking for trouble. Is it over now? The students behind him looked at Lin Fan in shock. Such a terrifying creature was easily dealt with by him. Everyone silently followed the team from the Divine Nation. Yu Weiniang watched Lin Fan ahead with a mix of awe and fear. Zhang Wei gently patted her back. Weiniang, see that? They were already very kind before. Yu Weiniang bit her lip, her face grim, and nodded. Boss, I sense the strange aura on the street has disappeared. The next strange thing is in the town center. Be careful, Qin Wen's voice sounded again, with a restrained and strange tone. The side effects of the bronze compass are really embarrassing. Qin Wen strapped himself in with a seatbelt, trying hard to resist the urge to jump out of the car. Lin Fan noticed Qin Wen's odd behavior and quickly asked, "Are you okay over there?" "No, nothing, boss." "Be careful." "Got it. Contact me if anything happens." After using the bronze compass, Lin Fan felt something was off about Qin Wen, but since he said there was no danger, he didn't think much more about it. They crossed the street into the residential area, which had more supplies. Every household should have stored food, and there were now grain and oil shops and supermarkets. "Boss, there's a supermarket ahead," Zhang Bao whispered. "Wait a moment. We're almost at the town center. Let's deal with the strange creature first," Lin Fan replied. Everyone watched the Divine Nation team's movements. Seeing they weren't acting yet, despite knowing there were plenty of supplies in the roadside supermarket, they held back their impulses and followed closely behind. Not long after, they reached the town center, where a stage appeared. A sign read Paper Town Cultural Activity Center. The 4 red lacquered pillars at the corners of the stage were peeling, and the stone base below was worn and dilapidated from wind and rain. "Here it comes." Lin Fan stared at the stage, where a powerful energy wave suddenly appeared at the center. Everyone's hearts tightened as they looked toward the stage. A strange singing voice, blending male and female tones, echoed out. Suddenly, a woman dressed in beautiful imperial costume appeared on the empty stage. The bright red dress looked especially striking in the dark surroundings. The woman sang confusing words while wildly waving her water sleeves. As she moved, the nearby space visibly twisted and rippled, like a calm lake disturbed by a large stone. Not good. As the singing continued, Lin Fan saw the people around him becoming dazed. He couldn't help but walk toward the stage. He tried to resist the woman's mental attack, holding tightly onto Lin Meng and Tang Xiaoxiao, whose eyes were starting to lose focus. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came from behind. Lin Fan turned to see Zhang Wei and Yu Weiniang turn into streaks of light. When they reappeared, they were already on a distant street. The singing grew louder and louder. Lin Meng and Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes became completely dazed. Their mental strength was weak, and they were tricked by the strange mental attack, walking toward the stage. He couldn't wait any longer. Lin Fan's eye of insight tried to lock onto the woman on stage, preparing to strike at her weakness and defeat her quickly. But the rising singing voice kept distracting him, making it hard to focus. The woman on stage also noticed Lin Fan's strange behavior. She suddenly waved her water sleeves at him, and Lin Fan's mind became fuzzy. When he opened his eyes again, he found everyone below the stage, like audience members watching the show, looking up at the woman on the stage. The harsh singing voice had turned into a seductive melody, stirring deep desires in people's hearts. "ZZZ. What happened to the boss? I feel the mental energy in the town's center is getting stronger." Qin Wen's anxious voice came through the earpiece. Lin Fan's mind was shaken. Though his body couldn't move, he could still think and speak. He told Qin Wen about the situation, urging him to find a way to break the spell. Qin Wen looked at the bronze compass in his hand with a troubled expression. He was already suffering greatly, and if he used it again, he might not be able to hold back anymore. Damn it. No matter what. His trembling hand moved over the compass once more. "Boss, The strange thing in front of you is called the desire stage. It has powerful mental energy that can amplify a person's desires 100 times. After one song finishes, there is a 1-minute pause. Chinwen spoke very quickly, and you could feel his nervousness inside. Also, this desire stage itself isn't very harmful. You can think of it as a combination of a strange object and a strange phenomenon. I can't take it anymore. Zzz. Zzz. A noisy electrical sound came through the headset. When calling Chinwen again, there was no response. The mental power of the stage had completely blocked the headset signal. Although I didn't know what was happening over there, Lin Fan couldn't care less about the outside now. The people around him started to react strangely. The seductive music kept playing, completely triggering their inner desires. Lin Ming was sitting on the ground, constantly moving his hands in the air, then bringing them to his mouth, looking very pleased. Tang Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, trembling uncontrollably, as if trying hard to suppress her inner feelings. The crowd behind them was even more embarrassing, showing all kinds of inappropriate behaviors. Many people had already given in to their basic urges, with heavy breathing mixed with moans, making the already harsh music on the stage even more unbearable. Finally, when Lin Fan saw two middle-aged men hugging each other, he closed his eyes in pain. Who the hell said the desire stage wasn't dangerous? This was clearly a pure mental attack. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt arms wrapping around him. He opened his eyes and saw Tang Xiaoxiao gasping heavily as she leaned in. Her small hands were groping around him, and her lips, hot and stiff, bit his face, leaving wet saliva marks. Lin Fan completely gave up hope. Besides getting his face covered in saliva, she really didn't know anything else. If you're not skilled, don't force it. 10 long minutes felt like an afternoon. Finally, the woman on the stage stopped her actions and began to take her bow. Lin Fan felt the restraints on him slowly loosen. He pushed away Tang Xiaoxiao, who was hanging on him, and wiped his wet face. He grabbed the bloodthirsty bone blade and charged at the woman on the stage. A loud tearing sound of clothing being ripped echoed, revealing a pale paper figure dressed in bright red palace attire. After smashing the paper figure, Lin Fan stepped onto the stage center. He raised a bone blade high and fiercely stabbed it into the middle of the stage. Under Lin Fan's great strength, the bone blade easily pierced the stage, going all the way to the handle. Cracks sounded continuously across the stage, which shattered into a web of fractures centered around the bone blade. Boom! A loud explosion caused the stage to collapse completely. Defeated Level 1 Strange Desire Stage. Gained 1,000 God Points. Host Divine Path Rank. Divine Realm Walker. Progress. 20%. The people in front of the stage finally woke up, realizing what had just happened. Below, chaos broke out again. People adjusting their pants, dressing quickly. Everyone looked awkwardly at their previous partners, silent except for deep affection in their eyes. Lin Ming frowned, rubbing his stomach unhappily. Despite having eaten many delicious foods just now, his stomach still felt empty. Tang Xiaoxiao blushed, lowered her head, tidied her clothes, and dared not look at Lin Fan on the stage. Lin Fan jumped down from the stage and saw Zhang Wei approaching with Yu Wenying, both looking apologetic. Captain Lin, sorry. Things happened suddenly. I had to take Wenying away first. Lin Fan nodded in understanding, as is common. Everyone tacitly avoided talking about what just happened. The team grew more silent, all waiting for Lin Fan's next command. At that moment, Zhang Long's voice came through his earpiece. Wu, boss, when are you coming back? I'm about to break down. What's wrong? Did something happen? Is there danger? Earlier, Qin Wen's voice had sounded strange to Lin Fan. Now hearing Zhang Long almost crying, he became tense. No danger, boss. It's just so exhausting. Qin team confessed to me. Wah. Zhang Long's voice was full of shame, and he even started crying. But could there be more shame than what we're feeling here? The entire Divine Nation team, along with the college students and survivors, all faced social death. Maybe it's just a dream. Lin Fan did not order anyone to gather supplies. Instead, he headed straight into the deeper part of the town to deal with the remaining strange presence first. He wanted to avoid encountering something similar to the Desire Stage again, as it was very disgusting and insulting, even if not very harmful. Everyone saw that Lin Fan was silent and didn't want to say much. so they followed him inside. On the way, Tang Xiaoxiao's face was so red it looked like it could bleed. She clenched her fists and kept glancing at Lin Fan. When she saw that Lin Fan didn't mention what happened earlier, she quietly relaxed. Suddenly, Lin Ming, who was walking behind Tang Xiaoxiao, quietly tugged at her clothes. He leaned down and whispered between Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, why is your face so red?" Lin Fan chuckled softly. Tang Xiaoxiao looked like a cat with fur standing on end, her face turning even redder. She was about to get angry but was stopped by Lin Fan. "Don't be mad at Xiao Ming. He didn't lie. Lin Fan, if you bring this up again, I won't forgive you." Tang Xiaoxiao knew Lin Ming had no bad intentions and directed her anger at Lin Fan. All right. Everyone here will keep this secret. We're all a bit embarrassed, but some things we need to learn, or we'll be clueless when the time comes," Lin Fan said, then wiped his face again. Tang Xiaoxiao's anger flared up again. Her fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound, like a bomb ready to explode. Lin Ming also saw Tang Xiaoxiao's anger and shrank back, not daring to remind her anymore. They reached an old house at the deepest part of the town. Lin Fan stopped. The house was clearly older than the surrounding buildings. A faded plaque hung above the door, faintly showing the words Paper Art Heritage. This was probably the place where Qin Wen said the energy fluctuations were strongest and weakest. Suddenly, the two large black doors swung open. Inside, surprisingly, the place was very tidy. An old woman with white hair sat in the hall, skillfully folding a paper crane in her hands. When she saw Lin Fan and the others, she smiled gently and said, "Young people, do you want to buy paper crafts? My paper crafts can fulfill your wishes. Buy your family-friendly stuff." Hearing the word wishes, Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back anymore. She drew her sword and leapt into the air. Breakthrough! A huge sword shadow slashed down from the sky. Tang Xiaoxiao's fierce strike was truly terrifying. Boom! The house collapsed, dust and smoke rising everywhere. The once elegant, old-fashioned courtyard was now just ruins. The figure of the elderly woman with white hair disappeared, leaving behind only a torn paper crane with a broken wing, struggling to fly. Lin Fan acted quickly, stabbing his bone blade into the paper crane's body. The crane turned into a puff of ash. Defeated Level 1 Strange Paper Man. Gained 1,000 Divine Points. Host Divine Path Rank. Divine Realm Walker. Progress. 25%. Unexpectedly, the most mysterious and final strange creature was the easiest to deal with. All three strange creatures in the town were eliminated. The college students, just recovering from the shock of Tang Xiaoxiao's fierce strike, looked at her with awe. The powerful sword shadow and the destruction it caused had a huge impact on them. They couldn't believe that such a small girl like Tang Xiaoxiao possessed such immense strength. Seeing all the strange creatures defeated, Lin Fan ordered people to gather supplies. He left Lin Ming behind just in case, then carried the weak Tang Xiaoxiao and headed out of the town. Tang Xiaoxiao glared at Lin Fan with anger, warning him repeatedly not to tell anyone what had happened today. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Qin Wen's embarrassing behavior wasn't much different from hers. When the two reached the edge of the town, they saw a shocking scene. Zhang Long was standing in front of Qin Wen, trembling uncontrollably. His facial features were tightly clenched, and tears streaked down his face. Qin Wen was gazing at Zhang Long with deep affection, repeating words that made everyone shiver, tears of shame in his eyes. Seeing Lin Fan and the others arrive, Zhang Long cried out with a choked voice, "Boss, come save me. Captain Qin has almost confessed 100 times. Finally, after saying, 'I love you,' one last time," Qin Wen collapsed onto the ground, burying his face deep into his arms, trembling uncontrollably. After a while, Qin Wen finally stood up, patted Zhang Long on the shoulder. Zhang Long shivered instinctively. "Long, it's okay. Don't worry. It was just the side effect of using the bronze compass. Just think of it as a bad dream." Tang Xiaoxiao's face looked better, and everyone shared the awkward feeling that nothing serious had happened. Lin Fan sighed deeply, thinking, what a day of collective social embarrassment. The blood moon slowly rose, and everyone collecting supplies in the town gradually returned. Zhang Long handed over the repaired school bus to Zhang Wei. The college students happily loaded supplies onto the bus, while old, Broken bicycles were casually tossed aside by the roadside. At dinner that night, everyone's faces looked uneasy. No one spoke, and the atmosphere felt very strange. "I'm full. I'm going to train now," said Tang Xiaoxiao, who hadn't eaten much. She put down her bowl and turned toward the pickup truck. "I'm also full," Qinwen said as he turned to leave. Soon, only Lin Fan and Lin Ming remained sitting in a circle. "Did you use the strange core I gave you?" Lin Fan asked, looking at Lin Ming, who was clearing the remaining food from the pot. "I ate it all, brother," Lin Ming replied vaguely, patting his stomach with a look of satisfaction. Lin Fan sighed. Although Qinwen had already told Lin Ming how to absorb the strange core, he still preferred the simplest and most direct way, just eating it. "Brother, look. The moon seems to be getting brighter." Lin Fan looked up at the sky when he heard this. The blood moon suddenly emitted a brighter, more crimson glow, as if infused with life. A halo inside the moon's disk began to pulse like a heartbeat, shining brightly and turning the entire land into a strange dark red. Everyone looked up at the sky and started talking excitedly. Ugh! Almost at the same time, a muffled sound came from the direction of the pickup truck. A sharp, blade-like aura burst from Tang Xiaoxiao, and a shadow of a Tang sword floated in the air. "What is this?" Tang Xiaoxiao had broken through. Before Lin Fan could react, a virtual compass appeared near Qinwen, and a powerful mental force spread out from him. Then, Lin Ming, on the opposite side, roared loudly, his muscles bulging, and his skin shimmered with a faint metallic sheen, like a wild war god awakening. The three of them kept breaking through one after another, making Lin Fan both happy and confused. How could this happen? All three breaking through at the same time. Could it be related to the blood moon mutation? Qinwen and Tang Xiaoxiao rushed over from different directions. Tang Xiaoxiao's face showed the joy of her recent breakthrough, and her aura was like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. Qinwen frowned deeply, looking worriedly at the blood moon changing constantly in the sky, with a sharp glint in his eyes. The strange changes continued. As the moonlight grew brighter and hotter, everyone felt the energy in the air becoming stronger. I feel full of power inside me. What is this? Fire? In the convoy, people kept exclaiming one after another. A few college students and survivors, who were originally ordinary people, suddenly awakened their abilities under the intense energy, becoming new sequence users. Although their powers were weak and different, they were enough to drive all ordinary people into madness. Quick, go absorb the moonlight. We might also become sequence users. This is a gift from heaven. More and more people stepped out of the vehicles, spreading their arms to let the crimson moonlight cover their bodies. The already awakened ones greedily absorbed the moonlight, feeling their strength rising constantly. "Boss, I think I awakened." "Me too." Two excited voices came from behind Lin Fan. "Huh? Wang Tong, Chu Sun." Both were trembling with excitement, especially Chu Sun, who kept scratching her arm with her nails. The sharp pain told her she wasn't dreaming. "What sequence?" "Boss, I am a stealth sequence user." Wang Tong's figure gradually turned transparent until he disappeared completely in front of everyone. Lin Fan's keen eyes saw that Wang Yong was still standing in place. I am a singer sequence user." Chu Sun's voice trembled uncontrollably as she began chanting strange notes. Everyone could clearly feel their internal strength increasing. Lin Fan was stunned. He turned to look at Qinwen. Qinwen still had his brows furrowed, his eyes shining brighter as he used his sequence ability to analyze. Under the moonlight, the crowd was filled with joy. The two who awakened first, in front of everyone's envy, saw their strength grow rapidly, reaching level 2 in the sequence. Suddenly, Qinwen's face changed drastically. "Not good. This is the blood moon tide. Quickly get on the vehicle and hide from the moonlight." As soon as Qinwen finished speaking, the two newly advanced level 2 sequence ability users suddenly emitted strange, bright red light in their eyes, and a powerful eerie aura radiated from them. The two were transformed into strange beings by the blood moon. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately ordered the members of the Divine Nation convoy to return to the vehicle and hide from the moonlight. The convoy members did not hesitate and quickly got back inside, starting the engine to prepare for departure. Zhang Wei also noticed something was wrong and anxiously shouted for the students to return to the bus. However, some people still refused to leave, standing under the moonlight, hoping to awaken their sequence abilities. The two level 2 strange beings had already begun indiscriminately attacking the crowd under the moonlight. The Divine Nation convoy had started moving, but the brutal slaughter outside the window continued. "We can't go any further, boss. Look ahead," came Chin Wen's frightened voice through the vehicle's radio. Lin Fan looked ahead and saw that the convoy had been surrounded by countless paper figures. The pale paper figures' eyes shimmered with bright red light. The energy from the blood moon tide had turned these paper figures into strange beings. Although they were only low-level level 1 strange beings, their dense figures made one feel hair stand on end. At this moment, the two level 2 strange beings were running toward the convoy. "Zhang Long, Xiao Ming, go and block these paper figures. Xiao Xiao and I will deal with those two level 2 strange beings." Since it was their first time facing level 2 strange beings, Lin Fan chose to go with Tang Xiao Xiao to hold them back. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ming stepped out of the bus. His body suddenly grew larger, each step causing the ground to tremble. His muscles shone with a metallic luster under the moonlight as he swung his fists into the approaching army of paper figures. Zhang Long jumped onto the roof of the vehicle, holding a pile of parts in his arms, with 2 barrels of fuel behind him. "Brother Ming, help me hold them off for a while. Let's give them a taste of barbecue." His hands blurred into shadows, and a flamethrower slowly took shape. Ignoring the situation with the paper figures, Lin Fan and Tang Xiao Xiao stepped onto the roof and rushed toward the two level 2 strange beings. At this moment, the two newly transformed level 2 strange beings had completely lost their human form. One was covered in dark red scales, with claws forming on both hands, easily tearing apart the sturdy vehicle body with each swing. Another creature with a swollen body constantly sprays corrosive slime from its mouth. Anyone touched by the slime immediately experiences sizzling pain as their flesh begins to decay rapidly. When the two saw the creature approaching, a foul-smelling slime shot toward them. They skillfully dodged the slime, but the strange substance kept spraying more and more, like rain covering them. Their clothes were corroded by the slime, and their skin prickled with pain. "I'll distract this strange creature. You handle it quickly," Tang Xiaoxiao said, holding her cold, gleaming sword under the blood moon. She moved swiftly, like a ghost, directly attacking the slime-spitting creature. Their long-standing teamwork allowed her to make a quick decision, to lure the strange slime creature away. The sword in Tang Xiaoxiao's hand shone brighter, each swing tearing off a piece of the slime creature's flesh. The intense pain made the creature focus on Tang Xiaoxiao, drawing it away from the others. Lin Fan activated his inside eye, calmly analyzing the weak points of the scaled creature. He saw clearly the energy flow within it, with a bright energy core at its chest. Under the moonlight, the scaled creature was gradually growing stronger. They had to finish it quickly. The scaled creature moved very fast, its sharp claws slicing through the air toward Lin Fan. A harsh clash of metal sounded as the bloodthirsty bone blade trembled slightly. Lin Fan was surprised. This level 2 creature was indeed more powerful. Meanwhile, the fight between Tang Xiaoxiao and the slime-spitting creature was at a stalemate. The slime creature kept spraying slime, forcing Tang Xiaoxiao to dodge constantly. She tried to get close, but the slime's wide coverage made it hard to break through. She could only keep slashing with her sword, leaving deep cuts on the creature, but not enough to kill it. Her energy was gradually draining. Lin Fan's battle with the scaled creature continued. Using his insight eye to predict its moves, he kept dodging its attacks. But the creature's scales were extremely tough. Many hits on its weak spots failed to break its defenses, even with his bone blade. The fight was becoming more and more intense. Just as Lin Fan was about to use a quick strike to finish it, loud footsteps sounded behind him. A tall figure, about 3 meters high, charged forward, glowing with a golden light. With a heavy punch, he forced the scaled creature to retreat repeatedly. Lin Fan looked back and saw Zhang Long standing on the car roof, holding a huge flamethrower, spewing fierce flames. He had built a wall of fire in front of the army of paper figures, just barely blocking their advance. However, the paper figures kept rushing forward non-stop. Zhang Long couldn't hold out much longer. At the same time, Tang Xiaoxiao was already in a dangerous situation. Two strange creatures, glowing faintly under the moonlight, kept growing stronger, showing signs of breaking through to level 3. Lin Ming was now fighting against a scaled creature, both trying to control each other. The sharp claws had scratched Lin Ming's arm, leaving faint marks. As a level 2 creature, Lin Ming's body defense had reached a new height. Suddenly, Chu Sun appeared on top of a pickup truck, beginning to chant. Lin Fan felt his strength growing stronger inside his body. The pain from the previous heavy hit was easing. Zhang Long's flames grew even more intense. Tang Xiaoxiao's sword light became brighter and stronger. The scaled creature's arm was being grabbed and squeaked loudly by Lin Ming. Chu Sun's singing had a powerful supportive effect. It not only boosted everyone's strength, but also helped restore their stamina. Suddenly, Lin Fan spotted Wang Tong hiding nearby. He was sneaking toward the sticky creature, unaware of Lin Fan's presence. Wang Tong quietly moved to the sticky creature's feet. One trap after another, filled with negative emotions, appeared on the ground. When the sticky creature stepped into a trap, its movements slowed down, and it spat less sticky liquid. Tang Xiaoxiao immediately felt much more relaxed. Boss, the scaled creature's skill shoots out scales all over its body. Be careful and dodge. Qin Wen's voice rang in their ears. The compass in his hand was spinning rapidly. Just as Qin Wen finished speaking, the scaled creature suddenly let out a piercing scream. Its scales stood upright like a furious hedgehog. Retreat! Lin Fan shouted loudly. Lin Ming immediately released his grip and quickly backed away. His large body moved swiftly, crossing his arms in front of him. A transparent shield shining with golden light appeared, protecting him. Wang Tong quickly ran behind him. Tang Xiaoxiao dodged and ran to a safe distance. In the next second, countless dark red scales shot out like a rainstorm, with sharp sounds cutting through the air, covering an area of more than 10 meters. Lin Fan's pupils shrank. His all-seeing eye activated fully. In his view, the trajectory of those flying scales became clear. He moved like a ghost through the rain of scales, dodging each deadly shard perfectly. Despite the dense scales, some brushed past his body, leaving streaks of blood. Suddenly, Chu Sun's singing grew louder, a gentle light enveloping Lin Fan, stopping the bleeding from his wounds instantly. Now is the time. Taking advantage of the moment when the strange creature's body was free of scales, Lin Fan pushed off the ground, shooting forward like an arrow. His bloodthirsty bone blade sharply pierced the energy point in the creature's chest. The strange creature tried to block, but Lin Ming grabbed its arms from behind. The bone blade, with a splash of crimson mist, accurately stabbed into its chest. Lin Fan twisted his wrist, tearing open the creature's chest completely. The strange creature's movements suddenly stopped, its red glow fading quickly. It reverted to the form of a survivor, eyes full of unwillingness, and collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. Defeated level 2 strange blood moon scale creature, gained 4,000 divine points. Host divine realm level. Divine realm walker, progress, 35%. A pure energy flowed back into Lin Fan's body through the bloodthirsty bone blade, restoring his greatly depleted stamina. Lin Fan quickly picked up the strange core and, with Lin Ming, turned to run toward the sticky creature. Wang Tong's face was pale, still gritting his teeth as he kept setting traps under the sticky creature's feet. Although the traps were weakening, they still caused big trouble for the creature. In the distance, Chu Sun had fainted on the roof of the vehicle. Zhang Long's body trembled more intensely, still holding his flamethrower tightly. All three had just awakened their sequence abilities and were now pushing their powers to the limit. Tang Xiaoxiao's blade light poured down like a rainstorm on the sticky creature, creating patches of black water on the ground. Under the moonlight, the creature's belly slowly swelled, constantly gathering corrosive slime inside. Boss, figure out how to destroy its mouth. It's about to unleash its ultimate move. Lin Fan's keen eye saw that the creature's weakness was in its head. Qin Wen's calculations showed that if they didn't deal with its mouth, the corrosive slime would cover the entire battlefield, trapping everyone. Xiao Xiao Wang Tong, fall back. Lin Fan shouted loudly, his bone blade already glowing with a fierce red light. Tang Xiao Xiao and Wang Tong quickly retreated after hearing the sound. A bone blade sliced through the air and precisely stabbed into the large, open mouth of the strange creature, which was constantly spitting out sticky mucus. Boom! The bone blade, with strong force, pierced through the strange creature's mouth, causing its form to freeze suddenly. No more mucus was spat out. Tang Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity, slashing with a powerful blade light. The huge head of the strange creature was instantly cut off and flew away. Lin Ming quickly stepped forward and punched the creature's head, smashing it. Defeated Level 2 Strange Moon Eclipse, gained 4,000 God points. Host's Divine Path rank, Divine Realm Walker, progress, 45%. On the ground, a headless college student's body appeared. The danger was not over. Under the crimson moonlight, paper doll armies kept emerging from the paper town, which was brewing an even stronger strange aura at its center. Boss, we need to leave quickly. There's a big creature in town. Qin Wen's anxious voice came through, filled with unprecedented panic. Everyone get in the car. I'll find a way to lead us out. Lin Fan turned and rushed toward the pickup truck, placing the unconscious Chu Sun in the passenger seat. He then jumped into the driver's seat, turned the key, and the engine roared low. Lin Ming carried the nearly unconscious Wang Tong into the bus, while Tang Xiaoxiao quickly entered her pickup truck. Zhang Bao had already jumped into Zhang Long's pickup truck. Zhang Long was already on the verge of collapse, with flames weakening constantly. He had reached his limit. But Lin Fan's voice was not heard. He was risking everything to block the paper doll army for the convoy. Zhang Long, get back in the car. Listen, my vehicle will crash through. Everyone follow closely and step on the gas. Don't stop for a moment. Lin Fan's almost shouted voice spread through the communication device to the entire convoy. The divine points earned from the 2 Level 2 strange creatures earlier, plus those from the paper town, had cleared the system's debt. There were now 1,000 points remaining, enough for Lin Fan to use 2 more forceful rams. Seeing everyone already inside the vehicles, Lin Fan silently shouted, "Forceful ram." The engine of the heavy pickup roared deafeningly, and the tachometer needle instantly swung to the red zone. Ahead of the vehicle, a huge, blurry rhinoceros shadow coalesced and appeared, radiating explosive power. The tires spun wildly in place, rubbing against the ground, producing a sharp screech and billowing thick black smoke. 10 seconds. No more than 10 seconds. Everyone must rush out. Lin Fan tightly gripped the steering wheel. Roar! A loud, bull-like bellow sounded as the heavy pickup truck charged forward like a wild beast, crashing into the army of paper figures blocking the way. Crack! Crack! The paper figures couldn't withstand the violent impact and were shattered instantly. The pickup truck forcefully carved a path through the dense army of paper soldiers. Countless paper figures on both sides lunged forward, clawing at the vehicle with sharp nails, making harsh scratching sounds. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Lin Fan still saw paper figures blocking his way, while the army behind kept rushing forward, tearing at the vehicle. Forceful ram. The engine roared again as the paper figures were smashed apart. The heavy pickup truck shot out of the paper army like an arrow and landed heavily on the road. Behind Lin Fan, the vehicles of the Divine State convoy were almost bumper to bumper, following closely behind the number 1 pickup truck. Each vehicle was covered in scratches and dusted with paper scraps. Following closely was Zhang Wei's school bus, which shimmered with a faint green glow. Its speed increased dramatically, and once on the highway, it overtook Lin Fan's vehicle. One vehicle after another emerged from the path Lin Fan cleared. The last 2 cars, however, were not so lucky. The army of paper figures reassembled like a tide, instantly swallowing the 2 cars. Piercing screams and the sounds of vehicles tearing apart briefly echoed before quickly fading away. Lin Fan looked into the rearview mirror, his heart tightening suddenly. Countless paper figures in the town seemed to be summoned, rising into the air and spinning wildly, gathering together. The eerie, unsettling aura grew stronger and stronger. All the paper figures converged into a rapidly spinning sphere in the sky. Under the crimson moonlight, the energy fluctuations on the sphere intensified. Boom! The sphere suddenly exploded, and the paper figures vanished. Above the town, a strange figure appeared, dressed in a bright red palace robe, holding a blood-red paper umbrella. On the face covered with white paper, there are no features, only a pair of blood-red eyes. It floats in the air, walking with strange, uneven steps, its figure flickering, singing a creepy tune in a strange voice, slowly and steadily chasing the fleeing convoy. Haha, boss. Haha. It's trouble now. Level 3 strange red makeup is here to bury. Ha ha ha. Run. Run now. Qin Wen's strange voice echoes, accompanied by a heart-wrenching laugh that fills the night sky. This is a new side effect after using the bronze compass. All the drivers of the vehicles press their accelerator pedals to the floor. The blood moon continues to change, and eerie howls occasionally come from the wilderness along the road. Lin Fan looks at the unconscious Chu Sun beside him, his face serious. The blood moon's strange changes seem like a gift, not only to humans, but also to the strange entities. After today, human survivors will develop many ability users of different levels. Meanwhile, the number of strange entities will increase. It will become very difficult to encounter level 1 strange entities again. The blood moon's gift causes all strange entities to advance, making survival even harder, increasing the difficulty exponentially. But Lin Fan is not afraid. The recent fight showed him the strong unity of the convoy and their perfect teamwork. When facing powerful strange entities, everyone makes the best choice based on their abilities. Ordinary members without abilities stay in the vehicle, always ready to leave at a moment's notice. They will never suddenly appear in the fight and hold back Lin Fan and others. Zhang Long, Wang Tong, and Chu Sun, who just awakened their abilities, did not fear or hide like others who just awakened. Instead, they used all their strength to help Lin Fan and the others. Even if they were exhausted and unconscious, they kept fighting. The overall strength of the Divine Nation convoy keeps rising. This is not just about the power of a few ability users, but like a precise machine, any mistake in one part can affect the whole. This unity was built through many life and death struggles, a bond of loyalty and trust. That's also why Lin Fan is very strict about who joins the Divine Nation convoy. The convoy speeds along the highway, with the red makeup escorts still following steadily. Amid the roaring engine, Qin Wen's heart-wrenching laughter continues to echo. The long convoy sped recklessly along the worn-out road. It had been over 2 hours since they escaped from Paperha town. Lin Fan looked at the dashboard. The speed was already 140 kilometers per hour. The red funeral procession still followed behind at a steady pace, with unpredictable, theatrical movements. Though it seemed slow, it was actually gradually closing the distance with the convoy. A strange, eerie singing voice, like a haunting melody, seeped into everyone's minds, making them feel uneasy. No, if we keep going like this, they'll catch us soon. Lin Fan clenched the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Through the rearview mirror, the sinister red figure behind them remained close. Qin Wen, stop laughing. Find a way out, Lin Fan shouted into the radio. Qin Wen's laughter had become hoarse, mixed with sobs, but he couldn't stop laughing. Haha, boss, southeast. Sob. Haha, run southeast. Haha, there's a big thing over there too. Qin Wen's voice was broken, a mix of pain and wild laughter. Now, they could only fight fire with fire, letting the two strange, powerful entities face each other. The convoy was barely holding on in this narrow space, clinging to a sliver of hope. Lead the team. Don't worry about the others. Qin Wen's pickup truck suddenly overtook the others, then sharply spun at the next intersection, tires screeching loudly as they rubbed against the ground. Without hesitation, he sped toward a small road in the southeast. The vehicles from the Divine Kingdom fleet quickly followed behind. The school bus, which had been leading at the front, suddenly performed an almost impossible, strange drift to turn around and closely followed the Divine Kingdom convoy. The entire vehicle swerved rapidly, changing direction in a bizarre way, and kept up. The convoy sped along the bumpy country road, kicking up dust so thick it almost blocked out the moonlight. The eerie singing from the red funeral procession suddenly grew louder. Just as Lin Fan felt his body about to fall apart from the jostling, a dense, thick gray-white fog suddenly appeared ahead, impossible to see through. Qin Wen's vehicle did not slow down. He plunged straight into the fog. Lin Fan's eye sharpened. Without hesitation, he followed. All the vehicles entered this strange, suffocating fog one after another. Beyond the thick fog, a figure dressed in red mourning clothes stood at the edge, its cold eyes watching the swirling mist as if something within it made even it feel wary. It lingered outside the fog, not rushing in immediately. Deep inside the fog, a terrifying presence sensed the scent of the red mourning figure and let out a deep, angry roar, as if trying to drive away this unwelcome visitor. The roar made the red-eyed figure show anger. It spun its red umbrella and stepped into the fog. Suddenly, the calm fog began to churn violently, like boiling water. Clearly, the big creature mentioned by Qin had been disturbed and was now in conflict with the red mourning figure. Feeling the terrible energy clash from afar, Qin's hoarse voice crackled through the communicator. Good news. They're fighting, We're safe for now, but then he added, bad news. We've lost our way. The convoy slowed down and finally stopped at the yard of a dilapidated farmstay. Thick white fog limited visibility to about 20 meters. Qin's raspy breathing came through the radio intermittently. The strange environment made everyone hesitant to get out of the vehicles. The road they came on had disappeared. Lin Fan was the first to open the door and step out. His keen eyes scanned the fog, only seeing chaotic energy flows. The cold fog instantly soaked their clothes. The farmstay was small, consisting of a two-story main building, a row of single-story houses on the side, and a large yard enclosed by a wooden fence. The wooden tables, chairs, and signs in the yard were all broken and worn. Everyone gradually got out of the vehicles. Chu Sun, Wang Tong, and Zhang Long were still unconscious. Zhang Bao and his team checked the cars, which were now covered with scratch marks from paper figures during their escape. Tang Xiaoxiao and Lin Ming moved to the edge of the convoy, cautiously observing their surroundings. Qin leaned weakly against the front of the car, no longer laughing. He pressed his chest, each breath causing a faint pain in his lungs. He finds it very hard to speak each time, and his expression becomes twisted. But, for now it's safe. Don't go into the fog. You might get lost. Lin Fan gently pats his back, opens a bottle of water, and lets him drink to calm down. When can we leave? Lin Fan looks at the swirling fog, feeling like someone is watching from inside the thick mist. Cough, cough. Wait until dawn. If the sun comes out, the fog might clear. Who? If there's no sun, we still have to move forward. Lin Fan checks the time. It's already past 5 a.m. It seems dawn is at least an hour away. After inspecting the area, Zhang Bao reports, Boss, the vehicle has some scratches but isn't badly damaged. We filled the gas tanks. Lin Fan nods, telling them to rest in the car, as accidents could happen at any moment. Staying inside the vehicle is the safest choice. Lin Ming and Tang Xiaoxiao come over, their faces looking very serious. Everyone can clearly sense something strange lurking in the dense fog 20 meters away. Zhang Wei approaches with Yuanying, looking apologetic. During the blood moon tide, 2 new sequences awakened among the students, but they chose to watch silently. Captain Lin, what should we do now? Yuanying, at this moment, also puts away her role as student council president and stands carefully behind Zhang Wei. It's best to stay in the car and be ready to leave at any moment. Okay, Captain Lin. We won't fall behind. Yuanying speaks softly, showing no intention of joining the fight. Lin Fan didn't expect them to fight. He watches everyone get into the car. He turns to the others and says, Everyone be careful. In an hour, whether the sun appears or not, we have to leave. Just as they are about to return to the car, the fog nearby begins to churn. Whispering murmurs can be heard, as if countless people are secretly talking inside the fog. Everyone stops and looks alertly at the swirling mist around them. Little sister, is that you? Little sister. The door of Lin Fan's pickup truck opens, and Chu Sun, pale and staggering, runs out and heads straight into the dense fog. In Chu Sun's eyes, she was desperately searching for her sister ahead, smiling and waving at her. Big sister, I finally found you. Come over here. At the edge of the thick fog, a figure made of mist was waving at Chu Sun. Wait for me, sister. Wake up. It's an illusion. Lin Fan quickly stepped in front of Chu Sun, blocking her. He turned and slashed with his sword, and the misty figure disappeared. Ugh, Chu Sun watched her sister's figure vanish and cried with her head in her hands. It was all just an illusion. As the whispers in the fog grew louder, more people started seeing hallucinations. Some people, with blank stares, got out of their cars and walked into the deep fog. Almost at the same time, they called out, "Dad! Mom! Senior brother!" Tang Xiaoxiao's muffled sobs came from nearby. Lin Fan suddenly turned his head and saw that the proud woman, usually full of confidence, looked like she had lost all her strength, her face pale and without any color. "It was me. I caused your deaths." Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, with tears in her voice. "I was scared. I really couldn't bring myself to hurt you. I wasn't useful. I awakened, but I still couldn't save you." Tang Xiaoxiao stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. "Ha ha. Ahu. Afong. My brothers. You're still alive. I knew it. Heaven is watching over us." On another vehicle, Zhang Long suddenly woke up. He rushed to the window, his bloodshot eyes wide with madness, pounding on the glass, crying and laughing at the fog, tears streaming down his face. Everyone seemed trapped in a nightmare, seeing their loved ones before their eyes. Qinwen beside her started crying, repeatedly saying, "Teacher, Yonggu, I'm so glad to see you again." "Qinwen," Lin Fan shouted suddenly. Qinwen, with tears in her eyes, looked at Lin Fan with clear eyes, not confused or lost. "Boss, I just want to see them again." The members of the Divine Kingdom team on the bus had all lost their minds in the illusion. If Zhang Bao hadn't locked the doors early, they might be like the students and survivors now. He shouted happily for his loved ones' names, like a puppet on strings, walking stiffly toward the thick fog that devours everything. "Everyone, close the doors and windows. Do not get out of the car. It's an illusion. Cover your eyes. Block your ears." Lin Fan's voice thundered, startling the people around him. "Shaoli, come back. Don't go," Zhang Wei shouted desperately. A small, thin girl among the students cried and ran into the fog. "Mom, I'm so scared. I want to go home." Suddenly, a loud scream echoed, followed by the sound of flesh being gnawed. After the noise stopped, a skeleton was thrown out, showing it had been eaten. Ugh! Several students collapsed to the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. Some survivors near the edge of the fog were also startled by the sudden event. They tried to retreat, but it was too late. Strange arms covered in gray hair and with long, hook-like nails pulled several survivors into the fog. One by one, bodies reduced to white bones were thrown back out. Lin Fan's keen eyes had already locked onto the energy fluctuations in the fog. When the bones were thrown out, he quickly moved to the edge of the fog and stabbed his bloodthirsty bone blade into the active energy node in his keen eyes. Yikes! A scream sounded as the bloodthirsty bone blade retracted from the fog, holding a gray rat as large as an adult dog. Its fur was rough like steel needles, and its small eyes glowed with a malicious green light. It was pierced through by the bone blade, twitching wildly. Killed a level 1 low-level strange creature, the Nightmare Devourer Rat Cub gained 100 divine points. Nightmare Devourer Rat? Was the illusion just created by it? Rat Cub? Did we just stumble into a strange nest? Before Lin Fan could think further, pairs of glowing green eyes appeared in the fog, accompanied by a sharp scream that sounded like a command. Dense gray rats burst out of the fog, rushing toward the convoy, biting and tearing at the metal on the cars. "Damn, this never ends." Qinwen, now alert, shouted and jumped into the pickup truck. Lin Fan and Lin Meng stood like two solid barriers, facing the oncoming wave of rats. Lin Fan's bone blades flew through the air. Under the gaze of his sharp eyes, each strike precisely killed a baby nightmare rat. Lin Meng was even more aggressive, punching like heavy hammers. Every blow shattered the attacking nightmare rats. However, there were too many of these rats. They surged like a gray wave, fearless and relentless. The entire convoy was about to be overwhelmed by the rats. They bit through the metal of the vehicles. Survivors screamed as they were pulled out and quickly swallowed by the rat tide, leaving only bones behind. Among the students and survivors with awakened abilities, some began to use their skills, though unskilled, to try to block the rat wave under the threat of death. Lin Fan and Lin Meng looked like two bloodied warriors, fighting through the rats, each swing bringing a rain of blood. Behind them, Tang Xiaoxiao seemed frozen in place. The illusion earlier had stirred up her deepest, most unwanted memories. The sounds of fighting grew louder in her ears. Watching the chaos, she remembered that strange, bloody night when terror first arrived. There were strange roars, her senior brother's screams, and her parents' desperate cries. Xiao Xiao, run! From a young age, she was competitive and proud. As the only one in the martial arts school to awaken her ability, she hesitated to draw her sword in front of the strange threat. She watched her loved ones fall one by one. Once again, she saw her senior brother turn back to look at her, with worry, urgency, and determination. I was scared then. I didn't dare draw my sword. This regret, buried deep in her heart, echoed in her mind. Her gaze fixed on Lin Fan's back, where he kept swinging his bone blades, bravely blocking the front. His back was so clear in her mind. He didn't look back or urge her. He simply held the strange creature back, protecting her. This image overlapped with her memory of her senior brother, who was just as resolute and protective but was ultimately torn apart by the strange creature. It was like reliving that unforgettable night. But this time it was different. Her inner demon shattered like glass. Ah! Suddenly Tang Xiaoxiao let out a long, loud cry, shouting out all her regret and pain. The Tang sword she held tightly seemed to sense her feelings, humming loudly. Her figure moved like lightning, and her sword light was swift and smooth. Each strike contained a power as strong as Destruction Edge. A group of nightmare eater mice turned into pieces of flesh under her sword light. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan's back. At this moment, his back merged completely with the memory of her senior brother's sacrifice. The stubborn spirit in her heart, always fighting against Lin Fan, disappeared along with her inner demon. Detected candidate for Divine Disciple, Tang Xiaoxiao. Host's favorability, 100%. Loyalty, 100%. Do you want to use the Divine Disciple slot? Lin Fan looked surprised at the wild-looking Tang Xiaoxiao, unsure what had happened to make her loyalty reach 100%. A wave of joy filled Lin Fan's heart. He had waited a long time for this moment. Xiaoxiao, are you willing to? I am willing. Before Lin Fan finished speaking, Tang Xiaoxiao answered immediately. Contracted Divine Disciple, Tang Xiaoxiao, Level 2 Sword Master. Host Divine Realm Rank. Divine Realm Walker, Progress, 50%. Lin Fan felt a powerful force flow back into him, and countless combat skills appeared in his mind. As he guessed, the reward for contracting Tang Xiaoxiao was the richest. With the signing of the Divine Disciple contract, their sword lights grew even stronger, more unstoppable. A mountain of flesh debris had already piled up in front of them. But the surprises didn't end there. Ding! Detected that among the contracted Divine Disciples, there are 3 Level 2 ability users, Lin Ming, Qin 1, Tang Xiaoxiao. Conditions met. The host Divine Realm Rank. Source Skill Awakening. Divine Realm Skill Awakening. Divine Realm. Centered on the host, a sacred domain expands, covering the entire convoy. Inside the domain, the slight weakening of low-level strange invasions occurs, and all Divine Disciples' healing effects are enhanced. Every 7 days, the host can activate Divine Realm Thunder Punishment. Divine Realm Thunder Punishment calls upon divine power to unleash a purifying lightning storm, dealing indiscriminate destructive strikes to all enemies within the domain. Power and range depend on the host's strength and the number and strength of Divine Disciples. It's happening. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with bright light. Covered in blood, he suddenly laughed loudly. Huh? I knew it. He had been confused about why the Divine Follower level up to the God Realm Walker, but the system gave him the same items as at the Apostle of the God stage. This made the system seem too weak. Sure enough, the moment he expected finally arrived. Lin Fan cut the devouring nightmare rat in front of him into pieces, stuck the bloodthirsty bone blade into the ground, and spread his arms wide. In my name, the God Realm. Open. A faint golden glow spread out from Lin Fan, like ripples on water, instantly expanding. The bright symbol on the divine vehicle's body looked like mysterious runes, shining with golden light. The young devouring nightmare rats, which were moving very fast before, slowed down and stiffened once they entered the golden glow. It was as if they were stuck in mud, all emitting frightened, anxious screams. Then, Lin Fan looked up at the sky. Through the thick fog, a mysterious power connected closely with him. Golden light gathered on Lin Fan, Lin Ming, Qin Wan, Zhang Long, and Tang Xiaoxiao, flowing into him. Lin Fan raised his hand, pointed his finger, and made a sword gesture. Suddenly, he pointed downward. In my name, thunder punishment. Descend, boom. Loud thunder roared, and a thick white fog was forcefully torn apart by an invisible power. Countless bolts of lightning, shining with golden light, rained down like a storm, accurately striking every devouring nightmare rat in the divine realm. Screeches of pain echoed everywhere. As the lightning flashed, each rat turned into ashes. It was as if information bombarded Lin Fan's mind. The system's notification sounded, telling him he gained divine points. Although these rats didn't drop any special cores, the huge amount of divine points made Lin Fan ecstatic. This was a big harvest. Lin Fan's divine points quickly increased, making his status much better. Outside the divine realm, the frightened rats fled into the thick fog, disappearing in an instant, flooding the area around the vehicle convoy. All that remained were scorched marks from lightning and the smell of burnt air. The entire convoy fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this miraculous scene, as if witnessing a divine miracle. The members of the divine vehicle team looked at Lin Fan, who had just been bathed in golden lightning. It was as if Lin Fan was a god in that moment. Roar! Just as everyone was still in shock, a loud, terrifying roar came from the distance. The roar carried a strong feeling of anger. Thick fog rolled and surged like ocean waves along with the roar. Boss, hurry up. That big creature in the fog is the ancestor of these little ones. Qin Wan's frightened voice sounded. Everyone didn't dare to delay. They quickly jumped into the vehicles. The convoy, like startled wild horses, hurriedly charged into the swirling fog. At this moment, above the fog, a huge dark shadow wrapped in dense mist was confronting the red-clad figure. It was the owner of this fog, the night devourer mouse. Feeling the tragic death of its young, it let out roars as it fled toward the convoy. But the powerful threat from the red-clad figure made it hesitate to attack. The red-clad figure's crimson eyes looked toward the area where lightning had just struck. The lingering lightning energy surprised it. However, the faint holy power remaining in the air made its gaze show a hint of greed. The night devourer mouse growled lowly at the red-clad figure, as if negotiating. It decided not to pursue the convoy and only asked that the red-clad figure stop interfering. The night devourer mouse was eager to chase after the convoy immediately. But the red-clad figure, curious and greedy, but the red-clad figure, curious and greedy, but the red-clad figure, curious and greedy, but the red-clad figure, curious and greedy about the holy power in the convoy. Continue, but the red-clad figure, curious and greedy, 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 but the red-clad figure, curious and... Although the road looked straight, the convoy had been rushing for over an hour and still hadn't left the fog. Just when everyone felt heavy-hearted and unsure what to do, the fog suddenly thinned ahead, and some sunlight broke through. Boss, we're about to leave the fog. Qin Wan's excited shout came through the communicator. Lin Fan's spirit was shaken as the distant outline of buildings gradually appeared. The convoy quickly emerged from the thick fog, and sunlight shone down, dispelling the fear in everyone's hearts. At the end of the road was a small village, looking peaceful and calm in the sunlight. There were farmers working in the fields on both sides of the road. This scene made everyone feel as if they had returned to before the end of the world, as if they were in a different time. The convoy stopped at the village entrance. The village was small, with low, uneven houses, but surprisingly, the roads were very clean and tidy, as if someone cleaned them every day. The villagers working in the fields stopped what they were doing and looked curiously at the convoy that had suddenly arrived. They wore simple clothes, had rosy cheeks, and looked friendly. Lin Fan got out of the car and looked at the thick fog behind him. The fog seemed to hit an invisible wall, rolling and surging outside the village boundary, unable to advance. Sunlight created a clear dividing line here. The frightened people on the car gradually got out, breathing in the fresh air. They looked around at the quiet, peaceful scene, and their fears slowly faded from their faces. The noise of the convoy broke the village's quiet. An old man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with neat hair, came out of the village, followed by some villagers. Qinwen moved behind Lin Fan and whispered, "Boss, there's no strange aura. The old man coming over is a level 2 ability user." Hearing this, Lin Fan became even more curious. In the apocalypse, such normal villages were rare. Not only were they intact, but the villagers could also live normally. Such things were unusual in the end times. Even if there was a level 2 ability user in the village, the thick fog nearby was strange enough to be on par with the red makeup funeral. How could this village be safe and sound? Could it be a paradise outside the world? Or was there something special inside the village that kept the strange invasions out? While pondering, the old man in the Zhongshan suit and his group had already approached. "Are you survivors who escaped from the fog? Don't worry, everyone," the old man said with a gentle smile. There was no suspicion in his face, as if he were a friendly villager welcoming guests during the end times. "I am confident in my abilities. You can call me Third Master Huang. I am a level 2 spirit medium, and I am the village chief of Ling Nai Nai Miao Village. Thanks to Ling Nai Nai's protection, our village remains safe and peaceful." Qinwen stepped forward, wearing a polite smile, and said, "Hello, Third Master Huang. We just escaped from the thick fog. We were panicked and accidentally entered your precious village. Please forgive us. Rest assured, we are not bad people. We just want to ask for a way out, and we will leave immediately." While speaking, Qinwen's gaze casually swept over the village chief and the villagers behind him, noticing that their expressions did not change. Lin Fan and Teng Xiaoxiao exchanged glances behind him. They had never heard of a spirit medium sequence, but seeing that the village was safe and sound near the fog, it must be a very powerful sequence. Third Master Huang smiled and waved his hand generously, saying, "It's no problem, no problem. In the end of the world, survivors should help each other. The way out is behind the village. But since your companions are injured and there are so many children, why not rest here for a while?" His tone was sincere, his eyes clear, and his kind smile made everyone feel his genuine kindness. The villagers behind him also smiled simply and stepped forward to help carry the injured. The sudden concern surprised the students and survivors behind them. Some were even moved to tears, feeling they had met good people. However, Lin Fan keenly sensed that the villagers' reactions were too unnatural, almost overly friendly. In the end of the world, they showed no suspicion towards a group of strangers who had entered recklessly. Especially in the way they helped carry the injured, their movements seemed rehearsed, as if they had practiced countless times. The sun was still warm, and the village remained peaceful, but Lin Fan's alertness had reached its highest level. What secrets does this idyllic village hold? Who is Ling Nai Nai, the so-called grandmother spirit? How can she resist a level 3 anomaly? Lin Fan kept a calm face and politely smiled at Third Master Huang, saying, "Then I won't bother you. We do need to rest for a while." Everyone was led into the village, while the villagers in the fields lowered their heads to work again. But their expressions had become numb, and beneath the waving hose, there were scattered bones. As we traveled, I looked at the lush green farmland, the tidy roads, and the simple smiles on the villagers' faces. Compared to the despair we felt earlier during the dense fog and the frantic mouse attack, the contrast was striking. This sharp difference made the university students and survivors suddenly feel safe and relaxed. "Great. Is this a paradise? I want to stay here forever." "Me too. These villagers are so kind. Let's ask the village chief if we can stay." These feelings reached their peak in the center of the village. Old Man Huang led the convoy to the village square, which was very large. The stone tiles formed strange patterns, and in the middle stood a stone statue. It was a kind-looking old lady, but to Lin Fan, the statue seemed strange and eerie. Women villagers were already waiting in the square, holding clean towels and hot water. When they saw the convoy, they rushed over with caring expressions, gently washing the students' faces and cleaning their wounds, speaking kind words that warmed everyone's hearts. "It's terrible. Such a young child has suffered so much. Look at these wounds. It's heartbreaking. My dear girl, does it hurt? If it does, just shout out. Shouting will make it feel better. Their parental care broke through the students' innocence and the harshness of the end times, and their suppressed emotions finally burst out. A small girl cried as she threw herself into the arms of a woman nearby, feeling as if she had returned to her parents. The square was filled with crying. Yu Weiniing's eyes turned red, tears flowing uncontrollably, while Zhang Wei looked worried. His concern deepened when he saw the situation with the Divine Country Convoy. Compared to the relaxed mood of the students and survivors, the members of the Divine Country Convoy looked tense and alert, their faces showing constant vigilance. Lin Fan looked around the square with a blank expression, scanning every corner. Tang Xiaoxiao held her sword and stood behind Lin Fan casually, but her clenched, pale fingers showed her inner tension. Lin Meng stood like a tall iron tower in front of Qin Wan, and the team members behind them refused villagers' help, standing alert around each vehicle. Zhang Long was repairing the damaged vehicle body using his special abilities, making the car stronger and more durable. Wang Tong, who had already woken up, was walking back and forth between each vehicle in the Divine Country Convoy, setting traps near the cars one after another. Zhang Wei, feeling uneasy, quietly approached Lin Fan and asked in a low voice, "Captain Lin, does this seem a bit strange here? Hee. When something is unusual, there must be a reason. Even your relatives probably don't treat you this well. It's better to be cautious." Zhang Wei looked worried and nodded. He then gathered the university students and shared Lin Fan's suspicions. Unexpectedly, this led to a wave of criticism. "Zhang Wei, I think you and the Divine Country Convoy people both have paranoia." "Exactly. They just can't stand seeing us get help from others. But if they are kind to us, it just causes more danger. Yes, many of our classmates have died mysteriously, and in the end, it's because of them. Zhang Wei, if you keep defending them, we'll think you're on their side." Everyone saw Lin Fan and the others' suspicion as unnecessary and lacking understanding. Some even blamed the previous dangers entirely on the Divine Country Convoy. Although Zhang Wei still held on to some reason, the students' opposition made him hesitant to speak further. Lin Fan and the others found the busy village chief. Lin Fan spoke, "Thank you, Third Master Huang, for your warm hospitality. We're in a hurry to leave, so please tell us the way out. We'll rest briefly and then depart." Third Master Huang's smile remained unchanged. He pointed to the other side of the village, where the road ended in fog, but it looked slightly different from the thick fog they saw earlier. "Look, the village exit is over there. If you go through that field, you'll reach the outside." Then he hesitated and looked uncomfortable. "To be honest, our village has been so peaceful thanks to Grandma Spirit's protection. That fog is part of her barrier. Today, the fog hasn't cleared yet. Forcing our way out might be." He paused, glanced at Lin Fan and the others, and continued, "However, tonight we are holding a ceremony to honor Grandma Spirit. Tomorrow, the fog at the exit will lift, and it will be safest to leave then. Everyone, why not stay an extra night? The food in the village isn't abundant, but it's enough for your meal. Also, the ritual to honor Spirit Grandma is a rare tradition here. You're welcome to join and enjoy the celebration together." His words were reasonable and sincere. Although Lin Fan and the others felt some doubt, they had no solid evidence at the moment. A glint appeared in Lin Fan's eyes as he looked toward the other side of the village. The energy there was different from when they arrived, more chaotic. The old man in front of them wasn't lying, but that also meant the convoy would need to stay another night. "Then I'll trouble the village chief." Lin Fan nodded in agreement, showing no sign of suspicion. Huang Sanyi seemed to notice their worries and smiled. "I understand you find the village strange. Honestly, I didn't expect it to last this long. I am the only second-level ability user here. I have a rare spiritual communication ability, which is connected to Spirit Grandma, as our village has always worshipped her. Maybe it's because we've been offering sacrifices day and night for many years that Spirit Grandma has protected us for so long. This might be the strange part you're talking about. Honestly, this small village doesn't have many secrets." The villagers' sincerity is genuine. No one expected Huang Sanyi to openly share these things. Qin Wan and the others felt they had misjudged him, thinking too much. But Lin Fan's expression remained calm. He said softly, "We appreciate the villagers' kindness. We're used to being independent, so if we've done anything wrong, please forgive us. Huang Sanyi looked at Lin Fan deeply, still smiling. It's okay. In times of crisis, we must stay alert. Young man, you're impressive. We'll meet again tonight. If you need anything, just ask the villagers. After speaking, he walked away to continue his work. His kind and friendly nature quickly helped him build good relations with the survivors. Zhang Long, arrange for someone to take turns guarding the vehicles and be ready to leave at any moment. Qinwen, keep sensing for strange presence, especially around the statue of Grandma's spirit in the square. I always feel something's off. Xiao Xiao, let's go out for a walk. Everyone, stay in contact. After giving the orders, Lin Fan and Tang Xiao Xiao left the house and wandered casually around the village. The village was small but well organized, and the villagers' lives seemed orderly. Whenever they met villagers on the road, the villagers would put down their work and smile kindly, showing a friendly face. But behind that smile, there was a feeling that something was missing, less life and energy. The two wandered aimlessly, and the peaceful village made them feel relaxed. Suddenly, Lin Fan stopped, frowned slightly, and quietly asked Tang Xiao Xiao beside him, Xiao Xiao, do you feel anything strange? Tang Xiao Xiao looked around, confused, and said, I think everything's normal. I haven't noticed anything unusual. Don't you think something's missing in the village? Lin Fan's brow furrowed tightly, but he couldn't quite remember what was making him feel uneasy. Xiao 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 smiled and said, what could be missing? Maybe we're just too sensitive. There's nothing strange here. The elders are kind, the women are friendly, the young men are hardworking, and the children. At this point, both of them suddenly looked at each other, their faces frozen in surprise. Children, since the convoy entered the village this afternoon, we haven't seen a single child. Logically, in such a safe village, there should be children around. Where have all the kids gone? They finally realized something was wrong in the village. Indeed, the village was hiding a big secret. They continued walking toward the deeper part of the village. At the end of an alley, a tall wall suddenly appeared, blocking the way. On the wall was a sealed iron door with a big lock. Just as they were about to climb over the wall to investigate, two young people appeared from the alley. Honored guests, where are you headed? One young man asked with a friendly smile, but behind his smile was a hidden alertness. Nothing special. We're just wandering around. We saw this iron door and got curious. Lin Fan smiled in response, but kept a close eye on the young man's expression in front of him. Sure enough, when Lin Fan mentioned the iron gate, the young man's face showed a hint of unease, but he quickly returned to his friendly smile. Tonight, we will hold a ritual to honor the spirit grandma. This is the place where offerings are prepared, and it's a village rule that outsiders cannot enter. Sorry, two of you, he said with a smile, refusing politely. Tang Xiao Xiao's eyes darkened. Just as she was about to force her way in, Lin Fan grabbed her arm. Haha, sorry, I'm just curious. Since it's a village rule, we won't bother anymore. We'll go back now, Lin Fan said, turning to leave with Tang Xiao Xiao. After they left, the two young men exchanged a glance. Their eyes showed a mix of relief and hidden sadness. Boss, I just smelled blood. Tang Xiao Xiao whispered after walking a short distance. Let's talk about it when we get back, Lin Fan replied. Back at their place, Lin Fan gathered the team members and shared what he and Tang Xiao Xiao had discovered. Qinwen adjusted his glasses and thought for a moment before speaking. Boss, this village seems suspicious, but so far, we haven't found anything against us. I suggest we don't act rashly. Plus, outside the village, there are the devouring night rats and the red makeup morning tigers watching closely. Qinwen added. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded. Until the situation is clearer, it's best to stay cautious. However, his eyes narrowed, and a killing intent rose within him. If everything is safe, we'll leave tomorrow. If there's any threat to the convoy, be ready to fight. Better to kill than spare, he ordered. The members of the Divine Kingdom convoy clenched their hands around their Tang Hung swords. Previously, Zhang Long had equipped everyone with weapons based on Lin Fan's instructions. They might not be able to handle the abilities of the sequence fighters and strange creatures, but they could easily deal with ordinary villagers. At this moment, Wang Tong pushed through the crowd. After resting, he had recovered. Boss, maybe I should go and check things out, Wang Tong suggested. Lin Fan looked at Wang Tong. His stealth ability was perfect for gathering information. Good. If you encounter danger, come back immediately. Zhang Long. Take a few people with you to wait outside the Iron Gate. If anything happens, contact us with the communicator. Wang's body gradually became transparent, and his breath slowly disappeared. In Lin Fan's keen eyes, Wang moved quietly toward the iron door. Zhang Long and the two others followed casually, like taking a walk. Soon, Wang saw the iron door that Lin Fan mentioned, with the same two young men standing nearby. The two young men chatted casually, not noticing Wang, who was just a short distance away. Wang secretly smiled, thinking that if he had this skill before the end of the world, he might have become a wealthy person. As it grew darker, Wang didn't dare delay. His skills as a professional thief allowed him to skillfully climb over the high wall and land quietly without making a sound. Behind the wall was a large house, and a faint smell of blood came from inside. Wang tiptoed inside and saw many villagers busy preparing offerings like incense and gold ingots for a ritual. However, their faces showed sadness, not joy, and it was hard to hide their grief. In the deep part of the house, faint crying could be heard. Wang moved past the busy villagers and headed toward the back of the house. There was a small room at the very end, where a young couple looked sadly at a boy about 5 years old. The boy was completely unaware, happily eating and enjoying the delicious food on the table. The young couple's eyes were full of tears, their faces showing deep sorrow. The woman's tears kept flowing. The man wiped his face and quietly left the room, where an elderly woman with white hair was waiting for him. "Great-grandma, is there really no way?" "Sniff. Little treasure is so young," he said, crying softly to avoid being heard by the children inside. The elderly woman patted his shoulder and also looked sad. "Shengzi, there's no other way. The spirit grandmother needs a tribute, but the outsiders haven't brought enough. According to the rules, we have to send another young boy. This time, it's your family's turn. For everyone. Sigh. Let little treasure have a good meal before he goes." She wiped her tears and turned to leave. At this moment, the woman also quietly came out, hugging the man and crying with deep pain. The little boy, hearing the noise outside, ran out holding a chicken leg and asked with big eyes, "Dad, Mom, why are you crying? There are so many delicious foods, I can't eat them all myself. Come and join me." He then handed the chicken leg to the woman. The woman could no longer hold back her emotions and hugged her son, crying loudly. The man named Shengzi forced himself to stay strong. He stood up, picked up Xiaobao, wiped away his tears, and said with concern, "Xiaobao, eat more. After you finish, you'll have to leave Mom and Dad for a while." Xiaobao blinked and asked, "Are you going to find little Six and the others? They disappeared during the ceremony before." "Yes. We're going to find them and play." The man's voice trembled. "In a little while, Dad will come to pick you up and take you home." Hearing this, Xiaobao smiled happily. Shengzi gave his wife a look, and she, holding back her deep pain, took her son back to the inner room. At this moment, the old woman with white hair returned and handed Shengzi a bag of powder. "Shengzi, give this to Xiaobao to drink later. When he passes out, he won't feel any pain. Let the child suffer less." Hidden nearby, Wang Tong's heart was already in turmoil. These villagers actually saw the convoy members as offerings. But why do they think they can control the convoy, especially since there are several ability users in the team? His gaze fixed on the powder in Shengzi's hand, then quietly turned and followed the old woman with white hair. Zhang Long was waiting with two others around the alley, watching as it grew darker. Wang Tong still hadn't sent any news. Just as the three hesitated whether to go into the alley to check, Zhang Long felt a light tap on his shoulder. "Brother Long, let's go back." It was Wang Tong's voice. Zhang Long looked around but didn't see Wang Tong. Knowing he was still sneaking, he told the others to return to their place. Inside the house, Lin Fan and others were waiting for news from Wang Tong and the others. "Boss, I'm back." Wang Tong's figure appeared slowly in front of everyone, but his face looked very grim. "How did it go? Any discoveries?" Seeing Wang Tong's expression, Lin Fan knew something was wrong. When Zhang Long and the others entered the house, Wang Tong recounted what happened behind the iron door. After hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. "Boss, these villagers are treating us as offerings, planning to present us to that spirit grandma. I'm going to lead the brothers to smash that broken statue right now." Upon hearing this, Zhang Long became very angry and immediately wanted to rush out with his people. Zhang Long, are you crazy? Will this solve the problem? Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Long with disdain, while Qinwen gave her a thumbs up. At this point, smashing the statue wouldn't help, and since they didn't know what tricks these villagers might have, acting rashly would only alert the enemy. Tang Xiaoxiao proudly glanced at Qinwen, then casually grabbed her dagger. I'll go deal with that Huang San. Solve the problem once and for all. Qinwen almost spat out his water, glaring at her. You're no better than him. Wait until Wang Tong finishes speaking. Lin Fan looked helplessly at everyone. The people in the convoy were becoming less and less willing to think carefully. After Wang Tong finished explaining Xiao Bao's situation, everyone's faces turned grim. Although the convoy members weren't exactly good people, they still found it hard to accept treating their own children as sacrifices. I suspect this village might have made some kind of deal with the strange entity, offering sacrifices of outsiders in exchange for protection. It seems likely that the old lady is actually the strange entity itself, Qinwen analyzed after a moment of thought. But it's strange that I haven't sensed any aura of the strange entity. Could it be that it only appears during the evening ritual? Lin Fan held the powder Wang Tong handed him and asked curiously, do these villagers really think that just this bag of powder can control all of us? At that moment, the convoy's doctor, Feng Bin, approached. He carefully examined the powder in his hand, then pinched a small amount and put it in his mouth to taste. Boss, this is a homemade sedative. From Wang Tong's description, it seems to be mixed into the sacrificial candles and activated by burning. But this might work on ordinary people, though it probably has limited effect on those with special abilities. They definitely have a backup plan, Lin Fan said thoughtfully. Wang Tong, distribute the antidote to the brothers. When night falls, we'll see the truth. How is Xiao Bao? Tang Xiaoxiao asked as they prepared to leave. Wang Tong looked very grim. When I left, I saw them bringing out that child. One after another, Tang Xiaoxiao thought of something, her teeth clenched with a grinding sound. The others also tightened their grips on their weapons. They hadn't expected the villagers to be so ruthless. Boss, should we notify Zhang Wei and the others? Qinwen looked outside. The college students and survivors were probably still with the villagers, waiting for the grand sacrificial ceremony the villagers talked about. Just remind them, but don't say too much. They won't believe us anyway. Everyone dispersed to prepare. The sun was about to set, leaving a final streak of orange in the sky, casting a warm glow over the peaceful village. But as night fell, a faint feeling of pressure began to grow like a tide. In the center of the village, the statue of Spirit Granny looked more fierce and sinister as the light dimmed. On the open ground in front of the statue, villagers started busying themselves, bringing tables and chairs, lighting bonfires. Seems like they were getting ready for the evening ceremony. A strange smell filled the air, a mix of incense and burning herbs. Lin Fan and Qinwen exchanged a serious look. It was the smell of herbal powder. Both of their faces showed concern. This night would not be peaceful. The so-called sacrificial ceremony was probably the real reveal of the village's true face. The night was like thick ink, and fog began to roll into the village. Lin Fan and others were asked to watch from a distance. The members of the divine team looked serious, holding their weapons tightly. In the name of the divine realm. Begin. Lin Fan quietly summoned the divine realm, causing a tiny ripple under their feet. A large altar was set up in front of the Spirit Granny statue. Plates of fruits and other offerings were brought over. The last item was a big basin of raw, bloody meat. Lin Fan and the others looked coldly. This was the small treasure Wang Tong mentioned. Villagers gathered densely around the statue. They wore dark, old-fashioned clothes that looked neat but strange. Their faces no longer showed daytime enthusiasm, only a kind of almost fanatical devotion. Old Man Huang and the white-haired old woman wore dark red robes embroidered with strange symbols, holding bone staffs and rattles. The college students and survivors stood with the villagers, excited and eager for the grand ceremony, unaware of the danger approaching. Zhang Wei looked worried as he stood in the middle of the crowd. Zhang Long had already told him there was a problem in the village, but the college students and survivors, confused by the villagers, paid no attention to his words. Master Huang San and the elderly woman with white hair began to dance strangely in front of the stone statue. The sounds they made were sometimes sharp, sometimes deep. The crisp sound of the rattles in their hands mixed with their voices, making people feel dizzy and confused. In the air, the strange smell of incense and special herbs grew stronger. It was the scent of incense mixed with a sleeping drug, burning quietly and spreading everywhere, entering everyone's nose and mouth. Because they had prepared an antidote in advance, the members of the Divine Realm convoy were not affected. The crowd in front of the statue started to have blank eyes. They quietly recited obscure prayers along with Master Huang San and the elderly woman. Suddenly, Qin Wen's bronze compass began to shake violently. Its needle pointed sharply at the stone statue of the old lady. His face changed color. He whispered, "Boss, there's energy fluctuation coming from the statue. Something strange is happening." Almost at the same time, an invisible, powerful force burst out from the statue. A deep hum sounded, so low that it was almost inaudible, yet clear in everyone's ears. Then, countless whispers arose, sounding just like the voices from the fog in the countryside. Lin Fan and the others looked worried. Night-devouring mouse. Because they were not affected by the sleeping drug, and thanks to Lin Fan's divine domain resistance, the convoy members only experienced a brief moment of confusion and quickly recovered. But the previous wave of mice had made everyone sweat coldly and look around nervously. Lin Fan's heart grew heavy. His divine domain's thunder punishment could only be used again after 7 days. He hoped this time it wasn't the night-devouring mouse. The college students and survivors' eyes started to become vacant. They showed strange expressions of sadness or happiness, their bodies trembling slightly. It was clear they had been deeply affected, losing control of their bodies and only reacting subconsciously to illusions. Shush! Shush! A creepy rubbing sound came from the darkness around the square. Then, pairs of ghostly green lights appeared, flickering like ghost fires in the shadows. More and more lights appeared, densely surrounding the entire square. It was the young of the night-devouring mouse. They had arrived. The green eyes glowed with greed, scanning the helpless people on the ground. The villagers in the square had started to wake up and quietly gathered around the altar, staring blankly at the statue and the numb students and survivors. As for Lin Fan and the others, the villagers believed that Spirit Grandma was almost here, and these people would become her offerings. The baby nightmare-eating rats had spotted Lin Fan and the others from afar. The divine power emanating from the sacred domain made these green eyes fill with anger and a hint of fear. The energy fluctuations on the statue grew stronger. "Boss, that big thing is coming. What should we do?" Qin Wen asked anxiously, watching the trembling pointer. "Little Xiao Ming, and I will go break the sacrifice. We can't let that big thing arrive. Everyone else, stay within the divine domain and return to the cars to hold the line," Lin Fan ordered. "Let's do it." At his command, the members of the Divine Kingdom team instantly sprang into action. Ordinary team members quickly returned to the cars. 6 vehicles surrounded each other tightly. Zhang Long set up a heavy machine gun on the pickup truck. Wang Tong kept laying traps at the edge of the divine domain. Chu Sun stood beside Zhang Long, ready to chant. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao, unable to hold back any longer, moved like lightning. Her sword was drawn, roaring like a dragon, slicing through the square. A sharp, huge blade light struck the burning incense burner. Boom! The incense burner was shattered by the sword, and the burning candles flew everywhere. The blade light did not stop. It knocked over the altar, causing the villagers to scatter and run. Lin Ming's huge fist had already smashed into the Spirit Grandma statue. A loud humming sounded, and cracks appeared on the statue. Disturb the sacrifice or die? Old Man Huang looked at the 3 people rushing over wildly, appearing almost mad. A powerful wave of mental energy spread from him, transforming into arrow-like attacks, shooting toward Lin Fan in the air. Lin Fan's keen eyes tracked the arrows clearly, dodging skillfully. He shouted loudly, "Everyone wake up. Look around you. These villagers are going to use your lives, and their own children's lives, to feed these monsters. The so-called Spirit Grandma is actually those nightmare-eating rats." His voice thundered like an explosion, making the students and survivors on the square tremble all over. They struggled to break free from the illusion's hold. Surrounded by countless baby nightmare rats, They were forced back into the farmstead amid thick fog. A wave of intense fear and disgust overwhelmed their minds instantly. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the night sky. Nonsense! Blasphemy! You are insulting the gods! Old Master Huang, seeing this, his eyes nearly bulging out, waved his bone staff and shouted loudly, disturbing the gods' meal. Kill them! He ordered the villagers to attack Lin Fan and others, but before they could act, Lin Fan had already stepped forward, wielding a bone blade that struck him down. Boom! With a loud explosion, Lin Ming and Tang Xiaoxiao worked together to topple the spirit grandma statue. The baby nightmare rats in the darkness surged like a gray wave of death, rushing toward the square. Ha! Spirit grandma will punish you. Old Master Huang struggled to his feet, laughing wildly, kneeling and praying toward the gray rat swarm. The countless baby nightmare rats seemed deaf to his prayers. Unlike before, these rats charged at the nearest living beings. Whether they were college students, survivors, or villagers, all became their prey. No, stop. Spirit Grandma, we are your followers. Villagers were knocked down by several rats, crying out in despair, then torn apart instantly. Help! Help me! Under Zhang Wei's command, the college students and survivors screamed and ran toward the divine vehicle team, but a rat from the side bit into one of their legs, dragging them to the ground. The scene was completely out of control, turning into a bloody hell. The sounds of gnawing, screams, crying, and the rat's shrill squeals intertwined. Lin Ming and Tang Xiaoxiao desperately fought off the baby nightmare rats in the square, while Zhang Lan's heavy machine gun roared. Wang Tong had set up barriers around the divine realm to block the rat tide. Chu Sun's chanting began, strengthening everyone's power. Lin Fan quickly pulled up the kneeling old Master Huang and the elderly woman with white hair, shouting, "Look at what your so-called spirit grandma really is. Just a filthy, strange creature like these nightmare rats." Old Master Huang looked at the terrible scene before him, completely different from what he had expected. Villagers were crying out in pain as they were torn apart by the nightmare rats, and the children protected behind them were being dragged into the thick fog by the rats. His faith has collapsed, replaced by endless anger and madness. Why? Why? We sacrificed so much. Even our own children. He seemed crazy, suddenly stabbing his bone staff into the ground, forming strange hand signs with his hands, radiating strong mental energy. That is the power of a level 2 summoner. With my soul, I summon your true name. Spirit Grandma, come here, punish the traitor. He tried to use himself as a medium to forcibly summon or communicate with the so-called Spirit Grandma, hoping she would appear herself, clean up the mess, and fulfill her promise of protection. F your grandpa. You big idiot. Lin Fan never expected that. In this situation, Huang San would still believe in the so-called Spirit Grandma. But he had no time to pay attention to this old madman. The baby-devouring nightmare mouse had already started eating the children behind the villagers, and the sound of their innocent crying filled the air. 10 minutes earlier, the college students fleeing desperately toward the divine realm convoy suddenly stopped when they heard the children crying. They turned around and looked at the 5 or 6-year-old children surrounded by the devouring nightmare mouse babies. The frightened children stood there blankly, watching their loved ones being dragged away by the nightmare mouse babies, tears of fear streaming down their faces. After a brief hesitation, the equally terrified college students wiped their tears and shouted as they ran toward the children. Although their faces still showed fear, their steps were firm. Are you crazy? Do you want to go back and die? The nearby survivor looked at the college students running toward the nightmare mouse babies in disbelief. There are children there. We have to save them. They are villagers' children. They almost killed us just now. Children are innocent. These college students, with equally young faces, cried loudly as they ran toward the children surrounded by the nightmare mouse babies. A few newly awakened students led the way, struggling forward through the group of nightmare mouse babies, already covered in wounds. There were too many nightmare mouse babies. When they were about to reach, only a 4-year-old girl holding a cloth doll remained. Seeing the girl about to be bitten by the nightmare mouse babies, a blade of light descended from the sky, and a bloodthirsty bone blade fiercely pinned the nightmare mouse baby to the ground. Then Lin Fan forcefully landed beside the little girl, knocking the nearby baby nightmare mice away. He turned around, picked up the girl, and kicked the angry college students who were rushing forward. "Stop causing trouble. Hurry up and get back." Seeing Lin Fan arrive, the students quickly scrambled and ran toward the divine country convoy. "Wang Tong!" Lin Fan shouted loudly. Suddenly, Wang Tong appeared beside him. It turned out Wang Tong had already sensed the situation and quietly sneaked over, handing the girl to Wang Tong. Lin Fan then turned to attack the baby nightmare mice. At this moment, Third Master Huang's summoning just finished. A thick fog over the village surged violently, as if torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A huge shadow, as big as a small mountain, descended from the sky and crashed onto the edge of the square, causing the ground to shake. It was a giant nightmare mouse, as large as a small hill. Its fur was like steel needles, and its eyes looked like blood-red lakes. However, its breath was a bit chaotic, and it had several deep wounds that looked like they had been cut by blades, bleeding dark purple blood. It was clear it had just fought a fierce battle. Behind this terrifying nightmare mouse, in the fog, a figure holding a blood-red paper umbrella and dressed in bright red imperial robes stepped out with strange, slow movements. The figure moved gracefully, as if dancing. The red-clad mourner. Its scarlet eyes watched the chaos below with interest, as if enjoying a good show. The moment the giant nightmare mouse appeared, a stream of consciousness was absorbed into its body from a shattered statue. The so-called spirit grandma was actually just a fragment of the nightmare mouse's consciousness. Third Master Huang had always believed in spiritual communication, and now he saw the nightmare mouse before him. He stared blankly at the strange creature as tall as a mountain, and at the eerie figure in red behind it. His mind went blank. How is this possible? Spirit Grandma is a strange creature, he muttered, his heart collapsing. The crimson giant eyes of the nightmare mouse swept over the square, pausing briefly on Lin Fan and others. It sensed the residual aura from the divine thunder punishment and growled angrily. But its gaze finally settled on Third Master Huang, whose mental energy was unusually active, and the old woman with white hair standing beside him. Roar! It opened its huge mouth like a cave, filled with a foul, windy smell. With a speed that didn't match its large body, it suddenly lunged at the two stunned people. No! Before Huang Sanni could shout, he and the elderly woman with white hair were instantly swallowed by the giant mouth of the devouring rat. The devouring rat seemed to regain a bit of strength, and the wounds on its body twitched and started to heal. It shook its huge head, and its blood-red eyes once again fixed alertly on the stubborn red-clad mourner. The red-clad mourner still held her umbrella, and her eerie, singing voice rang out again. It was strange and hollow. She didn't seem to care about the rat swallowing the offering. Her gaze was more focused on Lin Fan, filled with greed and curiosity, almost tangible. Two terrifying beings faced each other again on this bloody sacrificial square. Between them, the crowd was going crazy like a sea of mice, and the divine army was ready, with serious and tense expressions. The devouring rat was the first to attack the red-clad mourner. To it, the soldiers of the divine army were just food to be eaten sooner or later. First, deal with this big problem. Roar! With a furious roar, all the baby devouring rats rushed toward the red-clad mourner. Squeaking and hissing sounds filled the air as countless tiny rats screeched sharply and lunged at her from all directions, fearless and relentless. Faced with this overwhelming wave of mice, the red-clad mourner continued her strange, slow dance. She gently spun her blood-colored paper umbrella, and her singing voice suddenly rose sharply. "Yeah!" An invisible wave of power spread out from her center. The baby rats at the front froze suddenly when hit by the wave. Their gray fur quickly lost its shine, and their bodies dried out as if drained of water, turning into skeletons that scattered on the ground. But there were too many of these rats, and they kept rushing toward her one after another. The giant claws of the devouring rat, howling with the wind, suddenly struck the red umbrella held by the mourner. Her figure appeared tiny under the shadow of the giant claws. She stopped her singing, quickly closed her blood-colored umbrella, and pointed its tip upward like a sharp sword, stabbing fiercely at the center of the claws. Thud! A loud, Deep explosions suddenly erupted, like two mountains colliding. At the same time, a large army of paper dolls appeared around the red-clad mourner, rushing toward the young nightmare-eating mice. It was like a white wave crashing against gray rocks. The ground beneath the red-clad mourner suddenly collapsed into a big hole, but her slender figure stood firmly at the bottom. She still held her blood-red umbrella high, and the red glow on the umbrella seemed dimmer. The giant claws of the nightmare-eating mice were stopped mid-air. Where the claws touched the tip of the umbrella, a sizzling, corrosive sound was heard, and black smoke rose. Clearly, it had suffered a significant loss. Without hesitation, the two strange, powerful beings collided again. On the side of the divine kingdom convoy, everyone watched with wide eyes and pounding hearts. The fight between them was far beyond any battle they had seen before. Every collision contained destructive power. "Boss, what should we do?" Qinwen asked, panting heavily. There was no sign of the young nightmare-eating mice near the convoy anymore. The red-clad mourner had attracted all the mice's attention. Lin Fan's eyes were sharp, and his gaze fixed on the battle. Despite the fierce attacks from the nightmare-eating mice, she kept dodging, but her energy flow remained smooth. The mice were wild and violent, but they couldn't hit her effectively. Instead, she left deep, bone-visible wounds on their bodies. During their intense movements, purple-black blood seeped out. "They're distracting each other. That's our chance," Lin Fan said quickly. "Qinwen, can you sense any changes in the energy near the exit?" Qinwen's face was pale as he tried to keep the compass steady. "Why, yes. The fog energy near the exit is becoming unstable because of their fight. Sometimes strong, sometimes weak. But it's very dangerous." There was no time to hesitate. Just as Lin Fan was about to lead everyone to break through, the situation on the battlefield changed again. The nightmare-eating mice roared loudly, opening their mouths wide. Hearing the roar, all the mice abandoned the paper dolls in front of them and quickly jumped into the giant mouth of the nightmare-eating mouse. The wounds on the mouse healed rapidly, and its size grew even larger. The red-clad mourner's eyes showed fear. She quietly floated backward, preparing to retreat. After swallowing all the baby-devouring rats, the power of the rat monster increased to a level that made everyone present feel shocked. The battle situation immediately changed. The red morning bearer was pushed back by the rat monster, with cracks appearing on her bright red palace dress, and her blood-red paper umbrella became torn and tattered. However, when she saw the divine country convoy trying to escape outside the village, she suddenly threw her blood-red paper umbrella. Creak! The heavy pickup truck that had just started suddenly slammed on the brakes. Lin Fan stared at the floating blood-red paper umbrella in front of him, which emitted a dangerous aura that made his heart race. If the convoy continued forward, the umbrella would crush all the vehicles in the group. "Damn!" Lin Fan slammed his hand on the steering wheel and cursed. He didn't expect that two strange moments were watching the convoy closely and were determined not to let it leave. At this moment, the divine country convoy had become two strange trophies. No matter who won the fight in the end, their fate would be the same. Just when everyone was filled with despair, a strong energy wave came from the distant fog. Whoosh! A fierce figure appeared on the battlefield. He wore a tattered black cloak, had a terrifying face covered with scars, and his eyes were one red and one black. He held a strange, blood-stained weapon in his hand. He looked like a demon from the abyss in the darkness. "Boss, your dad is here," a voice came from the car intercom. It was Tang Xiaoxiao. Lin Fan and the others jumped out of the car and stared blankly at the familiar figure in the sky. White Crazy Man. The sudden appearance of White Crazy Man instantly caused the chaotic battlefield to momentarily freeze. He wore ragged clothes stained with dirt, and beneath his messy hair, his eyes flickered with a wild and chaotic light. After the blood moon tide, his power became even more unfathomable. Since White Crazy Man suffered a split personality, Lin Fan and others thought they would never see him again. No one expected him to suddenly appear here, as if drawn by something. The giant blood lake-like eyes of the devouring rat, and the crimson pupils embedded in the white face of the red morning bearer, all temporarily shifted their focus away from each other, with clear wariness and hostility. They all locked onto this dangerous, uninvited guest. From this human, They all felt a sense of chaos and overwhelming oppression. The white madman first tilted his head, his cloudy and confused gaze sweeping over Lin Fan and the others, a brief moment of dazedness flashing across his eyes. Son, son, but this fleeting daze quickly disappeared, replaced by his attention on the two strange and powerful figures in the scene. Especially after seeing Red Makeup's funeral procession, the white madman's red eyes flashed with a terrifying light. In the next moment, he moved like a ghost, suddenly appearing in front of Red Makeup's funeral procession. His red eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly observed the strange figure in red. Huh, interesting. He grinned, showing uneven teeth, and let out a strange, wheezy laugh like a broken bellows. You have awakened. Long time. No see. His words stunned everyone present. He actually knew Red Makeup's funeral procession. No, Lin Fan and the others quickly realized that the white madman couldn't really know Red Makeup's funeral procession. Instead, it was the mysterious, eerie village of Huangyao in his mind. But neither he nor the strange figure felt the joy of reunion. Red Makeup's funeral procession quietly stepped back a few paces, clearly wary of the strange presence in the white madman's mind. In the white madman's confused eyes, a sudden burst of pure excitement and greed appeared, like a child seeing a new toy. Two big treasures. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. Without warning, without pattern. His figure flickered like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he was beside the thick front leg of the devouring nightmare mouse. Bang! The strange weapon, glowing with black magic flames, slammed hard onto the thick leg bone of the devouring nightmare mouse. The chaotic, violent force made the mouse cry out in pain, staggering slightly. Where it was hit, its steel needle-like fur broke apart, flesh was torn open, and even the bones inside, glowing with purple light, showed cracks. This strike was far more powerful than the damage caused by Red Makeup's funeral procession. Roar! The devouring nightmare mouse was utterly enraged. It abandoned the Red Makeup's funeral procession across from it, and with its massive claws, capable of crushing everything, it fiercely struck toward White Madman's leg. Ha! The White Madman burst into wild laughter. His figure blurred again, moving almost instantly to appear back on the Scourge rat's back. He wildly stabbed at the rat's back with his strange weapon. At the same time, the Red Makeup mourner's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling the strange identity in the white madman's mind. His bizarre singing voice rose higher. She swung her large red palace dress, throwing out 2 water sleeves. While the rat was entangled, the water sleeves, like steel whips with dark red blood threads, fiercely stabbed into the rat's wounds. Shoo! The water sleeves precisely entered the rat's wound. With the mourner's strange dance steps, the water sleeves violently stirred inside the rat. Yow! The rat let out a sharp, painful scream. The dark red blood threads on the water sleeves contained strange corrosive power, constantly destroying its flesh and blood. Its huge body rolled and twisted violently, trying to shake off the white madman on its back and break free from the water sleeves. But the white madman let out an even more excited, eerie laugh amid its frantic struggles, like a persistent curse. A deep wound, visible to the bone, was torn open on the rat's back. The white madman threw his strange weapon to the ground. His hands, like sharp claws, infused with black energy waves, fiercely stabbed into the rat's flesh and blood, gripping its spine tightly. His unique blood demon sequence ability activated. The rat's energy flowed through black chains extending from the white madman's body, pouring continuously into him. The rat let out a piercing scream as its body gradually shrank and its breath rapidly weakened. The Red Makeup mourner suddenly pulled back her water sleeves. She stepped with strange movements, swinging the sleeves up and down, drawing mysterious runes in the air. Your husband, in a place of joy, and I, in a place of heartbreak. Her singing was melodious, yet hauntingly tragic. Red Makeup, mourner, as she shouted this with a voice that echoed through the sky, suddenly a team of paper figures appeared in the void nearby. Piercing Swona horns shattered the sky. The eerie paper figures, dressed in bright red festive clothes, played instruments and flew out of the void, resembling a wedding procession. However, in the center of the procession, where the bride's sedan should have been, there was instead a huge red coffin carried by 4 paper figures. The strange funeral procession, with the sound of a trumpet piercing the sky, combined with the red makeup and strange singing voice of the mourners. This scene made Lin Fan and others watching the battlefield feel chills and fear. This was truly a funeral procession in red makeup. The paper figures surrounding the suffering, struggling creature called the nightmare rat kept spinning. When the eerie trumpet sound reached its peak, the red coffin suddenly opened, and an irresistible, powerful suction pulled the nightmare rat into the coffin. The lid then slammed shut with a loud bang. White Crazy Man quickly dodged and flew out at the last moment, still holding the spine of the nightmare rat. His body was covered in black-purple blood, and the crazed smile on his face had disappeared. Instead, he was extremely alert to the red coffin, which made him feel uneasy. Inside the coffin, the nightmare rat was frantically struggling. The lid was pushed open repeatedly and then slammed shut again. The trumpet sound grew sharper and more urgent, like a storm, as if urging the bride to leave quickly. The red makeup funeral floated down onto the coffin. Just as the nightmare rat was about to open the lid for the last time, a concentrated mental attack suddenly struck White Crazy Man's head from afar. Then, the coffin lid was slammed down hard, and there was no more movement. The trumpet sound suddenly turned into a joyful tune, and blood lines appeared winding around the red makeup funeral. Her bright red palace dress became even more dazzling, and her pale paper face gradually came to life. A beautiful woman's face slowly appeared. Then, her entire body transformed from paper into a real living person. Meanwhile, White Crazy Man in the distance also began to change. His aura became more violent, and his energy fluctuations grew stronger. But his expression changed rapidly. The final blow from the nightmare rat made his already chaotic mind even more fragmented. 2 consciousnesses inside him engaged in an intense, unprecedented battle. The red makeup funeral was the first to recover. Before it could become even more powerful, the nightmare rat was swallowed by the red coffin, which continuously transmitted energy to it, allowing it to break through again. At this moment, the red makeup funeral looked more like a lively, enchanting woman. Only her pair of scarlet eyes still greedily stared at White Crazy Man, who was struggling nearby. Boom! A powerful mental storm erupted from the white madman's body. In Lin Fan's insightful eye, the mental mark belonging to the white madman had disappeared. At this moment, the figure standing there was completely controlled by the mysterious and strange power of Huangyao village. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, the figure moved its body, its red eyes scanning the scene. When it saw Lin Fan and others, a fierce expression appeared on its face. Huh. The taste of food. Suddenly sensing the greedy gaze of the red makeup mourner, it showed a wild smile, and its words became smoother. You want to eat me? Then I will let you eat. Countless black, twisted arms appeared from behind, like giant black snakes, clawing and rushing toward the red makeup mourner. The Swona's sound grew louder again. Both powerful strange beings longed to devour each other to become whole. The red makeup mourner, carrying the paper wedding procession and the large red coffin, charged straight ahead. Boom! A huge explosion caused everyone's ears, including Lin Fan's, to go temporarily deaf. A violent shockwave swept through the sky and earth, dispersing the thick fog in the sky. The village's houses instantly turned into ruins. Vehicles outside Lin Fan's divine domain were torn apart by the fierce storm. Except for Lin Fan, Lin Ming, Tang Xiaoxiao, and a few others, everyone else was knocked unconscious. Lin Fan's insightful eye could no longer detect the 2 strange figures, only seeing 2 powerful energies colliding fiercely. After a long time, Lin Fan and others faintly heard the strange, crazy laughter from the white madman's body, the bizarre singing voice of the red makeup mourner, and the loud sound of the Swona echoing through the sky. After another collision, the 2 strange beings revealed their figures. The white madman was badly injured, with one arm broken and his breath weak. On the red makeup mourner's side, all the paper wedding figures had been destroyed, leaving only the red coffin beneath its feet, covered with deep claw marks. Its bright red palace dress was torn and tattered, After a fierce battle, the red makeup mourner finally gained the upper hand. Suddenly, two water sleeves appeared again in its hands. Where the husband is, in happiness. The wife is, in heartbreak. Red makeup mourner. The large red coffin suddenly surged upward, transforming into a giant abyssal mouth, aiming to swallow the white madman. Feeling an unprecedented danger, the white madman hurriedly retreated at high speed, quickly becoming a blurry shadow. However, the red morning dress was even faster. Two water sleeves like white snakes reached ahead of time, tightly binding the fleeing white madman and pulling him sharply toward the coffin. The white madman let out a reluctant roar of anger. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the coffin, a huge black arm behind him suddenly curled back, tightly wrapping around the red morning dress. Both figures fell simultaneously into the enormous red coffin. Boom! The coffin lid sealed shut perfectly. The huge red coffin lost all support and suddenly fell from the air, landing heavily on the back of Lin Fan's heavily modified, extremely sturdy pickup truck, producing a deep, dull crash. The reinforced rear bed of Lin Fan's truck, along with the items inside, was instantly crushed and deformed, fragments flying everywhere. Even the faint golden divine domain that had been protecting the convoy and providing a weak shield shattered like fragile glass under this violent force, scattering into countless sparkling points of light. Puff! The divine domain was forcibly broken open. Lin Fan, as the host, was struck back, feeling a sharp sensation in his throat, and nearly spat out blood. Qin Wen and others quickly helped Lin Fan up, all nervously staring at the vibrating red coffin inside the truck bed. The heavy impact sounded like a hammer pounding on everyone's hearts. Lin Fan suddenly let out a furious roar, startling everyone nearby. Boss, what's wrong? Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Meng, Zhang Long, Chu Sun, and others quickly gathered around Lin Fan. Strange potion. The last 3 bottles of strange potion. They've been smashed. Lin Fan looked heartbroken at the crushed heavy-duty pickup. The 3 bottles of strange potion he had obtained from transforming the fire seed were also shattered. Those 3 bottles of strange potion could have given the convoy 3 different sequence abilities. He never expected that, in this situation, they would all be lost. Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Lin Fan, thinking, why are you still thinking about this now? Qin Wen kept comforting Lin Fan. Boss, let's consider it a loss and move on. First, we need to save ourselves. On the surface of the coffin, the dark red patterns seemed to come alive, beating violently. A suffocating, chaotic, and terrifying aura burst out like a tangible tide. The coffin lid was pushed up forcefully from inside, making a grating squeak as if it might be torn open at any moment. If the 2 terrifying beings inside the coffin escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this critical moment, Lin Fan's mind was suddenly filled with the cold, mechanical voice of the system. Detected high-level mysterious object. Crimson soul-hiding coffin. This object can be transformed into the core of the host's divine domain. Do you want to spend 50,000 divine points to strengthen the divine domain? 50,000 points, almost all of his current savings. These were all his divine points, earned after he started living a better life, not yet used for revenge. Now, before he could even warm up, the system was about to consume them all. But seeing the coffin about to burst open, feeling the terrifying aura capable of destroying everything, Lin Fan dared not hesitate for a moment. Confirm the enhancement. Buzz. A powerful, ancient, and mysterious force, blending a hint of divinity and eeriness, erupted explosively around Lin Fan. His divine domain expanded again, this time not in a faint gold but in a dark gold, flowing with countless tiny mysterious runes. This power first enveloped the heavy pickup truck that had turned into a sheet of metal. An astonishing scene unfolded. The broken vehicle body dissolved and reformed like flowing liquid under the dark gold glow. The vehicle grew stronger, its front becoming more ferocious, resembling an ancient beast. The original rear bed disappeared completely, replaced by a larger, heavier dark gold coffin. The dark gold coffin merged seamlessly with the vehicle, bearing a symbol of the divine realm fleet, enlarged several times. The previously violently shaking crimson coffin was completely swallowed by this larger coffin. The entire vehicle transformed into a strange ghostly chariot carrying a huge coffin. Meanwhile, a dark gold divine domain spread out from this coffin ghostly vehicle, like a flowing river of mercury. Its range expanded several times, deepening into a more profound dark gold. Divine domain enhancement complete. The divine burial domain. Centered around the host's coffin-shaped spiritual vehicle, it can cover a 300-meter radius based on the host's will. Within this domain, it effectively weakens the invasion of lower-level strange entities. Members of the Divine Kingdom Convoy recover their injuries and energy much faster. Divine Domain Thunder Punishment. Activated once every 7 days, it unleashes the power of the Divine Burial Domain to summon a purifying thunderstorm, causing a destructive, indiscriminate attack on all hostile targets within the domain. Its strength and range depend on the host's power and the number and strength of divine followers. Divine Burial. It can activate the coffin to swallow and suppress strange targets weaker than the host's current overall strength, transforming them into pure energy. This energy nourishes the Divine Burial Domain and all members of the Divine Convoy. As the system prompts, Lin Fan clearly feels as if he has become one with the coffin-shaped spiritual vehicle. A pure, powerful energy continuously flows from the coffin into his body. The previously consumed strength is instantly replenished, and he feels a faint improvement. He looks around. Lin Meng, Tang Xiaoxiao, Qin Wen, and others also show surprise, clearly sensing the sudden surge of energy. Their fatigue disappears, and they feel better than ever. The other members of the Divine Convoy also wake up under this pure energy, each feeling the strength growing inside them with joy. Lin Fan gazes at the dark gold coffin. The once bright red coffin has been swallowed by it. The intense mental waves from the two opposing consciousnesses inside have now calmed. The broken body of the white madman has completely vanished. In its place lies the red bride, quietly resting inside the coffin, an unconscious, strange entity. It is firmly suppressed by the dark gold coffin, constantly absorbing power and feeding it back to every member of the Divine Convoy. The crisis is temporarily over, and even in this danger, they have gained an incredible boost. Lin Fan strokes the mysterious coffin-shaped spiritual vehicle beside him, feeling the immense power brought by the Divine Burial Domain. His heart is filled with mixed emotions. The coffin-shaped spiritual vehicle will become the absolute core of the Divine Convoy, their moving fortress and source of strength in the apocalypse. The newly acquired Divine Burial skill gives Lin Fan even greater confidence. Members of the Divine Convoy look at the mysterious coffin-shaped spiritual vehicle in front of them, feeling their bodies grow stronger constantly. They all show expressions of joy, although the strange presence in the village has disappeared. However, Lin Fan and Qin Wen exchanged a worried look, both filled with deep concern. From the strange behavior of the madman Bai and the conversation about Red Makeup's funeral, they guessed that the two strange beings knew each other. This also indirectly suggested that the anomalies in the end times were not isolated entities. They had awareness, and perhaps there was some unknown order or organization behind them. The beginning of the end was a projection of a strange world merging with reality, causing frequent strange events in the real world. Could it be that these two anomalies originally belonged to the strange world? The eruption of the blood moon tides accelerated the merging of the strange world with reality. Both of their faces showed serious expressions. Survival would become even more difficult. Lin Fan shook his head as if trying to clear these heavy thoughts. He rubbed his face hard and forced a relaxed smile. He patted Qin Wen on the shoulder. Don't think too far ahead. Things will work out when the time comes. We're also getting stronger all the time. Now is the best time to train while the energy from the funeral coffin feedback is abundant. Qin Wen looked at Lin Fan's smiling face and felt incredibly reassured. This man, who aimed to become the god of the end times, always created miracles in desperate situations. In many dangerous moments, he could resolve threats in unbelievable ways, as if he were a divine being sent from heaven. Maybe one day, he would truly become a god. Suppressing his worries, Qin Wen quickly entered a meditative state, absorbing the pure spiritual energy constantly coming from the funeral coffin. Lin Fan looked around cautiously. The college students and survivors had not yet awakened. The divine burial domain seemed capable of automatically distinguishing the divine kingdom convoy members. Even though they were inside the divine burial domain, they received no energy feedback. While watching the ordinary members of the convoy organize their vehicles, he suddenly sensed a burst of pure, strange medicinal aura coming from the 3 shattered bottles of strange medicine. Unexpectedly, after being absorbed by the funeral coffin, the aura became extremely pure and flowed toward Qin Wen, whose mental strength was the strongest. It instantly entered his body. Qin Wen, who was meditating with his eyes closed, let out a painful scream. His body trembled violently, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around. Qin Wen, what's wrong with him? Don't move him. Lin Fan raised his hand to stop, his gaze sharp as he looked at Qin Wen. He's gained a new opportunity. Upon hearing this, everyone suppressed their worries and quickly gathered around Qin Wen, watching his changing condition with tense anticipation. Qin Wen's body trembled more and more, blue veins bulging on his forehead, and sweat soaked through his clothes instantly. Even more shocking was that his short black hair was turning snow white at a visible speed and growing rapidly, transforming into shoulder-length silver hair. His once youthful face also looked a few years older. Second sequence. Qin Wen has awakened the second sequence, Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed. While others were still struggling to awaken their own abilities, Qin Wen had already awakened the second sequence. As Qin Wen's aura gradually stabilized, a system prompt sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Host, Divine Disciple Qin Wen, awaken the second sequence, the Strange Contract Seeker sequence. Strange Contract Seeker sequence. A unique talent that allows signing soul contracts with strange entities. Once the contract is successful, the contracted entity will be in sync with the contractee's mind, as if they are one. The ability to contract with strange entity sequences. Qin Wen's luck is truly extraordinary. However, the strength of this ability largely depends on the strength of the contract target. Contracting a low-level strange entity would be a waste. But right now, there is an excellent choice. Lin Fan thought, and the figure of the red bride sent to the funeral within the burial coffin appeared above the coffin. Its consciousness had already vanished, leaving only its strange instincts and various abilities, like a blank slate. Qin Wen, do you want a wife or not? Lin Fan shouted loudly. Qin Wen suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were no longer the usual color, but turned into 2 deep, dark whirlpools. Within the whirlpools, a faint reflection of a slender figure dressed in red could be seen. He immediately understood Lin Fan's meaning. There was no better contract target than this unconscious red bride sent to the funeral. He raised his hand, and his fingertips slowly traced a complex, ancient contract rune made of mental energy. The moment the rune took shape, the entire divine burial realm trembled slightly. With my soul, I contract your spirit. Live and die together, like shadows following the body. Qin Wen's voice was deep and hoarse, like an ancient deity whispering, filled with an old rhythm. As he chanted, a red spiritual light shot from his eyes, connecting to the forehead of the red bride sent to the funeral. The red-clad figure began the funeral procession, trembling unconsciously. An intricate and mysterious rune appeared on its forehead. After a while, the dark whirlpool in Qin Wen's eyes calmed down and returned to clarity, but the silver hair remained striking. He waved at the red-clad figure. A red figure slowly appeared behind him. Its outline was the same as the previous red-clad funeral figure, but its aura now came from the same source as Qin Wen's and had dropped to a level comparable to his current strength. Next, Qin Wen reached out and grabbed the blood-red umbrella on the ground. In the void, his hand moved, and the red umbrella appeared in the hand of the red-clad figure behind him. The red-clad funeral figure stood quietly behind Qin Wen, holding the red umbrella like his most loyal shadow. It no longer had independent thoughts, only absolute obedience and protection for its master. Qin Wen slowly exhaled a breath, feeling the strange but clear connection between his mind and the figure behind him. A sense of stability and power he had never felt before surged in his heart. Everyone looked at this unbelievable scene with shock. Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back her curiosity. She moved closer and carefully poked the red-clad funeral figure's cheek with her finger. Seeing no response, she finally let out a long breath. Just now, she sensed a faint threat from the red-clad funeral figure behind Qin. She hadn't expected that the once powerful and strange figure, which had chased the convoy like a rabbit, had now become Qin's loyal guardian. Then, with a curious look, she tapped and pinched the red-clad figure, as if discovering a fun toy. "What are you doing?" Qin glared angrily at Tang Xiaoxiao and reached out to stop her mischievous hands. "TSK, so you have a wife now and forgot your brothers. Can't even touch her." Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and looked at Qin with disdain. "How do you feel?" Lin Fan asked with concern. Qin's face showed a genuine smile. "Boss, I've never felt this good before." He pointed to the red-clad figure behind him. "Little Red now shares my thoughts. I can command her as if controlling my own body. When I'm in danger, she will automatically defend and counterattack. Although her current strength isn't as great as in her prime, she will grow in sync with my abilities." He paused, raised the bronze compass in his hand, and a look of relief appeared in his eyes. "The most important thing is the side effect transfer. The side effects of the bronze compass can be passed on to her, so I won't have to worry about using it again." He looked at the bronze compass in his hand, feeling a dull pain in his chest. "It's very useful, but the side effects are too strong." Lin Fan pointed at Qin's white hair, showing concern. Qin smiled bitterly. "The cost is high, but it's worth it." Zhang Long and the others showed sneaky smiles. Under Tang Xiaoxiao's encouragement, they teased, "Wow, you used to call her strange, and now you're calling her Little Red. Captain Qin, you really need to hold yourself back. This might be crossing a line between races. In the future, when danger comes, we'll rely more on sister-in-law to protect us." "Ha ha." Faced with his friend's teasing, Qin calmly wiped his glasses, a proud smile on his face. "Bah, you're just jealous and envious." Now, he was no longer the helpless helper who needed protection and had no fighting ability. His ability as a contract seer made him one of the top fighters in the team. The Spirit Grandma village was now in ruins, with most villagers dead or injured. Only a 4-year-old girl remained, still unconscious along with a college student. Zhang Long led people to check the vehicles. During the recent fight, several cars were damaged badly. It would take at least an hour to repair them fully. Lin Fan looked at the sky in the east, where dawn was breaking. He decided to wait until the sun was fully up before leaving. He arranged for the team's cook to start a fire and prepare food. Zhang Long led others to repair the vehicles quickly, while everyone else organized supplies. The whole team started working efficiently. Tang Xiaoxiao sat close to Qin, curious, and looked at the red-haired girl behind him. She encouraged him. "Qin, can your Little Red perform a show? Maybe spin an umbrella or sing a song. She used to love singing, right?" Qin rolled his eyes and said annoyed. "She has no free will now. She only follows my orders. Plus, her ability is for fighting and protection, not for performing." However, he still moved his mind and made Red Makeup's paper umbrella spin gracefully, creating a streak of red light particles, which partially satisfied Tang Xiaoxiao's curiosity. Suddenly, a sharp, painful scream came from the college student's side. Everyone immediately entered a fighting stance. Red Makeup, floating in midair behind Qin, spun the blood-red paper umbrella rapidly, emanating a terrifying aura. Looking over, they saw that some of the college students were waking up one after another. When they saw the devastated village, especially the strange funeral coffin ghost car behind Lin Fan and others, and the quiet Red Makeup standing beside Qin, their faces instantly turned pale with fear, and they shouted loudly. However, when they saw that the members of the Divine Nation convoy looked calm and moved in an orderly manner, they realized the danger had passed. Although they didn't understand why Red Makeup appeared among the Divine Nation convoy during the funeral procession, surviving was already a blessing, and no one dared to ask more. Their eyes on the Divine Nation convoy showed relief for surviving, but also a deep respect for the strong. After Zhang Long announced to set out at dawn, they immediately hurriedly began to organize the few remaining supplies. The survivors had suffered heavy casualties in the previous battle. Now, only 6 remained, but 2 of them were sequence ability users. They knew that although joining the Divine Nation convoy as official members was the best choice, Lin Fan had not agreed yet, and the subtle change in mindset after becoming sequence ability users made them hesitant. This led the two sequence ability users to also consider forming their own convoy, and they set their sights on the heavily damaged college student team. After communicating with Zhang Wei and a few other college student team sequence ability users, the survivors officially merged with the college students to form a new convoy called Hope Team. The Hope Team had 6 sequence ability users, nearly matching the strength of the Divine Nation convoy. However, in terms of power, red makeup behind Qin Wen could easily crush them. Zhang Wei became the leader of this new team, with the deputy leader being a middle-aged male sequence ability user named Lu Shan. Lin Fan didn't say anything about this and let them do as they pleased. Chu Sun quietly complained, "They've been relying on us from the start to survive, and now they form a new team without even asking for our opinion. They just got lucky and became sequence ability users, thinking they're standing tall." Most members of the Divine Nation team shared Chu Sun's thoughts. To them, survivors were just followers of the team. When someone suddenly formed a new team with college students, everyone felt a sense of betrayal. Eat. Do you think this childish game is worth your attention? Tang Xiaoxiao gently tapped Chu Sun with her chopsticks. In her eyes, even a pile of trash was just more trash. That's human nature. Qin Wen savored his rice porridge. His mood was good because awakening his second ability sequence. Red makeup had been seated in the passenger seat. Attitudes change with strength. But Zhang Wei is a bit dangerous. Lu Shan and Xiao Si don't seem trustworthy. Maybe, in the end, these simple-minded college students will be played by those two. Xiao Si was another female ability user among the survivors, around 30 years old. She usually didn't talk much and always smiled when looking at others. Our situation isn't related. We're not on the same path. Lin Fan glanced at the red makeup in Qin Wen's car and said, "Qin Wen, why didn't you call your sister-in-law to eat with us?" Everyone burst into laughter. Qin Wen choked on his porridge and coughed several times. "Boss, you're teasing me. My sister-in-law is thrifty and saves food for us. She decided never to eat to save supplies," Qin Wen said irritably. Lin Fan gave a thumbs up and sincerely praised. "Truly a virtuous woman." Laughter echoed through the ruins of the Divine Nation team. After such a long time of life and death escape, everyone's nerves were stretched tight. Now, they finally relaxed. Not far away, Lu Shan watched the happy scene of the Divine Nation team. His eyes were complicated, filled with envy and a hint of jealousy. He exchanged a look with Xiao Si beside him. Both saw in each other's eyes a strong desire for power. He hoped their team was also eating, but their food was only biscuits and other quick snacks, far worse than the hot meals of the Divine Nation team. Lu Shan kept encouraging the new team members, painting a bright future. "Hang in there. Once we reach the next supply point, with our 6 ability users, we can gather more and better supplies. One day, we will be just like the Divine Nation team." After speaking, Lu Shan looked at Zhang Wei nearby, signaling him to say a few words. Zhang Wei, who was not good at speaking, saw everyone looking at him with hopeful eyes. His face involuntarily turned red, and he quietly said, "Captain Lu is right." Yu Weining angrily looked at Zhang Wei, annoyed that he didn't speak up, and secretly pinched him. Lu Shan smiled warmly as he watched the awkward Zhang Wei, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Zhang Wei, the boss is calling you." Zhang Bao ran over and shouted at Zhang Wei, urging him to go quickly, then left without looking back. Zhang Wei didn't dare delay. He hurriedly got up and headed toward the Divine Nation convoy. Seeing this, Lu Shan also stood up and followed. "Congratulations, Captain Zhang," Lin Fan said with a smile. Zhang Wei repeatedly waved his hands, saying he didn't dare. In front of Lin Fan, he felt like just playing around as a team leader. "I hope our convoy isn't as strong as the Divine Nation convoy. We're just sticking together for safety," Lu Shan said with a smile as he sat beside Zhang Wei. Lin Fan tilted his head and looked at him. Zhang Bao softly said, "Boss, it's the group of survivors we saved earlier. Now he's the deputy team leader." Zhang Bao's contemptuous tone made Lu Shan furious. Although he was rescued by the Divine Nation convoy, he was now a sequence ability user and the deputy leader of the Hope convoy, which had 6 sequence ability users. But Zhang Bao, an ordinary person from the Divine Nation convoy, showed him no respect. After spending so much time together, Lu Shan knew Lin Fan's temper well. Although he had awakened a sequence ability, In Lin Fan's eyes, he was nothing. If he showed even a hint of dissatisfaction, he would definitely be treated like a ginseng in the divine nation's fields. Lu Shan's face remained calm, always wearing a humble smile. Lin Fan continued, Zhang Wei, tell me more about Qingfu Temple. After dawn, we'll set out for Wan'an City. Zhang Wei lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, Qingfu Temple is located on the outskirts of Wan'an City. On the day the apocalypse happened, we happened to be studying in Wan'an City. To escape the strange phenomena, we ran into the temple. That's also where my sequence ability awakened. At that time, Master Mingkong in the temple also awakened his sequence ability and took in many survivors. But later, the strange phenomena in Wan'an City increased, and Qingfu Temple eventually fell. The bronze compass was a lucky find when we escaped. How can you be sure there are still 3 strange objects inside Qingfu Temple? Qin Wen asked Zhang Wei, his eyes filled with suspicion. Because, including this compass, there are 4 strange objects. These are sacred items that have been worshipped at Qingfu Temple for generations. Zhang Wei replied confidently. I saw Master Mingkong being mysteriously killed. I only managed to take one of the objects with me. The other 3 should still be inside the temple. Lin Fan and Qin Wen exchanged a glance. Zhang Wei's words couldn't be fully trusted, but they couldn't dismiss them either. The temptation of the 3 strange objects was indeed strong. Although the divine state convoy kept growing stronger, Lu Chang's shadow still loomed over them. They feared they might encounter trouble at any moment. Strengthening the convoy was urgent. Both decided to continue heading to Qingfu Temple. Lin Fan spoke, Zhang Wei, as agreed. You take us to Qingfu Temple. Once we confirm there are indeed 3 strange objects, we will part ways. Zhang Wei nodded. He understood that once they reached Qingfu Temple, his value would diminish. Staying with the divine state convoy might eventually lead to him being swallowed up. Separating was the best choice. Lu Shan secretly kept blaming Zhang Wei. Why did he reveal such important information to the divine state convoy? Those were 3 strange objects. If the Hope convoy got them, their strength would improve greatly. His resentment towards Zhang Wei grew. Just as everyone was about to part ways, Xiao Si and Yu Weinian came over, carrying the only remaining little girl from Ling Grandma Village in their arms. The girl kept crying in Yu Weinian's embrace. Captain Lin. Hello, Xiao Si said straightforwardly. I'm Xiao Si. Who in the divine state convoy should take care of this little girl? Xiao Si immediately handed the girl over to the convoy. Everyone present understood that the girl was a burden at this moment. But Xiao Si believed that since Lin Fan had saved her, he should take responsibility. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't respond, Xiao Si continued, Captain Lin, you know that the Hope Convoy was just formed and is still facing difficulties. Most members are college students who struggle to take care of themselves, let alone a girl under 5. Besides, you saved this girl. Surely you wouldn't want to see her suffer. She turned to Yu Weinian. What do you think, Weinian? Yu Weinian, no longer proud as she was when she called herself the student council president, looked at Lin Fan with a hint of fear in her eyes. Captain Lin, we all know you're a good person, or you wouldn't have helped us, said Yu Weinian. Lin Fan ignored her. These college students were young and impulsive, not realizing they were being used as pawns. He looked at Xiao Si with interest, thinking that Qin Wen was right. A person's attitude really can change with their strength. When they were just surviving under the protection of the Divine Nation convoy, these people never dared to openly trouble him, fearing abandonment. Now that they've awakened their special abilities, they've learned to speak carefully and subtly. Wasn't it you who, crying and shouting, asked to be saved? Lin Fan said impatiently. What? Are you only interested in being a good person and not willing to face the consequences? Not all good deeds are guaranteed. If the college students can't take care of her, isn't that your job? From now on, you'll be responsible for her. If I find out she's been hurt, even a little, he paused meaningfully, you'll have a worse time than her. But, seeing Lin Fan entrust the girl to him, Xiao Si was panicked. She had planned to dump this burden on the Divine Nation convoy to appear caring and to lighten their load. But with just one word from Lin Fan, the burden was back on her. The others didn't dare to argue. She wanted to protest, but Lu Shan stepped in just in time. Lu Shan quickly noticed the suspicious looks from the Divine Nation convoy and forced a smile, pulling the others away hurriedly. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. See? That's why I don't want to accept them. Everyone has their own little plans. I'm afraid one bad apple will spoil the whole barrel. Qinwen nodded faintly. The boss is right. The core team values quality over quantity. Better to have fewer, capable members than many unreliable ones. At that moment, Lu Shan, walking back, suddenly said to Zhang Wei, Captain, we need to think carefully about the matter at Qingfu Temple. Zhang Wei looked at Lu Shan with confusion, not understanding why he brought up Qingfu Temple. Lu Shan glanced around cautiously, lowering his voice. There are 3 strange objects in Qingfu Temple. We might have a chance to get them. Wow, Zhang Wei gasped. He didn't expect Lu Shan to dare to target the Divine Nation convoy, trying to steal from under their noses. This might not be a good idea, and besides, we can't compete with the Divine Nation. Lu Shan smiled meaningfully and patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. Captain, you're still young. Remember, anything is possible. The sun had fully risen, clearing the thick fog that covered an area of over 50 kilometers and bringing some warmth. News came from Zhonglong that the vehicles had been repaired. Everyone, get in the car and let's go, Lin Fan ordered. Qinwen's off-road vehicle led the way, with the quiet funeral procession sitting calmly in the passenger seat. While repairing the vehicle, Zhonglong thoughtfully changed the single bed in the truck bed into a double bed, which made Qinwen furious, and he beat him up. Lin Fan's funeral hearse followed behind. The divine burial domain emitted a faint dark gold glow, surrounding the entire Divine Nation convoy with the funeral hearse as the center. The convoy traveled along a broken road, flanked by deserted fields and ruined buildings. Occasionally, low-level strange creatures wandered nearby, but they instinctively avoided the convoy once they sensed the intimidating aura from the funeral hearse. Zizi, boss, in about 20 minutes, we will enter Wanted City. However, there is a human life energy fluctuation ahead, with about 200 people, probably a convoy. Qinwen's voice came through the vehicle radio. Can we go around? Lin Fan asked, eager to reach Qingfu Temple without complications. After a moment, Qinwen's voice sounded again. Boss, we can't go around. The only road into Wanted City is blocked by that group of people. So many people blocking the road. Could they be roadblockers? Lin Fan spoke into the radio. Everyone stay alert. Don't reveal our destination. He then looked out the window with a faint bad feeling. This trip to Qingfu Temple might not go smoothly. The arrival of the Divine Nation convoy drew the attention of the people involved in the trade, especially because the entire convoy consisted of heavy-duty pickups, with a particularly strange-looking funeral hearse that resembled an ancient fierce beast, giving off a cold, intimidating aura. Qinwen, Xiao Xiao, Xiaomeng, let's go take a look. Others stay alert, said the leader. Got it, boss, replied the others. Lin Fan and his group got out of the car, followed by Zhang Wei and Lu Shan, who also approached with curious looks. They walked through the busy trading area toward the main figures of the 2 convoy groups. The crowd automatically parted, and curious, probing, or even suspicious eyes focused on them. On the left side of the road, several modified luxury-looking escort vehicles caught the eye. Lin Fan had seen similar cars on TV. They were usually used by big stars. Standing beside the cars were men and women dressed in ancient costumes. Some of them looked familiar, famous celebrities who had appeared on many media outlets and had countless fans. At this moment, they looked numb and exhausted, with fearful expressions in their eyes, standing still. In the middle was a fat man wearing a bright yellow dragon robe that was too tight on his bloated body, making him look awkward. He was ignoring everyone else and was holding a flamboyantly dressed woman. His fat hand was boldly reaching into her low-cut dress, roughly groping, while he occasionally let out lewd laughter. The woman was none other than Zhong Chu-Chu, a national star before the apocalypse. She was once a top-tier actress, and her TV dramas were well known even to people like Lin Fan who didn't follow dramas. She used to be a pure and innocent goddess in the hearts of many, even more so than celebrities like Chu Sun, who was considered a national beauty. Now, her face, which once captivated many, was forced into a fake, flattering smile as she lay on the disgusting fat man. She kept adjusting her position to make it easier for his hand to reach into her dress. As her body moved, her white skin was exposed, with faint purple marks from bruises visible on her. Next to them stood a middle-aged man dressed in plain, eunuch-like clothing, with a gloomy expression, fanning them with a fan. Behind the man in the dragon robe, there were 4 young men with similar facial features, dressed in imitation ancient warrior armor. Like the man in the dragon robe, they exuded the aura of sequence ability users, but only the man in the dragon robe was a level 2 sequence ability user. This scene really looked like a scene from an ancient court drama. A few nearby business cars still had the words, Jinfei Chuan Drama Group, faintly visible. Wow, what a star-studded lineup, Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed behind Lin Fan. Boss, there are so many big stars here. TSK. Life is like a play, all about strength. In the past, if I wanted to see them, I had to buy tickets or subscribe to memberships. Zhang Wei and Lu Shan were even more stunned, especially Lu Shan, whose eyes flickered over the once unreachable female stars, showing both regret and a faint twisted excitement. The chubby emperor saw Lin Fan and the others approaching, shifting his attention from Zhong Chuchu. He squinted his small, fat-filled eyes and looked at Lin Fan with interest. He patted Zhong Chuchu's cheek like he was playing with a toy, then said to Lin Fan and the others, "Hey, little guys over there, what kind of convoy are you from? Seeing me, you should come and pay respects." Lin Fan looked disdainfully at the fat, robe-wearing man, thinking he really believed that wearing a robe made him an emperor. At this moment, 4 young men dressed as warriors stepped forward, glaring angrily. "My dad is asking you. Why don't you come and pay respects?" When they spoke disrespectfully to Lin Fan, Lin Ming and Tang Xiaoxiao took a step forward, their powerful presence making the 4 young men retreat a step. Just as tensions were rising, a fair-skinned young man from the right-side convoy stepped out, smiling and saying, "Calm down. Meeting in the end of the world is fate. No need for a big fight. Let me introduce. This is Emperor Zhao Dafu from the Imperial Convoy, a level 2 delusionalist. The 4 princes are Zhao Jun, Zhao Lin, Zhao Tian, and Zhao Xia, all level 1 guardians." Wow, he really believed in the hierarchy, even naming his sons with titles like ruling the world. Lin Fan observed this fair young man, who had been watching the scene, and didn't expect him to reveal so much about the Imperial Convoy. Behind him stood 4 more people, a short-haired woman with a long sword on her back, a tall, bald man nearly 2 meters tall like a tower, a one-eyed man with a fierce, snake-like gaze, and a young woman with a fit and agile build. Seeing Lin Fan's scrutinizing look, the fair-skinned man smiled slightly and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Zheng, the leader of the Fairness Team. Behind me are Ouyang Qian, Fang Shi, Lu Yi, and Yao Qing." When Zhou Zheng introduced his team, he kept it simple, just giving their names. Lin Fan nodded and said expressionlessly, "Leader of the Divine Nation Team, Lin Fan. My teammates are Qin 1, Tang Xiaoxiao, and Lin Ming." Like Zhou Zheng, Lin Fan only shared their names. Lu Shan quickly spoke up, "Vice leader of the Hope Team, Lu Shan. This is our leader, Zhang Wei." However, Zhou Zheng and the others didn't pay much attention to Lu Shan and Zhang Wei, making Lu Shan feel slighted. Ouyang Qian, with her sword on her back, kept her eyes fixed on Tang Xiaoxiao, and the two exchanged intense glances. Fang Shi, with a simple and honest expression, was observing Lin Ming, who was also tall. Lu Yi, the one-eyed man, stared greedily at the distant Divine Nation team and the funeral carriage in the distance. Yao Qing, with a white cloth wrapped around her hand, looked indifferent. Qin Wen spoke to Lin Fan, "Boss, Zhou Zheng is a level 2 explorer, Ouyang Qian is a level 2 swordsman, Fang Shi is a level 2 berserker, Lu Yi is a level 2 smoke user, and Yao Qing is a level 1 fighter." Using the Explorer sequence abilities combined with the Bronze Compass, Qin Wen had already seen the levels and abilities of the opponents clearly. Zhou Zheng's pupils shrank slightly when he heard this, surprised that Qin Wen could see through their strengths so easily. "Haha, I didn't expect your team to be full of hidden talents. It makes me look a bit petty. We are currently trading supplies with the Imperial team. If the 2 leaders are not in a hurry, we can exchange useful supplies and share some information about the apocalypse." Lin Fan wasn't very concerned about supplies, as the Divine Nation team was small and well-stocked, but information about the end of the world was very valuable. He then agreed to Zhou Zheng's invitation, arranging for Zhang Long and others to rest and take the unused supplies to trade. Zhao Dafu stood up, trembling as he walked over. His face no longer showed arrogance. He smiled kindly and said, "Please don't mind. My ability is sometimes effective and sometimes not. I just had a bad spell. I like making friends. Let's sit together tonight." At this moment, Lu Yi slowly stood up and looked at Lin Fan. He asked, "Are you trading that car with the coffin?" Lin Fan shook his head. Lu Yi continued, "Are you afraid I can't afford it? I'm afraid you won't live long enough to buy it." Lu Yi didn't get angry after hearing this. He just chuckled and turned to leave. Because of the arrival of the Divine Nation convoy and the Hope convoy, everyone decided to extend the trading time by 1 day. They agreed to meet again the next day with Zhao Dafu and Zhou Zheng. Lin Fan and the others headed toward the convoy. With the addition of the Divine Nation and Hope convoys, the temporary market became much busier. Lin Fan saw Zhang Long and others had set up a large stall, displaying various supplies that the convoy didn't need. Zhang Long also put up a sign that said, "Vehicle repair." Surprisingly, business was very good, and he had already taken several repair jobs. Lin Fan didn't bother them, trusting that Zhang Long was in charge of the convoy's supplies. He walked to the back of the convoy and looked at Zhang Wei and Lu Shan. Lu Shan was looking down, lost in thought. "Remember, don't reveal anything about the Chengfu Temple. You know the consequences." Seeing Lin Fan's warning look, the two quickly promised not to say anything. Lin Fan was very cautious about Lu Shan. Compared to the simple-minded Zhang Wei, Lu Shan seemed to be planning something all along the way. Near the Divine Nation convoy, beside the coffin spirit car, Lin Fan, Qin Wen, Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Ming, Chu Sun, and Wang Tong gathered together. "Boss, it looks like we've been targeted. The Imperial Dynasty convoy isn't a threat, but the Fairness convoy is quite powerful," Qin Wen said, holding a teacup and glancing at the distant Fairness convoy. Just now, Lu Ye's desire to take the coffin spirit car was obvious. Tang Xiaoxiao, holding her sword, said coldly, "Ouyang Qian, who uses a sword, is about as strong as me. Lin Ming should be able to overpower Feng Shi. Lu Yi is from the smoke sequence and isn't a match for the boss. Yao Qing is a level 1 ability user, and Xiao Hong can handle her. Zhou Zheng doesn't know if he has a backup plan. If he's just an explorer with no fighting ability, we don't need to worry about him. Even if he has a backup, with Chu Sun's power, Zhang Long should be able to hold him off. Our advantage. If you're not convinced, let's fight." After Tang Xiaoxiao finished analyzing, Lin Ming and Chu Sun nodded in agreement. Wang Tong looked confused and asked, "Captain Tang, what about me? It seems the matter at the Bianfo Temple can't be kept secret anymore. Lu Shan and others are probably up to no good. The current situation is perfect for us to take advantage of the chaos. You should keep an eye on Zhang Wei and Lu Shan. See what tricks they're planning," Lin Fan said calmly. Since Lu Shan saw the other two convoy groups, he became very worried. Lin Fan no longer expected him to keep quiet. His earlier warning was just a warning shot. "Got it, boss." Wang Tong stood up and headed toward the Hope convoy, disappearing after 2 steps. Qin Wen hesitated for a moment and said, "If we send out just one convoy, we definitely won't take it seriously. I'm worried we might face 2 or even 3 convoy groups at the same time." Lin Ming muttered, "Then I'll fight a few more." Tang Xiaoxiao happily patted Lin Ming on the back. "Xiao Ming is right. No matter how many people they send, it's just more enemies for us." Lin Fan looked at the nearby trading market with sharp eyes. "Tomorrow's gathering won't be a friendly event. Qin Wen, have Xiao Hong follow closely. Also, inform Zhang Long that the convoy can trade, but the team members must stay together. Be ready to fight at any moment. If conflicts happen, just do as I said earlier. Each person fights their own opponent. If the Hope convoy gets involved, don't hold back." "Understood." Lin Fan's eyes turned to the funeral coffin spirit vehicle, and he muttered to himself, "I hope you all are smart. The coffin is empty. I don't mind burying a few more people." He felt no fear. Even if 3 convoy groups joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the Divine Nation convoy. He gently stomped his foot, and the Divine Burial Domain quietly spread out. While Lin Fan and his team discussed, the Fairness convoy and Zhou Zheng's vehicle also gathered nearby. The members of the Fairness convoy huddled together. Lu Yi, with his one eye, radiated a fierce and sinister aura. He said to Zhou Zheng, "Captain Zhou, That coffin-lifting vehicle is definitely a strange device. I can feel a strong energy fluctuation inside, stronger than any strange device we've seen before. Let's discuss how to take them over. Although the God Realm convoy has few people, they seem to have plenty of supplies at their stalls. Ouyang Qian wiped her sword and looked at Lu Yi with disdain. Lu Yi, can you please change that bad habit of yours? Seeing good things, you always want to grab them. Be careful you don't end up losing more than you gain. Lu Yi's eyes sparkled with greed. Qian, it's the end of the world now. Of course, we should take what we need for ourselves. Besides, don't you want to have a fight with that guy who uses a sword? Hearing this, Ouyang Qian's eyes showed a strong fighting spirit. The pressure Tang Xiao gave her was intense, and it really sparked her competitive side. Lu Yi then looked at the large lion-like Feng Shi and the distant Yao Qing. Old Feng, the God Realm convoy has a big bus. It looks much better than your small truck. Yao Qing, don't you like those heavy-duty pickups? Feng Shi chuckled. Bro, I trust you. Yao Qing remained cold. I don't agree, but if you guys decide, I won't oppose it. Seeing they didn't object, Lu Yi eagerly looked at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng smiled at everyone, his eyes deep. Lu Yi, stay calm. The God Realm convoy isn't easy to deal with. Everyone we've seen today is strong. But, he paused, a cold smile appearing on his face. Your idea is worth considering, but to be safe, it's best to involve the Imperial Dynasty convoy's fools. Think carefully about how to persuade Zhao Dafu. A flicker of excitement crossed Lu Yi's single eye. He grinned. Team Zhou, don't worry. The God Realm convoy has something Zhao Dafu likes. Oh? What is it? Zhou Zheng looked at Lu Yi with curiosity. He hadn't expected him to plan so thoroughly. I heard that the big star Chu Sun is in the God Realm convoy. Zhao Dafu, that old silver coin, loves playing with female stars, right? We can give Chu Sun to him. If needed, we can share some supplies with them. Haha, that's perfect. I'll go talk to Zhao Dafu tonight. I don't think he'll refuse. Thinking about grabbing the funeral carriage and the supplies from the God Realm convoy, Lu Yi, Feng Shi, and Zhou Zheng all smiled proudly. Ouyang Qian glanced at them and turned to leave. She wasn't as optimistic as they were. She sensed that the strength of the God Realm convoy was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Compared to the threat from the Divine Nation team, she fears Lu Yi more. He must have his own plans, and on the surface, he gets along well with everyone in the team. However, Ouyang Qian feels that deep down, he never truly feels like he belongs to the team. Anyone could become his tool for his own benefit. In a crisis, he would not hesitate to sacrifice everyone to save himself. This person is too selfish. As the sunset fades, the trading market remains lively. Smoke rises above the Divine Nation team's camp. Inside the Hope team's vehicle, Lu Shan sees Lin Fan and others preparing to eat, so he calls over the sequence ability users in the team. He lowers his voice, with a look of barely contained excitement. Captain Zhang, everyone, our chance has come. Zhang Wei looks confused. What chance? The Qingfu Temple. Those three strange objects. Lu Shan's ambition is obvious in his eyes. Today, you also saw that the Fairness team is strong and clearly has bad intentions toward the Divine Nation team. If we reveal the news about the Qingfu Temple to them and encourage the Fairness and Imperial teams to fight the Divine Nation team, then when they are weakened, they won't notice us. When they fight each other and weaken, those strange objects might end up in our hands. Lu Shan looks at everyone, excited as he speaks. He gets more and more excited. No, not just those three strange objects. All the good stuff from the three teams could become ours. The big stars in the Imperial team, aren't you tempted? Don't you want to experience what it's like to be at the top and have those powerful beings become your playthings? A few college students silently swallow, feeling excited just thinking about it. They are at the age of idol worship, and Lu Shan's words make them feel thrilled. Zhang Wei is startled by Lu Shan's words. This is too risky. Besides, we all swore not to reveal the news about the Qingfu Temple. What if? No, what if? Lu Shan interrupts sharply. This is our only chance to turn things around. Do you want to keep watching the Divine Nation team's face? Whether the team can rise again depends on this opportunity. Moreover, Lu Shan scans the group. We know so much about the Divine Nation team. Do you think Lin Fan will let us go? Even if we keep silent, once we reach the Buddha Temple, we will have no value. Lin Fan will surely kill everyone in our convoy. Lu Shan's words made everyone present shiver. Thinking about Lin Fan's ruthlessness, they increasingly believed that Lu Shan's words were true. Zhang Wei was still hesitant. But the Divine Nation convoy is so strong. Even if we team up with the other two convoys, they might not be able to beat them. What's there to fear? Xiao Si interrupted Lu Shan, giving a disgusted look at the little girl sleeping in the front seat. Captain Lu said that just one fair convoy is enough to challenge the Divine Nation convoy. Plus, with the Imperial Dynasty convoy and us, there are 16 ability users. I don't believe the 7 people from the Divine Nation convoy can handle that. Zhang Wei looked worried, but seeing everyone eager to act, he knew his opinion was no longer important. Lu Shan lowered his voice. Don't worry. As long as we plan carefully, everything will go smoothly. Tonight, I will go to meet the Imperial Dynasty and the fair convoy. Everyone looked excited. At that moment, someone came to report that the Imperial Dynasty convoy sent someone to invite the two leaders to a gathering. Lu Shan asked the visitor, "Did Captain Lin and Captain Zhou go?" The visitor looked uncomfortable. They refused. They said to meet tomorrow. Tonight, they want to rest well. Captain Zhou will go later. Lu Shan was pleased. It was like someone offering a pillow when he was sleepy. He had been worried about how to contact the other two convoys. Tell His Majesty that Captain Zhang and I will go later. While the group was feeling proud of their plans, outside the school bus, in the shadows, Wang Tong's eyes were full of killing intent. The sunset's glow shone on the temporary camp, reflecting the tangled emotions of the people. Beneath the lively surface, dark currents were flowing. Lin Fan and others gathered to prepare dinner. Zhang Long returned excitedly, talking about the material trade. They had exchanged many useful supplies, including tires and parts they had stored earlier. They also repaired some vehicles, gaining fuel for the convoy. At this moment, Zhang Wei and Lu Shan passed by the others. Zhang Wei looked nervous, while Lu Shan smiled and greeted Lin Fan and the others, saying he was going to a banquet. Lin Fan just waved his hand without replying. Zhang Wei quietly let out a breath of relief. "Boss, why did you refuse Zhao Dafu's invitation just now? When they gather together, they probably have some bad plans or schemes against us." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Fan, who seemed relaxed, and asked confusedly. "It's just a conspiracy to work together against us. Whether we go or not makes no difference," Qinwen sneered. At this moment, Wang Tong came over from afar, with a fierce look, and told everyone what he heard. "Isn't it better to live well? Why seek death?" 16 verses 7. It's no wonder they came up with such ideas. Lin Fan suddenly felt these people were both hateful and funny. It's best to deal with such hidden dangers early, to prevent trouble when they reach the Buddhist temple. "Boss, I'll give these reckless fools a little surprise." Zhang Long suddenly stood up, with a fierce look on his face. "You're just a mechanic. What can you do?" Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Long, who was full of murderous intent, with some doubt. Zhang Long chuckled, and the scar on his face looked especially fierce. "If I can fix things, I can also destroy. I'll set some delay traps on key parts of their vehicles. No one will notice. If they dare to play tricks, I'll make sure not a single car can leave. Be careful." Lin Fan didn't stop him. No rule said they couldn't plan against others, only that the God Realm convoy couldn't fight back. Zhang Long pulled Wang Tong away, both with mischievous smiles. The camp of the Imperial Dynasty convoy was already lively with singing and dancing. Several bonfires burned brightly, lighting up the camp like daytime. A group of former top stars was performing passionately in the center. Zhou Zheng and Lu Yi from the Fairness Convoy had already taken seats, with plenty of fine wine and delicious food in front of them. Zhou Zheng sipped his drink slowly, occasionally exchanging glances with Zhao Dafu, and they had already reached an agreement. Lu Yi openly watched the female stars dancing in the center, with a calculating look flashing in his single eye. Fang Shi was busy eating, seemingly indifferent to the plans discussed by the others. Lu Shan and Zhang Wei received very high-level treatment, seated to Zhao Dafu's right. Zhao Dafu even arranged for a woman to sit in Lu Shan's arms, greatly satisfying his vanity. "Come, let's toast to our new friends," Zhao Dafu shouted loudly. "Hope the convoy is a good name." Everyone here is full of hope. Everyone raised their glasses in a toast. Zhang Wei hesitated but took a small sip, while Lu Shan drank it all, wearing a flattering smile. After 3 rounds of drinks, Zhao Dafu finally got to the main point. "Captain Lu, Captain Zhang, I heard you are quite familiar with Captain Lin from the Divine Nation team? We originally invited Captain Lin, but he declined. Lu Shan smiled and said, Captain Lin is very strong, so he has high standards. Maybe he doesn't want to join gatherings like this. Zhao Dafu looked a little annoyed but quickly masked it. Captain Lin's team is indeed powerful. We could see that when we met today. Zhou Zheng raised his glass and toasted Lu Shan. He continued, It's a pity Captain Lin didn't come. We didn't get a chance to learn more. Can you tell us about it? Lu Shan felt a warning in his heart. This was the start of a test. Zhou Zheng's words meant they wanted to check the relationship between their team and the Divine Nation team. He put down his glass and honestly shared what he knew about the abilities of the Divine Nation team members. Hearing this, Zhou Zheng and the others were shocked by the strength of the Divine Nation team. No wonder Lin Fan and others were so proud. But Lu Shan's honesty also made them feel more at ease. Seeing the suspicion in Zhao Dafu and Zhou Zheng's eyes fade, Lu Shan pretended to be mysterious. We hoped our teams had some agreement, but there's something I can't tell you. Today, since we've met like old friends, I'm a bit conflicted about whether to share it. What is it? Lu Yi asked, and the others looked curious, eager to hear more. Lu Shan was pleased. He knew they had taken the bait. It involves 3 mysterious objects. 3 mysterious objects, they all exclaimed. Zhao Dafu waved his hand, dismissing the bystanders, leaving only the middle-aged eunuch and Zhong Chu to serve nearby. Brother Lu, go ahead and tell us, Zhao Dafu said, now calling him more affectionately, Brother Lu. Previously, Captain Zhang discovered 3 strange objects inside Wan'an City's Qingfu Temple. Unfortunately, Lin Fan and others found out and forced us to take them there. Because our convoy was weak, we had no choice but to agree. However, we know that once they reach Qingfu Temple and get what they want, Lin Fan and his group will likely kill everyone in the convoy to cover their tracks. I have no other choice but to share this news with a few brothers. We can take some of them to Qingfu Temple. We hope the convoy will not take any of the strange objects, and just save the convoy. Lu Shan spoke with a choked voice, wiping his eyes as he looked miserable, just like those star celebrities who had been enslaved. Bang! Zhao Dafu suddenly slammed his hand on the table, spilling his drink. He shouted angrily, I used to think Lin Fan was just a bit arrogant, but I never imagined he would do something so despicable that even gods and humans condemn him. He's worse than an animal. He then turned to Zhou Zheng and others. Captain Zhou, Brother Lu, Brother Fong, we are all survivors of this world. We must not let Lin Fan succeed. I promise to protect the convoy. Zhou Zheng and the others looked equally angry. In this end of the world, we should help each other. Lin Fan and his group have gone too far. Brother Zhao, our fair convoy will follow your lead. The plan was set. Lu Shan felt very happy inside. He said, Brothers, although the God Realm convoy has only 7 ability users, they are all strong. But if our 3 convoy teams work together, we can defeat them all at once. When that happens, the strange objects from Qingfu Temple and the supplies from the God Realm convoy will be ours. Zhang Wei listened nearby, feeling terrified. He wanted to speak, but was kicked hard under the table by Lu Shan, so he had to stay silent. Lu Yi sneered and said, I have a plan. Tomorrow, during the meeting, we can pretend to negotiate. When they relax their guard, we attack suddenly. We'll catch them off guard. Brilliant. Zhao Dafu laughed loudly. Let's do it. And that Chu's son. He licked his lips with a wicked smile. I want to live. Lu Shan quickly agreed. Don't worry, Brother Zhao. Chu's son will be yours. Zhou Zheng kept a smile, but secretly sneered inside. He raised his glass. Since that's the case, let's discuss the details carefully. Tomorrow, as soon as Brother Zhao gives the signal, we will carry out the plan. What they didn't know was that while they were plotting, Zhang Long, hiding his presence, was moving around the outskirts of various camps with Wang Tong, who was concealed. Under Zhang Long's command, Wang Tong quietly set traps in critical parts of the vehicle engines. These delayed traps usually wouldn't be noticed, but when activated remotely, they could completely disable all the vehicles at a crucial moment. Trying to scheme against us? Zhang Long sneered. I'll turn you into ironclad fools. As night deepened, the celebration at the Imperial Convoy camp continued. Meanwhile, on the side of the Divine Kingdom convoy, Lin Fan stood beside the funeral carriage, gazing coldly at the brightly lit area in the distance. At that moment, Guard Zhang Bao approached with a woman. The woman carried a long sword. She was Ouyang Qian from the Fairness Convoy. Lin Fan's eye sharpened. Was the attack about to start tonight? Unexpectedly, Ouyang Qian requested to see Tang Xiaoxiao. Soon, Tang Xiaoxiao, rubbing her sleepy eyes and looking angry, came over. Who? Who disturbed my sleep? She demanded. Ouyang Qian spoke. Tang Xiaoxiao, I want to have a fight with you. Tang Xiaoxiao tilted her head, looking at Ouyang Qian drawing her sword. Are you sure you want to fight me here? Lin Fan also showed a strange expression. Ouyang Qian wasn't sure, but Tang Xiaoxiao's strength was roughly equal to hers. However, with Lin Fan's divine support and the domain of divine burial, their power was significantly different. What's this? Looking down on me, Ouyang Qian's sword shone with a sharp light, revealing her strength as a level 2 sword master. She felt a faint pressure but didn't think much of it, staring coldly at Tang Xiaoxiao. All right then, Tang Xiaoxiao stretched lazily and drew her Tang sword. The contest between the sword master and the knife master was about to begin. Lin Fan pulled Zhang Bao away to watch from a distance, acting like he was enjoying the show. They deliberately controlled the intensity of their fight, clashing fiercely within a limited space. Ouyang Qian's moves were fierce, her sword light sharp, while Tang Xiaoxiao's knife was like a heavy rain, making Ouyang Qian struggle to cope. Tang Xiaoxiao didn't want to use her full strength, intentionally holding back her attacks. As time passed, Tang Xiaoxiao showed no signs of fatigue, while Ouyang Qian gradually grew exhausted. Tang Xiaoxiao finally forced her back with a strike and sheathed her sword. Ouyang Qian panted heavily, looking at Tang Xiaoxiao calmly across from her. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes, and she knew she had lost. You are very strong. I lost. You're also quite good, but you don't have a good team leader. Tang Xiaoxiao naturally didn't reveal the details about the divine disciple and the divine burial domain, only hinting that the other side lacked a leader who could bring blessings. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Qian's body stiffened, mistakenly thinking Tang Xiaoxiao was referring to Zhou Zheng. Could it be that they already knew about Zhou Zheng and the others' plans? Ouyang Qian's mind started to guess wildly. If the Divine Country team already knew about the Fair team's plans, with their terrifying strength, Liu Ye's plan would become a complete joke. A flicker of struggle appeared in her eyes. Ouyang Qian left a warning, "You'd better be careful," then turned and left. Tang Xiaoxiao curled her lips and said, "What kind of person is she? She fought with us for so long and then threatened us." She then returned to the car. Lin Fan looked at Ouyang Qian's back, stroked his chin, and muttered, "Is she warning us? That's interesting." Qinwen was awakened by the noise from the fight and came out. Lin Fan told Qin what had just happened. "They want to deal with us, but isn't that like lice on a bald head? It's obvious. They keep hiding and acting mysterious, dragging things out like villains." Qinwen looked helpless. At this point, it seemed like the Divine Country team was cooperating with them in a play. If the three teams acted decisively, Qinwen might think better of them. But Zhang Long had already set the trap with Wang Tong, while the Imperial camp was still plotting in secret. They were the ones being schemed against, yet they already controlled the situation. Even if the Divine Country team left now, the other three teams wouldn't even have enough cars to chase after them. That's why members of the Divine Country team always looked down on the other teams. While the two were complaining, Zhang Bao approached with a strange expression and whispered, "Boss, Qin team, someone from the Imperial team is here. They want to see Chu Sun and you." As Chu Sun sat beside the two, Zhang Bao approached with a woman. The woman was Zhong Chu Chu, whom she had seen earlier in the day. She followed closely behind Zhang Bao, looking around nervously. "Miss Zhong." Chu Sun stood up in surprise. She didn't expect to see Zhong Chu Chu here. Chu Sun sobbed, "I knew you'd be here. Please, help me." Zhong Chu Chu collapsed into Chu Sun's arms, crying uncontrollably. "What happened? Why do you look like this?" Chu Sun asked, looking at Zhong Chu Chu, who was dressed revealingly, with scars on her exposed skin. Chu Sun turned to look at Lin Fan and Qinwen, her eyes filled with confusion. When Zhong Chu Chu begged for help, Chu Sun immediately asked Lin Fan for his opinion. Zhong Chu Chu struggled to sit up straight, fearfully glancing toward the royal convoy, trembling all over. "Captain Lin, I took advantage of their drunkenness to sneak out to the bathroom. I want to make a deal with you. I know a secret that could threaten the life of the Divine Nation convoy." "Oh, what do you want?" Lin Fan looked at Zhong Chu with a teasing expression. I want you to rescue me from the royal convoy. I can't stand Zhao Dafu's cruel treatment anymore. Zhong Chu looked at Lin Fan with a timid expression. I also want a truck like that, and you must take responsibility for my food and safety. She believed that knowing the secret to the survival of the 3 convoy teams was enough to exchange for these conditions. Lin Fan said, You're asking for a lot. First, tell me that secret about the Divine Nation convoy. Zhong Chu clenched her teeth and said, You have to promise me first, then go back. I'm not interested in listening, Lin Fan said with disdain, waving her off. Zhang Bao stepped forward, grabbing her and trying to lead her away. At this moment, Zhong Chu panicked and begged, Captain Lin, this secret is really important. Chu Sun, please help me speak. The others ignored her pleas. Zhang Bao threw her out of the convoy camp, warning her not to come back. Zhong Chu looked hopelessly toward the royal convoy, walking back with a vacant expression. This was her only chance to escape the nightmare, but she had destroyed it herself. Qin Wen wiped his glasses and sighed, saying, This is the sad truth. Those in danger of life and death still try to play tricks. Lin Fan chuckled softly. For Chu Sun's sake, I didn't mind saving her once, but she shouldn't have blackmailed me. Chu Sun quickly waved her hand, saying, Boss, I actually don't know her well. The blood moon was high in the sky. The noise from the imperial convoy gradually faded away. Zhang Wei helped a drunken Lu Shanjia pass the divine country convoy, his face uncertain, avoiding eye contact with Lin Fan and others. Lu Shanjia happily greeted everyone, but was dragged away by Zhang Wei. It looks like their plan is finally set. We just need to wait for tomorrow to start, Lin Fan said, standing up and stretching. Qin Wen showed a disdainful expression. So slow. Boss, you should rest first. Xiao Hong can stay on night duty. Lin Fan looked at the red funeral procession floating above the divine country convoy and chuckled. Then I'll leave it to my sister-in-law. The funeral carriage no longer had a comfortable single bed. Chu Sun was arranged to rest in the back of Zhang Long's pickup truck, while Lin Fan continued sleeping on the seat of the funeral carriage. He was used to it after so long. Just as Lin Fan was about to go back to sleep, Zhang Bao ran back, still wearing a strange expression. Boss, another person from the imperial convoy has arrived. Lin Fan and Qin Wen looked surprised. It was almost New Year's, and waves of visitors kept coming. Visiting relatives? Soon, Zhang Bao brought over a hunched middle-aged man. It was the eunuch next to Zhao Dafu. Are you here to make a deal with me? Lin Fan examined this pale, beardless middle-aged man with a sinister aura. No, Captain Lin. My name is Liao Ming. I came to tell you that Zhao Dafu, Zhou Zheng, and Lu Shanjia have teamed up to target your convoy. They also mentioned the 3 mysterious objects from Qingfu Temple. During tomorrow's meeting, they will pretend to negotiate but will attack suddenly. Lin Fan didn't expect him to reveal the conspiracy of the 3 convoy groups so directly. He also felt sad for Zhao Dafu and others, desperate plans being leaked one after another. You tell me this, what do you want? Lin Fan asked, staring at him. Liao Ming suddenly knelt in front of Lin Fan, his eyes filled with deep hatred. He clenched his teeth and said, Captain Lin, I only ask you to help me kill Zhao Dafu. I was with my wife when I joined the royal convoy. My wife. She was tortured to death by that beast Zhao Dafu. I want revenge. I've been holding it in all this time just for that. Captain Lin, if you help me get revenge, I will serve you as a slave. I am willing to work hard for you for the rest of my life. After speaking, Liao Ming's eyes turned red. He knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing. He clearly remembered Zhao Dafu's 4 sons forcing him to watch his wife being abused to death. The pain was so deep it cut to his bones. He endured humiliation until now just to seek revenge. This was his closest chance to get revenge. He could not give up. I don't need a servant. My convoy is made up of my brothers, Lin Fan said calmly. Why come to me? Zhou Zheng and the others can probably help you get revenge. Zhou Zheng and the others don't see me as a person. They say it's a fair convoy, but everything is calculated for profit. They might even sell me. At the dinner today, I heard they plan to team up against you. I had no choice but to take a gamble. Even if you don't come, if Zhao Dafu tries to attack me tomorrow, I will kill him. You can go back now. Lin Fan showed no sympathy for Liao Ming's situation. In the end of the world, Such things happen all the time. The law of the jungle is natural. If Zhao Dafu doesn't cause trouble, Lin Fan wouldn't care about what happens in the royal convoy. After kowtowing again, Liao Ming stood up and said seriously, Captain Lin, if you help me avenge my wife, I swear I will serve you for the rest of my life. Lin Fan raised his hand to stop him. No, I don't do that. I don't like having idle people in my team. I'm not idle. I am a level 1 plant manipulator. I can control plant growth, Liao Ming said, lifting his head. His face was no longer hesitant. I was originally a botanist. When the end of the world came during an outdoor expedition with my wife, I awakened this ability. My ability has no combat power and can't help me get revenge. That's why I've kept my ability a secret, because as long as there are plants around, I can hide my special abilities. After saying that, Liao Ming bent down, shielding a wild grass. His hands emitted a faint green light, and with this light, the grass grew rapidly and visibly. Qin Wen carefully examined the grass he pulled out. It was not an illusion, it was truly growing. Lin Fan and Qin Wen exchanged a look, both showing surprise. They had really found a treasure. Can crops be sped up to ripen? Yes, as long as it is a plant, I can do it. Crops with short growth cycles can be ripened faster, Liao Ming confidently said. Seeing that Lin Fan and Qin Wen looked interested, he quickly added, I am a botanist. I can identify all kinds of plants. I can grow all edible plants for the team, Lin Fan excitedly said. Liao Ming, don't worry. Even if Zhao Dafu comes to cause trouble tomorrow, I will deal with him. But you can't join the team yet. You can only join after passing the inspection. Liao Ming's voice trembled with excitement. Captain Lin, as long as I can avenge myself, I am willing to do anything you ask. The reason Zhao Dafu and others might die increased. Liao Ming turned and walked toward the Imperial team, his steps firm. His previously hunched body slowly straightened. We should really thank these guys. They brought us Liao Ming. He's worth more than 3 strange objects. He now felt a bit sorry for Zhao Dafu and the others. They had planned something bad, but all around them were traitors. Lin Fan also shook his head with a smile. Even if you don't want to fight tomorrow, you still have to. Rest early and gather your strength. Liao Ming's appearance lifted their spirits. Just as they were about to go back to sleep, Zhang Bao once again approached with a strange expression. Is it never-ending? Who is it this time? If this keeps up, there will be more informers than conspirators. Boss, this time it's Zhang Wei. Many people couldn't sleep that night. Lin Fan slept quite well and was full of energy in the morning. Not far away, the temporary market became lively again. The members of the Divine Nation team remained alert. From dawn, everyone took their positions and stayed ready for battle. Soon, it was noon. The sun was blazing, and the trading had ended. At the center of the royal convoy camp, the main figures of the 4 teams gathered together. Zhao Dafu had a temporary shelter set up, with fine wines and fruits gathered from various places, creating an atmosphere like an emperor hosting his ministers. Lin Fan deliberately brought the funeral carriage close to the camp. The dark gold coffin shimmered mysteriously in the sunlight. On the back seat of the carriage, the bride in red sat quietly, mourning. Sure enough, Lu Ye's gaze was almost glued to the carriage, with greed almost overflowing from his single eye. Zhou Zheng appeared calm on the surface, but kept glancing at the funeral carriage, revealing his inner thoughts. Ouyang Qian looked worried, watching Lin Fan laugh and chat with Qin Wen. She didn't understand why the people from the Divine Country convoy showed no concern. Zhao Dafu was even more obvious, his plump finger tapping the armrest of his chair, his small eyes staring greedily at Chu Sun with a lecherous expression. Everyone, we are about to part ways. It's a great honor for us to gather today, Zhao Dafu said loudly, wearing a ridiculous dragon robe and raising his cup. Let's start the music. Let's dance. Next to him, Liao Ming returned to his timid state, clapping his hands. Several female stars in revealing clothes nervously stepped into the center and began awkward dancing. Captain Lin, you weren't here yesterday. Today, I want you to see my beloved concubines. Zhao Dafu proudly pointed to one of the dancers. See, she's even a movie queen. That one over there is also a big star. When I was delivering meals on set with my 4 sons, I accidentally spilled some oil on her clothes. She cursed me loudly. Zhao Dafu's eyes flashed with a cruel look. At that time, I was hiding my talents, trying to earn a little money, and I dared not speak back. But heaven helped me. When the end times came, all these top stars became my playthings. Haha. He took a big sip of wine. Honestly, the end times should have come long ago. With each introduction, Zhao Dafu humiliated them, recalling their former glory and their current low status. Lin Fan watched Zhao Dafu's wild laughter and finally understood. No wonder this fat man was so vulgar. He used to sell meals, and when the end times arrived, he became the only ability user in the entire film city. The sudden power he gained fueled his desire for revenge, making him increasingly twisted inside. Lu Shan and Zhang Wei sat nearby. Lu Shan flattered and agreed, while Zhang Wei looked down, showing no expression. Zhou Zheng and others had been waiting for Zhao Dafu to give a signal to attack, but Zhao Dafu clearly enjoyed controlling the situation and kept showing off. This made Zhou Zheng roll his eyes in frustration. Suddenly, Zhao Dafu changed his tone and looked at Lin Fan. He said, "Captain Lin, I love making friends. I'm not stingy with friends. These big stars, you can pick any, hee, but you have to trade Chu Sun, who's beside you. You can take as many as you want, and I promise you won't lose out." Chu Sun was already furious. Zhao Dafu treating her like a commodity to trade made her even angrier. Qin Wen and others looked at Zhao Dafu with expressions like they were watching someone doomed. Lin Fan sat quietly, tapping his fingers on the table, his expression calm and frightening. "Captain Zhao, you can eat things freely, but words are not to be spoken carelessly. Chu Sun is my teammate and my brother. Your trash can't compare to even a single hair of hers." A flash of anger appeared in Zhao Dafu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He chuckled and said, "Captain Lin, you're loyal. You're a good friend. But we consider you a friend, and you might not see us the same way. I heard that the Divine Kingdom team is going to Chungfu Temple to get 3 mysterious objects. Your little brother, you better keep this secret." The room suddenly fell silent, everyone looking at Lin Fan. Hee. Lin Fan looked at Lu Shan beside him. Lu Shan's eyes flickered, then he forced himself to speak. "Now you know, the matter of the 3 mysterious objects is easy to handle. Since you consider me a friend, can I borrow something from you?" Lin Fan smiled warmly at Zhao Dafu. "Oh, Captain Lin is generous. I'm not stingy either. Just tell me, whatever I have, I'll lend you," Zhao Dafu said generously, waving his hand. Lin Fan's voice was calm but clear to everyone. "Zhao Dafu, can I borrow your pig's head for a moment?" The room fell into dead silence. Zhao Dafu's smile froze, and his chubby face turned a pig liver color. Zhou Zheng squinted, and Lu Ye's single eye sparkled with excitement. "You? What did you say?" Zhao Dafu couldn't believe his ears. Lin Fan smiled slightly and repeated, "Didn't hear me clearly? I said, I want to borrow your pig's head for a moment." Bold move. Zhao Dafu suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his bulky body trembling with anger. "Capture this reckless person." Before he finished speaking, 4 figures behind him suddenly surged forward. Zhao Dafu's 4 sons, Zhao Jun, Zhao Lin, Zhao Tian, and Zhao Xia, like 4 sharp arrows, shot straight at Lin Fan. They glowed with a yellowish light, unleashing their full power as level 1 guardians, forming a simple combined attack formation, and charged toward Lin Fan. Almost at the same time, Zhou Zheng waved his hand suddenly. Lu Yi moved quickly, activating his level 2 smoke ability. He was enveloped in smoke and disappeared from sight. Ouyang Qian drew her sword, the blade shining brightly, aiming directly at Tang Xiaoxiao. Feng Shi roared loudly, his body swelling like a raging bull, charging forward like a wild rhinoceros. Yao Qing silently circled around to the side, targeting the weakest Qin one. Seeing this, Lu Shan knew the plan had begun. He jumped up suddenly and shouted to the sequence ability users of the Hope team, "Attack!" Faced with the 4 sides of attacking sequence ability users, Lin Fan showed no fear. He kicked over a nearby table and laughed loudly. "Huh? Not lending it. Fine, don't lend it. Why get so impatient? If it's too hard, then none of you leave." Just as he finished speaking, boom, 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 a series of explosions came from the camps of the 3 convoy teams. Vehicles burst loudly, tires exploded, engines smoked, and some cars were flipped over. Wang Tong had triggered traps hidden inside the vehicles. The sudden chaos made Zhao Dafu, Zhou Zheng, and others' faces turn fierce. Now is the time. Kill. Lin Fan gave the order, and the God Realm convoy team erupted fully. God Burial Domain. Activate. A dark gold ring of light covered the entire area, causing the sequence ability users of the 3 convoy teams to feel their movements slow down. Domain. Zhou Jing shouted in surprise. Lu Yezai showed a greedier look. Chu Sun was already standing on the coffin-shaped spiritual vehicle, chanting loudly. Wang Tong hid his figure, casually setting traps around the scene. The members of the God Realm convoy team received full buffs. Lu Shan and the others had long been overwhelmed by the pressure from the divine burial realm and the trap set by Wang Tong. Now, they could only hide and dodge as Zhang Long bombarded them wildly, unable to help at all. Zhou Zheng looked at Lu Shan and the others, cursing them silently as useless. He had never had much hope for them, but now, seeing their failure firsthand, he felt even more disappointed. The combined attack of the 4 members of the Imperial Carriage team, ruling the world, was already comparable to a level 2 ability user. However, under the suppression of the divine burial realm, they experienced a brief pause. Lin Fan's insight, I had already analyzed the 4 of them clearly. Lin Fan didn't dodge or evade. The bloodthirsty bone blade appeared in his hand, glowing with a strange red light. He swung it fiercely toward the core of the 4, Zhao Jun. Poof! Zhao Jun, who was closest, was cut in half at the waist. Blood and internal organs spilled everywhere. The 4-person combined attack formation was instantly broken. Zhao Lin, Zhao Tian, and Zhao Xia were shocked and frightened. They tried to retreat, but Lin Fan's speed was even faster. The bone blade, like the Grim Reaper's sickle, drew 3 perfect arcs in the air. 3 heads flew into the sky. Blood sprayed out like a fountain from their severed necks. In just a moment, all 4 members of the Imperial Carriage team, the level 2 ability users, were completely wiped out. Zhao Dafu looked surprised, then suddenly roared at the sky. In my name, reborn through death. Beams of light fell from above, and 4 people in the Imperial Carriage team screamed and died violently. The 4 members of Ruling the World, who had been separated into individual bodies, strangely came back to life and once again charged at Lin Fan. A level 2 delusionalist ability user was truly terrifying. Zhao Dafu laughed wildly as he looked at Lin Fan. He thought they could wear him down. Lin Fan looked at Lu Yi, who was charging toward him from behind, and muttered to himself, "This is really damn troublesome. In my name, divine burial. Begin." The coffin suddenly opened, and a powerful swallowing force engulfed the 4 members of Ruling the World in midair. They let out shrill screams as they were heavily pressed inside the coffin, with no movement left. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. Lu Yi roared wildly. "Good stuff. Good stuff. Kill Lin Fan, and it's mine." Ha! Zhao Dafu stared in shock and activated his delusionalist ability again, but he was no longer connected to his 4 sons. His bulky body trembled violently, and he suddenly wet himself. On the other side, Tang Xiaoxiao and Ouyang Qian were already fighting. Clang, clang, clang. Their swords and knives clashed so quickly that it was hard to see clearly, sparks flying everywhere. Both are level 2 ability users, skilled in martial arts, with clever moves and very fast speeds. In this life-and-death fight, neither of them held back. "Breakthrough!" Tang Xiaoxiao shouted loudly, swinging a huge blade toward Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Qian hurried to dodge, but was still hit by the blade's energy and was knocked to the ground. The dust settled, and Ouyang Qian got up, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. "Your sword is very strong. It seems you held back yesterday, but such moves must be tiring. How many more times can you use it?" Ouyang Qian's fighting spirit surged. Yesterday, Tang Xiaoxiao held back, and she did too. Feeling the power of the divine burial domain, the divine disciple bond, and Chu Sun's singing ability, Tang Xiaoxiao tilted her head and smiled. "Guess." Ouyang Qian took the lead, forming a sword gesture with one hand, swinging her long sword with the other, releasing sword energy. Rain of flowers. A series of sword lights shot toward Tang Xiaoxiao like a rain of flowers at high speed. "Ha! Let me show you what it means to be invincible under the divine realm." Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the fierce sword energy approaching her, fearless. Shattering peak. A larger blade light flashed, and a deafening explosion erupted between the 2. Tang Xiaoxiao stepped back a few steps, while Ouyang Qian was completely knocked flying, her body covered with cuts from the sword energy. She struggled to stand up, staring at Tang Xiaoxiao, who was unharmed. There was no despair in her eyes. She said, "As sword masters, people may die, but the sword in our hearts must never break." After saying that, she drew her sword again and charged forward with unstoppable momentum. A flicker of emotion crossed Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes. If you're not convinced, I'll make you submit." Meanwhile, Lin Ming and Feng Shi's fight was purely a clash of strength. Feng Shi, who was rushing toward Lin Fan, was stopped by Lin Ming. If you want to find my brother, beat me first." Two giants, each 3 meters tall, collided. The fierce martial sequence fists met the wild battle sequence fists. Bang! A deafening explosion spread outward from the two, creating a shockwave. Feng Shi's face changed dramatically. His opponent's strength was even more terrifying than his own wild battle sequence, and Lin Ming's golden light had a strong defensive power. How could this happen? Feng Shi's mouth cracked open, blood flowing freely. Haha, that was so satisfying. Lin Ming rubbed his fists and struck again with a loud whooshing sound toward his opponent's face. The situation was already one-sided. Faced with Lin Ming's fierce punches, Feng Shi could only keep defending. Yao Qing moved quickly across the battlefield, her fists whistling as she attacked what looked like the weakest opponent, Qinwen. Yesterday, Zhou Zheng had told her that Qinwen was only an explorer-level ability user, but he held a fairly high position in the Divine State convoy. Her task was to hold Qinwen hostage, so Lin Fan and the others would be cautious. But the feared scene of Qinwen panicking did not happen. When Yao Qing launched her surprise attack, Qinwen calmly stepped back, still looking relaxed and unbothered. "Little Red," Qinwen softly called. A red makeup appeared instantly in front of Qinwen, and a theatrical voice sounded. A blood-colored paper umbrella spun to block him. Yao Qing's fist hit the paper umbrella, producing a ringing sound like metal striking metal. Even more frightening, a cold aura seeped from her fist into her body, slowing her movements instantly. Realizing this, Yao Qing's face turned pale with fear. The weak explorer-level ability user she saw before was actually a powerful being capable of controlling level 2 strange phenomena. The red makeup before her was completely different from the strange entities she had seen before. The powerful energy fluctuations made her, a level 1 ability user, despair. "Run!" Yao Qing quickly retreated. Trying to escape, Qinwen pushed his glasses slightly and smiled faintly. "Stay and have some fun with my little Red." No matter how Yao Qing tried to dodge, the red makeup moved calmly and steadily, always shadowing her. The blood-colored paper umbrella in her hand struck her repeatedly, leaving scars, like a cat playing with a mouse. Qinwen kept his eyes fixed on Zhou Zheng, who was hiding in the distance. The entire battlefield was firmly controlled by the Divine State convoy. The only person Qinwen was worried about was Zhou Zheng, fearing he might have a backup plan. Zhou Zheng's face was grim. The situation on the field was very different from what he had expected. Even though he had anticipated the strength of the Divine State convoy, he now realized he had greatly underestimated Lin Fan and the others. At this moment, Lu Yi had used his smoke sequence ability to sneak behind Lin Fan. His strange, silent mountain-breaking sword was about to strike Lin Fan's back. Lu Yi looked at the mountain-opening blade in his hand, which was already close to Lin Fan's back of the head, and felt very happy. Ding! Just as he was about to succeed, Lin Fan seemed to have eyes behind his back. The bloodthirsty bone blade blocked the mountain-opening blade. Lin Fan, you have some skill." Lu Yi missed his attack, and smoke quickly filled the area around him. The smoky domain swallowed both of them. Lin Fan stood in the swirling smoke, and Lu Ye's figure disappeared. Then, from all directions, smoke figures holding knives rushed toward Lin Fan. Seeing the dense smoke figures, Lin Fan calmly said, "Is that all you've got? Your ability looks like child's play to me. Let's break through my foggy domain first." Lu Ye's angry voice came from the smoke. In the eyes of insight, the movements of these smoke figures slowed down, and their attack paths became very clear. Lin Fan moved leisurely in the smoke, always blocking strange and tricky attacks accurately. "I've found you." The eyes of insight instantly locked onto Lu Ye's position. Lin Fan's bloodthirsty bone blade cut through the smoke and aimed at where Lu Yi was hiding. Lu Yi was terrified and hurriedly retreated, confused about how Lin Fan could find him so quickly. They broke through the smoky domain. Lin Fan's strikes were fast and powerful, making Lu Yi's arm numb from the force. At this moment, he finally saw the gap between them. Too slow. Too weak. With such little skill, you dare to steal my things? Who gave you the courage? Lin Fan pressed his attack, and Lu Yi's figure turned into smoke, rushing toward Qin Wen at top speed. His plan was the same as Yao Qing's. Qin Wen's biggest reliance, the red makeup, was still playing cat and mouse, teasing the injured Yao Qing. Seeing Lu Yi coming, Yao Qing was happy, thinking Lu Yi was coming to help her. Lu Yi, help me, but Lu Yi's target was Qin Wen. Seeing Qin Wen in danger, the red makeup abandoned Yao Qing and instantly appeared in front of Qin Wen, blocking Lu Yi's sneak attack. Yao Qing swung her fist to follow, wanting to help take down Qin Wen with Lu Yi. Seeing the red makeup appear, Lu Yi knew he had no chance. He was about to turn and retreat when he saw Lin Fan's bloodthirsty bone blade approaching rapidly. At the critical moment, a fierce and determined look flashed in Lu Yi's single eye. Suddenly, he pulled Yao Qing in front of him to block a deadly attack. Poof! The bone blade pierced through his chest. Yao Qing's eyes widened as she stared at Lu Yi's fleeing figure. The light in her eyes quickly faded. Yao Qing is dead. He shook off the bone blade and continued chasing Lu Yi. The Fairness Squad is just a joke. Zhou Zheng and Ouyang Qian saw the fight nearby. They looked at Lu Yi, who was blocking the attack with Yao Qing, with disbelief. All their plans had become a joke. Even the pride of the Fairness Squad was now a joke. Feng Shi didn't notice what was happening here. Lin Ming was not like Tang Xiao, who was deliberately holding back. Lin Ming completely suppressed him. His golden fists kept hitting him, breaking bones with loud cracks. Even the transformation of the berserk sequence was shattered by Lin Ming. Lu Yi saw he couldn't escape from Lin Fan, so he ran as fast as he could toward Feng Shi. Feng Shi, help me block him. I will help you fight Lin Ming. Hearing his good brother Lu Yi's voice behind him, Feng Shi, after being hit hard by Lin Ming, spat out blood and used his last strength to attack Lin Fan. Fool! Lin Fan snorted coldly. His insight I had already predicted his attack. He dodged, then his bone blade sliced across Feng Shi's neck, spraying blood. Feng Shi covered his neck wound, hoping for Lu Yi's help, but only saw Lu Yi fleeing into the distance. Bang! Lin Ming punched him in the chest, causing him to collapse. Feng Shi is dead. Trying to run, seeing Lu Yi escape, Lin Fan shouted, Divine Burial. Activate! The coffin opened again. Its powerful swallowing force wrapped around Lu Yi, who was turning into smoke. Why? Why can you still use this move? As the coffin lid closed, everyone could no longer sense Lu Yi's presence. The opportunity was here. While Lin Fan was activating Divine Burial, Zhou Zheng's body glowed with white light and suddenly disappeared. Zhou Zheng is trying to run, Qin Wen shouted. Ha ha, I admit defeat this time. There will be more chances in the future. I will return and settle the score later. Ha! A clear voice came from the sky. This was his life-saving tool, a strange object that could move very quickly. But before his laughter finished, instant kill with a flaw, Lin Fan's figure turned into a streak of blood-red light. Suddenly, a burst of blood splashed in the air. Zhou Zheng fell from the sky, his chest completely pierced. Why? Zhou Zheng is dead. Meanwhile, Tang Zhao's sword was already at Ouyang Qian's neck. Ouyang Qian knelt on the ground, supporting herself with her long sword, staring in disbelief at what was happening. Her eyes showed confusion, unwillingness, and sadness. In an instant, the entire Fairness convoy was wiped out. Zhang Bao, covered in blood, ran over and helped the exhausted Lin Fan sit on a bench. At the start of the fight, Wang Tong triggered a trap that destroyed all the vehicles of 3 convoy teams. Some ordinary members of these teams tried to seize the vehicles of the Divine Kingdom convoy. Zhang Bao and others fought back, killing several and scaring off the others. Thanks to the nourishment from the Divine Burial Realm, the ordinary members of the Divine Kingdom convoy became much stronger. They easily dealt with ordinary people. As the core fighters of the Fairness and Imperial Court convoys were defeated, the Divine Kingdom convoy took over the battlefield with overwhelming power. After Hong Zhuang and Lin Ming joined the fight, the key fighters of the Hope Convoy gave up resistance and knelt down, begging for mercy. Only Lu Shan and Xiao Si still fought desperately. They knew others might be spared, but as the masterminds, they could not escape death. Just as Lin Ming was about to punch them, Xiao Si stepped in front of a little girl, shielding her. Lin Fan, stop them now, or I will kill this girl first, Xiao Si yelled wildly, using the girl as a shield for her own safety. Ha ha, ha ha, Lin Fan sat in a chair, Chu Sun leaning against his back. What is her name? Xiao Si froze, confused by Lin Fan's sudden question. Then she shouted sharply, I don't know. She was forced on me. What her name is has nothing to do with me. Right. What does she have to do with me? Lin Fan looked at the hopeless two with disdain. Xiao Ming, leave no one alive, Lin Ming shouted loudly, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty look. Just as the little girl turned into a pile of flesh, a figure flashed by. Xiao Si's little girl disappeared and appeared in Zhang Wei's hands. Bang! Bang! Lu Shan and Xiao Si turned into two piles of flesh. Over 200 people on the scene trembled and knelt before the members of the Divine Kingdom Convoy, awaiting their final judgment. Looking at the densely packed crowd surrendering before him, ha 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 ha, the members of the Divine Kingdom Convoy burst into thunderous laughter that shook the sky. Zhang Long dragged Zhao Dafu to Lin Fan, whose proud dragon robe was now stained with dirt, with water stains at the hem, emitting a foul smell. Lin Fan bent down and patted the chubby face that seemed to ooze oil, smiling as he said, Why did you bother me for no reason? Now you're probably about to fall apart. Captain Lin. It was Zhou Zheng and the others who tricked me. I didn't mean to oppose you. Zhao Dafu no longer looked proud. His face was covered with tears and snot, looking like a fat pig. Liao Ming, come out. I promised you, and I've kept my word. This fat pig is yours now. Liao Ming stepped out from the crowd, his eyes red, tears of blood streaming down. His jaw was already broken, and his clenched fists, pierced by nails, showed no reaction. Thud! Liao Ming first knelt heavily and bowed to Lin Fan. Captain Lin, your great kindness and virtue, my life is yours. Zhang Long handed him a broadsword, grinning as he said, Brother, no need to hold back. Do whatever you need to vent your anger. Liao Ming trembled as he took the sword with both hands. Zhao Dafu, I want you to pay with your blood for your sins. After saying that, he swung the sword down fiercely, chopping as if mincing meat. Each strike landed on Zhao Dafu, but none were fatal. Zhao Dafu, as if being tortured alive, cried out and rolled on the ground, struggling and screaming. At this moment, the members of the Imperial carriage team slowly stood up. Zhang Long was about to scold them, but Lin Fan stopped him. Seeing that the Divine Kingdom Convoy did not react, the oppressed and enslaved people from the Imperial carriage team let out a deafening roar and rushed toward Zhao Dafu. Zhao Dafu faced the cruelest revenge, being torn apart alive. When everyone dispersed, only a pool of rotten mud remained on the ground. The divine burial domain continuously fed back pure energy, and Lin Fan felt his strength slowly recovering. Zhang Wei and Ouyang Qian were pushed over. Zhang Wei was holding a little girl in his arms, looking down and not daring to speak. Ouyang Qian stood there like she had lost her soul, staring blankly. Remember what you said last night. Your classmates' lives are in your hands. Zhang Wei nodded heavily and turned to leave. Lin Fan looked back at the dazed Ouyang Qian and the girl named Tang Xiaoxiao beside her. He asked confusedly, why keep her? It's the new year, right? Hearing Lin Fan's impatient tone, Tang Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and said, Boss, she's a sword master. TSK, Lin Fan scoffed. A sword master? Still got beaten down, didn't she? I don't care. I want to keep her. Perhaps because of Ouyang Qian's strong will and her fighting spirit, Tang Xiaoxiao felt a kind of mutual respect. As long as you're happy, she's yours now. Lin Fan didn't care whether Ouyang Qian stayed or left, but he didn't like how she looked half dead, so he agreed to Tang Xiaoxiao's request. Let her do as she pleased. Come on. Qian, sister, I've got your back from now on. Tang Xiaoxiao took the disheartened Ouyang Qian and left. Zhang Long and the others began gathering supplies. The three convoy teams had quite a lot of resources. The Divine Realm convoy was already short-handed, So Liao Ming picked a few trusted people from the Imperial Dynasty convoy to help. These people were very happy, knowing this was a chance to show themselves in front of the Divine Realm convoy. They worked very hard. Watching everything run smoothly, Lin Fan felt the warm sunlight and slowly closed his eyes. The system's alert tone had already started bombarding him. Open system interface. Divine path level has reached 100%. Please choose to advance. The system didn't show any interface details, only urging Lin Fan to advance. Since becoming a Divine Realm walker, Lin Fan had faced frequent intense battles, so he hadn't paid much attention to the system. He didn't expect he could now advance. Advance. This time, the system indicated the advancement would take 1 hour, much longer than before. The system was likely to undergo significant changes. Since it was still early, Lin Fan decided to sit on a bench, close his eyes, and rest. Lin Ming sat beside him, also closing his eyes and facing the sun. A gentle breeze blew, making both of them feel warm. Soon, Lin Ming started snoring. Zhang Long cleared the crowd around them. Under the sunlight, both of them shimmered with a golden glow. Just as Lin Fan was about to fall asleep, the system's notification sounded again. Ding! The Divine Path rank has advanced. Host, Lin Fan, Divine Path rank. God Realm Lord, progress, 0%. Current God points, 10,000. Followers. Level 2 Wild Frenzy Sequence Lin Ming. Level 2 Explorer Sequence, Cunning Contract Sequence Qin 1. Level 2 Swordsman Sequence Tang Xiao Xiao. Level 1 Mechanic Sequence Zhang Long. Remaining follower slots, 2. Divine Guards, 0. Divine Realm Guards, purchased through the shop. The host can assign any person in the Divine Fleet, other than followers, to be a guard. Their abilities will inherit 30% of the assigned follower's strength. Skills: Insightful Eye, Level 3. Instant Kill Flaw, Level 2. Insightful Eye, Level 3 can accurately predict the attack paths of enemies whose overall strength does not exceed the host's. Instant Kill Flaw, Level 2 removes energy consumption limits. The power used to activate the skill is controlled by the host. The more energy used, the stronger the skill. God Burial Domain Skills. Divine Realm Thunder Punishment. Cooldown, 3 days. God Burial. System Shop Updated. Weapon. Cunning Object Bloodthirsty Bone Blade. Energy storage full. Can evolve independently. Vehicle Bound. Burial Coffin Spirit Car. Burial Coffin Spirit Car. Core vehicle of the Divine Fleet, capable of devouring cunning objects for strengthening and advancement. Note: please bind the remaining follower slots as soon as possible. Remaining time, 20 days. Upgrade Gift Pack 1. Indeed, this advancement was not simple. Looking at the dense system interface, Lin Fan felt a moment of dizziness. The changes brought by this upgrade were truly significant. After establishing the Divine Fleet, the system's functions focused more on improving the overall strength of the fleet. This time, it also added the devouring ability of Divine Guards and the Burial Coffin Spirit Car. As the level of the Divine Path advanced, a powerful energy burst out from Lin Fan. His bloodthirsty bone blade automatically evolved, with intricate patterns appearing on the white blade. Under the sunlight, it seemed as if blood was flowing through it. Although no special skills appeared, its sharpness and hardness greatly increased. Now that Lin Fan's level had become that of a Divine Realm Lord, he could be compared to a third-tier ability user. Ouyang Qian, who was pulled along by Tang Xiao Xiao and looked lost and dazed, sensed the strong aura and suddenly turned to look in Lin Fan's direction. 3. Third-tier ability aura. Before she could fully recover, Tang Xiao Xiao beside her, Qin Wen in the distance, Zhang Long organizing supplies, and Lin Fan's close companion Lin Ming all felt their auras rapidly strengthen. What happened? Your auras suddenly became much stronger, Ouyang Qian asked in surprise. This sudden group power-up made her break out in cold sweat. Tang Xiao Xiao squeezed Ouyang Qian's slightly sweaty hand and smiled, saying, "That's the boss's ability. Once you join the convoy, you'll understand. Don't overreact. I'll take you to see a show." Ouyang Qian couldn't believe it and looked at Lin Fan in the distance, murmuring, "How many secrets does the Divine Realm convoy have?" At the same time, a wave of sadness rose in her heart. How ignorant and arrogant the members of the Fairness Convoy had been to choose such opponents. Brother, you're stronger now. Yeah, do you feel it? Lin Fan looked at Lin Meng, who was happily like a little kid. I've also become stronger. Lin Meng clenched his fist. That big guy earlier, I can now knock him out with 2 punches. Ha! Their laughter drew the attention of everyone in the camp. The members of the Divine Realm convoy looked at Lin Fan with passionate admiration, while others looked at him with deep fear. Qin Wen adjusted his glasses, feeling the changes in his stamina and mental strength. He looked at Lin Fan, who was joking with Lin Meng, with a peaceful heart. He imitated Lin Fan's example, closed his eyes, and felt the warmth of the sunlight. Red Makeup held an umbrella, quietly staying by his side. At that moment, Qin Wen heard Tang Xiaoxiao's voice. He opened his eyes and saw her pulling Ouyang Qian toward him, pointing and gesturing as if introducing something to her. Qin Wen immediately understood what Tang Xiaoxiao was about to do. He quickly moved Red Makeup back onto the pickup truck. Seeing this, Tang Xiaoxiao stomped her foot in anger and loudly said to Qin Wen, "Qin Wen, you act like a girl. So petty." Qin Wen curled his lips and replied, "Red Makeup is my partner. You've been treating us like artists these days. If you want to watch a show, go find Zhang Long. There are so many big stars there." As they argued, Ouyang Qian looked around. The members of the Divine Nation team all had looks of amusement, and Zhang Long was even encouraging them to make more noise. She remembered Zhou Zheng saying that the Divine Nation team had clear ranks. Tang Xiaoxiao and Qin Wen were vice-captains, and Lin Fan was the absolute leader of the team. But now, the team seemed very friendly. The regular members showed no fear of the vice-captains. Even Lin Fan in the distance was loudly urging Zhang Long to cheer even louder. This was very different from the fairness team she belonged to. Ordinary people there didn't dare to speak loudly in front of ability users like them, let alone tease them freely. Such a strong and united team made it clear that the fairness team didn't lose unfairly. Open the upgrade gift pack. Gain 6 Divine Disciple slots. When all 12 slots are used up, the system will stop granting new slots. If a disciple dies, the slot will become available again. Gain the rank skill, Divine Disciple Mirror, which allows selecting one disciple to perfectly replicate their ability and use it for oneself. Lasts for 1 hour, with a 24-hour cooldown. Gain 1 Divine Guard set. Gain 3 intermediate healing potions. The gift pack didn't contain as many items as before, but each was of high quality. There are only 12 disciple slots in total. To quickly increase strength early on, Lin Fan has already used 4, leaving 8 slots. It seems he needs to use them carefully. The Divine Disciple Mirror skill caught Lin Fan's attention. Although it can awaken sequence abilities, this skill is like awakening 12 sequence abilities at once. Plus, it can be upgraded, truly a divine skill. Regarding the Divine Guard outfit, Lin Fan saw a black combat suit. It looked much cooler than the current military uniforms worn by the team members. The suit could also slightly boost the Divine Guard's defense and strength. Seeing this, Lin Fan looked at the Divine Guard, who had already caught his attention. This is a quick way to improve the strength of ordinary team members. He can give the spots to regular team members and assign them 30% of a saint's abilities. Although not part of the awakening ranks, if the saint is strong enough, the Divine Guard's strength can match that of ordinary ability users. Plus, the spots for the Divine Guard are available in the system shop and are not limited like the saint spots. This means that as long as Lin Fan has enough divine points, he can build a large army of Divine Guards comparable to ability users. However, when Lin Fan saw the divine points needed for a Divine Guard spot in the shop, he cursed inwardly. What kind of divine system is this? It should be called the Shrewd Payer system. A Divine Guard spot costs 10,000 divine points. Lin Fan's divine points dropped to 0 again. It seemed the system was deliberately draining him, every time squeezing him dry. But overall, it was worth it. The first Divine Guard spot in the team, Lin Fan already had someone in mind, Zhang Bao. This honest-looking young man had just fought bravely at the front when other team members attacked, wielding a broadsword. Most importantly, Zhang Bao was as loyal as his brother. At this moment, Lin Fan waved to a few people. The ability users of the Divine Kingdom team quickly put down what they were doing and gathered around Lin Fan. Ouyang Qian was also pulled over by Tang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Long, with a confused Zhang Bao, finally came over. Zhang Bao, among these ability users, who do you admire the most? Lin Fan asked with a smile, looking at the confused Zhang Bao. Zhang Bao scratched his head. Although he didn't understand what Lin Fan meant, he still carefully looked around, as if inspecting supplies, which made everyone roll their eyes. Lin Fan chuckled happily at him. Qin Wen and Chu Sun both rolled their eyes at him. Tang Xiaoxiao grinned and clenched her fists. Wang Tong exaggeratedly pointed at himself. Liao Ming also looked at him with a confused expression. When he saw Zhang Long, Zhang Bao was kicked hard. Zhang Bao rubbed his thigh, grimacing, and said, "Boss, I still think Brother Meng is the best." "Good." Lin Fan suddenly sat upright, looking serious. "Zhang Bao, you will become the first Divine Guard of the God Realm team. Are you willing?" "Divine Guard?" Zhang Bao was startled by Lin Fan's sudden seriousness. At this moment, Zhang Long reacted first. His expression matched exactly the one he had when he first awakened his powers. Zhang Bao's destiny has arrived. Bang! Zhang Bao was kicked again. "Whatever the boss asks you to do, just do it." "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Long shouted loudly. "Boss, I am willing," Zhang Bao also responded. Except for Ouyang Qian and Liao Ming, who didn't know what was happening, everyone else showed him kind smiles. Guard of the God Realm, protect the God Realm, never regret until death. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he pointed to Zhang Bao's forehead. The title of Divine Guard descended onto him. Zhang Bao's body started turning bright red. His muscles bulged exaggeratedly, and his height increased rapidly until he was a head taller than Zhang Long, feeling the explosive strength inside his body. Zhang Bao was in disbelief as he swung his now larger fist. He stood straight, clenched his right fist over his chest, slightly bowed to Lin Fan, and his serious expression turned into one of awe. "Guard of the God Realm, protect the God Realm, never regret until death." Qin Wen and others watched as Zhang Bao, now like a small giant, radiated a powerful aura. They knew Lin Fan was creating another miracle. Zhang Long's eyes had turned completely red. Once, he had 4 brothers, but now only Zhang Bao remained. He was the only soft spot Zhang Long couldn't let go of. At this moment, Zhang Bao suddenly possessed strength comparable to that of a sequence ability user, making Zhang Long even more excited than him. "Go?" "Zhang Long kicked you twice earlier, so punch him twice." "Feel the power," Lin Fan said with a smile to Zhang Bao. Without hesitation, Zhang Bao's fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, smashed toward Zhang Long. "Wow. You're going against me now." Zhang Long looked at his rapidly enlarging fist. He crossed his arms to block, but the immense force still pushed him back several steps. Zhang Bao looked at his fist in disbelief. This incredible strength felt amazing. He summoned his inner power again, golden light flickering on his body. With another punch, he aimed to hit Zhang Long. Just as the boss had said, 2 punches, 2 hits. "Come again." Zhang Long became serious, wanting to see just how strong his younger brother really was. Bang! Their fists collided heavily. Zhang Long felt his fist go numb from the impact, but Zhang Bao didn't seem to feel anything. Ugh! Everyone gasped in surprise. Although Zhang Long was not purely a strength-type ability user, but mainly supportive, his body, strengthened from many sources, was not weaker than ordinary strength-type ability users. At this moment, Zhang Bao was able to hold his own against him. The ability users of the Divine Nation Convoy thought to themselves, "Boss is amazing." This miraculous scene left Ouyang Qian wide-mouthed. An ordinary person, with just a word from Lin Fan, transformed into a powerful person comparable to ability users. She didn't sense any aura of a special ability from Zhang Bao, but his combat strength was real and solid. What exactly is the mysterious organization behind the Divine Nation Convoy? The mysterious coffin spirit vehicle, the powerful divine burial domain, strange group enhancements, creating powerful beings that seem like miracles. What kind of existence is Lin Fan? His methods are almost divine. Meanwhile, Liao Ming was already so excited he couldn't hold back. To him, Lin Fan was like a god walking in the end times. Ignoring the surprised looks of others, Lin Fan took out the Divine Guard suit and handed it to Zhang Bao. The majestic and handsome Divine Guard suit made everyone behind him tear up with envy and jealousy. Tang Xiaoxiao rarely took Lin Fan's hand, acting cute and saying, "Boss, you can't favor some over others." Everyone should have a suit like this. Chu Sun, standing nearby, was eager to try. Zhang Long couldn't wait to force Zhang Bao to take it off so he could wear it, but Zhang Bao resisted desperately. Lin Ming and Qin looked at Lin Fan with eager eyes. Lin Fan chuckled softly. Everyone will get one. Just give me some time. Hearing Lin Fan's promise, everyone relaxed and kept their eyes on Zhang Bao. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. There were indeed many suits in the system shop, and their functions were much better than the Divine Guard's suit. But the countless small items reminded him of Tianfu before the apocalypse. The more believers there were, the more debts there were. Go ahead and get busy. There's a lot to do. Lin Fan waved his hand, dismissing everyone. Excited, Tang Xiaoxiao pulled the distracted Ouyang Qian and cheerfully said, Qianmei, come with me. From now on, I'll ask the boss to give you a complete set. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Is she serious? Just say, a set, and mean it. Only after walking a long way did Ouyang Qian finally regain her composure. She looked seriously at Tang Xiaoxiao and asked, Can you tell me more about the Divine Nation convoy and your boss, Lin Fan? Tang Xiaoxiao took Ouyang Qian back to the pickup truck, watching her very close and friendly behavior. Lin Fan couldn't help but start to feel annoyed. Did Xiaoxiao mention what her sequence cost is? Lin Fan asked. No. Why do you ask? Qinwen shook his head. The sequence cost is a private matter for ability users, and they usually don't ask about each other's. I think I might know what her cost is, Lin Fan said, pointing at Tang Xiaoxiao, who was leaning close to Ouyang Qian with a strange smile on his face. Hey, you're not saying Xiaoxiao's orientation. That's a bit much, Qinwen said, not believing it. The costs for different sequences vary, but changing orientation? That's hard to believe. What do you mean, a bit much? Aren't you still into weird stuff? Lin Fan pointed at the red makeup behind Qinwen, giving a lecherous look, causing Qinwen to turn away and walk off. Hey, why are you leaving? Let's discuss this normally. Boss, I think you're right, Zhang Long suddenly said softly behind Lin Fan. Liao Ming followed him, looking very convinced. His eunuch uniform had been replaced with the military combat uniform of the Divine Nation convoy. I knew it. Qinwen is getting more and more strange. He just says a few words and leaves. Do you two have something to discuss? Lin Fan asked. Boss, Liao says he needs 2 vehicles to grow food crops. He came to ask for your opinion. Zhang Long pointed at Liao Ming, who looked a bit nervous. Good comrade. He just joined the convoy and is already shining. Sure, if you need anything, just tell Zhang Long. If the vehicles need modifications, have him do it. Lin Fan encouraged Liao Ming with a look. Since you've joined the convoy, we're all family. No need to be so formal. Lin Fan's words made Liao Ming feel very grateful. Being treated like family warmed his heart. Suddenly, Lin Fan stopped the 2 people who were about to leave. By the way, Lao Liao, go to the Imperial car team and pick 20 people. Zhang Long knows the selection standards. Liao Ming nodded and agreed. Since Zhao Dafu had always treated him like a personal servant, he was also considered the manager of the Imperial car team. He knew the character of everyone in the team, but ultimately, Zhang Long decided who to choose. Lin Fan paused and then said to Zhang Long, let Ouyang Qian also pick 20 people for the fairness car team. Tell her not to play tricks. Although I protected her a little, she still needs to work and not just eat for free. Yes, boss, Zhang Long replied seriously. Lin Fan asked him to select 40 people, probably to find suitable candidates to join the team. Lin Fan cared a lot about the people joining the team, and Zhang Long understood how important this task was. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that the work of organizing supplies and selecting personnel was roughly finished. On the square, the supplies were sorted into small piles. The 20 people chosen by Liao Ming stood nervously in the center, showing excited expressions. Zhang Long had told them that those who performed well might have a chance to join the team. Among these people, there were no celebrities. During the selection, Zhang Long first eliminated all the stars, thinking that those who wanted to be stars were often tricky. The selection for the fairness car team was still ongoing when suddenly, the sound of an argument between Zhang Long and Ouyang Qian was heard. Lin Fan frowned and looked from afar. He saw Zhang Long holding his neck and arguing directly with Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Qian, this person definitely doesn't meet the standards. The team can't take her. Why not? She has excellent other qualities. Just because she has a child and an elderly person doesn't mean she can't join. Can't you be a little more flexible? Ouyang Qian refused to back down. Standing beside her was a slightly overweight woman, a shy little boy behind her, and an elderly woman with white hair nearby. The elderly woman also spoke up. Young man, please be lenient. The world isn't easy for anyone. Just turn a blind eye this time. Your leader probably doesn't know, so just do a kind deed. Pity us and our family. Zhang Long was immediately annoyed and laughed. The Divine Nation car team isn't a kindergarten or an old folks' home. The people we choose must not be a burden to the team. That's the bottom line. Ouyang Qian felt a surge of frustration. She chose this woman because, during the fairness team's time, she was responsible for feeding several ability users and did her job very well. All of Zhang Long's other conditions were met, but he was eliminated just because he had a child and an elderly person with him. She thought Zhang Long was a bit too strict. Moreover, the current God Nation team already has all the supplies from the Fairness team and the Imperial team, so adding 2 more mouths is a very small issue. Zhang Long still refused to accept, and at this point, the people who had been selected saw how Ouyang Qian supported the Fairness team. They mistakenly thought she had joined the God Nation team and become a core member. They also believed that they, who had been chosen, were under her control, and they started to cheer her on. Yes, Ahong is very responsible. At worst, she can do a bit more. The Fairness team isn't so strict. Besides, how much can a child and an old lady eat? If we can't tolerate these small things, it's better if we don't join. Soon, we'll all be in the same team, and we should care for each other. It seemed that this woman named Ahong was popular among the members of the Fairness team. More and more people started to support her. Ouyang Qian sneered. Zhang Long, do you see? This is the will of the people. Just as Zhang Long was about to lose patience, Lin Fan's voice came from behind. The God Nation team doesn't need the support of the people. It needs absolute obedience. Seeing Lin Fan approaching, everyone lowered their heads and became quiet. Zhang Long's face turned red, and he whispered, "Sorry, boss, I didn't do a good job." Lin Fan said nothing, his cold gaze sweeping over the members of the Fairness team. When Ouyang Qian saw Lin Fan come over, her heart started to beat faster. Especially after witnessing Lin Fan's miraculous actions during the day, she felt a deep respect for him. Tang Xiaoxiao had once told her very seriously about the God Nation team, saying she must never oppose Lin Fan. In the team, Lin Fan was like a god. At this moment, Ouyang Qian and the others in the Fairness team shared a mistaken belief. Tang Xiaoxiao's enthusiastic attitude and Lin Fan's permission for her to participate in the secret affairs of the Divine Guard made her wrongly think that Lin Fan wanted to recruit her. After all, as a second-level sword master, she was a core member in any team. Moreover, even someone at level 1, like Liao Ming, receives high-standard treatment. These wrong beliefs made her think she could negotiate trivial conditions with Lin Fan, like the matter with Ahong in front of her. Captain Lin, Ahong is really a good person. Don't you think so? If you agree to let Ahong join, I will also join the Divine Nation team. When the old woman heard Ouyang Qian say this, she became more convinced that Lin Fan would definitely give Ouyang Qian face. She started to nag again. Yes, it's not a big deal. This way, everyone is happy. We're all family now, and living peacefully is so good. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Ouyang Qian, who seemed to have made up her mind. A slight smile appeared on his lips. What did you say? Ouyang Qian firmly replied. I don't mean to disobey you. I mean, if Ahong can join, then I will also join the Divine Nation team. Haha. Suddenly, Lin Fan disappeared. Ouyang Qian instinctively felt a strong threat. Before she could react, a slender hand was already gripping her neck. The powerful force made her unable to resist, and the increasing suffocation made her feel dizzy. Lin Fan, with abilities comparable to a level 3 sequence user, made her feel hopeless. In front of him, she was no different from ordinary people. Haha, you look average, but you think you're so clever. Lin Fan's expression turned fierce. Who do you think you are? Just a useless dog. How dare you challenge the team's bottom line? Just your weak level 2 swordsmanship. Do you believe I can put you in a coffin? Ouyang Qian struggled to turn her head, her voice hoarse from suffocation. I'm sorry. I was wrong. As she spoke, Her eyes rapidly scanned the crowd around her. Now, only Tang Xiaoxiao could save her. But Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were cold. Her warm attitude towards Ouyang Qian was only because they shared some similarities. She never expected her to be so clueless. I won't dare anymore. Please, spare me. Lin Fan turned to look at Tang Xiaoxiao. Seeing her gently shake her head, he raised his arm and forcefully threw Ouyang Qian onto the ground. Ouyang Qian covered her neck with her hands, breathing greedily. The sharp pain in her chest told her she was still alive. Tang Xiaoxiao stepped forward, sneering as she grabbed her hand. Her voice was soft, but felt like a heavy blow to Ouyang Qian's heart. Qian, just this once you can be naughty. Next time, I might have to deal with you myself. After saying that, she pulled her toward the center of the field. Ouyang Qian lowered her head, looking obedient like a sheep, and followed closely behind Tang Xiaoxiao. All these people will be eliminated. We will continue choosing from the royal car team, Lin Fan said before turning to leave. The people who had just been chosen looked hopeless. Some sank to the ground, lost, and ready to cry out loud, but they were scared back by Zhang Long's cold stare. Meanwhile, Ahong and the others were trembling with fear and tears streaming down their faces. After Zhang Long left, everyone looked at the three people with resentment. It was because of them that the entire team lost its chance. As the crowd slowly moved closer, sharp screams echoed. The people rejected by the Divine Nation team turned their attention to the Hope team, who had been staying far away and dared not come closer. Zhang Wei, however, was unafraid and accepted anyone who approached. But his gaze on these people was cold, like looking at dead bodies. Last night, he had found Lin Fan and paid a high price to save himself and Yu Weining. These survivors would pay that price. Compared to the Hope team, the members of the Royal Car team were much more obedient. 40 people stood quietly in the center of the square. Lin Fan spoke expressionlessly. The rules have been told to you by Zhang Long. Those who perform well can stay or even join the team. Those who don't will be replaced at any time. This made the 40 people tense up, feeling a strong sense of danger. The others from the royal team who weren't chosen watched them closely. If some are eliminated, others will have a chance. A fierce competition quietly began. After everyone dispersed, Lin Fan and the core members sat around a campfire. Liao Ming and Ouyang Qian still followed, but now Ouyang Qian was clinging tightly to Tang Xiaoxiao, lowering her head and not daring to look at Lin Fan. Boss, these supplies are packed too tightly. The supply truck is full, so I repaired a small truck to carry the extra items, Zhang Long said as he handed a booklet to Lin Fan. He paused briefly before adding, Ma Jie and Gu Feng will drive the small truck. Ma Jie and Gu Feng are trusted team members from the bus crew. Lin Fan casually flipped through the booklet, looked at it briefly, then handed it back to Zhang Long and nodded, indicating no problem. Also, the 2 modified grain trucks that Lao Liao needs are ready. He personally chose the 4 people to handle them. Zhang Long pointed to Liao Ming. Liao Ming looked a bit nervous and said, Boss, those 4 have farming experience. I followed Long Ji's advice and planted some fruits and vegetables first. I expect to harvest the first batch in about 7 days. He looked at Lin Fan nervously and said, Boss, there's one more thing. Can Zhang Bao be responsible for one of the trucks? I'm worried I can't take care of everything. Liao Ming had watched the incident with Ouyang Qian from start to finish. He was not afraid, but compared to the demands Ouyang Qian made, both of vehicle and personnel, he felt it was too much. Lin Fan smiled calmly and said, Zhang Bao is with Zhang Long. Wang Zhang can go instead. From now on, the team's meals will depend on you too. Wang Zhang is the team's cook and is familiar with fruits and vegetables, making him a good choice. Liao Ming immediately agreed. The 2 modified grain trucks would be driven by Wang Zhang and him, respectively. The 4 helpers would only be allowed to ride during the day. Seeing this, Zhang Long smiled wryly and said, Lao Liao, you're almost as old as me. How can you call me Long Go? Just call me Zhang Long from now on. Liao Ming quickly nodded in agreement. After killing Zhao Dafu, he changed a lot. But his shy personality, developed over a long time in the Imperial Dynasty convoy, hadn't fully changed yet. He was very polite to everyone and would agree with whatever others said, not daring to have his own opinions. Maybe, over time, as everyone gets to know each other better, his personality will change. Lin Fan looked around and said with a smile, Since supplies are abundant now, anyone with requests should speak up quickly. Tang Xiaoxiao spoke up. I think there are RVs in the Imperial Dynasty convoy. Zhang Long. Pick a good one and modify it. Tang Xiaoxiao wants an RV? Lin Fan looked at her with meaningful eyes. At this moment, Zhang Long and Qin Wen also looked at Tang Xiaoxiao with awkward expressions. Why are you all looking at me? I still want my big pickup truck. The camper is for Chu's son. I can't let her always have nowhere to sleep. Besides, with the camper, it's easier for us girls to take showers. Lin Fan suddenly understood. Since the heavy pickup turned into a coffin-shaped vehicle, he had been sleeping in the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Chu Sun had been sleeping in Zhang Long's back truck bed these days, while Zhang Long and Zhang Bao squeezed in the driver's cabin. Let me and the mosquito sleep together. With one more person in your car, how can 3 of us sleep comfortably? Chu Sun asked for Tang Xiaoxiao's approval and then excitedly told Zhang Long her request. At this time, Qin Wen, who had not spoken before, said, Next, we need to go to Qingfu Temple. It's time to get back the 3 strange objects. Lin Fan nodded. Qin Wen still couldn't sense the strange things in Qingfu Temple, but he was hopeful that the team, as cannon fodder, could be prepared and not caught off guard. This was also the price Zhang Wei paid at that time. He chose to use the entire team to explore for Lin Fan and others, even possibly taking out the strange objects, all to save his and Yu Weiniang's lives. Thinking of this, Lin Fan asked Zhang Long to bring out a large box. When opened, it was filled with dense, strange cores. These were stockpiled by the Imperial Dynasty team and the Fairness team, all collected by Zhang Long. Seeing the strange cores, everyone became interested. It was time for a happy share of the loot, but this time, Lin Fan did not choose to split everything equally. Instead, he threw all the strange cores into the coffin-shaped vehicle. Immediately, the people from the Divine State team felt a pure energy feedback. This energy was even more pure than absorbing the cores alone. Except for Ouyang Qian, everyone else opened their eyes wide, especially Liao Ming, who felt this pure energy for the first time. This is good. No need to bother dividing it, Qin Wen said with a smile. The energy from the coffin's feedback could be evenly distributed to everyone, making it fairer than simply sharing the cores. Then Lin Fan took out 2 strange objects. One was a fleeting jade pendant used by Zhou Zheng when he escaped. It could teleport short distances quickly. If Lin Fan hadn't been quick to kill him, he might have escaped. This was a very precious escape tool. Lin Fan handed the fleeting jade pendant to Chu Sun, as she was mainly a support in battle and needed this strange object more. Everyone else had no objections. Regarding the cost of the jade pendant, Lin Fan looked at Chu Sun with a strange expression. After Chu Sun took the pendant, she blushed even more. Lin Fan chuckled. Actually, it's pretty good. It suits you. Everyone was curious and took the pendant to see the cost. When they saw it, they all showed the same surprised expression as Lin Fan. Instantly, the cost of the pendant appeared. Universe shift, yin-yang reversal. After using it, the user will have features of the opposite gender. Specifically, after use, males will develop features like a female, and females will stop menstruating. This ongoing blood loss effect isn't very good. The other item was Lu Ye's strange mountain-breaking knife, with a sharp blade that emitted a chilling aura. The cost was sacrificing one of their organs. No one wanted to use these items. Lin Fan had no choice but to throw them into the coffin and let the burial ghost car swallow them. At this moment, Ouyang Qian finally understood why Lin Fan didn't value her as a second-level sword master ability user. Such a rare magical item, he could give away or discard so easily. Her second-level sword master ability was really not that impressive. The next morning, after the convoy was reorganized, they set out again, heading toward Qingfu Temple. After the burial ghost car swallowed Lu Ye's strange mountain-breaking knife, the front bumper turned into a sharp blade, giving off a bloodthirsty aura. Most of the damaged vehicles from before had been repaired by Zhang Long. Like before, the unchosen members of the Imperial convoy only received basic food supplies until the next resource stop. Chu Sun's modified RV, Liao Ming's grain truck, and the new supply truck all bore the unique emblem of the Divine Nation convoy. Originally, the convoy had fewer than 20 people, but now it had grown to over 100. Including the Hope convoy, the total team size exceeded 200. Qinwen decided to avoid the center of Wan'an City and took a small road toward the outskirts where Qingfu Temple was located. The rough road slowed the convoy down. By noon the next day, an endless plain suddenly revealed a small, low hill. Qinwen's voice came through the communicator. Everyone, according to Zhang Wei's position, Qingfu Temple is on top of that hill. The convoy stopped at the foot of the hill about a kilometer away from the temple. A strong smell of incense mixed with decay was carried by the wind from afar. Qingfu Temple was situated halfway up the mountain. Its bright red walls looked especially glaring in the sunlight, as if blood was flowing. Qinwen held a bronze compass, frowning as he gently moved his finger over it, investigating the strange situation in the temple. "How does it feel?" Lin Fan asked with a furrowed brow. The eye of insight in the temple was filled with strong and chaotic energy fluctuations. It seemed that since Zhang Wei and others escaped from here, a powerful strange presence had appeared. "The situation isn't good," Qinwen muttered, his face growing more serious. "The bronze compass shows many strange entities called corpse monks inside. The highest level so far is level 2, but these strange beings are gathering near a powerful source of the strange energy." "What are corpse monks? And what is the strange energy source?" Tang Xiaoxiao asked, confused. "Corpse monks are probably monks from the temple who were turned into strange beings after the invasion. They aren't very dangerous, but the energy source is a large Buddha statue inside the temple." The virtual image of the bronze compass appeared in Qinwen's glasses, and his sensing ability kept strengthening. The side effects of using the compass were transferred to Hong Zhuang behind him, and faint crying sounds could be heard. These corpse monks seemed to be connected to that big Buddha statue, as if linked in some way. Lin Fan squinted his eyes. "Connected? Controlled? Like the paper figures we saw before. More like coexisting," Qinwen corrected. "The Buddha's heart is constantly absorbing energy from the earth's veins. The feedback energy sustains the existence of the corpse monks." Zhang Wei stood nearby, his face pale. He tightly held Yu Weiniang's hand and whispered, "When we escaped, the monks and some refugees in the temple had already been killed by the strange beings. We didn't get a clear look at what they looked like. This temple isn't simple, or else 4 strange objects wouldn't appear all at once." Lin Fan's insight revealed that the entire temple was shrouded in a dense, ink-black energy cage, which was continuously gathering from the ground beneath. Qinwen's compass virtual image disappeared, giving a preliminary judgment. According to the compass, the core strange entity, the big Buddha statue, is at least level 3. It seems to have formed a kind of domain, and those corpse monks connected to it are likely part of its energy cycle. "Let's go up and take a look first." Qinwen, Chu Sun, Liao Ming, and Zhang Bao stay behind to guard the convoy. Lin Fan decided to check the situation first. "Let Xiaohong come with us," Qinwen said, feeling a bit uneasy. Lin Fan looked at Hong Zhuang, who was crying loudly because of the side effects of the bronze compass. He patted Qinwen on the shoulder and said, "Forget it. You should comfort your little Hong." After that, Lin Fan headed toward the temple, taking only Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Ming, Zhang Long, Wang Tong, and Ouyang Qian, who had not dared to speak all along. Zhang Wei led the way, while Yu Weiniang was left behind with the Divine Country team. As everyone stepped into the temple courtyard, the scene before them made everyone gasp in shock. In front of the main hall, on a wide square, a large crowd was kneeling. They wore old monk robes or ragged civilian clothes, facing away from the temple gate toward the main hall, completely still. Looking roughly, there were over 100 people. "Wow, this is the zombie monks that Qin said," Wang Tong said, shivering at the dense, strange scene in front of him. These people were the monks from the temple and the survivors who had come here to escape. Now, they all looked like statues, kneeling and bowing in silence. Even more frightening was the deep, orderly chanting coming from these hundreds of bodies. "Oh my goodness," Zhang Long clenched his fists instinctively. "What's going on? Has everyone gone crazy?" Lin Fan and the others looked past the zombie monks on the square toward the main hall. Inside, there was a Buddha statue over 5 meters tall. Its surface, normally golden, now looked dark green like a corpse, resembling a giant dead Buddha. "The source of this strange thing is that corpse Buddha," Lin Fan said seriously. "The energy field it emits covers the whole temple. These kneeling people are part of that energy field," Zhang Wei tremblingly pointed at the incense table in front of the corpse Buddha. On it were a pitch-black dagger, a small round bronze mirror, and a string of black wooden beads. That's the three strange objects I mentioned. They're still in that spot. The bronze compass was taken from there, Zhang Wei said, trembling. The monk at the front is Master Mingkong. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to the three strange objects. The power of the bronze compass was already known, and these three items looked unusual. In Lin Fan's insight, the scene made his heart shake. In his view, the heart of the corpse Buddha was pounding fiercely, like a living creature, emitting a thick black-red glow. Vessels made of energy spread out from the heart. Some extended deep underground, seemingly drawing power from the earth's veins. Others looked like transparent tentacles, connecting to the backs of each kneeling worshiper in the square, gently pulsating as if they were sucking something. The senior monk, Zhang Wei, who was leading, wore a nearly complete robe and radiated energy fluctuations that reached a level of level 2 of the strange realm. He was the abbot of the temple, Mingkong. Did you see that? Lin Fan quietly told everyone what he saw. The heart of the corpse Buddha is the core. It absorbs energy from the earth's veins and keeps these corpse monks alive. Damn, this is really evil, Tang Xiaoxiao spat. What should we do? Just kill our way through? I don't think it's that simple, Lin Fan shook his head. These worshippers are connected to the corpse Buddha by energy. Attacking one could trigger a chain reaction. Wang Tong, try sneaking in and be careful, Lin Fan said to Wang Tong nearby. If Wang Tong could quietly slip past and take the three strange objects, that would be perfect. Wang Tong heard Lin Fan and immediately went into stealth mode, carefully moving forward. As soon as one foot stepped onto the square, Lin Fan's energy field flickered slightly, and the kneeling corpse monks trembled. Wang Tong, come back quickly, Lin Fan urgently called him back. Boss, this is creepy. As soon as I stepped onto the square, I felt like countless eyes were watching me, making me nervous, Wang Tong said, his back already soaked with sweat. If Lin Fan hadn't called him, he felt he might have been swallowed by the corpse Buddha. Zhang Long, you come. Get a sniper rifle and aim at the last corpse monk for a shot, Lin Fan ordered again. Got it, boss, Zhang Long grinned, already holding a large caliber Barrett rifle. Bang! After a loud shot, the energy bullet pierced through the corpse monk's head, and the body collapsed. The energy on the square instantly fluctuated violently, as if searching for intruders. After a minute, the energy field returned to calm. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the corpse Buddha's heart suddenly shone brightly. A black-red energy quickly flowed through the strange, transparent blood vessels and injected into it. In everyone's shocked eyes, the headshot corpse twitched a few times, then staggered and slowly got up again. It knelt back in its original position, and its damaged skull visibly healed and moved as if repairing itself. The chanting from its mouth resumed, as if it had never stopped. Is this indestructible? Ouyang Qian gasped, her face turning pale. Such a situation was far beyond what the fair team of the time could have hoped for with the three strange objects. This is trouble, Zhang Long frowned deeply. If even these small monsters can't be killed, how can we get close enough to take the strange object? Lin Fan's face darkened. He tried to use his insight eye to find the weak points in the connection between the zombie monks and the corpse Buddha, but discovered that the energy blood vessels were extremely tough and deeply embedded in the zombies' bodies. Even with his divine burial skills, forcibly devouring these zombies might trigger the corpse Buddha's rage immediately. At least one thing was certain. The corpse Buddha's energy field was limited to the square. It seemed they could only proceed as planned. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to Zhang Wei, who looked pale behind him. Let's go back to the camp first. Zhang Wei felt Lin Fan's gaze. His body trembled, and a look of struggle and pain appeared on his face, but he ultimately made a resolute decision. At the camp below the mountain, Lin Fan and the others gathered together. Yu Weiniang leaned sadly against Zhang Wei, knowing that debts must be paid. Lin Fan told Qin Wen and others about the situation at Qingfu Temple, expressing some concern. I suspect that the corpse Buddha and the strange thing in by Fengzi's mind, as well as the little red behind you, might be related or even familiar. Qin Wen also showed worry. As the end of the world continued longer, The strange phenomena they encountered were no longer isolated. The mysteries appearing during the apocalypse were becoming more and more mysterious. What is the true story behind all this? Connecting these events made people feel deeply terrified. What should we do next? The three strange objects are extremely valuable. It would be a shame to give up now, Lin Fan said seriously. Zhang Wei, it's time for you to keep your promise. Zhang Wei trembled, took a deep breath, and released Yu Weining's hand. Yu Weining seemed to sense something. She grabbed his arm with tears in her eyes and said, Zhang Wei, please don't. Zhang Wei forced a smile and gently pushed her away. Weining, wait for me outside. Captain Lin, I am going. Zhang Wei's voice was dry. I hope you will keep your promise. Lin Fan nodded without showing any emotion. Zhang Wei no longer hesitated. He turned and headed toward the Hope Convoy camp. As soon as he entered the camp, he was surrounded by everyone. Captain, how is it? Is there danger in that temple? I heard from a college student that you all escaped from there. Yeah. Do we still need to follow the Divine Nation convoy? We don't have many supplies left. We need to find a supply point quickly. We can't starve here. There's nothing here. Zhang Wei spread his arms to stop the crowd's chatter and said, pick a few representatives so we can discuss the next steps. Soon, the college students and representatives from the Fairness Convoy gathered around Zhang Wei. He lowered his voice and said, the temple is very strange and powerful. The Divine Nation convoy wants us and ordinary people to be cannon fodder tomorrow to attract the strange creatures. His words caused a commotion. Some people looked scared, while others whispered curses at the Divine Nation convoy. What should we do? We can't fight the Divine Nation convoy. Do we really have to be cannon fodder? Maybe we should run. Can we run? They have so many ability users. The crowd grew more hopeless, and tears started to fall. Zhang Wei looked toward the Divine Nation convoy and said, stop crying. Disperse quietly and inform everyone to get ready to leave. We can't just go as cannon fodder. But, can we really run? Someone asked. Zhang Wei's eyes suddenly turned fierce. If we don't run, we die? If we run, there's a slim chance. Don't you remember what my ability is? Yes. Zhang Wei's ability is super speed, which can control the entire convoy's movement. Great. Now we have hope. Let's fight for it. The crowd seemed to cling to a lifeline. The brutality of the Divine Nation convoy made them trust Zhang Wei completely. Hurry up, tell everyone. If they don't want to leave, they can stay and be cannon fodder. We leave in 10 minutes. I won't wait. After saying this, everyone hurriedly ran out to inform others. At that moment, a college student didn't see Yu Weining and asked confusedly, Zhang Wei, where's Weining? Didn't she come back with you? Zhang Wei showed a sad smile that was worse than crying. Do you think Lin Fan and the others would let me come back easily? Weining was left behind as a hostage. The college student gasped, what about Weining? Do we just leave her? I'll send you all away first, then come back to save her. I hope it's not too late. Zhang Wei said sadly, lowering his head. The college student's eyes turned red, and he patted Zhang Wei hard on the shoulder. Good brother. The Hope convoy quietly coordinated, everyone returning to their cars and preparing to escape. The God Realm convoy believed that they were being used as cannon fodder, and everyone chose to trust it. After all, Lin Fan and the others could do such things. At this moment, the strange behavior of the Hope convoy had already caught the attention of the God Realm convoy. Zhang Long and a few others were walking toward them, making everyone's hearts race. Zhang Wei jumped into the lead modified off-road vehicle, started the engine, and roared through the communicator, stay close to me. The entire Hope convoy slowly started moving. Zhang Long and others were already running toward them, shouting loudly. Full speed ahead. Launch. With Zhang Wei's special ability activated, an invisible wave covered dozens of vehicles in the Hope convoy. The engines roared suddenly, and the convoy sped up like wild horses, far faster than usual. The members of the Hope convoy gradually relaxed, watching the helplessly furious God Realm convoy, and began to mock. Huh? Trying to use us as cannon fodder? No way. Stop sending us off. You guys better go back. I'll miss you. Ha! Take our exhaust fumes, you bunch of fools. Poor Imperial Dynasty convoy. They thought they had backing, but they're just destined to be cannon fodder. Laughter and mockery echoed from the vehicles. As they felt the convoy speed up even more, everyone wore expressions of hope, as if they had found a way out. The smiles on everyone's faces didn't last long. They turned into complete despair. They realized the convoy was not heading down the mountain, but toward Qingfu Temple. Seeing the nearby gates of Qingfu Temple, everyone in the convoy was filled with extreme panic and madness. What's happening? The vehicles are out of control. It's Zhang Wei. He tricked us all. Damn it, let us down. Zhang Wei. We're all classmates. How could you lead us to die? Why did you deceive everyone? After a while, Zhang Wei's hoarse voice came through the communicator. I didn't lie to you. The Divine Kingdom convoy really wants us to become cannon fodder, but not tomorrow. It's happening now. Boom. After a loud explosion, dozens of vehicles, like a flood of steel, smashed through the broken courtyard walls and roared into the chanting square. That kid is ruthless, Zhang Long spat as he watched the reckless charge of the convoy. Qin Wen looked expressionless. To survive for ourselves and loved ones, sacrificing unrelated people is just the normal state of the end times. Chu Sun looked away with some pity. Ouyang Qian stared at Lin Fan, who remained calm, her eyes filled with deep fear. This person was not only incredibly powerful, but also cold and ruthless, making over 100 people choose to be cannon fodder for 3 mysterious objects. Lin Fan's eyes were icy. He just watched quietly. Everyone hoped that the convoy's intrusion would be like a drop of cold water into boiling oil. Suddenly, Qingfu Temple came alive. The chanting changed. No longer was it the solemn, majestic Buddhist hymn, but a furious, hateful roar. All the corpse monks kneeling in the square turned their heads in unison. Over 100 hollow or crimson eyes instantly locked onto the reckless convoy. Roar. The leader, Ming Kong, let out a beast-like roar that sounded inhuman, and a level 2 eerie aura erupted from him. All the strange beings were alarmed, leaping from the ground with twisted forms, wildly attacking the vehicles of the Hope convoy. The people in the convoy were already terrified to the point of losing their souls. Screams, crying, and the sounds of crashing vehicles filled the air. In an instant, Qingfu Temple became a bloody hell. The vehicles were overturned and torn apart by the immensely powerful corpse monks. As the people in the car just got out, they were quickly overwhelmed by a strange swarm, blood and dismembered limbs flying everywhere. They used their lives and fear to briefly attract the attention of all the zombie monks. In the end, they became cannon fodder for Zhang Wei. In the chaos, a blurry figure moved so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye, weaving through the crazy zombie monks, dodging all attacks skillfully, like a ghost, and slipping into the main hall. This figure was Zhang Wei, who pushed his abilities to the limit. Just like when he first escaped from here, he quickly appeared in front of the zombie Buddha at the incense table. At that moment, a huge, black glowing heart was exposed in the chest of the zombie Buddha, beating strongly. Thump, thump. With a dull sound, invisible energy ripples spread out. Zhang Wei didn't dare look up at the zombie Buddha. He moved quickly, grabbing 3 strange objects and stuffing them into his backpack. Suddenly, the zombie Buddha, sitting calmly, moved. It opened its eyes wide. Its black eyes were full of anger. Its beating heart suddenly sped up, and it let out a roar that sounded like it came from hell. Zhang Wei spat out a mouthful of blood. His scalp tingled, and he didn't dare delay. Darkness was slowly spreading over the square, as if trying to cover the entire temple. He pushed his speed to the max, turning into a flash of light, rushing out of the temple just as the darkness fully covered everything, and ran down the mountain. Lin Fan and the others had already been waiting at the bottom. Zhang Wei, covered in blood, appeared in front of them. The roar of the zombie Buddha had caused him serious internal injuries. I got it. Zhang Wei's face was pale. Without hesitation, he handed his backpack to Lin Fan. Breathless, he said, Lin Fan, here's the stuff. I've completed my promise. Lin Fan took the backpack, didn't look inside, and threw it to Qin Wen. He nodded at Zhang Wei and said, You and Yuanian can leave now. The vehicles and supplies are ready over there. Zhang Wei didn't look at the backpack. It contained the 3 strange objects he had exchanged his team members and classmates' lives for. But to him, it was all worth it now. He believed Lin Fan was a man of his word. Just as he was helping the dazed Yuanian to walk toward the car, wait a moment. Behind you, Qin Wen shouted out loud. At that moment, everyone saw a clear blood vessel extending into Zhang Wei's back, connecting to the Buddha Ascension Temple. As Zhang Wei just turned his head, the transparent blood vessel began to wildly drain his flesh and blood. Thud! Zhang Wei collapsed into Wang Ying's arms, no longer breathing. Meanwhile, Qin Wen's face changed drastically. The bronze compass in his hand spun wildly, and finally, with a cracking sound, a tiny crack appeared. At the same time, the darkness above the corpse Buddha's head spread quickly from the Buddha Ascension Temple, breaking through the square and covering several kilometers around. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Behind Qin Wen, the red makeup woman let out a painful, piercing scream. Qin Wen pushed the bronze compass to its limit. It's the domain of the corpse Buddha, the unbounded Buddha realm, Qin Wen said with a pale face. It's a complete domain. The core is that heart. Until we deal with the corpse Buddha, we can't leave. Everyone's face grew grim. If it were just a level 3 strange creature, with Lin Fan and the others in the convoy, who are now comparable to a level 3 sequence, it would be easy to handle. But the corpse Buddha has a complete domain, and its strange heart keeps absorbing energy from the earth's veins. The corpse Buddha can heal endlessly. This makes things very difficult. At this moment, the divine burial domain had already spread out. The dark gold domain was fiercely colliding with the unbounded Buddha realm of the corpse Buddha. The two forces countered each other, and sparks of lightning crackled at the edges. Zhang Long stepped into the darkness and immediately felt dizzy, as if a deadly chant was echoing loudly in his ears. After re-entering the divine burial domain, the dizziness disappeared. Damn, this place is cursed, Zhang Long cursed and looked at Lin Fan. The unbounded Buddha realm causes dizziness, but it's not deadly. The divine burial domain can counteract this effect. Tang Xiao clenched her Tang sword tightly and said coldly, "Boss, let's kill these bald donkeys." Chu Sun nervously moved closer to Lin Fan, clutching the momentary jade pendant tightly. If there was danger, she wanted to hand the jade pendant to Lin Fan immediately. Liao Ming and Ouyang Qian looked even paler. They had never seen a domain-level strange creature before. Lin Fan's eyes were cold as he looked toward the distant Qingfu Temple. His sharp gaze analyzed everything, and in his eyes, the energy of the entire underworld Buddha realm looked like an upside-down sea bowl. The center of this bowl was the heart of the corpse Buddha. At this moment, the divine nation convoy was under the shadow of the burial domain. It was like a bright light in the dark night. Strange, eerie roars came from the direction of Qingfu Temple, gradually getting closer. "It wants to use us as fertilizer," Lin Fan said calmly. "We can't let the fight affect the convoy. Drive the funeral coffin spirit car up the mountain." The convoy carried many supplies and vehicles. If they were destroyed by the strange forces, even if they defeated the corpse Buddha, it would be a loss. Earlier, they avoided using the divine burial to prevent disturbing the corpse Buddha. Now that the corpse Buddha has awakened, they decided to bury all these dirty, strange things together. Lin Fan held the bloodthirsty bone blade. "Go up the mountain. Destroy the temple. Kill the bald donkey." Boom, boom, boom. The funeral coffin spirit car roared into the square of Qingfu Temple. Its reinforced blade bumper shimmered with a ghostly glow, smashing through the dense formation of strange forces, causing chaos and chaos. The divine burial domain flickered with dark gold light, clashing fiercely with the underworld Buddha realm. When corpse monks entered the domain, they were suppressed into slow-moving, zombie-like creatures. Lin Fan was the first to jump out from behind the car, swinging his bone blade. A group of corpse monks was instantly shattered. Lin Ming charged forward like a war god. With each punch, the nearby corpse monks were struck like heavy hammers, breaking into pieces. Tang Xiao's Tang sword turned into a storm of death. The sword energy spread everywhere, cutting down all the corpse monks in its path. Qin Wen sat inside the car, moving his mind. A red makeup opportune sounded. A red dress fluttered as a paper umbrella floated in the air. With each light step, a corpse monk exploded. Zhang Long had already climbed onto the roof of the car, aiming a heavy machine gun built by the mechanic. Its fierce firepower pushed back the distant corpse monks repeatedly. Wang Tong hid behind Zhang Long, throwing various explosive traps randomly at the distance. The corpse monks were knocked down one after another. Meanwhile, Chu Sun, sitting in the car, was about to start chanting but was stopped by Qin 1. The corpse monks in front of them were mostly minor enemies. The two-level strange entities like Ming Kong at the temple gate hadn't moved yet. Zhang Bao followed behind Lin Ming, just a smaller version of Lin Ming. He wielded a broadsword, continuously slashing at lone corpse monks. This was his first time fighting strange forces, and he looked very excited. Ouyang Qian looked at the highly efficient divine country convoy in front of her. She was momentarily stunned, then drew her long sword. The sword aura was sharp and fierce, and she quickly caught up with Tang Xiaoxiao. The divine country convoy had strong firepower, and the frontline fighters were powerful. But there were too many corpse monks, and they seemed endless. In Lin Fan's keen eyes, every time he quickly cut the transparent blood vessels behind a corpse monk, the corpse Buddha's heart would immediately reconnect a blood vessel. The dead corpse monks, infused with energy from the corpse Buddha's heart, would sway and stand up again. Boss, killing them one by one is useless. Inside the unbounded Buddha realm, the corpse Buddha reconnects with the corpse monks instantly and doesn't waste time. Qin Wen's voice came from the driver's cabin. Everyone, get out of the way. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Since killing them one by one doesn't work, then bury them all together, so the corpse Buddha can't reconnect anymore. Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Ming, Zhang Bao, and Ouyang Qian quickly moved behind the funeral coffin chariot. Divine Burial. Activate. The coffin suddenly opened, releasing an irresistible, terrifying suction. The dense corpse monks on the square seemed caught by an invisible giant hand, lifted off the ground, and let out mournful screams. Like a tide, they were swallowed into the coffin. In an instant, the square cleared, and more than half of the corpse monks disappeared. There are too many. It's reaching saturation. Lin Fan frowned tightly, feeling the heavy pressure from the funeral coffin chariot. Swallowing so many strange beings, the coffin had reached its temporary limit. Boom! The coffin suddenly closed, and the dark gold runes on its surface spun rapidly, forcibly suppressing the violent energy inside. Through wild transformation, a large amount of pure energy was fed back to the divine country convoy. Countless transparent blood vessels, like raging poisonous snakes, wildly lashed and probed around the coffin, but were blocked by an invisible barrier kept outside the coffin. Roar! Deep inside the hall, the corpse Buddha let out a deafening roar of rage. Ming Kong, who had been guarding the hall door, had bloodshot eyes. His dry face twitched as he let out a scream that sounded less like a human voice. Dare to desecrate my Buddha? Prepare to fall into the unbounded realm. It moved swiftly, transforming into a blood-colored shadow, carrying 3 equally fierce level 2 corpse monk guardians, and charged straight at the funeral coffin chariot. Lin Fan's bone blade trembled as he faced the most aggressive Ming Kong. Power erupted within him, and he struck again, sending Ming Kong back into the main hall with a single sword strike. Tang Xiaoxiao, Lin Ming, and Ouyang Qian each blocked the remaining 3 corpse monks and guardians. Weakness is in the blood vessels on the back. Don't hold back, attack with full force, and quickly absorb the energy transmitted by the burial coffin. Lin Fan shouted loudly as he charged into the hall. You can resurrect endlessly, but I can recover my energy infinitely. Tang Xiaoxiao and the others no longer held back. They unleashed powerful moves, causing explosions on the square. Tang Xiaoxiao's huge sword aura shattered the surrounding buildings. Their energy was instantly depleted, only to be quickly filled again by the burial coffin. Awesome! Tang Xiaoxiao and the others shouted to the sky. This feeling was so exciting. Ouyang Qian, seeing this, also began to gather her strength, releasing a strong sword aura from her body. What are you doing? You can't absorb the burial coffin's energy, Tang Xiaoxiao shouted loudly at Ouyang Qian. She wasn't yet a member of the Divine Nation team and couldn't enjoy the benefits of the burial coffin. Ouyang Qian's hard-earned energy suddenly dissipated, and her face showed a look of grievance. A strong belief rose in her heart. She must join the Divine Nation team. At this moment, the 3 guardian corpse monks had been repeatedly defeated by the others. Again, Lin Fan felt the energy inside the burial coffin was exhausted, and the divine burial was activated once more. The 3 guardian corpse monks retreated rapidly, their forms pulled by the terrifying swallowing power of the burial coffin. Lin Fan's figure appeared behind the three strange beings, delivering fierce kicks. The three of them were blasted into the burial coffin like cannonballs. The burial coffin closed again, and even more pure and powerful energy was sent back, greatly invigorating Tang Xiaoxiao and the others. Their previous exhaustion was instantly replenished, and they even seemed to improve slightly. Meanwhile, the remaining corpse monks in the square were easily blocked by Zhang Long, Wang Tong, and Zhang Bao. Lin Fan and the others looked toward the main hall. Ming Kong had not come out yet. Although Lin Fan was now comparable to a third-level sequence ability user, he couldn't possibly cut Ming Kong to death with a single sword. Moreover, the corpse Buddha could resurrect endlessly. Inside the main hall, the heart in the corpse Buddha statue's chest beat increasingly rapidly, with dark red light almost illuminating the entire hall like a blood pool. Something's wrong, Lin Fan frowned, his eyes of insight fixed tightly on the hall. Countless veins connected to the remaining corpse monks in the square, and even those connected to the residual energy of recently devoured monks, were rapidly retracting and flowing toward Ming Kong, who was standing quietly in front of the corpse Buddha statue. What's it trying to do? Tang Xiaoxiao also sensed the rising sense of terror inside the main hall. Under everyone's watchful eyes, all the transparent veins, controlled by the corpse Buddha's heart, no longer dispersed but instead fused into a thick, dark red energy vein like a giant python. One end connected to the corpse Buddha's heart, and the other end sharply pierced into Ming Kong's back. Ming Kong let out a painful roar. His body swelled like a balloon, his dry skin splitting open to reveal dark red muscles underneath. A terrifying pressure of level 3 strange power, like a tangible tsunami, surged out from the main hall. The corpse Buddha has temporarily poured all its power into Ming Kong, Qinwen shouted silently from the car. It can't move on its own. It's trying to create the strongest substitute. Be careful, its energy is still rising. We can't let it get stronger, Lin Fan decisively said. Everyone attacked together, break the main blood vessel behind it. Seeing Ming Kong grow stronger and stronger, everyone's faces grew serious. The corpse Buddha's heart kept drawing energy from the earth's veins, continuously transmitting it to Ming Kong, who knew if, in a moment, Ming Kong would break through to level 4 strange power. Hold him back. I'll go cut the corpse Buddha. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with determination. His piercing gaze locked onto the corpse Buddha's heart. Lin Fan's fierce strength exploded to the limit. His body grew taller again, his golden skin shining like metal. He punched toward Ming Kong. At this moment, Ming Kong's strength was actually on par with Lin Fan. His mutated hands tightly grasped Lin Fan's fist, and they were locked in a stalemate. Chu Sun, Qinwen shouted loudly. Chu Sun's chant began, and everyone felt their power increase again. Tang Xiaoxiao's blade energy, like wind blades, densely covered the blood vessels behind Ming Kong. Lin Fan broke free from Ming Kong and launched twin punches with sonic booms, clashing repeatedly with Ming Kong like a wild bull. Ouyang Qian's sword energy was like a rainbow. Zhang Long's heavy machine gun bullets rained down, gathering into a storm of metal. Wang Tong's explosive traps shot out from tricky angles, and even Zhang Bao roared as he threw his sword. Ming Kong's veins behind him had been cut many times, but they still healed instantly, just like before. At this moment, Lin Fan, who had been analyzing the weak spot of the corpse Buddha's heart, moved. Flaw instant kill, he transformed into a streak of light, charging heavily toward the corpse Buddha's heart. Boom! A loud crash sounded as the once thumping heart of the corpse Buddha suddenly stopped. However, Lin Fan's strike did not break its defenses, and he was pushed back several meters. Feeling the numbness in his arm, he couldn't help but admire the strong defense of the corpse Buddha. With just raw strength, he couldn't break through its defense. Lin Fan quickly made a decision. Divine Mirror Image, replicate Tang Xiaoxiao. As the Divine Mirror Image activated, Lin Fan felt a sharp, unmatched sword intent fill his entire body. He sensed that his understanding of the sword had reached a new level. The bloodthirsty bone blade in his hand seemed to come alive, emitting an excited hum. The sharpness of the sword master sequence instantly infused into the bloodthirsty bone blade. Tang Xiaoxiao, who was attacking Ming Kong fiercely, suddenly shivered, sensing a more powerful sword intent coming from Lin Fan, sharing the same source, but even more overwhelming. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This was a sword intent only a level 3 sword master sequence could have. Lin Fan's eyes shone brightly. The ability from Tang Xiaoxiao's sword master sequence merged perfectly with his own power, pouring entirely into the bloodthirsty bone blade. The flaw instant kill combined perfectly with Tang Xiaoxiao's web-breaking technique into one strike. It transformed into a streak of light radiating with extreme sharpness and sword intent, precisely hitting the energy node captured by the insightful eye. Crack! Crack! Glass shattered repeatedly as the defenses on the corpse Buddha's body shattered. Take your illness and give me your life. Lin Fan, still full of momentum, swung his bone blade with fierce sword intent toward the corpse Buddha's heart again. Clang! A metallic clash sounded. The surface of the corpse Buddha's heart still had a layer of crystal defense. Damn! Is this a turtle shell? Lin Fan cursed loudly. His previous strike nearly drained all his internal energy. Although the burial coffin continuously fed him energy, he still felt dizzy and lightheaded. Seeing the defense on the corpse Buddha's surface about to regenerate, in a split second, Lin Fan gave up on the corpse Buddha's heart. He transformed his bone blade into a bone-cleaning knife, filled with strong sword intent, and dismembered the corpse Buddha into pieces. Only a large, beating heart remained in front of him. Below the heart was a blood vessel tightly connected to the underground, which was the vessel through which the corpse Buddha drew energy from the earth's veins. Boss, you and Xiao Xiao cut off 2 blood vessels at the same time. Qin Wen's voice rang out again. The red makeup, who had not participated in the attack on Ming Kong, now had cracks all over her face, and 2 lines of blood tears flowed from her eyes. Using the bronze compass to analyze the much stronger corpse Buddha repeatedly came at a great cost. Qin Wen kept shifting the severe side effects onto the red makeup. At this moment, the red makeup was close to breaking down. After hearing Qin Wen's reminder, Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao exchanged a quick look from a distance. Simultaneously, they burst out with powerful sword intent, and each slashed at the blood vessels in front of them. Thump! 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 As the 2 blood vessels were cut simultaneously, no new vessels appeared on the corpse Buddha's heart. Its beating became chaotic instantly. Roar! Ming Kong, who had lost its source of power, rapidly shrank as if deflating, its expanding body collapsing quickly, and its breath plummeted. Leave it to me. Ouyang Qian, who had been ready, moved swiftly. At the moment Ming Kong's strength waned and its form wobbled, she transformed into a shining sword and stabbed toward Ming Kong. Ming Kong's movements froze completely. A thin line spread from its forehead downward. In the next moment, its body split neatly in the middle and fell to the ground with a loud crash, turning into ashes and unable to revive. With the blood vessel that drew energy from the earth's veins cut off, Ming Kong's destruction was complete. The once large corpse Buddha's heart also shriveled and was covered with cracks. Just as everyone thought the battle was over and prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, the corpse Buddha's heart did not vanish. Instead, it suddenly shone brightly, like a reflection of light, and its internal energy became extremely unstable, emitting a destructive energy wave. The outside unbounded Buddha realm also began to flicker and sway, trembling as if it could collapse at any moment. Boss, it's going to self-destruct. It wants to take us all with it. Qin Wen's voice rang out, accompanied by the mournful scream of the red makeup. Lin Fan pressed both hands toward the about-to-explode corpse Buddha's heart, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Self-destruct? I'll bury you, divine burial. Restart. The funeral coffin spirit vehicle responded to his thoughts, and the lid opened again. This time, it was no longer targeting low-level zombie monks, but unleashed its strongest devouring power. A dark vortex, much more powerful and deep than before, appeared above the zombie Buddha's heart, like a giant beast opening its mouth, quickly swallowing it. The coffin closed tightly. Glowing dark gold runes flickered wildly on its surface. The entire vehicle trembled violently, and a dull, thunder-like energy collision sounded inside, devouring the zombie Buddha's heart, which contained most of its original power and self-destruction energy. was a huge challenge and burden for the coffin. Everyone watched nervously as the spirit vehicle fought fiercely. The divine burial domain had been pushed to its limit, desperately resisting the relentless pressure of the underworld Buddha realm. The closed lid was pushed open repeatedly by the zombie Buddha's heart. A faint wave of despairing mental energy emanated from the heart. It struggled, trying to break free, but without its zombie Buddha body and earth energy, it was like a rootless drift. Under everyone's tense gaze, the frantic beating heart was gradually pulled into the coffin, until it was completely swallowed. Boom! The lid slammed shut, sealing and suppressing the destructive energy inside that could have destroyed the entire Buddha Ascension Temple. Detected energy from the same source mysterious object. Compatibility with the coffin spirit vehicle 78%. Beginning automatic fusion and evolution. Coffin spirit vehicle evolving. On the surface of the coffin spirit vehicle, the dark gold runes seemed to come alive, flickering like breathing. The whole vehicle emitted a deep hum, and a stronger aura began to spread. At this moment, the black underworld Buddha realm disappeared, and sunlight shone again. Lin Fan looked at the evolving coffin spirit vehicle, his expression mixed with joy and worry. He was happy that the vehicle had devoured the zombie Buddha's heart, making this evolution extraordinary. He was worried about the system's warning regarding the same source mysterious object. The coffin was originally a cursed object held by the red-clad mourner, and it had a mysterious connection to the ghost head of Huangmiao village. His earlier suspicions were correct. These three powerful strange objects were definitely linked, possibly from the same source. Fortunately, the crisis was over, and no one was seriously harmed. They gained three precious strange objects, and the coffin spirit vehicle also evolved. Lin Fan suppressed his doubts and showed a big smile to everyone. Battle is over. Let's go down the mountain. At the foot of the Chungfua Temple Mountain, on a cleared open space, Lin Fan and others sat or stood. Although everyone was injured, their faces showed excitement and happiness from the recent victory and gains. A funeral carriage quietly stood nearby. Its surface shimmered with colorful light, as if it was digesting the huge energy it had just absorbed. Lin Fan clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, we didn't get small rewards this time. We found 3 strange items. Take a look. Qinwen took out 3 different strange objects and handed them around for everyone to examine. When someone touched an item, the information and the cost associated with it appeared naturally in their minds. The first was a pitch-black dagger that looked like ink. Its blade seemed to absorb light, and just one glance made people feel a cold chill. Shadow Erosion Tooth. When attacking, it can ignore the defense of enemies whose overall strength is not higher than the user's. It can also add negative effects created by the user's sequence abilities, like toxins, corrosion, or slowing effects. Cost. This dagger is exclusive to shadowy stealthers. You will gradually love the feeling of being in the shadows. You must hide in the shadows for 2 hours every day, or you will suffer backlash. Everyone finished reading and turned to look at Wang Tong. The dagger's features match his stealth and trap abilities perfectly. Ignoring defenses and adding various trap-related negative effects could greatly boost his combat power. As for the cost, even without the Shadow Erosion Tooth, people often couldn't find him because he loved stealth so much. At this moment, Wang Tong also looked eager, staring at Lin Fan with anticipation. Lin Fan chuckled and threw the Shadow Erosion Tooth to Wang Tong. This is perfect for you. Study it well. When you have free time, learn some fighting skills. You can't keep throwing traps randomly. Wang Tong held the dagger, grinning from ear to ear. Boss, don't worry. If anyone dares to show their teeth at the convoy, I'll make them feel what it's like to be in the 9 heavens of ice and fire. He then looked at Tang Xiao with a flattering smile. Learn, for sure. When the convoy rests, come find me. Sister will teach you a few tricks. Wang Tong nodded eagerly. The second item is a small, round bronze mirror about the size of a palm. The mirror's surface is blurry and cannot reflect images. The edges are carved with ancient vine and flower patterns. After everyone finished looking, they all stopped talking and turned their attention to the excited Liao Ming. Greenwood Life Mirror injects energy to slightly promote plant growth and can temporarily activate plants for defense or attack. Cost. Favored among plant-type ability users. Do flowers, grass, and trees attract the opposite sex less? Long-term use may cause a gradual loss of interest in the opposite sex, both emotionally and physically. Once the information was clear, everyone fell into brief silence. Then all looked at Liao Ming, whose emotions were clearly running high. This is another special mysterious item, perfectly suited to his abilities. As for the cost, he has been a eunuch for so long that he probably no longer cares about the opposite sex. Liao Ming was full of excitement, but too shy to speak. He had just joined the convoy and hadn't contributed much yet. Although he wanted this precious mysterious item, he didn't dare to hope too much. Lin Fan didn't even look and directly handed it to Liao Ming. "Old Liao, you need to hurry up. Let's get some fresh vegetables to eat." Liao Ming nodded excitedly. With the Greenwood Life Mirror, the growth cycle of fruits and vegetables in the food convoy will be greatly shortened. Hearing the word, eat, Lin Ming, who had been somewhat drowsy, suddenly perked up. He clapped a large hand on Liao Ming's shoulder with great force, almost causing him to fall. Lin Ming looked apologetic, wanting to help him up but afraid of being too heavy. He could only give Liao Ming a sincere, slightly silly smile. Liao Ming got up from the ground, without any anger on his face. He knew Lin Ming had no bad intentions, just trying to encourage him. The third item is a string of ebony Buddhist prayer beads, with 18 beads, each carved with detailed images of arhats. The beads are heavy and cold to the touch. After seeing them, Tang Xiaoxiao, Chu Sun, and Ouyang Qian all made dismissive faces, quickly passing the beads around and not daring to hold them for long. Arhat Buddhist beads. When activated, they form a golden Arhat shield on the body surface, greatly increasing defense and slightly boosting physical strength. Cost. Have you ever seen a monk with hair? Hair should grow in sexy places. After use, hair loss accelerates. The more frequently used, the longer the duration, and the more obvious and irreversible the hair loss becomes. Qin Wen and Zhang Long also shook their heads in unison. Defensive mysterious items have limited effect on them. Lin Fan had no choice but to throw the Arhat Buddhist beads to Lin Ming. After Lin Ming advanced to the second level of the sequence, his most noticeable improvement was in defense. In every battle, he takes the most damage, so these beads are the best fit for him. When Lin Ming saw Lin Fan toss the beads to him, he naturally put them on. Are hair and appearance more important than the mind? The three strange objects were assigned to the most suitable people smoothly and naturally. Ouyang Qian, standing nearby, watched all this with a mix of feelings in her heart. These rare and valuable strange objects, which would make outsiders struggle to understand, were given so casually by Lin Fan, based entirely on the needs and compatibility of the team members. Everyone present thought this distribution was fair and saw no need for fighting or asking for compensation. Perhaps this is the fairest way, allowing the team to keep moving forward in the end times. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiao walked over to Lin Fan and poked him with her sword sheath. "Boss, remember my suit, okay?" "The first one, don't worry, the materials are almost ready," Lin Fan said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He looked at the system interface. His divine points had reached 15,000. The third-level Strange Corpse Buddha contributed 10,000 points, and the remaining 5,000 points came from the Corpse Monk. He checked the shop for a suitable sharp suit for Tang Xiaoxiao. The system price was 30,000 divine points, so he needed to defeat 2 more third-level strange creatures to afford it. He glanced at his divine path rank, which was only at 5%. It seemed that second-level strange creatures no longer provided progress points for the divine path rank. To quickly increase his divine path rank, he could only kill third-level strange creatures or contract divine disciples. There were still 8 divine disciple slots, which could provide half of the progress needed. Lin Fan looked at Wang Tong and Chu Sun, thought for a moment, and made a decision. Although their sequence abilities were not strong attack types, they were the original members of the team, and their loyalty was unquestionable. Contract Wang Tong and Chu Sun. Contract Divine Disciple Wang Tong. Level 1 Stealth Seeker Sequence. Host Divine Path Rank. God Realm Lord. Progress. 10%. Contract Divine Disciple Chu Sun. Level 1 Chanting Seeker Sequence. Host Divine Path Rank. God Realm Lord. Progress. 15%. The combined 20% ability boost for both was not very significant for Lin Fan at the moment. But the contract with divine disciples greatly enhanced Wang Tong and Chu Sun themselves. A look of surprise appeared on both their faces as they clearly felt the changes within themselves. They understood that, like Zhang Long, they had formed a deeper connection with Lin Fan. Ouyang Qian watched as the two's breath grew stronger, and her desire to join the Divine Nation team became more intense than ever. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and faced Lin Fan with a serious and slightly nervous expression. "Captain Lin, I want to join the team." Lin Fan looked at her calmly. In the past, he had considered removing her during the selection process, but Tang Xiaoxiao saved her. Since that incident, Ouyang Qian had been obedient in the team, not daring to overstep again. During the recent battle, Lin Fan saw her performance. Her sword skills sharp, her mind strong, and her actions straightforward. She was a person of action, without complicated thoughts. "Okay," Lin Fan said, his voice firm but not loud, carrying an undeniable authority. "If you want to join, you must follow my rules. Here, you must obey absolutely. My orders come before your judgment. Can you do that?" Ouyang Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nodded without hesitation. "Welcome to the Divine Nation team." With Lin Fan's approval, Ouyang Qian clearly felt a special, close connection forming between her and the team. Pure energy surged into her body. Everyone looked at her with kind eyes. At first, Ouyang Qian wanted to join the team mainly to improve her strength and find a strong protector. But at this moment, what she valued more was the team's incredible unity and future, perhaps the unwavering will of Lin Fan, the team's unquestioned leader. Lin Fan watched the excited expressions of everyone and nodded with satisfaction. From struggling to survive with Lin Ming in the apocalypse to now being comparable to a level 3 ability user, the Divine Nation team had 4 level 2 ability users and 3 level 1 ability users. Plus, the continuous addition of Divine Guards and the evolving Coffin Spirit vehicle. Most importantly, the mysterious functions of the Divine Path system. Lin Fan was firmly on the path to becoming a god in the apocalypse. The future looks bright. At that moment, the funeral carriage, which had been quietly parked in the center of the camp, suddenly emitted a deep hum. The dark gold runes on the vehicle's body flickered like breathing. A strong pull centered on it began to form, not to swallow, but like a whale sucking water, drawing energy from deep within the Earth's veins. Visible to the naked eye, faint yellow threads of Earth vein energy seeped out from the ground and flowed into the bottom of the carriage. Inside the front of the vehicle, the original engine was replaced by a slow, powerful, dark red heart that pulsed steadily. With each beat, this corpse Buddha's heart triggered faint energy from the surrounding earth, like veins, which was absorbed and transformed into endless power for the carriage. Moreover, this purified earth vein energy continued to send weak feedback to all members of the team. Although slow, it was continuous and persistent. The shape of the entire vehicle also began to change. It became longer and more streamlined, with lines full of strength. Dark metallic hues shimmered faintly with blood red and golden glints. The body of the vehicle expanded slightly. On its dark gold base, countless complex and mysterious dark red patterns appeared. The huge dark gold coffin merged more perfectly with the vehicle, as if they were one. The surface of the coffin faintly showed shadows of mountains and earth veins. A system prompt sounded in Lin Fan's mind. The funeral carriage has completed its evolution. Earth vein heart. Core energy upgrade. It can automatically absorb earth vein energy without needing any conventional fuel. It can also continuously feedback purified, refined energy to all members of the Divine Kingdom team, speeding up cultivation and recovery. Thought-controlled driving. No manual operation needed. The host can fully control the vehicle's movement, steering, and acceleration with their mind. The cockpit space has been freed and turned into a comfortable restroom. Divine Realm Enhancement. The scope of the Divine Burial Domain has expanded again, with stronger suppression of strange phenomena. Member recovery effects are improved, and it now has the characteristics of Earth pulsation, making it more stable and harder to tear apart by external forces. Feeling the power and information transmitted by the funeral carriage, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. Wow! Tang Xiaoxiao and Ouyang Qian exchanged glances and gasped. A living, complete strange creature vehicle. What does that mean? Zhang Long was also stunned by the changes in the funeral carriage before his eyes. Basically, this car has become a living, mysterious creature. TSK, 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 Qin exclaimed in admiration. From now on, this car will be the most important and strongest foundation of the Divine Nation team. Everyone's face showed pride. Lin Fan looked at his newly improved vehicle and his energized teammates, feeling very confident. Rest for the night, and we leave tomorrow, his voice echoed in the camp. Our journey is still long. The next morning, the Divine Nation team prepared to leave again. After a night of repairs, the funeral carriage kept sending back energy from the earth, helping everyone recover most of their strength. After discussing, Lin Fan and Qin decided to follow the original route toward the Spirit Pass. Qin's heavy pickup truck led the way, with the funeral carriage right behind. Lin Fan was comfortably lying inside the driver's cabin. The funeral carriage didn't need a driver. It moved smoothly according to his thoughts, like a living beast. Inside the vehicle's communicator, people's chatter and laughter could be heard, making everything seem peaceful. But after 2 days, the team faced the biggest threat of the apocalypse: unusual weather. The further they went, the colder and gloomier it became. The warm sun was now like a bright light bulb hanging in the sky, offering no warmth at all. An hour later, the sky suddenly darkened. Heavy gray clouds pressed down low. The wind started howling, not a gentle breeze, but a cold north wind that whipped up dust and dead leaves, making the windows rattle. Achoo! Achoo! Qin's voice came from the communicator as he sneezed. Boss, this strange weather is so abnormal. It's only October. Why is it so cold? Do we still have the cotton clothes Zhang Long collected? Are they enough to give out? Lin Fan asked. Yes, boss. We prepared a lot of clothes and blankets when gathering supplies, just for this. But, Zhang Long hesitated. But what? Hurry up, stop being so indecisive, Tang Xiaoxiao said impatiently. But these clothes are only enough for the team members, Zhang Long explained. The clothes he had prepared were only for the official members of the Divine Nation team. Even if there were a few extras, they couldn't spare any for the more than 100 new survivors behind them. Even the 20 reserve team members had no warm clothes to wear. Distribute them to the team members first, and figure out something for the others later. After Lin Fan finished speaking, the convoy slowly came to a stop. As soon as Lin Fan got out of the car, he felt a cold wind blow. He was only wearing a thin shirt, but his body, which had been strengthened repeatedly, allowed him to resist the cold. Lin Ming was acting as if nothing was wrong, still wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Tang Xiaoxiao, Ouyang Qian, Zhang Long, and Zhang Bao only felt a slight chill and didn't pay much attention. People like Qin, Chu Sun, and Liao Ming had already wrapped themselves in warm clothes and were stomping their feet to keep warm. The others in the Divine Nation convoy had wrapped themselves up tightly and were blowing warm air to start a fire. The crowd behind the convoy had already put on all the clothes they could find, but in the end of the world, everyone chose to bring more food and only a few sets of clothes. Suddenly, the weather changed quickly, catching everyone off guard. Lin Fan noticed 2 people in the crowd behind him wearing down jackets, which surprised him. Whether they had prepared in advance or not, at this moment, they were the thickest among all the survivors. Liao Ming saw Lin Fan noticing the 2 and walked over, saying, Boss, those are Fong Yu and Fong Qing, the sisters. They used to be somewhat popular online. When choosing people, since neither of them had special skills, they weren't selected. Lin Fan nodded. It seemed that at least these 2 still had some brains. Fong Yu and Fong Qing didn't notice Lin Fan's gaze. Sister Fong Qing happily said to her sister, Sis, it's all thanks to you for thinking ahead and bringing the down jacket. Otherwise, we'd have frozen to death. Fong Yu looked at the shivering crowd dressed in thin clothes and lowered her voice, saying, Chill, keep your voice down. Only we have down jackets among so many people. I don't know how many people are eyeing us. Don't attract attention. Fong Qing stuck out her tongue and said casually, What are we afraid of, sis? The Divine Nation convoy is here. I don't believe anyone dares to cause trouble. Divine Nation won't care about whether we live or die. They only care about the 20 people they picked. Later, we should try to stay close to the Divine Nation convoy. Fong Qing looked a bit sad and said, It would be so good if we were chosen. Look at those people. Even without warm clothes, they have a few pieces of clothing, and their food is better than ours. By the way, sister, isn't Xiao Chong assigned to work on the grain transport vehicle? He was always chasing after you before. Now he's so proud, but he hasn't thought about taking care of us. Fang Yu looked at the busy Xiao Chong nearby. He was no longer the eager follower he used to be. Since the God Nation convoy selected reserve members, the survivor group had clearly divided into classes. Those chosen seemed to rise quickly, enjoying good food and rest. Those not selected remained the same, with only their stored supplies and a little food provided daily by the convoy. It is said that at the next supply point, everyone will have to rely on themselves. The convoy will no longer give out food or fuel. Fang Yu secretly vowed she must join the reserve team. She and her sister, along with an elderly couple, were grouped together. The four of them squeezed into an old, broken car. Fang Yu was assigned as the driver. By now, the elderly couple was trembling from the cold. They only had thin sweaters and hugged each other inside the car to stay warm. Fang Yu had already turned off the engine. The fuel was running low, and the car might stop at any moment, leaving the four of them with only death. She had wanted to gather some dry wood with the elderly couple to make a fire, better a fire than staying in the car. But seeing how cold they looked, she swallowed her words and took Fang Qing to the trees by the roadside. Soon, campfires were lit, their warmth pushing away the cold. Lin Fan and others sat around the fire, holding steaming cups of tea. At this moment, Qin Wen felt grateful to Zhao Dafu. If he hadn't insisted on acting like an emperor, they might not have found so much tea. Slurp. Ah. Qin Wen took a comfortable sip of tea, a warm feeling spreading from inside to out, easing the cold. The temperature keeps dropping, but I haven't sensed any strange aura. I wonder how many people can survive tonight. Isn't that what the end of the world is like? Besides strange things, there are all kinds of crises. Survival of the fittest, Zhang Long said surprisingly. It's snowing. Chu Sun looked up, feeling the cold on her face. The temperature dropped faster than anyone expected. In less than an hour, snowflakes fell from the sky, quickly turning into a heavy, swirling snowstorm. The surface of the car rapidly frosted over. The temperature suddenly dropped below freezing, and Lin Fan and the others had to put on their winter coats. This weather was a big challenge for survivors without proper warmth, making things even worse. The cold wind blew fiercely, and the campfire couldn't stop the cold from reaching the crowd. People started to panic, and more of them climbed into cars, trying to use the vehicles to block the cold. But the inside of the cars, which used to be comfortable, was now filled with cold air, like a freezer. Sisters Fang Yu and Fang Qing huddled close to the fire, nibbling on hard bread little by little. Fang Qing playfully stuck out her tongue to lick some snow. Watching people run around to escape the snowstorm, she felt a little happy about their misfortune. I wonder how Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang are doing. Fang Yu looked at the small car. The elderly couple hadn't moved at all. Why do we care? They're not helping us. They're old, so they just take what's easy, Fang Qing muttered. She didn't like the old couple, thinking they were just taking advantage of her family. Fang Yu didn't say anything now. In a doomsday situation, taking care of herself was hard enough, and she had no energy left to help others. As the campfire was about to go out, the two sisters brushed the snow off themselves and headed toward the car. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, are you okay? Fang Yu opened the door and got in without looking back. There was no response behind her. When they looked back, the old couple was leaning on each other, their lips purple from the cold, and they had already lost their breath. Used to seeing death, the sisters weren't scared. They exchanged a look and together lifted the elderly couple out of the car, placing them on the roadside. Soon, their bodies were covered by snow. They returned to the car. Fang Qing giggled, and Fang Yu gave her a sharp look. People who are dead shouldn't be laughing. You're heartless, big sister. Now this car is ours. Isn't that something to be happy about? Fang Qing said cheerfully. Fang Yu sighed helplessly. Her sister wasn't wrong. The death of the old couple at least gave them more space. Before they could react, the back door was pulled open, and a strong man and a woman climbed in. Who are you? Why are you sitting in our car? Fang Qing turned and shouted loudly. Before she could enjoy her moment, someone else had already taken the back seat. This is a vehicle from the Divine Nation team. I just saw you throw the elderly couple out of the car. Since the back seat is now empty, the two of us will stay here, the tall man said bluntly. The woman beside him also spoke. Who knows if you two intentionally caused the old couple's death? We haven't reported you yet. The two were originally on a transport truck. When a heavy snowstorm hit, the thin metal could not block the cold wind. Luckily, the woman saw Fong Yu and Fong Qing carrying out the elderly couple from the car. They quickly got into a small car. Although it was still cold, it was much better than the drafty truck. Fong Qing was so angry she was trembling. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't accuse us falsely. Whether we can get on this car depends on the Divine Nation team." Fong Yu also threatened, "If you don't get down now, I will report you to the Divine Nation team." The tall man and his companion exchanged a quick look, a flash of fear in their eyes. Outside, the snowstorm blocked their view, and the people by the campfire, including Lin Fan, didn't notice the crowd behind. Seeing the thin clothing on Fong's sisters, the tall man's expression turned fierce. With the snowstorm raging, the Divine Nation team wouldn't notice what was happening here. Besides, no one would care if two people died. Fong Yu saw the increasingly sinister look on the tall man and thought something was wrong. Suddenly, the tall man grabbed Fong Yu's neck from behind, then grabbed Fong Qing's hair and forcefully slammed her against the car until she was bleeding and injured. He then said to his companion, "Help me quickly. Kill them. The car and clothes are ours now." The woman was clearly shocked by the tall man's actions and froze in place. Furious, the tall man kicked her hard twice before she reacted. Fong Qing shouted for help, but the howling wind completely carried away her voice. Fong Yu felt the air getting thinner and looked at Lin Fan and the others in the distance. With a determined look, she struggled, started the car, and stepped on the gas pedal hard, crashing toward Lin Fan and the others. As Lin Fan and his group discussed their next supply point, they faintly heard the roar of a car. Soon, an old, battered car drove through the snowstorm, heading straight toward them. SHT, Zhang Long cursed loudly and prepared to go forward. Lin Meng calmly reached out a hand and firmly held the speeding car. The rapidly spinning wheels rubbed against the ground, producing black smoke. Zhang Long cursed as he pulled the four people out of the car and threw them onto the snow. Zhang Bao had already drawn his sword, ready to cut off their heads. They broke the rules of the team. I cough. I had no choice. Fong Yu shouted loudly, holding her bloodied sister Fong Qing. At this moment, she could only try to save herself. Lin Fan saw the two of them and was surprised. He had only briefly noticed them earlier and didn't expect to see them again so soon. Looking at Fong Qing covered in blood and the frightened man and woman who had wet their pants, he roughly understood what had happened. Fong Yu's words about breaking the team's rules earlier had saved her and her sister. Lin Fan waved his hand, and Zhang Bao lowered his sword. "Oh, how did they break the rules?" Lin Fan looked calmly at the terrified Fong Yu. Fong Yu realized she wasn't going to die right now and quickly explained, "They secretly took a car assigned to us by the team and even tried to hurt us sisters, steal our down jackets." Lord Zhonglong once said that internal fighting is not allowed, and stealing others' belongings privately is also forbidden. Lin Fan looked at Zhonglong, who nodded in acknowledgement of having said these rules before. Then it's simple. Whoever breaks the rules must face the consequences. Zhang Bao sneered coldly, dragging the man and woman outside the team. They struggled fiercely and cried loudly, but they couldn't break free from Zhang Bao's grip. As two screams echoed, Fong Yu and Fong Qing shivered violently, tears streaming down their faces, waiting for the final judgment. At this moment, Qinwen shrank his neck and walked over. Looking at the sisters huddled together, he said with interest, not afraid to take risks, quite clever, knowing how to use the situation. Making this choice isn't easy. "Oh, how so?" Lin Fan looked at Qinwen. "Just do it like this, boss. It's too cold here. Let's hurry and leave," Qinwen said, shivering in place. Fong Yu's eyes showed despair. The man had broken the rules, and her actions weren't much different. Just as they were waiting for death, they heard Zhang Bao's voice. "What are you standing around for? Quickly get ready to board the team vehicle. Find Feng Bin to bandage the wounds. We're leaving now. The team can't wait." A wave of joy after surviving the disaster instantly filled the chest. Fong Yu quickly carried her sister and headed toward the car as Zhang Bao had instructed. It seemed they had made the right choice this time. Not only did they save their lives, but they might also have a chance to do more. The reserve team members watched the Fong sisters get into the car, their faces showing a hint of surprise, but they said nothing. The Divine Nation convoy prioritized absolute obedience. The convoy slowly set out into the snowstorm. Qin sensed a small city about 30 kilometers away, with only a few faint signs of level 2 strange energy, posing little threat to the convoy. Currently, the team urgently needed supplies like warm clothing and fuel. After some discussion, they decided to head there. The convoy struggled through the snowstorm. These 30 kilometers felt like an endless ordeal. The snowstorm grew fiercer, with visibility nearly zero. Qin's vehicle number 2 led the way. Sometimes, vehicles got stuck in snow pits. At first, they tried to tow them with other vehicles, but eventually Lin Ming got out of the bus, easily lifting a vehicle out of the snow with a gentle push. The convoy pushed forward for over 2 hours and finally saw the faint outline of a city ahead. They slowly entered the city, which was eerily silent, with only the howling wind and snow passing through empty streets and windows. Head straight to the biggest mall, Lin Fan ordered. The domain of the divine burial had already been fully activated, dispersing the low-level strange energies hidden in the snowstorm. The convoy gradually stopped at the entrance of Yida Square, the busiest part of the city. The mall's doors were already broken, with snow and debris piled outside. Zhang Long organized everyone into groups. All personnel were divided into 10 groups, each led by a formal member of the Divine Nation convoy, with 2 reserve team members and about 10 survivors. Lin Fan kept Zhang Long and Qin outside, monitoring the strange situation. The other core members entered the mall first to clear out the strange energies. Qin sensed that inside the mall, there were no level 2 strange energies, only scattered low-level ones. They were snow demons living in the snowstorm, capable of manipulating ice and snow, creating ice spikes and cold currents. But with Lin Fan and others' strong power, they were quickly cleared out. After confirming the safety of the core area, Lin Fan told Zhang Long to organize everyone to gather supplies inside the mall. Quick, follow your groups. The main targets are warm clothes, down jackets, thermal underwear, blankets, and quilts. Next are food and fuel. Seeing something, just take it. Don't be picky, Zhang Long shouted loudly. Send signals if you're in danger. Follow the instructions of the Divine Nation convoy. Do not act on your own or fight over supplies. As soon as Zhang Long finished speaking, under the guidance of experienced members of the Divine Nation convoy, 10 groups quickly ran to different areas of the mall. Each group had its own search target, and there was no overlap in search areas. Lin Fan and others stayed on different floors, ready to help immediately if they received an emergency signal. Inside the mall, it was messy, with fallen goods covered in thick dust, but supplies were actually more plentiful than expected. Here are many down jackets, a team member shouted excitedly. He pried open a warehouse door, revealing a pile of unopened down jackets. Hurry, move them out. Stay organized. Don't fight. Each group, under the command of the Divine Nation convoy members, quickly and orderly collected supplies. The Fong sisters were assigned to Feng Bin's team, which also included an old acquaintance, Wang Xiaoqiang. Feng Bin's team went straight to the 5th floor of the mall, where several hot pot restaurants were located. Their task was to find gas canisters and food stored in the restaurants. Feng Bin reached the designated area and told everyone to split into groups to search for supplies. The Fong sisters naturally teamed up with Wang Xiaoqiang, and the 3 headed toward the back kitchen of a hot pot restaurant. When they pushed open the kitchen door, a cold wind hit them. The exhaust window was open, and inside the kitchen, a thick layer of snow had already accumulated. Fang Yu, you 2 follow behind me. Pay attention to the cabinets and refrigerators, Wang Xiaoqiang directed. Then he added with a smile, if we find more supplies this time, maybe you 2 can become reserve members like me. Don't worry, I'll help you. Fang Yu gave him a grateful smile, but secretly despised him. Wang Xiaoqiang had been pursuing her for a long time, and she had long figured out his true nature. He always said one thing, but did another. Being chosen by the Divine Nation convoy was all thanks to his smooth talk, but behind the scenes, he was a coward who was afraid of death. However, what he said was not wrong. Perhaps this really was a chance to join the Divine Nation convoy as a reserve member. Fang Yu pulled Fang Qing, who was wrapped in a white cloth on her head, and carefully searched for useful supplies. The two were lucky and found a box of unopened gas tanks in a cabinet. Their eyes showed surprise and happiness. Wang Xiaoqiang found a sheltered spot, crossed his arms, and kept giving orders to the others, showing no intention to help. He kept bragging as if he was already a full member of the team. While Fang Yu continued searching for supplies, Fang Qing pointed in horror at the exhaust vent. They saw a series of footprints in the thick snow, definitely not made by the three of them, but by a beast-like creature. The footprints slowly approached them step by step. Wang Xiaoqiang didn't realize the danger coming. He kept talking loudly. "Run! Something strange is coming!" Fang Yu shouted loudly. Wang Xiaoqiang suddenly turned around and saw a snow demon with sharp teeth and icy body. "Oh my gosh!" He turned and ran outside without caring about Fang family sisters. His earlier bravado was long gone. Seeing Wang Xiaoqiang was hopeless, Fang Yu grabbed Fang Qing and ran outside. The snow demon screamed and chased after them. Feng Bin heard the noise, drew his sword, and was ready to fight when he saw the three running in a panic. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoqiang, in his panic, ran straight into Feng Bin. The powerful impact knocked Feng Bin to the ground. The snow demon howled and pounced on him. Feng Bin's sword blocked the beast's sharp teeth. Feng Yu stopped suddenly, a fierce look in her eyes, and made a quick decision. She and Fang Qing grabbed a bench and started smashing it at the snow demon. The snow demon, in pain, suddenly grew stronger, and it looked like it was about to kill Feng Bin. A white light descended from the sky, arcing through the air and knocking the snow demon away. Then a sharp sword cut it in half. Fang Yu stepped down hard, and the snow demon's head turned to dust. The Fang sisters and Feng Bin breathed a sigh of relief. When they looked back, they saw Lin Fan standing next to the snow demon's body, dragging Wang Xiaoqiang, who had already run downstairs. At this moment, Wang Xiaoqiang's body trembled like a sieve, half from being frightened by the snow demon, and the other half from having just tricked Feng Bin. Thinking about the cruel outcome he was about to face, his eyes were full of despair. Lin Fan looked calmly at the frightened Fang sisters, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that in a moment of danger, they would not run away but choose to help Feng Bin. Feng Bin stood nearby, looking guilty. He was a doctor by profession and not good at fighting. If it had been other members of the team, even if they couldn't defeat the snow demon, they wouldn't have been so helpless. Lin Fan patted Feng Bin on the shoulder, signaling him not to blame himself. "Pack up the supplies. Meet in the lobby on the first floor of the mall." Fang Yu's eyes lit up with joy. She knew she had guessed right again this time. No matter the outcome, the sisters had already left a good impression on Lin Fan. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded. Everyone gathered in the lobby, where the collected supplies had piled up into a small mountain. All the survivors looked eagerly at the down jackets they had gathered. Although there was no snowstorm inside the mall, the extremely low temperature still made the lightly dressed survivors shiver and stomp their feet. "Distribute the cotton clothes based on contribution," Zhang Long said after receiving Lin Fan's signal. All the team leaders' members took turns selecting their team members, distributing the cotton clothes according to their performance during the collection. The survivors who received the clothes were overjoyed. Those who didn't get any cowered in the corner, trembling in the cold, avoiding eye contact and not daring to show any dissatisfaction. Isn't it strange? Why do some people have cotton clothes while others don't? Even though we all collected supplies, Lin Fan's voice broke the silence, clear and steady, reaching everyone's ears. And why are some people no longer here? A slight commotion stirred among the crowd, especially among those who didn't get clothes, who lowered their heads even more. After this supply collection, the team will no longer provide supplies to non-team members. "Everything depends on you," Lin Fan said, his gaze like a cold searchlight sweeping across the scene. "This is your last chance to join the team." He suddenly changed his tone, becoming cold and sharp. But some people are slacking off, not working hard. Some secretly hide supplies in their pockets, thinking no one sees. And others, like Wang Xiaoqiang, when faced with danger, their first reaction isn't to fight together, but to push their teammates into danger, trying to buy time to escape. Every word hit like a heavy hammer, weighing on those with guilty hearts. Several people who had hidden food looked pale. "The Divine Nation convoy can accept failure," Lin Fan's clear voice echoed around. But we will never tolerate harming our teammates, abandoning them in danger, or turning against our own. Zhang Long. Bring the trash from the reserve team. Zhang Long, along with some team members, dragged 10 trembling people to the center of the scene, including Wang Xiaoqiang. These are the people who, during the search for supplies, chose to run away alone when facing low-level dangers, even indirectly putting their teammates in danger. Lin Fan didn't even use his divine burial domain to protect them from the dangers. That itself was a silent punishment and a test. In extreme danger, a person's true nature is revealed. There is no room for traitors in the Divine Nation convoy. You, and you, Lin Fan pointed at the 10 people. There is no place for you in the Divine Nation convoy. Leave now. The 10 were struck like lightning. Some knelt down, begging for mercy. Others cried and explained their helplessness and fear. Some tried to argue. No, please, Captain, spare us. People outside will die. Please, I know I was wrong. Give me another chance. We're just ordinary people. It was just instinct. Why are you so cold and ruthless? The Divine Nation convoy can accept failure and fear. Lin Fan's voice rang out clearly. But we will never tolerate harming our teammates, abandoning them in danger, or turning against our own. Zhang Long and the team members, without mercy, dragged the crying, struggling 10 people out of the mall, ignoring their pleas, and threw them into the freezing snow outside. Their screams and pleas were quickly swallowed by the howling wind. In the distance, faintly, a few short screams and the unpleasant sound of chewing could be heard, but they were soon covered by the snowstorm. The hall was silent. Only the crackling of flames and heavy breathing could be heard. Everyone was shocked by the cold and decisive way things were handled, and they also saw more clearly how ruthless the God Nation convoy was. Lin Fan looked to the side, where the Fong sisters and 8 other survivors, who had dared to fight back with weapons during the danger, were called forward. I saw how you performed, Lin Fan said gently. From now on, you 10 will officially join the God Nation convoy's reserve team and enjoy the same benefits. Fong Yu's eyes lit up with great happiness, and she tightly held her sister Fong Qing's hand. The other 8 also felt excited. They straightened up and loudly said, "Thank you, Captain. We will work hard." This harsh elimination made the remaining survivors realize that only by following the rules and showing their value could they stay close to the powerful God Nation convoy and survive in this cruel end of the world. Resources were carefully shared, and the convoy decided to hide in the mall for the night to avoid the snowstorm, waiting to leave at dawn depending on the situation. Zhang Long and his team blocked the mall's main entrance with vehicles, keeping the snow and wind outside. Everyone gathered around several burning fuel barrels, wrapped in cotton clothes and blankets, leaning on each other to stay warm. Fatigue slowly set in. But just as this brief moment of peace lasted less than an hour, strange noises came from outside the mall again. This time, it wasn't the wind and snow or eerie roars, but the loud roar of engines and the screeching of tires on snow. Everyone was startled awake and looked cautiously toward the mall's entrance. Lin Fan and others reached the door. In the distance, on the street, an old, battered car was speeding toward them like it was fleeing, followed by several rugged off-road vehicles with fierce skull and torn flag symbols painted on them. It was a race for life and death.